Hey, everybody. Friday night. Woo! I have no idea what's going on. I just got here. Um, Let me check myself. Who's streaming? Oh, Hebrew's on. Okay, so we got Hebrew, Flow. Let's see who is on Flow. And this is open panel, by the way. It's just, like I said, it's the little hangout oasis in between all the um, Friday night drama that happens around here. It's like the little party bus that just drives around through it all. Oh, hang on one second. I gotta do this. All right, I'm back. Hey, Daniel Barry, what's up? They were some sports people in here the other day talking about a game. I think it was football. Um, so I thought of you. I said if Daniel Barry were here, he would know this stuff. I'm still going through streams tonight just to see. Oh, Flo is just restreaming somebody else's stream. Uh, wow, that's really it. It's early. I figured I'd get this going early, just in case. The earlier the better. You never know. But somebody might need it. I really do want to get this going 24/7 eventually. We pulled it off during COVID. Just takes the right team. Um, Nothing on the news, but I think I have a few tweets. Also, I've been looking at this school shooting thing because they just arrested the dad, and it looks like father son stuff is going to be in the discourse again. Um, I mean, you have generations now of lost boys becoming lost men, becoming lost fathers, not knowing how to raise those boys, and the cycle just goes on and on. Um, we'll see. I don't think demonizing men and masculinity helps. All right, let's see. Oh, here's one. No surprise that under the current moral panic, people are under the impression that race relations have worsened. Yes, they do seem to be under that impression. But is there any objective metric that shows it to be the case? They show that all those disparity charts. But he says, for example, the number of interracial couples has been increasing relentlessly. So how do you fit that kind of data into the narrative? Oh, yeah, this is all from, hang on, let me put it. It's a thread somebody did breaking down all the data behind race relations. Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Whew, I feel like I got caught naked. Naked. I'm sorry. I'll have to talk to Deer and Makeup and get. We'll talk to the antler lady and find out what happened there. She'll um she'll improve or she's out of here. Thank you. Cause I like them. They look cool. And there was a store by my house that sold them, so it was in the marketplace. I was participating in the marketplace. I saw them, I liked them. I gave her the money. She gave me the antlers, and I wear them. They had a whole bunch of other antlers. I mean horns. Um. Oh yeah, I was trying to find this tweet. All right, here we go. I think this is it. So a lot of the tweets I'm pulling from that thread. All right, let me find the one I was looking at. Social media and the ease of disseminating information may be part of the issue, especially with how readily false stories go viral, etc. And then they show this chart. Um, like it's the different platforms. So Facebook, I remember when Facebook came out. So yeah, this is about the time. In fact, 2008 is exactly the time. I remember all my family and friends suddenly getting Facebook. YouTube, look at YouTube. Wow. I didn't know that. I didn't know Facebook was ahead of us. That I didn't know YouTube was that ahead of all the other ones. But just the general trend of social media adoption since this was Obama. This was like the switch over from Bush to Obama, the housing crisis, etc. So we had some Obama up in here, and then actually all the way to here. So e- even before Trump, it was increasing. Oh, yeah. I gotta. I certainly don't want to take these hiking. Going. Yeah. I have people that hunt deer, but I've never hunted deer. I wasn't a hunter. I didn't eat any of this stuff, so if I ate it, that might be a different story. Because all the hunters in my family eat what they kill, but I didn't eat any of the stuff, so I had no motivation to kill it just to kill it. Okay, let's see. There's a couple of more tweets I might have. It's crazy that we can't achieve unity by vilifying a huge chunk of the population, convincing another significant portion that they're being targeted unjustly by everything, everyone, and focusing every conversation on group differences. I agree. Here's one that I really agree with. It may be that since these polls rely on self reported perception, perception itself has changed for the worse, but the actual situation, hard to define, I agree, has stayed the same or better. Black poverty is down, more black people live in suburbs, intermarriage is up, etc. So there's subjective racism and objective racism, and I've mentioned that before, and I think this is what she's talking about. Like the actual racism that's actually happening that other people can observe, and racism that's subjectively happening, which you have to persuade and convince people of. No matter how pseudoscientific you go about it, you still have to. The other person still has to ultimately adopt subjective argument or your subjective account. But again, you can skip all of that. So what? Let's assume everything's true. The world is horrible. Everybody hates you. They're putting all these obstacles in your path to keep you from succeeding, etc. I made it through. That was my whole life. Like there are still things you can do to win at your own game, despite even if all that's going on. There are solutions within you that you can be responsible for where you're not at the mercy of all this, even if it is happening. So none of this should be preventing you from achieving your goals because you can still do that. You still have power, even if this is happening. All right, let's talk to Mr. Busker.
Hey Jeff, how's it going, man?
Hey,
Been a
what's up
little
with
while.
how's it going over there?
All right. Just chilling out, smoking little doobies.
Uh, yeah,
Uh,
I think that's probably what's going to be happening for a lot of people tonight.
yeah, it's a better social lubricant than alcohol, I think.
It's hard to tell how many people are out on these panels, but that might be sipping a bit here and there.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you can kind of
Like
tell.
you can tell the really drunk ones, but it's very rare that somebody's on the panel just slurring and sloshing their words. So the in between stages, it's kind of hard to tell who might or might not be. I know
Yeah,
there were times when Chris was on here drinking. He was real bubbly and talking, and he
yeah,
had his little solo cup. But it took me a while to realize that he's drunk. He's drinking. This is him on alcohol.
yeah. That's So he was like a good drunk. He didn't get out of control or nothing, or not a. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, it
he got a
just made him
buzz.
more
He
talkative.
just
Really,
got a good
that's kind of
buzz.
like how it does with me.
Yeah, man. I can't do the alcohol really anymore. It's not my MS holds the fucking whip and fucking chain. It's
Yeah.
no, no, no. But que sera, sera.
What's new over there?
Not too much. Just chilling, getting some groceries tomorrow, and my nephew's coming by. We're gonna. I bought a PlayStation 5, and I have to have him reset all my damn passwords and sign me up on the
Oh
app.
my God, we have to get the kids to do the technology for us now.
I know, man. It's like
We were doing that for our parents.
I know, right? It's fucking and like yeah. Think whatever is out there that can be interventionist, if it's out there, thank whatever that is, because I need my nephew to help me about with a lot of shit.
You have the groceries delivered, or do y'all go out and get them?
Well, tomorrow for some reason they're not going to deliver, and my dad has to go over and get them, but my nephew's going to come over and help bring them in my house, which is good. I mean, like I guess the store will bring the groceries out to my dad's car or some shit.
Oh, he's gonna do a pickup.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, that'll be
totally.
good.
Um, so what's new in the DEI world?
uh, Nothing new. I think it's more of it.
Yeah,
I don't know what the next. Well, the newest thing, latest breaking thing is they swapped the E and the D, so now it's EDI.
EDI.
Yeah, EDI is what they changed. So
Eddie.
that's new. Maybe they think maybe we won't recognize it as DEI if they call it Eddie,
Edie.
or maybe they want to emphasize equity and really push that, even though that's the one more than anything that's turning people away. So why don't we double down on the thing that's already
I mean,
everybody's resisting?
why do like they even bother to fucking?
Because they have nothing else to do. This is first world shit.
It's
It's
stupid.
elite overproduction. I think
It
they call it.
is. It's stupid. And
Just keep
yeah,
it away from me
totally. Um,
and my governments.
and I hope. I don't know, man. I don't. I don't trust Trump, and I definitely don't trust the left. Uh,
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. So I have to pick what's most important to me and vote that way. And for me, it's this D. I don't trust. I think that the DEA. It's already bad. You can see the reactions already. I'm having to it on stream. It's only going to get worse. Like that's the only. You have to pick like the one issue to go off of. And for me, it's that I can at least trust that it probably won't get any worse under Trump, regardless of whatever else happens. The world could blow up, but at least DEI won't get worse. And so for me, that's really it. And for other people, they're going to have a different issue, like
well,
democracy or abortion or whatever. And for them, Kamala's going to be the choice for that. Even
Yeah.
even if we get DEI or a woke,
Well,
what a Karenocracy.
I think it would be great if Trump got in because it would might stymie the growth of the bullshit, the
It
DEI.
would. He tried last time. The judge overruled his order because it really did encroach on. He went too far with it. But if he puts together a sensible way to, all he has to do really is repeal Biden's equity order, and I think that alone might put it stop because that would pull out the foundation for why they're doing all this stuff to begin with.
Yeah. You think he's gonna be put in jail or no?
Well,
I haven't really been. I mean, it's.
I predict at some point, probably in his lifetime, if he doesn't die first.
I
But I saw
mean,
where the judge is delaying the sentencing till after the election. So
yeah.
even
Okay.
if he gets elected, he could still get sentenced.
Oh my God, dude, that
But
would
then
be.
they're gonna try all these like, well, he's president, so he has all this immunity. You can't sentence a president, so they're gonna try those tactics at that point.
Yeah, that'd be funny if we had a president that was in jail and an acting president in jail. I mean, that would just be fucking off
It
the.
would be like he would like stream in every day by video in his little jail chamber. We would even. It's the same thing all of us are doing. We're living our lives from jail.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I've been living in this little room forever.
I've been here 4.5 years, going on 5 years. I
Yeah,
love it. I'm not in a rush to leave. The door's unlocked. I'm not locked in. I can walk out anytime.
like it's weird because I got used to what came after 2020 and 2021 and all that. Like I was used to staying in my house
Hmm.
forever. Like for like almost I guess a decade, I didn't really do anything because you know, I don't have to go into it, my issues.
I did too. I'm a very social person. I've always had a social life wherever I've lived.
Oh, I
And this
know.
is my first time not having real life people, but I don't need them because I have this.
Yeah, that is true, my friend. I mean, like it's like if I don't have anybody else to talk to, and I can talk to a somewhat like-minded person, and that's kind of cool, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
I don't need to go out and do fucking shit, and I stopped uh going to places where I have to spend money a long time ago.
Oh, me too. Since COVID, I haven't. I don't go out and do anything anymore. I
Yeah,
rarely go to a restaurant. I rarely go to a bar. I rarely go to a coffee shop. I don't have a social. Those are all social things to me,
yeah,
and I don't have anybody to do them with. So I'd rarely do them by myself. It's just grocery store and here.
yeah. It's uh, eat, sleep, shit, drink. I don't
But
know.
think of like compare it to our ancestors. That's we're doing like we're living like kings.
Yeah, we are.
They had to struggle to do all of that.
I hope that I don't get, for some reason, get this house taken away from me or for any whatever is gonna happen. Because this is where I'm gonna live. This is where I'm gonna die. I just unless they haul me off to some not loony bin, but a fucking care home.
Hmm.
But I don't see that happening way too soon. But man, I think about how much better I was 2 years ago, and I think, oh my God, 2 years from now, I don't know what it's gonna be like. It's kind of scary. Sorry for the depressing shit, but it's my life. Anyway, I need a new AC unit too. Oh shit.
Anything else cool going on?
Uh, I don't know. Just playing some
Hi-Fi just went
tunes,
live.
playing, playing some music. That's about it. Um, microwave meals,
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah. We're living like we are the kids in our mom's basements.
I know, dude. It's fucking crazy, man. It wouldn't be like this. It wouldn't be like this, but it is. So I have to deal with it.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what we have to do with whatever adversity's thrown our way.
So I guess Steven's been swept off of YouTube.
Oh no, he back.
He's back.
Yeah, he got back.
What channel?
Ah, same channel.
Oh my God! How?
I have no clue. I don't follow him at all.
What did he pay them? I
I
mean,
could tell you, he is
it's,
out of my orbit. I don't keep up with him whatsoever.
yeah, I'm done with him, man. I'm sorry I ever got on his channel, on his channel panel
Well, I
chat.
mean, you never know with these channels, so you try them out and
Exactly.
you learn the ones that you know, it's like your favorite bar. You learn the bars
Right.
you and your
Yeah,
friends like to hang out with the most.
that's right. That is a good analogy.
Um, Not sure about the spiritual stuff, or even the mental stuff. I do agree that I've described it before, like growing up gay. It's what we got as gay people, but it's directed toward men now, and men are getting it now instead of gay people. It like swapped. Because the gay people used to get it from the Christian people mostly, and now the men are getting it from the feminists mostly.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking. I
But
mean,
it's
like,
the same. It's the same. What like hostility, animosity, stigma, whatever the purpose is of trying to paint one group as a target or scapegoat that group for whatever. It's no different than the conspiracy theorists out here that think the world is run by some elite, global elite or whatever. They think it's run by these white men elite. Like white men are the elite.
no, it's not even that. I mean, what we have above us is what we can really. That's what we can see, and we know the World Economic Forum, the WHO. I mean, it's a fact that they called all the shots, or made us call the
It's not.
shots.
It's a fact that they exist, but they don't. I don't know where they call shots. Like,
Well, with COVID, man. Like I don't want to get back into that, but
okay, yeah, we don't have to.
yeah, they definitely, and the UN, the fucking United Nations, they're all about DEI. They're like they're even before left, that more farther left than
Well,
that.
they can't impose it top down. If they want it to be successful and long lasting, it's going to have to emerge organically.
Unfortunately, not. It's not gonna ever be like that. I don't think.
It's if they don't, they're not going to have a choice. It's going to have to be, unless they want a totally different form of government that we have now.
Yeah, it's good. It's kind of we're living strange times. It's kind of like the go-to uh, explanation for the times we're living in. Strange times, man.
So if the times get too strange, then people start filling in with a group that's making it strange behind the scenes.
Well, yeah, like the undercurrent.
Yeah, they
Shit.
did that though. I go back and I listen to rock music from the '60s and like early '70s, and they're saying the same stuff. Like the
Right?
system's corrupt, and we need to
Yeah, I
rebel,
do
and
like.
like capitalism and slaves, all that stuff. Even Pink Floyd, 1975, "Welcome to the Machine." That's
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of their songs.
and and what's that one song that the Eve of Destruction? Uh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
Is that Floyd?
No, well, it's a '60s kind of hipster kind of song, like it's just like, like rebel.
It's a guy named P.F. Sloan.
Yeah,
I don't.
P.F. Sloan, and
Okay.
one of my favorite punk bands ever, the Undead, which is uh, Bobby Steele, who was in the Misfits. He was a guitar player in the Misfits. Do you know who they are?
Yeah, yeah, the Misfits.
Yeah, the original Misfits, like from like the '70s into the. But he was only in the '70s. He was in that band, but he was in this band called the Undead, and I only really heard that song because of him, because he covered it in one of his live shows, and I had it on tape.
Oh yeah, I could see that would be a good song for a punk band to cover.
I know, man, and he did such a great job. I used to love that shit, man. And I just like thinking, man, like every every generation experiences. I mean, like,
The same thing in a different way.
yeah, exactly. And then the people of the former generation experienced it too. They
Uh,
have to go through it also.
oh, because they're suddenly experiencing way more racism than we did, but it's an invisible thing. Like you have to get your microscope out to see it. And
Yeah.
they believe that we had it too. We just didn't have the microscope to see it. And if we had, we would have seen it too.
Oh
But
man.
if racism is that small to see, it's not a problem. It's not that is not an issue. There's no other than like germs and viruses. There's no issue in society that you need. That's something that invisible that you need that small of a lens to see. That's that dangerous to us.
That's right.
They're making up a problem and trying to convince the rest of us that it is, but they're not doing a good job. So then they have to bully it on to the rest of us.
And then they're in the same crowd as and they mingle with victimhood, that when they're not victims of anything but their own fucking stupidity.
That's another big thing for me is the victimhood. I can't take even on here when people whine, I call them out for it. I can't take a lot of victimhood in general in myself or others, because it's purposeless. That's not going to get you out of your situation. Even if you write about the problem, that's not where. That's don't wait around for that for the solution. There's other things you can do in the meantime.
That's right, man.
And victimhood, I think, keeps you from
And enjoy life
seeing
while you,
and
yeah,
taking it like actualizing some of that.
seize the moment while you can, right? Fucking do what you can to live, because you're gonna probably, I don't know. Future's unpredictable at this point.
It always is.
Yeah, I never saw the past since 2020. I never saw all this coming ever. No,
Yeah, I
but
didn't see 2020 coming at all. That
the
took me
way
by surprise.
it was, and it just, I knew there was something very wrong with what they were telling everybody, but everybody thought I was crazy, and I stuck by it, and to this day, and now everybody sees it, or can't, maybe not. People have been hoodwinked.
Oh, is it? All right. Easy's verbal combat is starting, so that might draw off some audience. Let's see who's on tonight. Oh, hang on.
Verbal combat. Who's in there? Who's in the ring tonight?
Let me look.
Ah,
Oh, he's still explaining the. He. They're not on yet. Let's.
and I got a ache in the back of my neck, in my head. I hope that's not. Uh,
You have a doctor that um
oh God, I got like this weird kind of oh really low frequency in my ear. Like
right
oh
now?
yeah, it's almost
Oh,
it's like the opposite of ringing in the ear. This was like a really low fucking.
Y- are you on headphones or audio?
No,
Just
I got the air conditioner blasting right next to me, but and like I should just turn off this TV and the PlayStation because it's probably not good. Yeah, I'm getting blasted with all kinds of frequencies, and I just had this really crazy uh, blast in my ear, like in my inner ear. I don't know where it's. It changes every time the weather changes. It changes my ears. I've had ear problems all my life, but the infections stopped. But that's when the MS started. When all the infections, all the sickness. I haven't been sick since MS took over in 2003.
mm,
Never, never ever been sick, not even a cold.
wow.
That's what it does. That's and like everybody was like, "Oh, you should be more scared of getting COVID than anybody else." No, dude, I haven't been sick in forever because my immune system is overactive. That's called autoimmune. Get it straight. If you want to say shit like that to me, understand what the fuck multiple sclerosis
Everybody's
is.
so sensitive these days.
No, man. When it comes to this shit, man, like
But the thing I liked about Generation X is we had the ability to let shit roll off. Everybody's so ready to
yeah,
fight over anything nowadays.
I mean, like yeah, I mean, it's gotten a little different. Uh, I mean, I definitely miss being young and being around young people. But, like, of course, there's always, like, drama and fucking groups of people. It's always like, it's just the human condition,
But I don't know if I've ever seen humans so snowflakey.
right?
It's the snowflakery. Like,
I
how do
know,
they leave their house? I wonder. Every time I see these people in public, I wonder how they were able to get ready and leave their house safely
yeah.
without any kind of psychological trauma between the bedroom, the bathroom, the shower, the front door, the car, and then the office or the building wherever they're in.
So that's the context of snowflake for you? Is that what you mean? Is that?
It's fragile people that fall apart over everything. Every single thing is
Oh, okay.
a
All right. Well, I thought it was just like somebody who was like really effeminate and
oh no, it's somebody that's very, very,
oh
very
shit.
fragile and unsensitized, like highly sensitive, like not desensitized to life.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like that's kind of weird because I used to like really get confused by the term flaky. Like that kind of confused me after like at first because flake flaky means you like you flaked out, you didn't come through.
Oh yeah, that's well, they're called snowflakes. I'm the one that called it snowflakey, but flaky is another thing, and that is the social norm up here. Like flaky is normal up here, so people will tell you they'll do something, and the day of they might not ever show up, or they might cancel, and that is everybody does it. So anytime you make plans with somebody, you just know the plan. You won't know if the plan's actually going to happen till like the day of, because people flake out, and some people will make like 3 or 4 plans and commit to all of them, and then pick the one they want to do that day and flake out on
Yeah,
the other three. And it's
well,
all socially acceptable, like no big deal.
that's
And if
very
you did that anywhere else I've lived, nobody would ever invite you to another thing ever again. Like You just don't flake. You show that you're reliable and you're
It,
committed and you want to do the thing everybody's doing.
dude, that's exactly the way I've felt about like everything. When I don't know, when I get involved with something and somebody else gets involved with me in the same thing and they flake out like that, it's just like it really kind of is
I'm used
disheartening.
to it. It's 9 out of 10 people are gonna flake. It's like the norm. The one person that doesn't flake is like the surprise person. Like, oh yay, this person did flake. I finally get to do something.
Man, I've experienced it. This one chick, uh, uh, woman with MS who I've known since I was probably, I don't know, in my 20s. She was so adamant about coming over to help out and clean up and do all kinds of stuff, cook me food and all kinds of shit. And she just flaked out right when COVID happened. She just completely flaked out.
Wh- Is it because she had to stay home herself?
No, she just I mean, it's maybe I don't know, it was right before COVID or during the beginning. I can't
Oh,
remember. But she just never came, but she was so adamant saying making all these like,
oh, she never even came once.
yeah, she never came
Yeah,
once.
that yeah, exactly. That's exactly how
I'm
people
like,
do, and
exactly.
they all still have friends somehow.
Yeah, dude. And also, I had another woman I was doing shows with on here. I did some lives with this woman who went by Censored Mom, and we had like 4 or 5 shows, and then all of a sudden we talked about doing another, and then she just flaked out. And I guess
Oh
she
yeah,
had
that happens all the
something
time.
something going on or something, but she seemed to like doing the shows with me and all that, and I thought, okay, cool. But then she flaked out. Of course, I'm used to it now. It's just like, yeah, kind of. I mean, it is disheartening in a way, but it is what it is, right? Is what it
Yeah,
is.
there's not much you can do. I've just adjusted to it.
Yeah.
If it happens, it happens. That's how I take people's plans. Okay, that's all right. Well, if it happens, it happens.
How many people we got watching?
Do what?
How many people we have watching?
I'm right now 12.
Really?
We're competing with verbal combat though, and I come from the generation where you had to make plans ahead of time in person or by phone. So like
Oh
you
yeah.
had a phone tree every like you'd start calling each around on the phone and meet us here. We're gonna meet at this place at this and pass the word and make sure everybody knew where to be. And if you didn't, there was no way to cancel because if you didn't show up at that time, there were
Yeah.
no cell phones. There were no way to text or let
That's
people know.
right.
So you were either there or you got left out of the plan. And somehow we coordinated all of that with very little technology, a telephone. And
Yeah.
everybody still was able to commit and show up on time and not flake out. Hey,
And
Angeline.
we had the rotary phones and the fucking cords and the
And then the cordless, and then
and
the
and
mobiles, and the
yeah,
beepers.
it took my parents a long fucking time to go cordless. I mean, it kind of pissed me off because I was a kid and like they was starting to come out, but like only like real fancy rich people got it.
Did you use the phone a lot?
Oh yeah, man, I was
Mm.
on the cord phone. Like I had it stretched out from the kitchen all the way to my damn bedroom, man. It's like fucking a long cord.
I remember yeah. That's what we used before cordless. Is the long cords that stretched all over
Hmm.
the house.
Yeah, man. And it's just like I can't say. I mean, like I don't want that back ever. But like there's just like I don't know. I was a kid. I was such a little kid when the cords were, like maybe almost. I don't know. My parents didn't get rid of them until I was about 10, 11, and finally. But like I'll never miss that ever. ever, ever.
The corded phones.
Yeah.
I like them better because it's easier for me to hold the receiver and talk than these stupid flat. My face keeps hitting buttons. I'm constantly recording. My friends are hanging up on them.
Dude, like that's why I really I don't have I haven't had a cell phone. I mean, I've had a flip phone. I haven't had a real cell phone, like a smartphone. I haven't had one. I'm out of step, completely out of step. And I'm paying for it because you can't do anything without the third party notification of your phone. I
Oh, right.
Yeah, I can't set up the
Can
damn
you get a Google number?
uh I don't know. I mean, on
You
my
you might need a phone to do that.
yeah, might do a
I have
cell.
a friend in the same situation. He only has a landline, and he's locked out of his account, and they need to send him
Exactly.
text or somebody. He doesn't have any of that.
Exactly, man. Like fucking I've been trying to set up this PlayStation 5 I bought, and I need my nephew over here because basically he's kind of because he had the cell phone and he came around back in the day, and now he is not coming around as much, and it's a bitch because I'm connected to him because of his cell phone. And of course, like, there's really no way to change some of these to a new cell phone. Like some of them, yeah, you can, but some of them you can't.
Do they still have Obama phones?
Probably. I
Would it
mean
be Biden phones now?
yeah, I think what I can get. I think there's some way I can. I am definitely probably able to get that because I'm on SSDI, and yeah, I
Do you
have
have a caseworker?
yeah, and all of a sudden she was talking about making it right because all the other ones said they were going to do things and they didn't do it, and then she just flaked out on me. Another woman who
The
flaked.
worker did?
Yep.
That's what,
And
yeah, they do that, and that's why I tell my people you have to be proactive. Like, you have to control, like, drive the process. And
oh my god. But
don't,
like the excuse for her was her caseload was too full.
with
So
that, they're
okay,
not allowed to just drop cases because people's
I know.
caseloads are full.
What the fuck is that? Yeah, I was just thinking. I didn't make a stink of it, but I was just thinking, okay, whatever. I'm used to it now. This is just a fucking ongoing train of shit, you know? Fucking on.
Bureaucracy is frustrating. I mean, it's one of the things that most frustrates me about modern life, and it's really bad up here where I am.
Yeah, man.
It looks like I'm looking up if there's free phone programs. They have something that helps people pay for phones. Lifeline can
Mm,
help you pay for your landline cell. So instead of giving phones now, I guess they just have a program to help people pay for phones if they need one.
yeah, I guess.
Here, I'll drop the link.
Is
And
that
this is federal, so there might be state or local
so?
programs where you are too.
It all depends. Yeah, it depends on which state. All right, I'll copy and if I click on this, I'm not gonna go away, am I?
I don't know how
I
your
don't know how
device
this
works.
works because, yeah, because I don't know. I'm
But
just gonna.
it does say like if you're on other programs, you can get Lifeline. It looks like you get it automatically if you have to show proof of participation, like a benefit letter or official document. But it looks like that qualifies you.
Yeah, do I qualify for lifeline based on
But they have a little questionnaire that you fill out.
Snap medic?
You
You
said
know
you're
what?
an SSI or SSDI.
SSBI, man. Like, dude, I'm below poverty. Like, but uh, like I'm just
That's weird that SSDI is not one of them.
yeah, dude. I'm gonna find out, like, because I think they do track phone. I think I used to get. I guess it was considered Obama phone, but I used to get it through SSDI. But I guess I don't imagine they don't still
But
do it.
just talk to your case or get another caseworker.
Well, yeah, I'm supposed to be seeing a new caseworker. Like I got a call. This is like I've been through 4 of them, and it's just like because they all have either they're something else or they just flake. And one was a real fucking oh my god. This one named her first name was Zen, and she fucking really screwed me. I mean, for a year, like I didn't hear from her, and I was supposed to like, she was supposed to be, you know, month to month checking
Do
in and
you
all.
call them?
Yeah, I mean, like I did call her, and she never picks up. But like, she announces herself on her like her answering whatever on her phone, and says what she is, and so she screwed up, and I reported her. I'm just like, she really screwed up, and I don't know. She doesn't work there as far as I know anymore. But like this, it's just I keep losing with these fucking workers, man. These case workers.
You have to
It's
be an educated consumer of the system and know know what you're there for, know what your power is, know what their responsibilities are, know
yeah,
what to do when they're not being met, know how to go up the next step of the ladder when you need to.
yeah. And things have been like constipated as fuck since well since I've made.
Metaphorically?
Yeah, well,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
and maybe literally, yeah.
Well, let's talk about the metaphorical one.
Yeah, because I haven't gotten any kind of shit, anything. I'm supposed to get help, maybe get somebody to help get the trash out, which I can't do anymore, and it's no shit. I can't do it.
Who does that? Who gives you that help?
My family, if I'm
Oh, I
lucky.
thought you meant like there was a program. Like
Well, that would hopefully be a part of it. Like, say,
tell the Mormon, tell them you want to convert to Mormonism, and could they send some people over?
there you go, there you go. I'm just gonna go Mormon. That's all I need. I mean, what are they all about? I know they're a little.
I don't know, but I think they do chores for you, don't they? Any Mormons?
Yeah,
Sometimes I think they. Someone told me that they live on like people give them money, or they live on that. Like they're not allowed to have income or hold a job when they do that work. They have to only do that and not have
I
any kind of income doing it,
I don't
other
know.
than what they get from that.
I don't know if that
But I
if it,
don't know. That was what somebody said on a stream one night.
they probably wouldn't like me, even if they live around here. I don't know. I doubt that that's around here.
Hmm.
But Mormons. I mean, like it is something I'm gonna need help, but it's good to have family. But when the family can't help, it just kind of
Right.
it starts to get stale. Like at first, family was helping left and right, and now as I get older, they're just not helping hardly at all.
But that's why I said talk to your caseworker, because she could probably hook you with a phone and some kind of services of people that come in and help you with that stuff, even if it's
Well, well,
volunteers.
that's what I was talking to her about, and she says, "Well, unfortunately, it's not going through because blah blah blah." That she doesn't know. Like it's just there's no explanation for why.
That's not true. That's when you go talk to somebody else.
No, man, it's been like that every time.
I used to work in the system. There's no such a thing as, oh, it's just not going through it. There's not telling me why. There's nothing I could do. That's not a thing in the system. They have a million different codes and ways to track and find out why something this and that. So that's why you need to talk to another person, because she's
Uh,
just one person. She may not know what she's talking
no,
about.
no, man. Every fucking person I've talked to, it's been taught saying it's not gonna.
But they should be able to give you a reason.
It's slow. Like that's all. That's their only excuse. It's
It is
slow.
slow.
and it's been slow for fucking 5
Yes.
years.
Yes, it's a slow system. It is slow.
So I mean, like it's constipated. That's what
Yeah,
I'm,
it is. It is.
and
And that's as good as it gets right now.
right, yeah. And when I really need it, Jesus,
So if you wanted to get creative, you could maybe think of some things outside of that. Like I don't know
well,
what
live,
volunteer, like maybe they have youth that some kind of community volunteer organization where maybe teenagers can go help people with small errands.
yeah. Um, I don't know, man. I don't want any young people in my
Or,
house.
or, or whoever. At some point, your house is going to pile up with trash if you don't find a way to get out of there.
I mean, I get the trash out, but it's just like really a fucking hassle every time. Every fucking time I have to get it out, it's a hassle because I have to rely on somebody.
Yeah.
My nephew used to help me out a lot, and now he's just not around
Yeah,
anymore.
but,
So,
yeah, but families have lives, so you can't always rely on
I
them
know.
consistently. What are other people
Saw
with
this
MS
coming.
do? How do they do it?
It's a good question. I don't know, man. I haven't talked to anybody with MS since that chick who was gonna help me out and that didn't. She has MS, and we related because of that. That's probably why we stayed in touch.
So you're
Um,
not like part of any forums or communities
no,
with
I
it.
was when I was on MySpace. That was a long fucking time ago.
Oh, that was.
Yeah,
They
man.
probably have a ton. They probably have Discords, Facebook groups. There's probably Twitter
Yeah, man.
sites,
Um,
Twitter people you could follow.
yeah, that's. I mean, that's probably.
There's
I'm
probably
probably.
YouTube communities, like YouTube channels, where they might even talk about this.
Yeah, for sure. Um, I
And
hate
there may
to.
even be like a local chapter or peer support group, and they might have sources of how to get some of that help.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta. Once hits the fan, I have to really uh seek what I'm gonna if I'm gonna get any help in the end. And it's not gonna come to me apparently.
No, it's that nobody knows that. Nobody's just gonna show up at your front door and say, "I'm here to help you with the trash." It's
Well,
definitely gonna take some initiative on your
it's
part.
just the thing that really kind of uh messes it up for me is that I believe that they're gonna eventually help once they'll come through with whatever we go over for hours whenever or an hour and a half or whatever. So keep talking, keep talking, and then nothing. So it's like the same with every person I get involved to try to help me out. It's just falls through the roof,
Yep,
or
they're
it
not
falls
reliable people.
to the basement. Yeah, I mean it's that, but like they're all telling me like that it's just too slow, and it's just that's
That's
just,
why I think like a group of actual MS sufferers would know. They would already, because they've already faced this and conquered it, so they would know how to get around all of this because they've
well,
been in these situations themselves.
yeah, man. I unless I can relate to anybody online, I'm not gonna try to.
Okay.
Like on it's a little iffy on YouTube, but like these I don't know support groups and shit. I don't know. fuck it, man. Yeah. Anyway, dude, I think I'm gonna hop off here, brother.
Alrighty. Take
Uh,
care, Busker.
it was good to chill and hang out, man. All right, take care.
You, you too. Peace. Okay. I guess that was our first guest. Does it have to be our last? I'm willing to keep it going. It's Friday night. But I do understand on Friday nights there's a ton of other things going on. So, like I said, this was the alternative to all that, but it may not be needed tonight. Um, yeah, that's what it looks like sometimes. That's the impression I get. I just know like being a peer supporter, the power of peer support, what it could do. You don't have to suffer alone. There's other people suffering with you, and at the very least, you could get it information like wisdom, like how to solutions to things. Hey, Spike. Happy Friday night. I think let me see if I went through all these tweets. This tweet says, and he's going over some text from Herbert Marcuse, put the potentials of world communism, but I'm not going to go through that. I'm just going to read his tweet. DEI is not some therapy session meant to fix race relations. I don't think HR people have any business doing therapy sessions in the first place. If we're at the point where we need therapists in the workplace, we need them for y'all because y'all are insane. It's part of global synchronization of all the institutions, top down, political, middle out, corporations, trade orgs, government, or NGOs, bottom up, academia. What is the opposite of racism? It is individualism. Identitarianism and individual are opposite. That's what I keep saying. I can't reconcile the the tension between the individual and the group. I'm not a white man. I'm Jeff. To see me as a white man reduces me to something very insignificant to what I am. Except you want to make it more significant than it is. But then that's for your agenda, not anything having to do with get to know me as a person. So I become like a totem avatar, like a prop for this group. Um, Whatever they're trying to do with groups, classifying the people into different groups. That's not individualism. Hey, Indiana, how are you tonight? What's up? It's hopefully we'll get a panel going. But I could also take the night off either way, because I could do a tomorrow Saturday. I could do an all-day stream. Let me check if P.F. Young is doing his show. I really don't think that was his last call in, but yeah, yeah, it was a joke. There's not one tomorrow, but they're I don't think they're discontinued. You think it's a like even our parents, to me, it seemed like they saw individuals, and even our grandparents. Nobody sat around and talked about. The racists did. The racists would sit around and talk about, oh, that black family at the end of the block. But no other people would sit around and talk about the different colors of the people involved. It was just weird to think in terms of group. You would talk about each person by their name. Once I know somebody's name, I'm locked in to that person as an individual. They have like a distinct individual identity at that point, and anything else about them is secondary. Skin color, gender, all of that. I'm dealing with an individual, and I have to adjust because they're all different. I have to adjust to each one. So that stuff can't be important. You would never be able to do that if you had to take all that into account for each person you meet. You'd be processing every person you meet for hours and hours and hours going through that. Oh, it's neurodiversity, which I call neurodivergence, but I won't get into that tonight. There's a whole neurodiversity movement that's kind of the woke version of neurodivergence, which is just a concept, a descriptive concept. But I didn't know all that when I got the shirt. All right, I think that's all the tweets. Oh, I was gonna tell y'all who's on Easies. It's the same crew, really. Oh, Kendra's on. Maybe I can go on Kendra. I'm not dressed for Kendra. Uh, I really don't think I've been watching a little bit of Kendra. I don't think my guy is on Kendra, but you never know. Um, let's see. Where is Easy? All right, he has um some people. Evan O'Brien, Wicked Wally, the Princess, the Princess. They change nicknames. It makes it hard to Darth somebody. JS Urban Adventures. It looks like Queen Stephen might be on there. Father Kieran, Kieran Markham, Brick. Oh, Brick's been on here. Chris Lestrange. Interesting cast. We can peek in a little bit of it, I guess. Oh, wait, hang on. I'd rather do this. Because it's applied to individuals. Those trainings are applied to individuals. It's not. If it were a general idea, like people believe in an afterlife, it would bother me. But it's a general idea that they're harassing individuals about. Um, like I said, the firefighters had to, on their EMT quiz, if they didn't get questions about this ideology correct, they could not get their EMT certification. That's not a general idea. That's impact on an individual. Yes, I've said this so many times. That's what's motivated me to do this whole thing in the beginning. Every single employee in the state of that is employed by the state of Washington, every single the groundskeeper, the janitor, the every single person has to take these trainings. The EMTs, the firefighters, the police, the teachers, the everybody, every single state. If it's a job that's paid by the state, the DMV lady, the Social Security office, everybody has to take it. They have an entire department of just DEI that they contracted with this guy to create the training, and then they disseminate the training, and they ensure that all these other departments under the state meet these training requirements. And so, like they laid out the mandate, and then and whoever's in charge of the fire departments, the medics, passed it down to their people, and their people. Usually, they have third party training like people, private individuals will create trainings, and they'll pick from those, and they'll contract with those private training companies or individuals, um, and those will do the trainings on the ground level. Every single person has to take it, but and this wasn't a state training, but in 2020, a friend of mine got hired at a mental health agency, and she was autistic, and as part of her training, they separated her class into a white group, and they put them in one room, and a black group, and they put them into another room. And she complained about it, like as an autistic person, she didn't understand what the hell was going on, and they exempted her from the training because it was very confusing to her what she was supposed to take away from all that, as it was to me too. Because I'm from the South. When you start separating your black people and your white people, I get very, very, very nervous. And so that they call it a white caucus and a black caucus. And then they teach the white people one way or take one approach, and they teach the black people, which again, that's not individual. They're not. Why don't you? I, when I was teaching, I would adjust my approach to the person I was teaching. And admittedly, that is a skill set. Not everybody's able to do that. That's why we're useful in things like special ed classrooms. But you should strive for that. What are all these people I'm listing? Me? Um, oh, every employee in my state, the state of Washington, if the state pays your salary, school teachers, firefighters, medics, policemen, janitors, and anybody that takes a paycheck from the state, that is a state employee, is required to take 4 units of DEI training. Um, and so Philip was asking me if it's a general idea. Why am I taking it to such a personal level? It's because they are taking it to a personal level. They're requiring every individual that wants to be employed by the state to take these trainings. And then outside of that, the different corporations have their own versions of trainings they require to be employed. So it's very hard to find a place here to be employed other than a small mom and pop that's probably not going to require you to go through one of these trainings. And when I left the workforce during COVID, that is one of the things I promised to myself if we ever went back, that there's no way I'm sitting through a DEI training. So I knew at that point my chances of re-entering the workforce were almost zero, because there's no way I'm going to sit through a training that tells me how racist me and my friends are, with no evidence whatsoever other than these disparities and this implicit bias theory. I know what I am more than somebody who's not me and is a total stranger. You don't have any special insight or expertise or authority to tell me what my racism is. If I tell you I'm not racist, take me at my word until you see me commit a racist act. That's how we used to. We can't have a society if we don't give each other that basic level of good faith trust. And it has everybody thinking that white people in particular have this hidden racism in it, whether they're aware of it or not, that they could act on at any time, that could cause harm and damage to people that are not white. At least that's what I'm taking from the Washington State trainings and all of their documentation that they're creating around it. All right. And one day, hopefully soon, Liliana works in this. I think she has a background in it, and she had some thoughts and insights that she's going to come up and share one day. You used which approach, the DEI? Because it shows up in healthcare a lot, particularly up here. They have this idea that black people are treated like a doctor will take longer, make them wait longer. They don't get the same level quality of care. There's the thing about black mothers die in childbirth more frequently, or the babies die. I'm not sure which, maybe both. But there's childbirth deaths higher in black women, and in this theory, it's all tied to this potential racism. So the reason a black person is getting lower quality health care is because the white people that run the healthcare system are deliberately trying to discourage black people from having as much of a place in society as the rest of us. It's racism and white supremacy. That's what they say in their official state documents with the seal of Washington on it. And maybe I am old and out of touch. That sounds really uh, crazy to me and inflammatory. It's probably worse in Canada, honestly, Angeline. Or I don't know. I find Washington State very similar to Canada. This is like Washington and probably the West Coast, maybe Minnesota. New York, some of the New England states. Those are probably closest to Canada. They're liberal, blue states, progressive leaning. I was surprised I didn't have to do any DEI stuff when I started my own business here. I just had to fill out the paperwork. But I didn't have to go through trainings. I didn't have to do a diversity statement. I didn't have to take an online quiz or affirm some kind of online pledge to DEI or anything to start a business here. So at least there was that. Now, if I ever hire employees, um, I will probably have to do some kind of like show. I'm just assuming I'll have to show some kind of diversity that I've given them diversity information. But yeah, so far it worked. Like being my own boss, I don't have to worry about any of that. What do past mistakes have to do for now to now? And what does any of that have to do with the people, the day-to-day Americans going about their job, try to do their work, like firefighters and medics answering 911 calls? What does past mistakes and racism have to do with those people where their license is in jeopardy if they don't um, adopt the stuff that they want them to adopt? That's not a general idea, nor is it past mistakes not being a bad thing. That's something totally different. That's authoritarian overreach. That's ideological overreach. Yeah, I think there's a lot less of that now. Yeah, that happens too. That happened to me with women. I had so many bad experiences with women that they're in a category now that they were not in before until I met enough of them that I had similar experiences with. Mostly from up here, like not really the women back home, but more recently as an adult. See, this is modern Bailey. They present it as one thing, but in practice that's not what it is. No, but it's why I'm glad I'm gay. Yeah, it saved me from that one thing. I would not do well with a female spouse. I barely do well with a gay spouse. Yeah. No, a lot of people. No, 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 no. No. The people at the top ask for it. The employees are not asking for it. And there's so many studies coming out now that shows not only is it not working, but it may actually be making things worse. So whatever their goal, like identify the problem, and then presumably the goal is to address, correct, minimize, eliminate the problem. So whatever the goals were, it is not achieving that. I don't think anybody would accuse me of not being feeling. I'm a highly emotional male. Um, so I am not without emotion. If you mean sensitive, empathetic, compassionate, I'm a burnt out empath. I used to have all of that. Um, I can demonstrate compassion when I determine that it's required and it's genuine compassion. But I don't live. See that this is why I like being gay because I don't have to live my life adjusting myself to what women want from me. So I guess I'll just continue to have bad experiences with females if I can't meet their expectations, and they can continue to act hostile toward me as a result, which I think is immature. Because that's the issue. They have some arbitrary expectation of me which I didn't consent to, and then when I don't meet it, they act out in hostility toward me. That's the problem. If we could just leave each other alone, there wouldn't be an issue, but they can't seem to do that. Yeah. Um, the rationality is one of my big challenges. I'm just In general, I'm able to understand men better, and the problems men, like when men describe their problems, I understand. I get it. I understand it. I don't always understand the women's problems when they describe them. I'm not seeing the same problem, and they don't seem solutions. They don't seem to like won't help with solutions. They want something else. They want validation. They want me to hold emotional space so they could just sit with the emotions. And all that's well and good. There are better people than me for that. I promise. You're going to get a better experience if you find somebody else for that than me. Although I can do it if it's needed. I just don't want that to be the main thing I do all the time. And in fact, growing up, I was kind of I was the one everybody came to for that. Like when they had problems, I was the one they would call specifically for that. And women gravitated to me. I was sensitive. I listened well. I was caring, and I had a lot of women friends, and we did that for. They did it for me too. Well, that's a barrier then, because the way I understand, I don't know how to understand without asking questions. That is my path to understanding, and I have none other than Socrates himself as sanction for that. So I don't. I'm not going to defend or justify it. That's a legitimate in Western culture. That's a legitimate method of attempting to understand. It has a strong historical foundation and precedent. But that seems to irritate a lot of men and women. Asking too many, I don't know what it is. There's probably some social ritual to it, and too many or too many at once or certain type, whatever. But my attempts to understand are met many, many times, probably 6 to 8 out of 10 times with frustration. So if they want me to understand and they don't have the patience to sit there and give me the information I need to understand, we are at an impasse. We're at an impasse, and I'm doing everything on my end that I possibly can. I'm stretched as far as I can go. Liliana, I don't know how this implication gets being made that I'm somehow in control of the number of women that do or do not show up on the panel. I'm not stopping any women from coming on. If there's not women on the panel, it's because they're choosing not to hit that link. That's funny you should ask, because, and not necessarily with interrogation, but I could probably do either role because I could play off of what role the person next to me is doing. But with me and Mike, my partner, that's the role we played. I was bad cop and he was good cop. We worked together as a team. We made a very tight team. And when there was any dirty work that needed to be done, like if we needed to kick out roommates or like I don't know, write a letter to somebody or do something aggressive, I was that person because I didn't care what people thought. And Mike was one of the nicest, kindest people you ever want to meet in your life. He just was so gentle, and he had this warm smile, and he just really had a way of making people feel um, at ease and cared about. And so he would go behind me and smooth everything out, like make sure that the person was okay, and we kept good relations. And so if there was anything in the future we needed that person for, Mike still had a good relationship with them, and we weren't like enemy warfare, and that worked really well. I was really good at bad cop. I could do all the heavy stuff, and I could take the hit for it and be the bad guy, and Mike could go behind and smooth everything over and still keep all the advantages of, because Vegas is very much like Survivor. It's everything's tactical and strategical, and we made a great team. And we would discuss and coordinate, like, this is the issue. Okay, here's the part I need to do, and then here's the part Mike's going to do. And I don't even know people if people knew how consciously we were coordinating together. That's conspiracy, successful conspiracy. And Liliana, you in particular, I am looking forward to hearing from on the equity stuff. It doesn't have to be tonight if you want to Do it like on a day where we could give it, like, have it be the full feature. Either way. Yeah, I get that a lot. Believe it or not, I'm also there's ethos and pathos. My ethos is very grounded, and that helped me in the classroom and in the psych ward. I was like that calm, grounded center that all the craziness can happen around. I grew up that way. My family was like that, um, and I have always been good in environments where I could stabilize the chaos until I'm the one in chaos, which that's the pathos. That's those little spikes of emotion that you see, and then I call that like the canoe capsize, the white rapids, and the canoe turns over, and you start swirling around the rapids until you can get back in the canoe and get it back on track. And so that's those little short bursts of emotion, and those are both we have both, and some people have less of the spikes, I think, but it's not that I don't have the stable emotions too. I just think they get obscured by the frequency of my spikes. I used to, Liliana, and I'll go for like people invite me for specific things, but I just stopped going. I kept running into the same stuff you see on here: communication breakdowns, misunderstandings, friction, emotion policing, topic policing, all that shit. And I stopped going. It's just not worth it to me. Oh wow, we have another guest. An illustrious guest this time. A VIP, I would say.
No,
Welcome.
no, not a VIP. I'm
Well,
just a common blue collar
I
worker.
don't know. What are you up to tonight?
I just got back from a nice meal with the family, except for my son. He's valeting tonight. You know, valets make good tips.
I had six figures. I had a friend that did that in Vegas. 6 figures. He was able to buy a house and everything, like a new house.
I know, like, and tax free. No matter who gets elected this coming election, it seems like tips will be tax free.
Oh, they're both pledging it.
Yeah, you heard Kamala was searching for what am I gonna? What's my platform? I heard
Did
Trump
she
say
find
something.
it yet? Is that her platform? Free
I heard Trump
tips,
say
just
something
like the
about
other guy.
yeah. So she's trying to become like Trump. Yeah, but no, my son loves it. He's I get the lowdown on which is the nicest cars to drive and which cars to avoid. And you know the Rolls Royce, even in the parking lot, he said that when you make a corner, like let's say you're making a left, high sabotage, you can feel the seat inflate on the right side.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying?
I can imagine it in my mind. I have no direct
The
experience
seat
of.
inflates on different sides depending if you're making a left or right. So you're constantly centered in the seat.
Um, we have somebody in the back trying to come on, but they're being very shy about showing their face. So as soon as they do that, they can come on.
You got put your finger ready on the mute button just in case, you know.
It's I think it's a troll impersonator because this person comes on all the time
Oh.
and has no problem showing their face. So we'll. Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Well, I mainly came on to say that I really appreciate you because I remember seeing you live on my recommendations, and seems like you're always live. First of all, that takes a lot of work. People don't understand that it takes something to hit the go live button. That you know, it takes work.
I
It
consider
takes
this a job.
yeah. It People don't realize that to be a host for a live show, whether 5 people are watching or 500, it takes mental energy. And so, and then when I started hearing your story, even tonight, you talked a bit about it. You got an amazing story behind you. I mean, what you've been through, and yeah, hats off to you.
Well, thank you. I think we all do. A lot of us do.
Yeah, that's true. We all have our stories. Um,
Speaking of telling stories, I noticed you on Paul last night. I didn't get any kind of notification for it. I would have been there.
Oh well,
How'd
he
that go?
advertised it. I advertised it.
I don't
I
know why. Maybe I just overlooked it.
I thought it went very well. I was a little worried going into it because um, we were both streaming it at the same time, and Paul is much younger than me, and he's not he doesn't like conflict. Like I'm okay with conflict. Like if
Hmm.
someone comes onto my channel and just swears at me, I kind of like it. But he's very much like, let's keep this calm and chill. But we worked well together. I was pretty shocked.
Was it between you and Paul and who was the guy? Jeremy? Justin?
No, it
The
was
other
an open
guy?
panel. Many guests
Joseph?
came.
There was a little like moderator at the bottom, so I couldn't tell if you and Paul were the interlocutors or if it was you and this guy and Paul was moderating.
No, it was me and Paul both co-hosting. And then guests coming on.
Oh, so he was just a guest that
Well, no,
called in.
he was streaming on his channel. I was streaming on mine.
They had
And
a third guy though.
no, there wasn't a third guy.
This Hang on, I've got
Three's a crowd. We would never allow a third guy.
Pine Paul. Yeah, there's this little dude. Oh, it must be the callers. Were you taking callers?
Yeah, we were taking callers. Yeah, we took about 15 of them.
That's what it is. Because when I tuned in, Joseph, they had this little guy at the bottom, and I thought it was the three of you on the panel all evening. That's what I got
No.
confused by.
We cycled through them. Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as we got bored of them, we threw them away like trash.
Yeah, that's what he. I don't think he gets bored of them quickly enough, if you ask me.
Someone made a comment earlier before I came on that highly emotional people are attracted to stoics like us.
I don't consider myself a stoic, but I kind of know what she's saying because
Yeah.
people that can stay grounded when somebody else is emotional, they're going to be drawn to that groundedness because it's going to help to stabilize them.
I wonder if that's why so many evangelical women watch my channel.
Are they hysterics? They're
Some of them.
enthusiasts. They
Oh,
have
there was
a
one.
whole tradition of heightened emotionality.
I've had in my experience a couple of Christian women reach out to me. I mean, in a weird way, and of course I right away. But yeah, weird.
Oh, that kind of weird.
Yeah,
Oh, it.
I have to
It.
remind them. You do know I'm married, right? Happily married. Got to remind them.
I don't think. Yeah, that doesn't stop. Like, what does it
Yeah,
hurt
that's
to
true.
try?
That's true. That doesn't stop some women.
I also think the opposite is, and I find this with me, if somebody else is emotional and I can't stay grounded, I'm going to that emotion in me is going to escalate. So like if there's somebody around me that's really anxious, my anxiety will start to increase because they're anxious. If I can't find
Oh,
that grounding in me. So people's emotionality can excite mine sometimes and my groundedness can help to downregulate theirs.
yeah.
Which
See,
I
for
guess is
me,
part of being social creatures, social
we're
animals.
exact opposites because in my experience, I've found that the more emotional someone gets with me, like the more angry, the more calm I get.
Oh, yeah, that because you're going into that ground, like you're grounding them. You're able to shift
No, but
into
they
the.
get what I'm saying is they get even madder. Like, why aren't you angry like I am?
Oh yeah, I have seen that too.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I've
it's
seen.
it's like
Yes.
it's like they're barfing up anger towards me, and they expect me to react a certain way, and when I don't do it, it makes them even more livid.
Yeah, because they're not getting the reaction that they're going
Yeah.
after, which is to bring you to where they are.
Like even in my marriage, like in the very early years, we've been married 31 years now, but year
Wow.
1 or 2, I think it even bothered my wife, like because she was learning, I think, what certain men are like, and she was learning what I was like, and that, hey, I mean, I don't get emotional. Like you can count the number of times on my hands that I've really lost it. In fact, maybe once or twice in my life.
You do seem pretty even tempered. Is it mirroring? Like they're looking for some kind of emotional mirroring, and when they don't get that back from the person, it throws them off. I don't know. Maybe, you know what? We do need a woman's perspective now that I think about it.
Yeah, you have any token females here?
Well, we have Liliana, we have Angeline. I wouldn't say they're tokens.
No, no, they're probably
Let me
we're the
try to find an
tokens.
actual token. Sabotage was here earlier. Um, let's see. No, I, I don't have a lot of tokens that hang out here, I'm proud to say. We get some pretty high class broads.
I love women. I mean, they're my second most favorite sex out of the two.
I guess mine too.
I'm kidding.
Out of the two.
You know how many people I offended with that? I mean, I covered a lot of ground there. The people who say that sex is not binary and women
Good thing you don't live in Washington State.
or Washington D.C. even.
Oh, yeah. Angeline, you make a great point because I think sometimes people take strong male emotion as a physical threat when it's not. But
Yeah.
like some women can see it as physically threatening.
Well, I totally understand that because when someone gets angry, it can quickly escalate to physical violence. So I understand that.
That's not the norm
No,
where
it's
I
not the
come
norm.
from.
Like even among men, unless you're a crazy man, which, well, crazy people in general, you should be careful with. But
Yeah.
you never know. Like for example, me, I'm an older man, not in shape, but they don't know I could have 20 years of taekwondo under my belt. Like they don't know that. And so a man has to think twice before interacting with another man. And again, you don't know if they have a gun. You can be a good fighter, but a bullet will still pierce your chest. So you got to
I
think
wouldn't assume
twice.
that of a woman either, though, because she could
Yeah,
have a
well,
knife or a gun too.
yeah, weapon, yeah. But if no weapon, like there's very few women I'd be scared of physically. Like I'm
There's a
200
few.
pounds.
I
I
could
mean,
think of a few, but I,
you just
I,
get my momentum going. And although there's 250-pound women.
yeah, I come from the gay community and the dirty South. There's a few scary women I could think of.
Yeah. Yeah, if I trip and fall and they sit on me, I could be in trouble.
Most of the violence I've experienced in my life has been from women. It's been very sudden, unexpected. You never see it coming, and most of the strong emotion, like hostility and aggression, has been from women. So I don't have the issues with men that other men seem to have, or I
Yeah.
mean other people seem to have.
You know what
I have
shocked
that
me?
more with women.
What shocked me is I live in Tucson area, and there's a YouTube channel which shows all the court cases that go through the Tucson courts. And I was bored one night, and hey, what's happening in the courts here in Tucson? And I was shocked of how many woman after woman after woman went before the judge with domestic violence. It was
Like
like,
being charged with.
yeah, like beating their husbands.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I thought it was pretty rare, but it
No.
isn't rare.
No. I know how violent women can be,
Yeah, it
and
isn't something.
like I know how angry, how like rage. I know how enraged they can be, and they also do the relational aggression, where if they're not going to be physical and they're in a heightened emotional state, they'll start like lashing out in other
Would you
areas.
say would you say you're female phobic?
Cautious, because I have to be because I'm constantly ending up in the threat position around them. So I have to be very cautious and prepare for that to happen at any time. And that's through experience has trained me to be in this state and take this approach. I wasn't like this before.
Well, has a woman ever beaten you up?
I've had some childhood, not beaten, not like black and blue, um, black eye type beating, but I've had some violence directed at
Really?
me. Yeah, from caretakers, other people. Not a lot, but it's all come from women. Other than like the second grade principal who paddled us for running in the hall. I think that was the only male
How
that
old were you when this
disciplined me.
happened?
The paddling?
No, the
Oh,
when
it
the
was like
caretakers.
it was like I'd say it stopped by high school.
How many years did this happen? Like,
Oh, it
the,
wasn't ongoing. Like I said, it's just little bursts here. There, I could probably think of well, with different people. There's probably 4 or 5 people it might have happened with, and like maybe
were you a
once.
foster kid
No,
or who? I don't know how much you want to divulge, but is it?
well,
Are you talking?
not too much because it's.
Okay, yeah,
I,
we can
I mean,
we
it
can.
involves people that I don't talk to anymore. So just people around me as a kid. We had babysitters, sometimes school teachers, parents,
Whoa.
family, playground kids, playground people. The girls on the playground where I came from were way more rough and violent and aggressive than the boys. They were always thinking of how can we make this game way more dangerous than it currently is. The girls were doing that.
Interesting.
Maybe it's cultural, but the women where I come from were just really rough.
Were you a
That's I
smart
don't
kid?
associate femininity with delicacy. Like these delicate, fragile women. That's not a like I. That's strange to me. That women that can't take care of themselves.
Because that wasn't my experience growing up at all. Like, I've never really been in a fist fight. I've been like in a few shoving matches and stuff, wrestling. But the one time it was really, really close. I stopped growing when I was in grade 8. So basically, yeah, I was well, not the biggest guy, but second or third biggest guy in school. And I remember the biggest guy in school and me squared off one day at recess. And it was this 5 foot cute little girl in grade 8, well, young woman, just stood in between us. He was probably 6'1", I was 5'10", and she's like 5 feet. She just looked at us. You two, stop it right now!
Was
And
it
like,
spontaneous or was it planned? Like y'all planned after school?
no, it was spontaneous. It was
Oh,
just something stupid, I'm sure. But usually it was the like the cute girls in junior high have all the power.
dude.
Yeah, they can make a 6'1" guy change his mind on who he's gonna punch.
Oh my God! Fuck.
Is this hurtful to hear?
No, I didn't notice any of this. I was so oblivious to this. I wish I had paid more attention because I think you're right.
Yeah.
I was an isolated loner. I kept my face in my book and I didn't really pay attention to what the other kids were doing.
Were you a good student?
Hmm. Yeah, I was a nerd and they hated me for it. I was the kid that got all the dodgeballs in PE. They had to take me out of PE. I would come home with bruises from PE class. They had to
Oh
take
my
me out of
goodness.
PE.
Yeah. Well, I was the type of guy who knew how to tick off every group. So in high school, I would hang out with the bangers. I would hang out with the nerds because I was a good, very good student. And so I was in the chess club and that sort of thing. I would hang out with, yeah, the academics, the sports. I did sports. So I was like, I didn't really have one clique, but
You were well rounded.
yeah, I understood everybody. And it was weird because have you seen the Seinfeld episode of Worlds Colliding where George Costanza didn't want some of his friends to meet Jerry and Kramer because he didn't want his worlds to collide? That's what I felt like in high school, like because people I was friends with hated each other, so I had to really keep it separate.
Did they know you were friends with all these other groups?
I think so, but
Oh,
they probably thought, oh, Doug's just pitying them or whatever. But no, I enjoyed hanging out with the bangers.
yeah.
Yeah, it was cool.
I think that's what I had different groups. I didn't necessarily keep them apart. I just knew they weren't groups that would naturally hang out anyway, so I didn't have to bother try to keep them apart. But I had a variety of I had a lot of extracurricular groups, not so much at school, but outside of school I had different groups of people I'd hang out with. Um, but our house also was like the hangout house in the neighborhood. And so it was the house where all different types of people would end up all meeting at the same time. My sister's friends would be there, and my friends would be there. They'd start talking. So our house like was kind of a melt, like
How many
where the
siblings did
neighborhood
you
came
have?
to mix.
How many siblings did you have growing up?
I'm the oldest of four,
Okay.
and then I have two steps for a little while. We had some steps, so we like the Brady Bunch. We had the six kids in the station wagon.
Okay. What? How old were you when your dad divorced your mom?
I don't remember the specific year, but by the time I was like probably 5 or 6, I think that was done. He was out of the picture.
But it's old enough you remember it.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
we had visitation and stuff, so I still like I we saw him throughout our life, but we didn't have a close relationship. He wasn't a presence, like an influence growing up.
Do you still talk to him today?
Mm-mm.
Do you want to talk to him? We're getting deep here, so
We are. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Uh, he has this weird thing, and he told us since when we were kids that he doesn't believe in calling his children. Like he doesn't pick up the phone, and so if we want to call him at any time, we can, but he's not ever going to call us. So I've never had to like worry about is the phone ever going to ring one day and it's going to be my dad. But if the phone did ring tonight and it was my dad on the caller ID, I'd probably pick it up. I'd probably hear what he has to say.
yeah. Well, especially because he doesn't do it very often, so it might be something really
Ever.
important.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It would be the first. So for that reason alone, I'd probably do it.
Yeah. And
But
did you like?
again, I think he was one of these guys that his father didn't have the skill set to pass down to him. So he's just as lost of a generation as the
Yeah.
rest of us.
Yeah. My dad's dad died when my dad was 1.5 years old. So my dad grew up not having a dad, and um, but he did very well raising. I also have 3 siblings. Yeah, I mean, kudos to him. He
Was
did
it
very well.
you were a two-parent family?
No, yeah, 2 parent family, but no divorce or anything. I have 3 sisters. Had 3 sisters. My oldest sister died
Oh.
of MS.
And
You
they
might remember me talking about her. I like when I did mostly the anti-apologetic type stuff. I'd often bring up my sister um, when talking about suffering because she died of MS. A horrible way to go. Um, and I also use my sister like if a Christian comes on and says, "What would it take for you to believe?" And I would say, "Okay, well, let's go to the cemetery where my oldest sister's buried and pray in the name of Jesus." She comes bubbling up through the dirt. I'll drop naturalism. I'll drop atheism. They don't like that answer.
it's
Okay.
pathos. What you grew up religious, right?
Oh yeah,
Like Mennonite.
yeah. Well, the first 15 years at least. I was baptized as a Mennonite. Went to a Mennonite church. I left home at 15 to go to a private Christian school, which was still Mennonite. And then when I went to university, then I started delving into different denominations. And then when I got married, I still delved into different denominations. So Pentecostal, Baptist, seeker sensitive Willow Creek model, where you got it's like a show. It was played saxophone. My wife sang. What else have I been to?
Were
Calvary
you still a
Chapel.
believer at that time?
Oh yeah, yeah. I I always had questions and doubts like most believers, but um, I didn't really start doubting until my mid 30s. Because at that point, you're older, you have kids. It's a sunk cost at that point, right? I got married young, 22.
Was she religious?
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah. We actually came from very similar cultures, even though my wife is black, Trinidadian.
she was
Uh,
Mennonite?
no,
Oh,
but her culture that she came from was very conservative in religion, like mine was. In
was it
fact,
Christian?
yeah, it was Christian. It was uh, more non-denominational, but there was a lot of women in her church that wore head coverings. So that's how that gives you an idea of how conservative they are. And in my church, there was women who wear head coverings as well.
Yeah. Were y'all like did did you go to public school? Did you grow up like with a sense of isolation for being Mennonite?
A little bit, yeah. But I went to public school K through 9 and grade 10. I went to a private Christian school. But yeah, there was a little bit of, oh, he's a Mennonite. We don't like him.
Y'all were just what's the word I'm looking for? Like anachronistic. It's like somebody out of a historical reenactment or something walking around in the modern at the mall in the modern world. And so that's what it struck me as, just kind of out of place, out of time, but very quaint and interesting. I would follow the Mennonite girls around. I was fascinated by it when they show up in
What
public.
state is this? Were you raised in?
Louisiana.
There was Mennonites in Louisiana?
Yeah, they had a little North Louisiana is very Protestant, and they had a little Mennonite enclave, and they'd come into the city to shop. So every now and then you'd see Mennonite girls walking
Like,
around with the little head things.
are you sure they weren't Amish?
No, they're Mennonite.
Oh.
I asked them one day, and I tried to touch their head thing, and she fussed at me. I remember, and then that's what I remember thinking. God, Mennonites are mean.
Well, we weren't, like, the way I was raised, we weren't visible Mennonites. Like, you could never tell just by looking at us. We were like secret Mennonites. Like, we dressed like everybody else. And
Oh, okay. So y'all didn't
yeah,
have to know
like I
these.
was raised, with the best trucks and cars and tractors and stuff, raised on the farm. So,
Oh,
but there was a lot of us versus them. And I don't know whose fault it was more. Like, probably the Mennonites had more of the blame, because Mennonites tend to think that they're better than other people.
oh.
And to be honest, they are on average.
Cajuns think that too.
Yeah, and people will hear this and they say, "Well, what a arrogant thing to say." But I mean, divorces are so rare in the Mennonite heritage. They're strong family units, hardworking, not dependent on the government. Uh, they keep their heads down. They do their job, and then when they hear other people whine and complain how bad things are, they just kind of, poor people. Like, they weren't
Everything
raised right.
conservatives admire.
Yeah, the typical conservative attitude was Mennonites times 10.
Well, maybe we'll all be Mennonites before this is
Well,
over.
and the thing is, um, most Mennonites are pacifists, not all, and so they would never hurt you physically ever, and most of the time they wouldn't even hurt you with their words. But it's like people would hate Mennonites because they know what they're thinking. Like, oh, you think you're better than us, and the Mennonite wouldn't come out and say it, but yeah, we are. And so it's that type of anger.
Is that where some of that smug condescension comes from that you get accused of so often?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the Mennonite.
Like, it's very much that there's a huge break between physical violence and mental violence in the Mennonite community. It's like, if you're grounded in who you are, then sound waves hitting your eardrums ought not hurt you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The Mennonites know this. They are. You're right. They are superior. I think that is far superior to most of the less resilient people.
I would say the Jewish culture as well. The Jewish culture and the Mennonite culture have a lot of similarities. That the sense of identity, like teaching that you're God's chosen people, you're special. Like, that gives you such a confidence and security in who you are, that you can be persecuted for 2,000 years and still be very successful in society, be very successful lawyers, business people, whatever. Where does that grounding come from? It comes from their religion.
Or maybe the sense of group identity. Like,
Well, yeah,
that
sorry.
sense of,
Yeah.
because we have it too, but our religion's Catholic. It's not so much the religion as the cultural, like, journey that we all took together that holds us. But we have that same kind of group resiliency, that sense of group identity that lets us weather.
You were raised Catholic?
I'm Cajun, so we have the whole Cajun diaspora.
So is that conservative Catholicism?
It's French Catholic. It's like Sunday Catholic. You do whatever you want during the week, and you show up
Yeah,
at
right.
church on Sunday and make sure everybody sees you and wave hi. They go about, you
So a
drink
lot
your
of them have
wine and all that
hangovers during
stuff.
Mass.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But they do all your weddings and your funerals for you and stuff like that, and it's real pretty. So it centers the community. But it's not. I wouldn't say it's strict Catholic.
I yeah, I see Mennonites didn't view Catholics as real Christians.
A lot of people don't, and they preceded the real
Yeah.
Christians. The real Christians only started after the Protestant Reformation.
Yeah.
All that
Uh,
historical Christianity,
but it was
not
more
not the
because of
real thing.
that whole you're not smart enough to understand the scriptures yourself, so you need a priest to help you type of deal. Like that really turns off Protestants.
That's not really what it is. I mean,
Well, it's the intercessory, it's like the penance
yeah, the
stuff.
intercession that was corruption, and that turned off a lot of people, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
But that's separate from
And the holy
Christianity on
table
paper. The
and
whole what?
like the altar where you had the communion plate on, the
Mhm.
Eucharist. Like some conservative Catholics think that just the table that it's on is holy and
It
blessed.
is. All that's blessed. I was scared to touch stuff. I said, I
I
didn't know
know.
what was
See,
blessed or not.
like, listen to yourself. You're scared to touch a piece of wood. I
Because
mean,
yes, it's the Lord's. But that's part of what makes religion magical. That awe, and superstition. It gives the meaning it's more meaningful to not touch an altar because you think it's magical than just to have a piece of block and say, oh, okay, let me just set this here on this piece of block.
like looking back now, like you're an atheist, right?
Well, Satanist now, but I've been an atheist my whole life. Now
Yeah,
I
yeah.
consider myself non-theistic, but there's
Right,
a
right.
distinction that makes a difference.
But basically, Satanist is code for atheists with certain secular values. A Satanist is code for that, right?
Depends on which Satanist you ask. Without getting into the weeds tonight, I'll go ahead and accept. I'll assent to that for now.
Because I've talked to a lot of Satanists, and I think I'm not saying you're this way, but I think a lot of people call them Satanists just to scare Christians in the United States.
No, there is something called reactive Satanism, and that's the majority of modern Satanism. But I am definitely not that. In fact, I consider myself a Christian Satanist. I think you need both. I draw on both. It's all one mythology, one mythos. So I make use of all of it.
Oh, there's actually a religion that is older than Satanism. What's it called? That Christianity came out of.
Mithraism,
No,
Gnosticism,
no, older. Where they,
Zoroastrianism.
yeah, Zoroastrianism is very much what you're describing.
Yeah, like
It's kind of
Manichaeism,
yin and yang type of thing.
this cosmic polarity of good and evil.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
if you're going to believe in theism, to me, I think that has the strongest explanatory power, is that there is a God and he's half evil and half good.
I think that's like a crude human way of saying it. I think there's just distinct energies that make up a larger antithetical whole, and why limit yourself to one when you can make use of the holistic synergy that's created from both,
You're triggering
and
it.
their complements, like Jesus went through and got tempted by Satan in the desert to see if he could hold his Christianity, and his Christianity was strengthened from that, and it allowed him to clarify that side of it. But then Satan has to face Christ as well, and like test his Satanism to see if he succumbs to Christianity and the power of Christ, and if he doesn't, that fortifies his Satanism. And that's what I've had to face as a Satanist, is trying to have that confrontation with Christ to test the Satanism part of it. But I think you need, it's like a dialectic that you need to be able to shuttle between both as needed
But you're
to get the
talking
full benefit.
right now you're talking in philosophical terms,
Yeah,
right?
or yeah,
Okay.
or
You don't believe
metaphor
Jesus
or
actually is
archetypal.
God or that sort of thing.
No, just psychological or
Okay, good,
archetypal.
good.
Mythological, because ultimately none of this makes sense outside of like the Western mythological framework. So within that framework, this makes sense of having these polarities that you balance psychologically inwardly. But I don't know if to a non-Westerner that would make sense.
Okay. I was just getting a little concerned there that I might have to employ my street epistemology Jedi mind tricks on you, but I don't. So
I think I think we're making even more progress than that.
Jack Darko, why is that name something? Oh yeah,
Oh,
I
do
remember
you
him.
not remember your friend
Yeah, I
Jack?
remember him.
He's I don't let me see. I have all kind of little condescending ways I want to describe this, but I want to
He's
be
my new friend.
respectful.
Don't condescend him.
I know. I'm going to try real hard not to. I want to be respectful and say something really genuine here. Jack, I'm going to say it like this. He has a spiky profile, and some of those spikes, I think we're making connection on it and having some genuine understanding. And then you have those other moments where all of that breaks down. And so I'll take those small, brief, punctuated moments of progress
Yeah.
because it's like rupture and repair. It's a different pattern than just constant friction or hostility or antagonism or communication breakdown. Every time you try to communicate, some people you just have a pattern and it just devolves every time. With Jack, it's like a step
See,
forward, a step back, a step forward, a step back.
well, but the thing is, even that language, though, Jeff,
Is
makes it sound
condescending.
makes it sound like he needs changing, or you want to change him. Like,
I do want to change it. If I could wave a magic wand and make him not spurg out during our conversations, I would change him, and he would
but
do the same with me.
we need people like Jack in society
Yeah, I agree. I
because
agree.
he does have valuable opinions and ideas,
Yeah,
and just like
when
I'm not right
when
about
they're the
everything,
right
he's not
ones.
right about everything. But this is one of the biggest differences, I think, between, dare I say, conservatives or people who lean right and people who lean left. Like, I'm totally okay with looking someone in the eyes and saying, hey, if these are your values, vote this way. And, I just don't value it like you do, so I'm going to vote another way. And that's fine. We can go on our separate paths. But on the left, it seems to me like that you find more people say, no, Doug, you cannot be a conservative. Stop it, because such great harm can happen, and you need to change. And it reminds me of me saying to a Christian, stay a Christian, that's fine. But a Christian could never say stay an atheist, because there's just so much at stake. And I see that
Right.
parallel. And to me, it's very dangerous. It's like, because now you're operating out of fear.
And that's the playbook, is to try to convince you how harmful you are, because everything's harm now. Like everything's harmful,
Yeah.
and they have to help you regulate
I'm the
your
bad boy.
potential to cause harm.
That's why the women love us, Jeff.
The,
We're the bad boys. We cause harm.
it's crazy making, because it's not a simple dynamic. If they would just show up and say, "Yeah, hey, well, I'm here for the bad boys," and acknowledge that, not gaslight. Hey, Bex,
Maybe, do you have a leather jacket? Maybe we should both wear black leather jackets right
I
now.
do have one,
Although it's
but
hot.
it's falling
I'm in
apart,
Arizona.
and all the little like flakes of leather keep falling off of it. So.
But I don't get perturbed easily, but that does kind of bug me a little bit, that people don't realize that we're different for a reason. Like, I think we evolved this way to help us survive, and that hey, society needs people like me. Society needs people like Jack.
For what?
For
Now that
the
we have you, what can we exploit you for? I guess what I'm asking.
well, there's many answers
If
to
you're
that
here
question.
for a reason, let's
Like,
get
for
it.
example, what I appreciate about Jack is he's not scared to speak his mind, and if he thinks something's wrong, he'll say so. Same with me. Now, we will disagree, but there's many people in society who can't do that, or choose not to do that because of the awkwardness, uncomfortableness. So you need people in society who are willing to speak up and they can then,
Disagreeable men.
yeah, and that helps the arena of ideas to get going and conversation to be started and trying to figure out what is actually this thing we call truth. We need progressives, and yet we need conservatives.
Yeah, yes, on an abstract level. Tell me why we need these particular progressives.
Oh, because I think the progressive movement, it goes against the status quo. And do you think we would have had women voting today if everybody was staunch conservative? I don't think so.
But just like the KKK is not the same Republicans of today, do you think the progressives that got the women the right to vote are the same progressives of today?
No, of course not. But you get the general gist of what I'm saying, that there are certain people in life who love the status quo. They don't want the boat upset. They don't
Right,
want
it's
the
working for them.
Yeah, it's working for them. So they're happy and say, like, don't change things. And
Yeah,
there's other people in life who thrive over change. And so much so they'll change things for change sake, which is why you need conservatives say, well, why are you really doing this?
right, and that's what I'm trying to do with all this. It's Chesterton's. If you're gonna make a change, give me a really good reason for the change, not all
Yeah.
this woo stuff.
Yeah. And then it's like progressives, and I will even lump females into this, that you need people who will say the opposite of what I said a few minutes earlier, that, the Mennonites think that as long as you don't hurt me physically, you can say whatever you want, sound waves hitting my eardrums, you can't hurt me. But people who are progressive, or let's say are women, they tend to be more empathetic and nurturing on that sort of thing and say, no, wait a minute, shut up. You're hurting that person. Be quiet.
But shut up is not an American thing.
No, it isn't. But not in general, not when it comes to politics, but it still exists in society. This is why I think having one woman and one man raise a family is best, or maybe a few concubines, but
And a gay uncle.
and a gay uncle. Yeah, actually, yeah. Because the father usually lays down the law, and the mother, when the child gets really sad about what the father has strictly enforced, says, "Hey, it's okay. This is for your well-being, and this is for the best, and you're going to be okay. You and your father, we love you greatly. I'll give you a hug. That sort of thing."
Hmm.
But then when the kid turns 18, or let's say 15, or no, 16, and says, "Hey, mom, I'm going out with friends," and the mom says, "No, you're not," and the kid says, "Yeah, I am, mom, and you can't stop me," and then in walks the father, "But I can stop you. So sit down, and you're not going anywhere."
Yeah, that's what I didn't have a lot of growing up, and it shows. My whole life is trying to get that on my own somehow, what I didn't get.
So there was, like, even your stepfather wasn't around?
Yeah, he was, and he tried. He was the closest to, like, he really tried to step into that role, but just he couldn't make the connection with me.
Hmm.
Like whether it was autism, gay, whatever, there was just some kind of barrier that kept him from making that connection.
Well, when did you come out as gay?
Pretty early. But after him, he was out of the. But I was always I mean, I wasn't much different than I am now. So, like, in that environment, I stood out as probably more feminine than most of the guys down there. Like maybe gender nonconforming,
You
you
don't
might
actually
call it
seem
today.
feminine to me.
Well, to them, growing up, I did. Not a lot. Not any more than I think I do now. But by the standards of southern rural Louisiana, it was more striking. And
Like I
I don't
get,
know if it was. I'm just. That's like one of the things it could have been. I don't actually know what it was because I didn't have the skill set to sit down and have a conversation with about it then. If it happened today, I could talk through and understand what the issues were. But back then, I just knew that there was some kind of just barrier with me and him in particular that wasn't there with the other kids.
What's your opinion on divorce as a kid growing up in a divorced home?
I am. I suffered from not having a father role, but I think I benefit from it not having be my biological father. So I think it was my the divorce in my case. I think was a good. It benefited me. I think it would have been worse with my biological
Was
father.
he abusive?
He wasn't abusive. I just think I would have grown up with more negative influence, and there would have been more conflict and
Mm.
friction. Well, it would have been adversarial. He and I. I don't think it would have been harmonious. And so in that sense, I think the divorce was the right thing, but it left me without the things I needed that you would get if the marriage had stayed intact. So that's why I say fathers are father substitutes, like some kind of healthy male mentor that could be there if the biological father is not the one fit for that role. So I think divorce is individual, and in some cases it yes they need to get divorced. It's going to be better for everybody if they do, and in some cases no, it's better if the two of you stay together and raise these kids.
Yeah, because in a way, like if you ask people on the street in the United States, what is love? I think very few of them would answer, well, love is a commitment. Well, they probably would add that in with a bunch of other stuff, but that probably wouldn't be their primary answer. But I do think that when you get married and have kids, your primary um, purpose is to raise those kids in a good, stable home. And in spite of your happiness, in other words, your happiness does not matter at all. That's your goal. And so I do not understand this idea of I just don't feel I love him anymore or her anymore or I'm not attracted to them anymore. Who cares? You have kids, raise them in a good stable environment. Even if you have to view your husband or your wife as a roommate, do it and be civil and nice to each other and be unhappy for 18 years if that's what it takes.
Is that from experience?
No, I'm
Oh,
I'm in a very happy marriage, but I've
okay.
seen marriages like that where it's like my emotional needs are not met, or I don't she's gained 50 pounds or whatever. It's like grow up already. You've had kids together. Put your feelings and aspirations aside and do the right thing for society and raise your kids in a good stable home where they have a sense of identity, have rituals, traditions, whatever, so they grow up knowing who they are, so they don't go out on the streets and commit crimes.
Is that the main goal? Like try to get your kids to at least not commit crimes.
Well, that would be like the minimum bar.
Yeah.
But but this is how you raise productive members of society, in my opinion, is having a stable home.
Well, then what's happening?
The opposite, and there's not stable homes.
I don't think there's stable realities either because of our reality comes from TikTok, social media, Twitter, YouTube.
No, but
That's not
that's
stable.
well, the thing is, when you have a stable home, I think you're going to have less likely your daughter spending time on TikTok and then feeling shameful that she's not as pretty as the other girls.
But yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm thinking of the people I know with stable homes, and you're right. They seem to be
Like my
working
daughter
quite
never
well.
ever got caught up in the social media stuff. She actually dislikes it. She wishes for the 80s because she watched the
Right.
what's the HBO show? No,
Stranger
Netflix.
Things.
Stranger Things, Netflix. Yeah. She watches Netflix and go, oh, I wish I was born in the 80s. I hate the internet so much. Like this, this is a teenage girl saying this, right? Like I hate TikTok. I hate Instagram. I just want to go out to the mall with my friends and play arcade or whatever. I mean,
I wonder if that's like they're just gonna outgrow this. Like the whole internet's just gonna be a thing that the old fogies used to do in the past. We're not even into that anymore.
There's my good friend.
Our good friend. Hey,
Now he has the
Dr. Dr.
bad boy
Darko.
persona going. He has the chest hair showing, the
Oh,
chain.
he's doing chesties today. Look at that. What are we-
Kanye 2020 tank top.
I mean,
I
this
got the
us three guys together here. I mean, we're all babe magnets, I think.
Well,
Except for Jeff, he's the dude.
I'm trying to be a daddy magnet
Dad.
so far now.
You like the dad bod?
Oh,
Do I have to be
indeed.
worried?
pussy man.
And y'all don't need to magnetize anything. You have your supply.
What do you mean? I'm in a poly relationship. A
Oh, I didn't know it was
hypothetically
poly.
relationship.
Oh,
Well,
I didn't
let's
know.
talk about that.
Hypothetically. For sure.
I
go
thought
for
you
it.
were married or like in a long term.
I am.
Okay, but
Yeah.
it's not monogamous.
No,
Uh,
it's the
Okay.
poly is the
Theoretically.
opposite of monogamy.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
So
yeah.
potentially it could become non-monogamous, but it currently is monogamous.
yeah.
See, I
Yeah.
think
Open to the
only-
idea.
What percentage of
Somehow.
society can do what you do, Jack, and not go crazy?
Oh, very small, probably.
Yeah, it is
like I don't
small.
know, like 2% or less. Yeah, I mean, it's not something I recommend. Like I don't know, there's a lot of like anti-mono people in the poly circuit, and those people are annoying.
Like you probably have almost no jealousy impulses at all, right?
No, I wouldn't say that's true. I don't know. I'm good at communicating when I'm feeling those.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I more so like I would differentiate between like jealousy and envy, whereas like yeah, like I struggle more with envy of like that sounds fun. I want to do that too. More than anything else.
Like I've always said, in order to be a polygamist, you have to. No, I guess polygamy is different than polyamory. In order to be a polyamorist, you have to be so incredibly honest
Yeah,
and organized.
yeah. That's the thing too. Is
And
it's a time
adaptable.
sink,
You got to keep your Tuesdays and Thursdays straight, and
right?
Yeah.
And keep my Wednesdays and Mondays gay.
Priceless. Do y'all live together? Is it just the
Yeah.
two of you?
Yeah. Yeah, we're both mostly like open to the idea of dating other people, but like it's a time sink, and it's
Oh,
I don't know,
right.
it's a lot of effort to like go meet someone who doesn't and
It really is. You could just
sort
be
out the
hanging
people
here.
who doesn't who don't suck, and it's like
Yeah. We had a guy that used to hang out here regularly that was in a polycule, and it was complicated because he and half of them were trans. So when I say he, I'm speaking loosely. But he was with this girl, and then she had a relationship with some other person, but not him. And then that person had a relationship, and then they all lived in the same apartment together. They just got a house together, and they were all going to live as a unit, but as a polycule.
Yeah.
But they weren't all equally attached to each other. Some of them were in polycules with others.
yeah. Right. Yeah, you have
But-
like nesting partners, primaries, secondaries,
Yeah,
metas.
that, all of that.
but Jack,
Yeah. I mean, it's
I know
financially very nice. Sorry, go ahead.
I know one person who is polyamorous as well, and one of the they were married, and then they both had like side, whatever you call it, but one of them kind of went crazy and started like threatening and stuff. I mean, there's so much risk in polyamory that I just not worth it to me.
What's the risk? Like the you're risking
I
your
mean-
your attachment with the person.
Well, there's risk in marriage, but the risk in polyamory is just, I think it's exponential for every person you add into the group.
Yeah, I'm a monogamist. I feel for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I guess, yeah, there's a lot of risk there, but also like, I don't know, part of it kind of evens out, right? Like when you go through like a bad breakup or a divorce, like, and you're monogamous, like you've lost, like that one person, and like like you probably, I mean, hopefully have friends or family to fall back
Then you mourn
on.
for a year and then you replace.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, if you're married to someone and you have a girlfriend and that girlfriend leaves you, like, oh, can go talk to my wife about how I'm sad that like I'm not dating my girlfriend anymore, and like I don't know, kind of softens the blow. So yeah,
my dear husband, you'll get over this girlfriend. Don't worry.
right, yeah. No, she was really cool. I did also think she was cute.
You realize
don't
how
knock
this sounds
it.
weird,
If
right,
it,
Jack?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's it's crazy for sure.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
I like that connection. There's like an alchemical seal that forms with two people. You get to grow and deepen that, and a third person breaks that. But I'm not knocking different models for different people. That's just what works for me. But if the other model works for other people, hey,
And the money part too is another issue. Like, let's say your wife, or no, let's say your girlfriend comes to you, Jack, and says, "Hey, I need a favor. I'm in a tough spot right now. Something came up. I need $10,000 now. I mean," and your wife says, "Wait a minute. Like, we've talked about this, Jack. No, no.
We can't sell that much cocaine. Like that's irresponsible.
I mean, financially, I can just imagine chaos.
Yeah, I
what
mean,
if-
yeah, I don't know.
What if you take your girlfriend out or boyfriend? I don't know what you're doing. I don't want to, but and the date costs $200, and your wife takes her boyfriend or girlfriend out, and that date costs $100. Do you come home together and look at the family budget and say, "Wait a minute, you spent more on your girlfriend than I spent on mine"?
No,
Has
it's
that ever
mostly
happened?
just like I mean, it's never like a competition. It's just like our like going out budget is like way over what we want it to be. I don't know. It's just it'd be the same thing if like her and I were going out to like $100 and $200 dinners like super frequently. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. A lot of it is just communication beforehand. Like I'm not just doing like surprise $200 lunches or experiences. Like that's a thing that's going to be planned out and discussed beforehand. So
If I was a polyamorous, I'd probably walk around with my lawyer on my left and my accountant on my right.
yeah, and you can fuck both of them. It's the best part.
For spontaneity?
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, like all poly relationships are set up differently. Like some people are okay with the other person having one night stands. We're less so in that camp. It's more of like a, hey, we should, I don't know.
I think
You make
adults should be able to self-determine the relationships that work for them.
Yeah.
No,
Which
I think God should dictate it.
yeah, it's more or less what we're doing.
I'm
No,
sorry,
Satan.
Jack,
How
on
about
this
Satan?
one.
Satan can dictate it.
Faith.
Anyhow,
Archangel Gabriel specifically is my dude. Who I'm like, how many people is this guy banging? Should model my life after him.
I'm going to take
It-
off. It's not because of you, Jack. It's very hot in my
Okay.
office right now, and I'm very uncomfortable, so I need to get up, open the door,
Oh
and
no.
walk around.
Okay. Well, Doug,
Well,
great
I'm
seeing
sorry.
you. Come
Okay,
back.
thanks for having me on.
Take care. Oh no, we got tricked.
Debated.
Yes. Well, where do we go from here?
Down, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
You come here often.
Unless Ticky Tack wants to come up or Freak, or we can just talk about something non-controversial
Yeah, for sure.
until it becomes controversial.
Yeah.
Because there's some kind of meta something underneath all of it. I wonder if it's. I'm becoming of the mind that it's generational. Like you were as different from me as a person from Australia or Canada or the UK. There's just that much cultural difference between one generation and another after a certain point.
I would disagree with that. Pretty heavy. I mean, I don't know. I guess it kind of depends on like what you mean by that. But like, I don't know. Like, do you think people having access to affordable healthcare is good?
Yes, I think it's great. Washington
Yeah.
was one of the first states to do expanded Medicaid, and I was so impressed
Right.
how
Yeah.
they implemented and rolled it out. And I'm a big fan of it. I wish all the states would expand.
For sure.
Um,
So that's something that we agree on. Do you believe in freedom of speech?
Absolutely. That's one of my big.
For sure.
That's one of the foundations of my resistance to DEI because I don't want people telling me how to talk.
For sure. You pro like Second Amendment?
Love it.
For sure. How far? How deep?
Reasonable. I don't
Just
think
to.
we all need to be running around with machine guns, but like
Oh,
reasonable,
okay. For sure.
like
Okay, so we kind of agree
reasonable
on that.
regulation, whatever that turns out to be.
Right. Okay, so we kind of agree on that. I think, I believe in a significantly more irresponsible, like I think private nukes, like people owning nukes might be okay. Like I think there's a case to be made for that.
Are you are you being serious?
Yeah, like unironically. But like that's like a I don't know, kind of more of a principle thing. Like pragmatically, I don't know
I'm
if
sure it'll
like
come up at some point in human history.
right. But anyway, First Amendment we agree on, healthcare we agree on, Second Amendment we agree on. Like, yeah, I mean,
What's the
self-determination
progressive
and
part?
like,
When you identify yourself as progressive, what? Because
Oh, I
I
don't
know
identify myself as
progressives
progressive.
completely differently from what you just said your
Yeah.
positions were.
yeah, I try to distance myself from the label of progressive at all because those people are crazy.
Oh, because
Um,
you said it one day. Maybe you were just being ironic.
Oh yeah, I I
Oh,
don't know.
okay. There was a
Yeah.
bunch of people in the panel. We were identifying our political, and you said progressive, and I
Oh, for
took it
sure.
as you identified as one.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I will sometimes throw it out there, ironically, because like I don't know, like in comparison to some of the other people that I'm around, it's like, well, I might as well be like a
Oh, okay.
fucking,
Well, that helps because I had all the stereotypes of progressives on you.
right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So you just a liberal?
Yeah. I'm a pretty staunch liberal. Capital L liberal, if you will.
Yeah, same here. That's what I've always been. That's what I still consider myself. I just find more of it on the right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's a massive cultural difference. I think it's an epistemological issue. Like I don't know.
Well, culture, the cultural difference could be downstream from that, or there could be cultural influences on the epistemology, but let's explore that.
For sure.
What's the epistemological difference that you see?
I don't know. Like, what happens when you see data that doesn't comport with your experience?
I ask more questions and gather more information.
For sure. But yeah, but I mean, like,
I investigate, I
like
guess.
for sure. And like, I guess to what end? Like what makes you, again, like you're confronted with this data. It doesn't, you're like,
Until I feel like I've arrived at the truth. Like I have very high standards for truth, and there's always I'm a skeptic too. So and I'm there's never an endpoint to investigation unless there's a specific truth you're looking for, like who's the murderer. Like you can find that out, and then the investigation ends. But something like data disparities, I imagine there could be many layers that you could investigate and not get to some ultimate truth. Although you may.
oh yeah. I'm not talking about like competing studies. I'm talking
So
about like,
I'm suspicious of dogma. I'm suspicious of a set of data and then a very dogmatic insistence on that's what this is.
okay.
So I would take a more open approach, like, okay, I see what the data appears to be indicating. Let's explore more.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. But yeah, I guess like,
And if I'm going to make assumptions at all, I'm going to err on the side of positive, like good faith. I'm not going to assume the worst of people as an explanation. I'm going to assume something more benign, and then if I discover it's something worse, I'll adjust. But I won't start out with a cynical assumption.
okay, so like I guess I could see an issue there where like again you're confronted with data and like if it's I don't know too cynical of an explanation, like I don't know, you might
Well, they're never explanations. They're just hypotheses, right? Like potential inferences or possible explanations for the data, but it's not because that's the stage we're at. All we see is a a data set, and it's discrepancies in particular that we're talking about in the data. That's what the issue is. Gaps.
No, I'm talking about discrepancies between the data and your personal like lived experience.
Oh, okay. Let me get back on that track. Let me get on that track
You're
then.
good. For sure.
I think that is the norm because data is very abstract and people's personal experiences is going to be very particularized. So I think there's always that you're working at two different scales or levels of zoom. So I think my personal experience takes primacy because that's where my model comes from. And so when I have data and it there's a dissonance between the data and my personal experience, I'm generally going to default to my personal experience and try to use that to help resolve the data. Like if I'm gonna have any kind of bias at all, it's gonna be toward my personal experience. So if the data, in fact, this happens all the time in like studies and researches. If it doesn't apply to me, then I don't worry about the study because studies, at being an outlier, studies don't often capture me. So if I can recognize that whatever study I'm reading is not relevant to me because I'm not one of the people it captures in its mean or whatever, I will discount the study. I won't give the study as much credence as somebody else can if it doesn't track with my personal experience. Even if it may be an accurate study, it has to speak to my personal experience.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ticky.
So I would say that is where our foundational epistemological like difference is like I do the opposite of that. Like I trust a little bit more in data than like what I than my own subjective experience and like
Not subjective. Although it is subjective, but it wasn't subjectivity itself. I was talking about. It was my actual like my whole my memory banks of all the experiences that I've had.
yeah, your model for the world,
My model,
which
all
is
the people
is
I've
subjective,
encountered,
right? Like
everything I've read, all of that. Like that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
sum
but like
total of what I've experienced.
yeah, yeah, and like I don't know. There's like subjective and objective. They're like the opposite ends of the spectrum, right?
But everyone's experience is going to be limited and subjective in a sense, and so the subjectivity of it doesn't seem to be the salient feature of it. It's the fact that I guess it's empiricism. It's experience that I have direct access to. That's the value of it for me, more than the fact that it's the subjectivity of it. So it's not subjectivity versus objectivity. It's like concrete experience versus an abstract representation of something. Like, because data and statistics are never going to capture the full richness of my particular experience. So it's not going to have the authority that my experience has for me personally when I'm trying to make decisions and figure things out. It might be useful. It might be one factor I consider, but I'm not going to defer to it with the authority that other people might.
I mean, I guess I don't know. Deferring with authority is not necessarily my position, but yeah, I don't know.
But you
like,
said you would tend to like give more weight to the data than to your experience, and I would give more weight to my experience than the data. The data is just one data point. A chart or a graph or a study is just one data point compared to an entire lifetime of experience. So it's just one point that I have to insert into this whole large body of experience.
I think that's something that comes with
Yeah, we just
age
have
more than anything. Because when I was younger in my 20s, I thought that the data and statistics was very empirical, that there wasn't really much room to counter the statistics that were made by whatever authority of like universities or something like that. Um, but it wasn't until I got older into my 30s, and recognizing my lived experience and a lived experience of being involved in certain societies and cultures, I would go to the statistics and the studies and find that they're just way off on interpreting what's really going on. So their initial premise to build the statistics is flawed, which then led me into, well, apparently there's a replication crisis within academia. Not to say that, all science is bad, but we're you kind of always have to be skeptical of the data now. You can't really take it as like just the source of truth immediately.
Well, yeah.
Even something like the
advocate for that.
weather, I might pull up the weather and look at the data, but I'm gonna go by what is actually happening, like how it seems to me outside, but versus what the computer's telling me the weather is.
Well, yeah, but like that computer is giving you a model for like like what you can expect, so that if it's snowing outside, you're not gonna like walk out in shorts and be like, "Oops, like I guess I should go try again," right?
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is I'm gonna walk outside. Like even if I read the website, I'm gonna walk outside to get the true information that I need. I'm not just gonna read the website and then go off of that without checking it against the actual weather first.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean,
So I
But yeah, I
check
guess, like,
against, like, the data might be a starting point, but experience is always the ultimate thing that I verify everything against.
Yeah, it's kind of like where I live. Almost every other day, it predicts that there's going to be rain around. But in my particular area, I'm at the highest altitude compared to the rest of the city. So the clouds seem to just always go around where I'm at. And my best judgment is just going outside and just kind of smelling the air and looking up at the sky. And you could usually tell when it's going to rain that day or not.
I have a bum knee, so I don't even have to go outside to smell anything. I just wake up and I'm like, my knee's kind of sore. Guess what? It's gonna be wet.
That's probably going to be more accurate than the weather.
More accurate than the data.
I mean, it's a proxy for measuring barometric pressure. So, like, I mean, I don't know. It's just more data. Like, yeah, I don't know. I guess
I
again,
guess you
like
could
I
look at
have
it that way.
right. Yeah, like I have again, like like the almost the complete opposite viewpoint that you do of like, oh, like this study, like these statistics is just like this like one data point, and like my life is this, or these tiny dots on an endless timeline of data. But like, I'm like, I'm the opposite of that. I'm like my experience is just one data point in like the like population, and like when I look at studies, like I'm looking at like attempts to guesstimate stuff for the population.
Well, I guess the only way I can really describe where my anecdotal experience overlaps with the studies is actually within the transgender community and with transgender studies. Um, so I consider myself ex-gay, which, yeah, okay, in the technical term, I still am gay because that never goes away. Um, but I've lived in the entire culture, even way before it was this trendy thing at like 2012. Like I can think back to like 2004, when I was going to these gay bars, and it always seemed like that the transgender just was really messed up in the head. Like they were having more or less a identity crisis, not a gender crisis. They were just all over the place, and it fell in line with a lot of the comorbidities that are seen within transgenders in the most recent studies. So that's where my initial skepticism comes in. And then when I really dig into the data of how successful these things are, or how beneficial like the treatments are, um, they're mostly surveys, voluntary surveys that are sent out to people to say if they're happy with their experience or not. And a lot of these surveys, they leave out the non-response rates. So you can never really grasp um, how effective these treatments are, especially since one of the major comorbidities is suicide. That, if you're going to not be publishing the non-response rates, how are you going to tell who is actually like, falling off the ladder in the data sets? The only way to empirically test it is to go out to these doctors' offices, these gender clinics that are following up on the treatments and actually get their data. But it turns out that they're really bad with data management, and nobody has been able to get like conclusive data out of the gender clinics either. So now it's just like it seems like the only thing that's keeping this whole society afloat is a social contagion. It's the but this is again my interpretation of the data, and I can never really seem to convince anybody to hear out my grievances against what's going on, because everybody's part of the social contagion.
Well, I'm definitely not. You're saying that the data you read on transgenderism is not matching what you've experienced from transgender people themselves.
That, and then also just that I feel like with the treatments that are coming about, um, they're not asking the right questions and they're not collecting the right data in order to determine that this is the right move for like medical treatment with the hormones and the surgeries.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
just
it's
not
also like hard to like if you want to actually test the effect of like if you want to do some randomized controlled trials of like take some cis people and trans people and put them on like that's just not doable, right?
no, but we don't need to do that. It's
Or I guess like what data would you like to
so-
see to change your mind?
Well, just as I described, I would like actual doctors that have collected data on people's transitions and figure out what has happened. And so far, gender clinics have not been keeping up on their data. It's because essentially they're not taking notes on their patients. They're just kind of like making a decision and just throwing it out there. So we don't really have any data on like reports of how these people are growing up with these transitions.
I mean, we're also talking about like a super duper small sect of the population, right? So like yeah, like there are literally like 12 studies on trans people ever, and like half of them are from not
Well,
not even in America.
we can, but the thing is that any sort of treatment that has no justification that may be leading out to worse outcomes is not something that should be promoted.
I have a question, Jack. Why is there such an outsized influence or concern? If they're that small of a population, why do they have such an outsized influence on?
Because it's all conservatives in America have been talking about for like
No,
so many fucking years.
I
Like
hang
it's
around
literally their
conservatives
like
all day long. It's not all they talk
yeah,
about.
for sure. Yeah, yeah. I hang out in a lot of different spaces on
They
the
talk
internet, and
about
like
the small percent that's so small.
yes, Matt
That
Walsh of the Daily Wire is making whole ass documentaries, not about fiscal policy or like like anything of
he's
merit,
one
but
guy.
like trans kids.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's not
Yeah,
all,
sure.
he's not all
It was part of one of the
conservatives.
most popular like online right
I
wing.
just don't understand that's like a rare disease. Like if it's that small of a pop, why it's consuming the attention resources of the entire society if we're only talking about such a small population.
Yeah, because
I
again, conservatives have no platform besides.
It's because of conservatives, not because of trans activists.
I mean, it's probably a mix of both, but it's probably because like conservatives are, like they would rather fearmonger about like they're going to trans your kids than talk about any sort of meaningful
Well, I
policy.
think there are legitimate concerns to be
well,
had with this approach, this medical approach.
Sure. I mean, do you think literally anything else it might be more important than that? Like,
Well,
well,
to
here's
call it fear mongering when there's legitimate medical concerns seems
so I have
well,
rhetorical
I
and
mean, it is
I have
hyperbolic.
certain
fear-mongering.
motivations behind the why I would fight against these types of issues, and it's because as my time being gay and being surrounded by homosexuals, by having really close friends as well, what I notice is that there is a mental health crisis within the entire community. It's like there's a lot of drug use, a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression. It just exists, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. And I don't think transitioning for transgenders is doing a whole lot of help, because it starts up at the top with these anxiety and depression issues that are going on. Like, this isn't just a
Sure. I mean, I
transgender
feel like
thing. This is Yeah, this isn't just a transgender thing. Like, it's the entire like subsect of the sexually promiscuous, I would say. The extreme end of the sexually promiscuous.
Is that, when have you? What was your last contact with the gay community?
It's been about 4 years.
Okay. Oh, that's more recent than mine. I just want. I know that's how it was in our day. I wonder with marriage now if it's still as sluttish as it used to be. Now that we have a
Yeah, it
more of a
is.
path to respectability.
I would say it could be a lot more because of the amount of fetish clubs and stuff that exists, and even ones that are married generally are not like monogamous as much. And I've actually lost two friends from drug overdoses, and it was very close to each other at 30 and 31. And that's primarily what triggered this whole thing, to figure out like what the fuck is going on, because it was something that I noticed for the longest time, that people did have kind of like drug issues and mental health issues,
Oh yeah, that's
but
big.
I but I guess in some sort of way that was how we related to each other. That's how we were able to like cope with our situation, was knowing another person that has those same issues. But the thing is that it never really solved anything. It never really solved the core problem behind it, and I lost two friends because the fact that we didn't solve our issues. You know, and that's my fear, for even like transgenders right now, is that they're just trying to cope right now with a lot of the mental illnesses that they're dealing with. And I don't see these radical treatments as a solution. I literally just think it's a mask to a deeper underlying problem.
Well, I've always said that the suicidality itself is a mental health issue. That's not transgenderism. It could accompany the condition of transgenderism, and you treat suicidality with mental health techniques, not with surgery.
Yeah.
So if the reason for the surgery is to treat the suicidality, I question that. I also question why, again, if my very small population, the male suicide rates are like at what, almost 75%, like 2/3, 3/4, and there's the male population is way larger.
Yeah, and you're talking
So it
about the
seems really out of
right?
proportion to like focus on the mental distress of such a small population. Why more than half of our men are contributing to the highest suicide rate.
So I just want to clarify the suicide rate. You're talking about within gay men.
No,
Is that
and
right?
it's middle aged. Let's see, middle aged
right. I'm like
white
75%.
men.
I don't know what that's measuring. Is it like
Well,
75% of men are middle-aged white men are killing themselves? Because that would be
The
or
percent of suicides are white men. The total suicides, that's the amount that are men,
fair. I
not
mean, what?
trans. It's not trans that are killing themselves by 70 that are
that's
75% of our suicides. It's men.
I really have to confirm this only because of I know the suicidality rate within gay men is about 62%. The last statistic that I saw,
It's
but
not
I'm not sure
suicidality.
overall.
He's measuring like raw number of suicides like per year. It's
Right, the actual rates.
75% middle-aged white men.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. Although
Okay, that
suicide
makes sense
attempts are
now.
pretty even between men and women. But yeah, yeah. Sorry, it took me a
Right,
second
men
too.
are just more successful. Actually,
Yes,
women attempt more. Men succeed more.
right. So if you want true equality, we need. Never mind. I'm not gonna.
The suicide rate, this is from the CDC, among males in 2022 was approximately 4 times higher than the rate among females. Males make up 50% of the population, but nearly 80% of suicides.
Oh, sure. And this is how many per year?
You could download data right here. They're just giving 2022 on this particular page, but this is all from the CDC. They have a whole set of data. Actually,
Yeah, but
80.
I mean, like, how many
Last
men
time I
actually
looked
kill
at it, it was
themselves?
lower than 80%. 80% is higher than last time I checked.
Well, yeah, but I
Okay,
mean,
well,
like, how many men are
He's
actually killing
he's
themselves, though? It's a pretty small
yeah.
sect of the population.
So this is where I was kind of asking at, and it looks like it's about 15 per 100,000. So that's a fraction of a percent.
Yeah, it's like 0.15%. That's like less than the transes.
Yeah. And that's where my bigger concern
Wait, are you
came in.
saying there's more trans killing themselves than men?
Oh, no,
Well,
there are more trans people than
by
men
number,
killing themselves.
yeah, it's I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but just kind of looking at the overall percent. Um, that even makes me question my statistic again about the 62% of gay men. Maybe it's suicide attempts and not suicide. Um,
You said suicidality, so like desire to be dead is I think what you were talking about, which is
yeah,
a pretty sorry.
yeah, that's probably what the 62% is. It's just an overall either like attempted suicide, thinking about suicide, or have off themselves. So it's probably all of them combined. But it's still high.
Yeah. I'm
But
seeing.
yeah, I can understand the frustration just with it, kind of some of the echo chamber conservatives on the subject of transgenderism, because they really don't have any like basis behind their opinion. They're just following the narrative.
Yeah.
Um, but this is something that I spent a lot of time trying to figure out. Um, and honestly, it's just driven by the need to have less people destroying themselves in general. It's more of like an effort towards reducing mental health issues.
Sure. Okay. So I think I can maybe build this case for you. Um, do you believe men and women have different brains?
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay. Um, if you were anxious and depressed because you had cancer, do you think we should solve that anxiety and depression first with like mental health stuff before we take care of the cancer?
Uh, but now you're getting into the realm of blurring the cause and effect. The effect of the anxiety is the cancer, whereas the anxiety and depression, I don't think it's based off this brain scan of them being male or female against what they actually are biologically. Um, I think it's most of it comes from childhood trauma. Um, so the the molestation rate, or the child molestation rate for people who identify as transgender, is upwards in the 50 percentile.
Well, to be
Um,
fair, it's because they're kind of hot.
what what do you mean?
I think.
Sorry,
So like
I'm trying to be serious here. It's
for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I don't really like
So
these
again, like,
jokes.
so if we could demonstrate that, like, I don't know, like a man body had a woman brain, then like, and maybe they were anxious and depressed about that, like, would you, like, if we had a way, I don't think we have this right now, but if I could show you that, like, there was a woman brain in a man body, like, would you be more willing to say that, like, my reversal of the cause and effect here is like more valid?
In the hypothetical situation, yes,
Okay,
but I don't think there's a possibility of really determining that.
for sure. Um,
The thing is, the brain is very complex, and we still don't even understand exactly how um, like SSRIs and stuff work off of the brain, or exactly where the root cause of things like schizophrenia and bipolar come from. It's like we could see areas light up in the brain of like, oh, these areas are more active than these areas, but we still don't really know how the brain works, you know?
Right.
So
Yeah, the
it's
serotonin theory of depression is stupid, I think. Or at least I don't know. When you're only like 10% above like the or the success rate of treatment with placebos, I think maybe there's some more thinking to be done there. But yeah,
but
brain is
not
definitely
with implicit
complicated.
bias.
What do you mean?
Like medical has higher standards for psychological theories and interventions.
Well, I mean, pharmaceuticals and medical stuff is generally like a harder science than psychology stuff. Like if I'm
Right.
talking about
So
like your metacognition, like if I'm doing a study to like figure out how you solve problems, it's significantly harder to collect data about that than like does this
yeah,
medication lower your blood
yes,
pressure?
That's I'm glad to hear you say all of this.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been my position. Sorry, fucking cat is being a terror.
my dog is
But yeah.
worse. He tries to. Yeah, he's a big German Shepherd, and he tries to jump on my lap.
Thinks he's a puppy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think there are more male and more female brains, and I think if there's a mismatch of that in your
You
body,
think
like,
there's
it could
like
be pretty bad. And
you think there's specific types of brains, or just some brains can differentiate more into male features, some female features, etc.
yeah, like collectively, like if you average out the whole brain, it's kind of a wash. But like if you zoom in on most of the pieces or some of the pieces, that there's differences to how your brain develops. If you're being exposed to like high levels of testosterone compared to estrogen,
Yeah.
that seems to be the case.
But like it can vary from individual, or is it like a uniform?
Yeah, sex is a spectrum.
pattern? Right.
I can fathom that there is characteristics to a feminine brain and a masculine brain, but I'm not. I'm not convinced you could do it. You could bring it to the point of saying that this is a female brain and this is a male brain. It's just as you see effeminate men or masculine women. They probably have more characteristics of a masculine brain or a feminine brain. But I'm not convinced to say that there is particularly a male brain and a female brain.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't.
well, yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying like wholesale it's either A or B, but like yeah, like there are more there are very manly men, very feminine men, and what I'm saying is like maybe in the gap from very feminine men to very masculine women, like there's this weird other category where some stuff just is literally so different in two different directions that it's starting to cause problems.
What?
I think the problem is more of a societal thing and trying to set a standard of what should be a woman and what should be a man. And they're going back to these more traditional ideas of like women are completely feminine and men are completely masculine. Whereas I think that there is more diversity in both, in the fact that feminine men can exist and masculine women can exist as well. It doesn't need to go down to the line of affecting one's gender or gendered identity. If we're more accepting of the diversity of what a woman can be and what a man can be, then I don't see why somebody would have to alter their appearance on from going from a masculine look to a feminine look or vice versa.
I mean, like what? I mean, I don't know. Are you against plastic surgery as well?
Not entirely.
I'm against it hijacking other important societal issues. If that's all this is
I mean,
plastic
like,
surgery. Like fat people probably feel uncomfortable in their bodies too, and distress and depression and all of that. Is it like being fat and wanting a thin body? Why is
mean,
that the rest of society's problem? That's the only thing I don't get about it. I'm not.
Because they're a massive burden on our fucking healthcare costs. They're gonna keel over of a heart attack when they're like 50 because they ate their way into a diabetic coma. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like obesity is a medical issue that like is going to cause people problems, and like I think that we should treat that.
But but there's nothing I have to do in my life if I'm not involved in any of those industries. There's nothing I have to do as a citizen to help fat people be less obese. and there's nothing I have to do to help transgender people deal with whatever mental distress is in their head about however they feel about their gender. That shouldn't be an issue I need to do anything about as an ordinary citizen.
Sure, you can feel that way.
I do
Like,
feel that way.
I'll just say
If there's
this.
actual discrimination they're facing somewhere, I could look at that. But just the fact that they feel distress about the way their brain is in relation to their body, how is that my problem?
I mean, it's slightly a problem if you're putting them under like more scrutiny than
I'm
like I
not.
don't know.
They're
Well,
putting them. I'm perfectly willing to leave them alone and let them live. They're putting themselves under scrutiny because they're the ones bringing it up all the time. I'm
I
not the
mean,
one
Yeah.
putting
maybe
them
around
under
you.
scrutiny. Huh?
Maybe around you. It's not a problem
No,
with
it,
my
it
trans
happens.
friends.
It happens a lot. Well, it's not a like every trans is doing this, but there are a lot of loud trans people that are inseminating into like the school boards and trying to push a narrative towards children, and I think that's the biggest gripe that conservatives have.
Yeah, like that like weird California thing where they were like, like training teachers and like how to, approach kids in like rural California about, maybe their parents won't accept them. And so they're like tracking the kids' search history to see if they're Googling like, you know, what trans day is. And then they're pulling
Yep.
them aside to like drag them into the club. Yeah, that stuff is weird and fucked up. And I'm not okay with that. For sure.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
And
I don't know.
also, I'll say that you probably hang around a lot of like the Crucible like subsectors and stuff. Am I right?
Well, I used to.
When it
I
comes.
got banned from the Crucible
Oh, okay.
or
Well,
kicked.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
Honestly, groups like that, it's they are definitely on the ultra conservative side. They're probably more leaning on the authoritarian conservative side.
Oh, yeah.
But
The
when you
dude, Big Papa fascist.
yeah,
Really?
yeah, um, it's so when you're talking about the vast majority of conservatives that are out there, just Joe Schmo American, they hold a little bit more like libertarian stances. So generally speaking, they don't give a fuck if a person wants to transition. They're just kind of like keep it on your end of the table. That's kind of the only thing that they really ask for. Um, and where their concerns come in is around like the school system trying to be pushing these ideas.
Well, no, I mean, I would take it. I would say they take it to a more extreme. Like they will, like if they find out someone, is trans, like they'll go out of their way to try to use the wrong pronouns, refer to them as like, gay if they're dating someone of the opposite gender, and like, yeah, I
I
don't know.
live in
Like
Texas, and people really don't give a fuck. Like even I did work in like a motorcycle shop where people were constantly coming in and out and working, and it's people generally don't care if a person is like a cross-dresser or transgender or gay and stuff because this is the Gen X crowd. This is
for sure.
mostly the Gen X crowd, which they're part of the sexual revolution. They're part of the party crowd. It's like do what you will kind of thing. So those are the attitudes that I would get is that generally people honestly don't care.
Sure. And I live in the Midwest where, like, 6 months ago, a call was leaked, with several Congress people in the Midwest area, like Ohio, Michigan, who were discussing how they were going to go about, like, banning trans healthcare for youths. And you know what? If it's bad for kids, like, why would it be good for adults? So we should also ban that too. And, like, yeah, most people that I talk to, like, aren't very down for that. But like when it's, the lawmakers who are talking about putting these plans into place, yeah, I don't know. I take that a little bit more seriously than like common sentiment.
Well,
Oh,
I can actually make a very neutral argument as to why kids shouldn't be treated.
Uh, yeah, and you can do that, and I would probably agree with most of it. But like, I don't know when you're gonna if they're being honest about using that as a springboard to ban it for adults. Like, I mean, as someone who's, I don't like that amount
I
of
will
government
join the
control.
fight if they do that. I will join the fight.
Um, I I would say my biggest gripe is that why should insurance cover it? Um, it's
If it's cosmetic surgery or a medical condition.
um, it's yeah. I think a good portion of it is cosmetic.
Me too.
And And why should these people who are just wanting it as cosmetic have it covered under their insurance? The reason
Well,
why I have an issue with it is because if the regulations allow transgender surgeries and treatment to be covered under insurance, now insurance has to raise the rates for everybody because that's
so
essentially insurance.
most trans people aren't getting surgery. I think like it's like well under 12% are like have gotten bottom surgery. I think it's slightly higher. It's like 20 or 30% for top surgery, but it's mostly the hormones thing. Like that's the main line of treatment that tends to work out pretty well. In a lot of places, like I don't know, the data on some of those surgeries are have resulted in people not doing them anymore. So like Johns Hopkins is the place where bottom surgery was pioneered, like basically invented and honed, and they don't do it anymore because they have looked at the
That's
data
why.
and they have seen that it's not
Well,
effective.
I wouldn't call it a lie. I wouldn't call it a lie. I think you're misinformed. So the
Does
first
Johns
transgender.
Hopkins offer bottom surgery?
No, what I'm saying is the statement on that it was invented and pioneered there. It was invented and pioneered by the German Sex Institute in the 1920s.
Sure. I mean, I'm talking about where it was like honed. Yeah, sorry if I misspoke, but yeah, not like invented, but like pioneered, as in like like
It was
really
pioneered in
drilled
there as
down
well.
into it.
It was pioneered quite a bit there. It's like they're using a lot of the same procedures that they invented. For now, it's this. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
just trying
Johns
to point out that
Hopkins
this is
stopped offering it because they don't think it works well. They offer other treatments, but they have stopped offering bottom surgery.
okay.
So
To youth or just in general?
in general, like they do
Oh,
not offer bottom surgery. Full stop. I don't think
to even
youths can
adults.
get bottom surgery. Yeah.
Wow. What?
They don't think that the data supports like that particular surgery. Top surgery, I think they still offer and see some value in, but like I, they don't
And
offer
is this just F to M or either one? Both.
either. But just bottom surgery. Full stop.
Okay, what? Because that was that was the defining feature of your status from being transgender to actually transgender is when you had the
Well,
surgery.
no.
That was the final step.
No, that's not it at all. I mean,
Yes,
or rather, that's
my
not reflected
generation,
in the
which you
trans
were not
community.
there for, that was what they worked up to. It was were you going to have the surgery or not? That was the final step that a trans person had to decide that would make them fully trans or not. I know
Sure. And
now
now
you
those
have
people are
social
called true
transitioning,
scum.
you don't need the surgery, but in my generation, it was a big deal and it was a milestone to have the surgery. And so now you're saying
Okay.
having the surgery or not having the surgery is not even a thing anymore because nobody can have the surgery. Like there is no surgery, bottom surgery.
I'm talking about Johns Hopkins.
But I'm
Like,
just assuming like if they're doing it that you're saying the trend is going to swing that way soon. Like bottom
sure.
surgery itself is going to be moved away from.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm talking about one specific place, and also gesturing vaguely at like most trans people like don't get or don't want bottom surgery.
Well, that's
Like,
what I'm trying to understand. And then you're saying, then you're limiting it to John Hopkins. That I'm asking if the trend in transgenderism now is to not have like the surgery is no longer something that's just weird to me because that was the holy
yeah,
grail of most transgender people in my generation.
that you knew. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, like maybe you met the 40%
So
that
you don't
wanted that.
believe I have as accurate a read on my generation as you do looking at some data from 20 years later. You
Did
don't
I?
believe I have more of an accurate sense of the trans people in my generation.
I
Like
don't
I
think I have any
lived in.
basis to make that claim.
It seems like that you were saying that
Or no, I mean,
the
like
ones
you're
I
talking about
know,
your
the
own
few
personal
I
lived
don't know. There was.
experience, right?
I'm talking about my generation, my sense of my generation. Like I think it goes beyond just
Sure.
every single individual person I met. I think it's larger than that. I think I
Yeah.
have a sense of what was important to the trans people of my generation, and
Okay.
surgery was one of that was the most important thing to them.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
just like marriage was the goal we were trying to reach, that would indicate that we've achieved what we were finally accepted as gays or whatever. We finally had that identity that we wanted. That's what surgery represented for trans people.
For sure. Yeah. And that can be.
Yeah,
a
you're
sense
picking
of
up on it too. I've been on the receiving end of this shit my whole life. Usually when I'm reacting, it's there. Like, I'm pretty good at detecting it. These little subtle rhetorical. With Jack in particular, I try to keep the conversation very level. And when he starts that shit, it makes it hard
because
for me to
again,
continue to
you're
do
making
so.
very like strong like truth claims, I would say.
I
And
didn't
we have
make a
a
strong truth claim. I'm telling you what was important to transgender people in my generation. I'm not making a scientific claim that you need to go run a statistical study on to see if it's accurate. You could take it as a general expression of somebody that lived in that time and hung out with that crowd. What was important to them? That's all. If you don't know how I'm trying to communicate it, then I don't know how to help you. Everybody else seems to get what I'm saying
Yeah, let
and
me
why
try
I'm
to
saying
I do
describe
it.
it this
understand what you're
way.
saying.
Yeah, let me
This
try
could
to
be
describe it this
Spurgery.
way. So in the 1960s and the 1980s, there were some pretty heavy transgender movements at play.
How fat
Um,
were they? Sorry.
Probably less fat than we are now. Um, it's So the narratives were there. And within the gay communities, it was heard like what they were fighting for and what their beliefs were, and it's they were probably readily apparent as to who they were and what they wanted.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, access to medical care.
So
But yeah,
is it your
And
belief
he's
that
Gen X
surgery is just not
from
important to
80s.
trans people, and that I'm just under a false belief that it was ever a big deal for trans
okay.
people? I'm
So
not understanding why this is even a quibble, because we mostly were agreeing for the most part, and the conversation was moving forward.
So Gen X Jeff, I definitely agree with you, and it was something that was kind of like the highlight, the ultimate end of the transition for transgenders, and this was in the early 2000s, from my experience. I feel like that the dynamic really changed around 2012. And that's when there was the adoption, a heavy adoption into gender studies and critical theory within academia.
and standpoint epistemology, that stuff is cringe.
Yeah.
Sorry, that one was.
I don't think Jack understands what you just said, that shift, because of his age.
No, I do understand.
And I don't think he takes anecdotal experience from anyone from that age. So, like, he's going to need to read a book or a study on that age. But me being from that generation and telling my stories from it, I'm tired of getting a negative reaction to that, having that dismissed, because
It's not a negative reaction. It's just a
it,
further
subjectively to
qualification.
me it is. Communications broke it down twice over it. Broke down last time over the race stuff and this time over the transgender stuff. I try to give how it was in my day from my experience and my perspective, and it gets somehow invalidated.
Well,
because you're making very general statements.
No,
like very
I'm not.
wide,
That's
very
what I
broad.
think you fail to understand. When somebody's speaking from their experience, they're not making a general statement. We got into this last time. You said I was being very abstract, and I don't see how somebody speaking from their experience can be abstract. That's very concrete, what I'm saying. I'm not speaking from a study or a chart or a graph. I'm speaking of my memories of all of the transgender people I have encountered personally, the conversations I've had, the magazines that I've read, the articles, the whole milieu that I grew up in, and the input about transgenderism from that milieu that came into me. That's not going to be dismissed. I'm not going to allow that to be dismissed. Put it that
I'm not
way.
dismissing it. Okay, I'm not dismissing it. Like, it's all valid data, but like I feel that it needs to be contextualized. Of like
Okay,
it is
well,
your sense, it is your
that's a
lived
different
experience,
way
it
of
is
saying
your
it
own personal
than
like
you've been
survey. Yeah, and like like I don't know, maybe you've met a dozen trans people, maybe it's been 100, maybe it's been thousands,
Closer to
like
100,
yeah, and like again, I don't know, but like I am, like you're again, like it's not because of your age, it's not because of your generation. It's just because
But you seem
you were,
skeptical that surgery was important to them. Like you seem like
I would
like
say
it's weird to
probably,
you that they would ever have wanted surgery. That was the
no.
defining feature of whether you were fully a man or a woman. You were
Do you understand
trying
those
to
are two wildly
you were
different
trying
statements?
to imitate the gender you wanted to be as closely as possible, and that was the final barrier to be overcome. So it was a huge indicator of if you've achieved that goal or not.
Yeah, you understand. You just
No, I don't.
escalated
Explain
those
it
two
to me.
statements.
I don't know
For
if I
sure.
do understand. So just
So,
explain
like,
it to me so I can understand. Go
for
ahead.
sure. Is getting the surgery important to, like, an amount of the trans people? Like, yeah,
And
of
in a
course.
large amount from my generation, yes, is the point I'm making. That was
sure,
the norm.
yeah.
Let's call it a norm. Let's call it the norm for my generation.
I don't
If you
want to
were
call it that.
transgender,
I don't like calling it that.
was to seek the surgery, or at least to see the surgery as the final desired result.
And I will grant it if we can add like, in my sense, or like, like from my thing, because I don't know. Like,
But you
I don't
weren't.
know.
That's what I'm saying. You weren't there. You're like assuming a superior knowledge when you weren't there. If
No.
somebody told me what happened at a party they went to and I wasn't there, I would take their word for it. I wouldn't sit
What-
here and
what knowledge
nitpick
am I
their
asserting?
story and subject it to some scientific standard. That's not the point of a person telling you what went on at the party.
Okay, so I'm trying to apply a healthy amount of skepticism to the statement. Like, can we call it, like, in my generation, it was the norm, before I had the internet and could communicate with everybody
Yes,
across the country
yes,
simultaneously.
I feel comfortable saying that, and you're skeptical that trans
Yeah.
people desired surgery for my generation. I don't know what to do with that.
No,
That's
I
so
don't think it was a
absurd of
defining.
belief to
Okay,
me.
you're doing the Mott and Bailey thing, where, like, you're wildly, like,
No,
oscillating in
I'm
between.
not doing Mott and Bailey. What's the Mott and Bailey? I'm not doing that.
Okay, so do you know what the Mott and Bailey is?
Yeah, I know what the Mott and Bailey is, but that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm saying the same thing I've always said. So
Okay,
you're
so
pretending I switched it to something else when I didn't. I'm still
Okay.
saying that surgery was perceived as the ultimate indicator of whether you have achieved transgender, like your goal of transitioning to the opposite sex.
Okay, and I don't feel comfortable, like, fully accepting that as
Well, then you're just you can feel however you want about it. I feel confident making that claim as representative of my generation. And
Yeah, yeah.
since
And
you
again,
weren't
because
there,
we
you
have-
can challenge it with studies or anecdotes of your own. But I stand by that claim from my generation. And I don't know
For sure.
what it had to do with the original point of the conversation, because, like I said, I feel it derailed us from something that we were making progress on.
No, it's because you said it was a defining feature, and, like,
I was
it's-
I was surprised that you're saying that trans people are no longer seeking surgery, because that was like the one thing that they were all seeing. That's like people saying, "Oh, gay people don't want to get married anymore," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's weird. That's the main thing they were fighting for in my generation was marriage." And then you say it, "Oh, really? I don't believe that." Like, really? Oh, just the few gay people you know might have been. That's how weird this conversation is to me.
Okay. I don't know. Again, this is an epistemological gap of, like, you're gonna fall back to your experience, and I prefer to fall back to.
It's
broader
not that you're
studies
falling
of
back
things.
to data. It's that you're presuming to use whatever data you're going off of to invalidate or restrict the value of my experience.
feel
Like
invalidated?
that's what I'm reacting to. Just
do you feel-
accept my anecdote for what it is. You don't have to do anything with it, and let's move on with the conversation.
Well, I
All
mean,
I
if
was
you're
trying to
using it-
find out if I was correct in my understanding that transgender people currently are not seeking the surgery, because in my day, that's the one thing that they were seeking.
For sure.
That's
Yeah,
all. I was
60%.
trying to correlate my generation to the current understanding, and I did not realize it had changed that drastically to where surgery is not even something that transgender people are seeking anymore, or they're moving away from. That's all. I was trying to resolve the surprise in my own self at the stark contrast between what you're describing now and what I remember from my generation. That's all I was trying to do.
For sure. So yes, like as it stands with the most recent data that I've seen, like 40% of people like want bottom surgery, and about like 10% get it. Those numbers are different for top surgery. I don't know.
And is this either gender?
Yes. Yeah. It's yeah.
Yeah, I think the
So
only
only
point
about
that
40% actually want. That makes me think that there's new categories of trans. There's like the medical trans, and then there's the social trans, where they're okay with just identifying and socially transitioning into
it
that
very well could
category.
be that. And that's the what I'm trying to bring up just to get more of understanding. So what Jeff is describing is just only the standards of what he saw in his generation. But you're pointing to statistics that are most recent. So most recent isn't accounting for the people from the 80s. You know, it's a lot of these studies are being done on millennials and Gen Zs. They're the vast majority of these statistics.
But look how distorted an
They are.
impression it's giving them of my time period. Like it almost makes conversation impossible sometimes.
The identification as transgender has increased up into the teens for Gen Z. So they're going to be the mass portion of the statistics.
I mean, wasn't that also true of gay people once that started being more okay? Like wasn't there like a mass like explosion of people coming out, because they
No,
weren't
it,
able
The
to
it,
do it
number
before?
really, we looked at it the
people
other
were
day.
okay with
It's-
being gay ever since the 70s. That's when the sex revolution came in and homosexuality was more accepted.
Okay, so like again, the percentage of people that were openly gay didn't change much between like 1940 and 1980 or 90.
Yeah, but
So
I
that seems
don't
like
think
a
it changed as much from 1980 to like 2010.
well,
Yeah.
that's not what I'm asking about. What I'm asking about is like once it became more
this is the time
mainstream.
frame we are talking about. But we're talking about between the Gen X and
Sure,
millennials
I mean
and
you're
Gen Z.
talking about the
Right, this is jumping all over the place.
Yeah,
Keep
like
up.
transgenderism wasn't stigmatized in the 80s or 90s. It was actually more stigmatized now since it's become in the public eye. And that's one thing that I find really fascinating with Gen Z is they think there was this mass oppression over the past like 20 or 30 years when it wasn't. It's like
Because
if
they
you
don't
talk
know what actual homophobia looks like.
yeah, if you actually talk to enough Gen Xers, they're pretty much the same as us. You know, it's like they're the ones who were riding the dirt bikes, getting into sports, having the sex revolution, partying all the time, loving freaking rock music and metal. And it's like, come on, they're essentially identical to us. They're just a little bit more on the conservative end. That's
Are
about
you
it.
millennial, Tiki?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I thought you were Gen X.
fucking
Um,
traitor, and you're sucking off
Yeah, I
Gen
thought.
X this hard. Wow,
uh,
fuck you. Get the fuck out of my country.
yeah. Um,
This is my
No,
country
I
too.
just kind of open up my eyes more towards the situation because when I started working at the motorcycle shop, it was all run by Gen Xers. They were a bunch of crazy ass freaking party animals.
That
It's like these
sucks.
guys in their 50s and 60s freaking popping wheelies on dirt bikes outside of the shop. It's just freaking hilarious, you know? And I started realizing that these people, it's like we're the product of that generation. We have a lot in common. You know, it's like they were like free thinking. They really didn't give a fuck
Well,
about
that's
much.
my role, is to help all of you find your inner Gen Xer. And yeah, right. You didn't go to a rock concert to regulate your emotions and make sure everybody around you was safe and having a comfortable experience. That was
Hey,
totally
being in a
not Gen
mosh pit
X.
ramming into each other was fucking awesome.
Well, at least do acknowledge that the rate is high.
Well, the rate is not high.
Hey,
The percentage is skewed.
yeah, I just
Men
gotta,
have the highest suicide rate in the United States. That's not even that's not even in dispute. That statistic has been that way for years.
Yeah, the broad number of people who kill themselves every year, yes, does favor middle-aged white men.
yeah. So let's roll back onto the whole oppression subject.
What's
So
wait? I want to see what stats he's looking at then.
um,
What do you
I
mean?
kind of it's so I generally don't care about stats, and I think I could build.
Well, how are we going to resolve this dispute about male suicide rate if he thinks it's one thing and I think it's another? How are we going to resolve it without some data showing the suicide rates?
the percentage of the people who kill themselves like is that, but like the suicide, like, yeah, I mean the percentage of people who kill themselves is exceedingly small. So
So you're not you don't sound as concerned about it then as I am. I feel that way about the trans people. They're so small, I'm not worried about them. And if people
yeah,
think
I mean
suicide is so
that's
small
the
that they're
joke.
not worried about it, that's fine. Stay out of the way and just let me worry about it. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's the joke. Is like, you're definitely very definitely putting a lot of effort in to help the group that you identify with more, and
Well,
I
it's
don't think
the
there's
group
anything
with
wrong
the
with
highest
that.
suicide rates. So, and I am a male. It's not a question of identity.
Yeah, for sure. Uh,
I guess I'm not necessarily as passionate on the overall suicide rate. I'm more particularly concerned about homosexuals and transgenders more than anything, just because of the high rate comparatively to any like culture or group.
we don't believe in per capita numbers on this stream.
You can believe in any numbers you want. I'm going by the suicide rates that the CDC puts out. Usually, it's the CDC that I get them from. They update them.
I'll play it a bit. Uh, I'll look it up.
I mean, it. When you have a group with the highest suicide rate, it seems a little psychopathic to say, well, technically, they're not the highest suicide rate. I don't know what the argument would be for not focusing on the high suicide rate, like trying to find some statistical loophole to minimize or diminish why you should prioritize the highest suicide rate.
Because in my generation, I get the sense that like actually men are doing like really well and they're being really successful and they're not actually killing themselves. So I don't even
But I
really
thought
know
you
what
were
Mm.
you're
all
talking
data.
about. I
Well,
mean,
middle aged is in the 40s and like 50s. Um, so that's where Jeff was making a case.
I mean, I know very few men personally in my life. There's been a few that have done it too.
I'm sure. I mean, I know a couple, but like, I mean, predominantly, like the holy grail is to not kill yourself if you're a
Right.
dude.
And I've probably known less women. In fact, I'm trying to think of off the top of my hand, I can't think of a woman right off that I know. I'm sure I've known women too, but the 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 ones I can call up easily have been males. But it's not
Oh,
like even with the suicide rates as high as they are in my personal life, it's not been a frequent occurrence.
sorry, I was laughing at like the ones that I could call up, and I'm like, wait, you can call up someone who died? Like what?
Uh, only in my dreams.
Yeah, no. Again, this an epistemological gap. And that's where I feel like a lot of our
Data
issues stem
over
from.
and that gap's always been there, like at the individual level. But do you think your generation leans more toward defaulting to data? Oh, and they're so disembodied anyway. Like how their lives are more data than lived experience anyway. If they're growing up in screens, they're going to have less real world experience to draw on in the first place. It's going to be mostly mediated by data.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think my generation is more data centric than previous generations.
I thought that's I
The
thought
rhetoric is.
I thought you said there was an epistemological divide between the
Uh,
generations, and it was data versus
no, I'm
experience. Oh,
talking
you
about
meant
us
just
as
with you and
individuals.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I took it as
for sure.
as a generational thing.
Right. Yeah, and I guess like I'm also coming from a place of like, like I'm a biochemist, right? My specialty is in like genetics and stuff, and so like, yeah, I don't know. Like when I think, a chemical reaction is going to happen that doesn't like, I don't know. I don't get
I
to.
think you would be more on the hard science side of it then.
Yeah, I mean, I am.
Because implicit bias doesn't have a lot of hard science behind it.
Yeah, I mean, as some, I don't know. We have the
Like
human
like the
outcomes.
standards you described for that drug, and if it doesn't meet it, then you send it back or whatever the example you gave. Like I would want those standards applied to policies. Like any kind of weird woo that they're going to try to insert in policy, I'd want it to be empirically grounded.
Well, yeah, but you also don't
Well,
believe that it can be empirically grounded because you don't
Right,
believe
so
that anyone
they
is
shouldn't be
racist.
pushing
so,
it
like,
if it can't if it
Yeah,
if it
yeah.
has no empirical basis to it. It's not something they should push
sure.
on
But you
America.
don't believe
So-
it can be empirically shown. So you see how this circle is drawn
Right,
here.
so they need to come up with something that can be empirically shown. Right, exactly.
but you don't believe it can be empirically shown.
I'm not sure what they're trying. It's their burden to show it to me. So whatever it is they think is happening that they're trying to show,
Yeah,
as
but
soon
if-
as they can empirically show it,
but
to
if the
I
data-
don't know what their capacities are. They may develop someday in the future to do it.
But if
Well-
the data doesn't line up with your personal experience, you're going to default to your personal experience because you feel like that's a better fit for the model of reality that you've.
No, I would just
It
like
depends
them
on
to
the
show
data.
me something
It
other.
depends on what. It depends on how the data was produced. Like my anecdotal experience is going to become a priority, but if somebody shows me data otherwise, I'm going to question whether, like, where the discrepancy is between my lived experience and the data, and try to pick out if there's any flaws in the data.
Sure.
It's
but how do you
always
know that
as an
you're-
outlier. It's always the data. Like almost every data I look at, I could say, okay, well that doesn't apply to me. I'm one of the outliers.
I mean,
So
you
data
could-
is almost never relevant to me.
I think I already know your rebuttal is that how do you know that you're not living under a paradigm of bias and seeking out the flaws in the data versus just evaluating it as its own?
kind of, I guess. But yeah.
Well, yeah, it's so in the same spin, I can say that what if you're just taking it in a bias of yourself that the person is just correct and not questioning anything?
Okay, so that is where, like, I guess my rebuttal, where would disagree with you. Like, I don't think it's possible to be completely free of bias. Like, I think the best that we can do
I
is
agree.
like to acknowledge our bias and like to factor that into our, like our interpretations of the data.
Well, haven't I demonstrated I understand my bias?
To a degree, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess
I'm aware that my bias exists, so obviously, yeah, I'm going to take that into account when I'm looking at the studies.
Doesn't
sure.
science already have methods to correct for bias?
I mean, what do you mean?
Technically, yes, but it honestly, it's people making these studies, and humans can make mistakes. It's just that's what it is.
Well, hard science, because we're in the human sciences, and I don't think that the rigor and epistemology of the hard sciences work as well in the human sciences. I don't think you're observing the same world. I think the inner human world is not the physical world that science is best at measuring and observing. And they're trying to take the tactics that were developed for observing one type of data and apply it to something less empirical with less observational basis. It's more inferential.
Also,
I mean,
think,
yeah, that's necessarily true. Like, I mean, that's the whole point of soft versus hard science. Hard science, there are, like we can measure this, pH or whatever the fuck. But like the soft sciences, like, like make these scales.
Yeah,
that,
and to me, it's a difference that makes a difference.
Yeah.
Also, I think I could make a biochemist argument against hormone therapy if you want me to try.
I mean, yeah, go for it. I don't know. You're probably gonna run into my libertarian wall before you run into the biochemistry wall. But yeah, I'm down.
So you understand that a big part of DNA is influencing the sequence of the production of RNA strands, right?
Yeah, the core tenet of
Uh,
molecular biology.
Yeah, and those RNA strands cause the responses to what is it called? Uh, not genetic adaptation, but
Epigenetics, like methylation and stuff, or
uh,
expression. Sorry.
expression. That's it. So, based off of the amounts of particular types of RNA with the system, it causes gene expressions upon very specific types of cells, uh, on how they function, right?
Yeah, yeah, more or less.
Yeah. So if you have a molecular system that's based off of XY chromosomes and XX chromosomes that are very specific in producing very specific RNA sequences, which then influence the gene expression, how do you think that change in a person's hormones is going to interact with those current gene expressions without causing trouble?
Because I mean, okay. Uh, Hang on. Sorry, let me think about this for a second.
Sure.
So, I mean, okay, we have many examples of people with it's called uh, mosaic genetics. There are case studies of people who are 100% XX chromosomes. They don't have a translocated SRY gene, which is the sex determining region of the Y chromosome, and they present male in every way except for the capacity to make sperm. Like they can ejaculate semen, but they just
Yeah, I'm not
uh,
talking about intersex though. These are intersex characteristics.
sure. I mean, I don't know, like we put a lot of stuff in, like I mean, like sugar and carbs, like that affects your gene expression. Like there's all kinds of diet and like experiences. Whether you're an adrenaline junkie or you go outside and get vitamin D, like all of these things alter your gene expression. Like that's the whole point of like why humans have done so well is how adaptable we are to changing things. But like yeah, like
But
90% of your DNA um, is like instructions for how to express your DNA.
but those examples of gene expression comes from the development of evolution to our external resources that we consume. We the only just recently we've experimented with injecting different hormones into our body to achieve an effect. So we don't have the gene expressions in order to handle a drastic change in hormones.
I mean, I don't know like what you necessarily mean by that, and I guess like I don't know like this.
It's because so the gene expressions that regulate things like our insulin based off what you're consuming, the high amounts of sugars and stuff, that's something that our body has evolved into handling, and that's why the gene expression exists.
Well, yeah, but I mean like your your androgen sensitivity, is something that is like wildly different across both sexes and can determine if you have like stronger features and broader shoulders as a female or like like how manly you are or like but yeah, like your androgen
I I
sensitivity is
I completely agree, but on the female spectrum, it is still way below the normal testosterone ranges that a male would be experiencing. It's
yeah ranges, but even if you like if you have way less testosterone, I mean two women can have the same amount of testosterone going through their bodies, but one could be way more androgen sensitive, and that can like increase the effect of that testosterone.
yeah, but we're still talking about a very, very low level. Like what you're talking about is women who are experiencing in the maybe like the 100 nanogram per deciliter like testosterone or the equivalents based off of their androgen sensitivity. When it comes to males, we range between 300 to 1,000. So it's the female body is able to handle the androgen responses within that kind of range of like 100. But if you inject like 600 or 500 or 400 into a woman, their body just is not going to be able to handle it.
I mean, yeah, large doses of testosterone do cause irreversible changes, but I guess like I don't know. I don't
Well,
understand necessarily like what you're.
we're talking about heart problems. It's we're talking about problems with the development of the heart primarily.
I mean, when are you shooting testosterone to someone? Like, or I guess like I'm not sure what the context you're talking about is. Is
For a
like
female.
like women doing roids like have a
Essentially, yeah. And this is where I'm trying to show the differences in a person's biological sex, and how hormones could be very detrimental. And there's no comparative between, male and female sex.
I mean, yeah, it can be harmful for sure. Like nothing is without risk, but I don't know. That's
Yeah, I would say heart problems is a really big harmful risk.
well, sure, but like, what's is it 20% of people? Is it 1% of people? Is it 80% of people? Like,
I actually don't know the exact statistics on it, but
right. Yeah, yeah. So like, if I'm
I know
evaluating
it is
anything,
a huge risk when it comes to higher levels of testosterone. It's just across the board, whether it's a genetic issue, whether the person is suffering from cancer and has a high increase in testosterone, or if they're shooting up roids. It's been very consistent that the heart muscles develop a lot quicker than what the heart can actually handle, and it ends up causing complications.
yes. Okay. Yes. Sorry. I know what you're talking about now. Yes, because higher levels of testosterone will influence faster muscle growth, but not connective tissue growth, which is where you get those roided up dudes who like blow out their biceps while trying to do a bench press somehow. Um,
And with females that are a lot more sensitive to that, it even just like a minimal increase to their testosterone can cause a lot of those issues.
well, yeah, I mean it can, and that's why like I don't think you should just be able to like, well, whatever. I mean, selling testosterone over the counter is maybe not the greatest idea in the world. But yeah, I mean I'm not pro like DIY HRT and roids and like if anything like there should be a conversation between this person and their doctor, and they should be able to evaluate the risk factors and make their own decision, rather than like, well, it could be dangerous, so no. uh,
Well, ultimately, if somebody wants to take the risk, they'll figure out a way, a doctor or not. I completely agree with that. I'm trying to uh, bring up the argument if we should be doing it in the first place, given the medical risks. There's I don't know exact um, situations, but I know there's examples of medications that get pulled off the shelf because of it has a high rate of complications.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, for sure. And like I don't know, I guess like on the other end of this, like if I have some esoteric form of cancer and it's like super duper probably gonna kill me, and there's this like new experimental treatment out, and it's like, yeah, it's got a 99% fatality rate and a 1% survival and cure rate. Like, I don't know, I feel like people should be able to you know have that informed decision, and like it's probably not going to work, it's going to kill most of the people that take it, but like if they want to take that path rather than the other path, I don't see any problem with that.
so you're just kind of like anti-FDA? Because
No, I'm not anti-FDA.
well, here's the thing: is that if the FDA were involved in knowing a drug like that exists, they probably wouldn't even approve it to be used if it had that kind of rate.
I mean, depend. I mean, yeah. Again, I'm speaking about like experimental treatments, and yeah, I don't know. I like. Does the FDA have strict like fatality rate, like cutoffs that are contextualized by fatality of the disease? Because I don't know. I've been working in pharmaceuticals for a while, and never heard of that.
I don't think they have any strict cutoffs, but the thing is that if it has a 99 to 1, I'm pretty sure the FDA would just be like, nope, don't care, don't use it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess so. Whenever I'm looking at these kinds of things, there are to meme jack Thomas Sowell, a very hardcore lefty economist. But yeah, three questions that he likes to ask are, if we're asking about a treatment, compared to what, at what cost, and hard evidence. And yeah,
Well,
I mean,
let me throw this as like a hypothetical, similar to your male-female brain hypothetical you threw towards my way. Let's say that testosterone hor- hormone replacement therapy for transgender females to males, um, If it was shown that it had like a 60% complication rate for like heart populations, um, and maybe like a 5-10% on heart attacks, um, would you still vouch for the treatment to be available within a doctor's office?
I mean, available as an option for a person like I wouldn't want that pushed on people, but like like I'm pro informed consent, and I'm pretty pro like better living through chemistry. So like yeah, if that's a risk that someone wants
Yeah.
to take because they have some sort of condition that like they'd prefer to roll the die on dying 60% of the time rather than continue to deal with whatever they have going on, I think that's their choice personally. But again, that's more of a libertarian
Okay.
wall than a biochemistry
No,
wall.
I agree. I'm with you
Yeah.
on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm pro like legalizing fentanyl, because because then less people would die of it on accident, um, which I think would be
Uh,
good.
I have an interesting perspective when it comes to drugs. So I do think that there needs to be a reform on the laws, but I would still make it legal where if an officer catches you either really high and intoxicated in public or overdosing, they're allowed to bring you into the hospital and being held for like 2 to 3 days for a mental evaluation. The reason being is that it offers an opportunity for other programs, like detox programs, to come in and say, hey, we do exist and we can help you on this. Also, we are able to collect statistics on the problem for every check-in into the hospital of, okay, so what is our real overdose rate? What is our real, like, drug usage problem within our city right now?
Yeah, I'd super duper agree. Since the war on drugs, drug use has been pretty fucking steady, and we have just been throwing money into that pit for so long. And I think it's time to concede.
Well,
We lost the war
Oregon
on drugs.
conceded, and now they're reversing it. They conceded in 2016. They decriminalized all drugs.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. You said Oregon?
Yeah, the state of
Or-
Oregon.
Okay. Sorry,
And it didn't go so well. So now they're reversing it, and they're going to
I'm sure.
begin
Yeah,
to
I think-
regulate the drugs again.
Right. Yeah, I think Portugal did something similar and had, decent results at first. I don't know. I haven't checked in on that in a while, but yeah, I think they legalized stuff like 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's my issue is that I know for a fact that jails and prisons are not helping and is probably perpetuating the problem because there's actually a lot of stories where criminals, they're usually typically drug free, they were just like petty thieves or something like that, and they get thrown into prison and they're so bored as fuck and every person is offering them drugs that you're just like, okay, fuck it, I'll go ahead and take it, and now they're addicted to drugs because they went to jail one time.
Right.
It's
But also, like, once you have shit on your record, it's harder to get a normal job. So like selling drugs becomes a lot more attractive, and then you start using drugs.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever. A lot of paths through there, but yeah. Also, prison is great for networking, for crime, for sure.
And it's great for Panelverse guests and co-hosts as well. I think half of the Panelverse comes from prison.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking of, my boy Steven recently talked to the Tiger King, debated him while the Tiger King was in prison.
Joe,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, who?
Steven, Destiny.
Oh,
Sorry, we're best
okay.
friends.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't even know
it
who you
wasn't
were
a very
talking
good
about.
conversation. You wouldn't like it, but yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm a Destiny
I don't
simp.
care for him. I
Yeah. I met him in real life. I got a hug. It was cool.
from
I
Destiny.
still haven't washed that hoodie. Yeah.
Yay.
Did you feel any emotion come off of him?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
What do you mean? He's very emotional. Have you seen him?
Well,
ever?
yeah, I know he's emotional. I'm talking about like warm human emotion.
Yeah, of course. He's a very, yeah.
You say,
I
of
mean-
course, like like it would be
I mean,
in doubt,
yeah, I'm
but
saying
it
of course
is
because
from
I've been
so many
watching-
people.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching like 50 to 60 hours of Destiny a week for
That explains a lot.
over a year.
That's what I've been up against.
Well, yeah,
I
Listen,
first saw him maybe about like 4 or 5 years ago. and probably watched his stuff for about 2 months. Then eventually I was just like, I don't think he's all that smart.
No, I don't either. And
It's
he,
he's a great talker. He knows how to articulate things well, but I don't really think of his ideas all that profound.
Sure. I appreciate that he, I don't know, his like knowledge of the facts is way better than his rhetoric. Yet everyone
which is
always
the
describes
opposite
him.
of Andrew Wilson's problem.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Andrew's technique is internal critiques, so that's already setting up where he doesn't have to investigate much information other than what is the other person's position.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's the same issue that Darth Dawkins has. It's just when you're always on offense, like it's okay most of the time, but not always.
Yeah, well, it didn't work so well with us.
I like Andrew Wilson. I don't. I mean, he's, I don't know.
I like him over
respect
Destiny. Destiny lost me completely after the Trump assassination attempt. My blood just went cold. I don't have care to be exposed to a person like that.
Personally,
all.
I think Andrew's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we run hot and cold. I agree with him on a lot of when he's right, he's really right. He could defend it well. And when he's wrong, he's just stupid. He's just ignorant. Like almost willfully so. But then you could almost say that about a lot of people.
I mean, at least everyone you disagree with.
Ha.
Well, the people that are ignorant and the people that
No, Vinny. What flag is that? Do you play
yeah, we
poverty
could-
ball?
that's Italian. We can
Oh.
he's Vinny Pots and Pants, can't you tell? Yeah, we could use a
I like the guy.
shift
Yeah, I
of
love me some
energy.
Italians.
I had pizza
They're-
tonight, Vinny.
They're way better than the French and the Dutch. Those are the worst.
Bring your friends. I really had a lot of fun the other night hanging out with all the Italians. I felt very much at home.
I'm
It
Italian.
was like
allegedly.
the Italian social norms are closer to my own. And
I'm Irish.
you take it for granted, but you don't realize how like healing or comfortable it can be when you're in an environment that is normed to yourself and that you haven't been in for a while. I think we need that. I think it's healthy for us to have those.
In some way, I feel like I've gotten really disconnected from my generation just because of I do have more conservative leanings, and it's unfortunately millennials. Well, like the mid millennials, they're so far on the liberal left side. It's nuts. They're the
Even
reason why
I thought there was a trend that the guys were moving right, like the younger men were moving
Gen
right.
Z is.
Ah.
Gen Z is.
I also feel that way, kind of, sort of, because I'm not a fucking communist, and apparently that's enough.
Well, my brother's like an ultra lefty. I don't think he's on the level of communist. But some of his rhetoric kind of sounds communist here and there. We definitely fight a lot whenever we see each other. That's why we don't talk much.
Oh wow, that bad.
Yeah, I'm that way with my in-laws, which totally doesn't cause any issues at all.
The thing is that I'm okay with just letting things go, but he's not.
Oh.
He'll boil on things for a while.
Right.
So that's why we really don't communicate much.
SOCDEM? I don't know if that's like libertarian socialist. That's a
Yeah,
don't know what the fuck a
libertarian
libsoc.
socialist. Or
that sounds like a
socialist
fucking
Democrat.
1984 term.
Ingsoc.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh.
Okay.
So last time I took the political compass test, I was literally in the center, but a little bit on the authoritarian side. That was literally it.
Oh, like up or down.
Up. So it's I was
So
practically dead
like
center,
lean
but,
right, I would say.
the thing is that where I think it comes into showing me centrist is because I'm not necessarily against like socialized programs. I do see the benefit in having some social programs. The issue comes in is, do I want the government managing those social programs? And our current state of the government, I don't trust them to do that. So, but like in the hypothetical where the government actually did care about their people, did care about managing a good budget, and actually auditing the social programs to make sure they're not wasting money. Yeah, sure. I'd be in favor for a lot more social programs like healthcare, maybe UBI. Um, it's food for children in the schools, free food. I'd be for that kind of stuff.
I think WIC is pretty cool. I don't know about UBI. I guess the latest report I saw from Enver from earlier this year. I don't know.
I said
I don't
maybe UBI.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
still a maybe.
I
Yeah.
would totally give UBI a whirl. What was the first one before UBI?
WIC.
Um,
Or sorry, the women, infants, children, supplying kids with food. Or sorry, not to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what you were saying.
yeah,
don't
that's
we
basically
don't we
what I
already
was-
do that?
Kind
thought-
of.
Oh,
I mean, I
there's
don't
just
know,
more
like-
of it,
I mean, school lunches aren't free everywhere, which I think.
right? Ours
know.
went by. They had like 3 classes of lunch. You all got the same food, but there were 3 pay tiers depending on your parents' income, and all the kids knew which kids got it free, which kids paid full price, which kids got half price.
Well, that's probably not ideal.
That's how my school was, and this was over in Florida.
Right. Which honestly, I kind of go back and forth on that. What up, Vinny? Because
Look at
your
this.
brain learns better in a fasted state, which is rough. It's hard to contend with that data.
How do they know what state my brain works best in?
Your glycogen stores. And again, it's an average.
Oh, okay. See, that's the problem. That's a perfect example. I doubt that study is very descriptive of my brain at all in a useful way to me, because my brain's probably not one of the ones that fall in the middle of the curve.
Well, sure, but I mean, is it not still helpful data to know how most people work?
Not to me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, to know how the norm is?
Yeah, I mean, so when you meet like a new normal person, I don't know. you're
I'm
just
not
like
gonna know if they're not an outlier too. Like more than half of the people I meet are outliers. So knowing what the norm is not going to help me in my life at all.
I think that's by definition not an outlier. What up, Vinny? Are you actually Italian? Do you
It
make
is an
ravioli?
outlier. Are
No,
you saying you can't gather all of the people at the end of a curve, or all of the outliers, and group them together, and they lose their status as outliers? Then
I mean, makes me. I mean, you can't do that without making other inferences weird.
watch us. Keep your eye on this space. Vinny, what's up? I hope now you two have to get along here.
No, I'm doing great. I love the
We
way
have-
Spectrum said, Italians. It's like my cousin Vinny when he slaps his hand in front of the jury and he goes, identical. You know what I'm saying? He goes, Italians.
I love My Cousin Vinny. All right, that is like probably within my top 10 favorite movies.
Really?
Salute Tiki Tack and Jeff.
Wow.
Jeff,
With
how you
that,
doing?
that was a good movie
No.
for my generation.
Yeah, one of
I
like
got all my
4.
salutations out of the way.
Yeah,
Thank God it's
at
only
least
this
the
week.
taste has stayed consistent.
Listen, pretty much most stuff made before like 2003 was bad. All right.
No, that was the peak of
Italian.
postmodern cinema, dude. Like movies
Yeah,
start to
I
drop
would
off
agree.
about 2003, so that probably explains it.
Well,
So
you know the reason why it dropped off, the writers' strike.
Oh, when
remember
was
that?
that?
We're still striking.
It was around like 2004, 2005.
Spectrum, the people's faces in that jury, right? When they're trying to describe to him, like, like when one tire gets stuck in the mud and the other tire does nothing, and and they're like, yeah.
Right. Positive traction.
Yeah,
The timing on a.
I wonder how they. I guess that must have been the guy's name who invented it, right? Hey, Mr. Posse, what are you working on? Making 2 tires go.
Yeah, so the
Right?
pivotal moment
Oh.
when sorry, I got distracted on this writer strike stuff. I didn't hear what you said, man. But yeah, I was just thinking actually the writer strike started around when reality TV started popping up. because that was like Hollywood's response to all the writers going on strike. Was
Oh, you're
we're
talking
gonna
about like
make
the
like
second
robot-
wave, like Survivor and all that. Because
Yeah.
we had the Real World before that, from most of the '90s.
Yeah, and then once the writer's strike happened, that's when Survivor really fell off. The joke about how Survivor's scripted.
Hey, they're surviving
Oh.
spectrum. You know,
See, I didn't get it
they're
because
just
it's
trying to
not.
survive.
It just went right over my head.
It's on TV. What do you mean? I staunchly believe everything on TV is scripted,
Of course it is.
including sports.
Because you're a social constructionist.
I don't
It's all
construct
scripted.
socialism.
All of reality is scripted. All of social and human reality is scripted. Oh, you're not a social constructionist.
No, but I am
See,
a determinist, so I guess maybe that's kind of the same thing.
Okay. I did import a lot of assumptions about you because I thought you were this woke progressive. And I know that you asked me not to do it on the DEI conversation, and I tried very hard, but I still think some of that crept in. And that's
Yes.
on me. That's
That
my
would-
bias, I guess.
For sure.
I would
Which is
call it
fine.
prejudice.
Yeah, I would call it racism against the woke.
Yes, I
Woke
am
is
strongly biased against.
The woke race.
You're implicitly biased against those woke
explicitly.
tards.
I'm trying to make my bias more explicit, as explicit as I can. Oh,
Yeah, well-
okay, freak. Well,
But it
cool to
was.
see
He
you
never
anyways.
showed up.
Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, he ate and crashed.
He
That's
never
good.
shows up,
Follow
does
your
he?
body. Do what your body needs to do.
Except for
You have to
heroin. Don't
listen
do
to
that.
your body, Jeff. Right? You have to. The body is the first sign to tell you something's up.
Yeah, and Angeline was on the other day, and we did this like check in with your body exercise, and it was so helpful.
I mean, right
and I need
down
to
from your
remember to do
emotion,
that.
I start with obviously pain. Obviously, if, someone chops you. But-
Check in with you.
But a non-physical act against my apparatus that we call human bodies, I would say, would be my emotional radar goes out first, like right. So I walk around like that. So when I know my emotions, when I'm walking around, pretend there's a big bubble around me, like when I speak on this fucking app here. Wherever it's not gonna go, then I know. I'm not getting any positive beats. Let me back up. Let me go that way. Oh, I feel better emotionally. Oh, good. If I had to hang up the phone on that fuck, or I had to just get the fuck out that party, much better. I feel so much happier. 'Cause
Or
my
throw
emotions-
Jack backstage.
You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. When you know you're getting hot, just know you got to step out and smoke a bud. Pause.
God, laying it on. I kind of relate, Vinny, and I have all those emotions, but I think I like take them in, but then I like observe and I
Right, but
think
you
about
still
them and I consider, and I like strategically react instead
you
of
see-
like just.
Just take it.
Sometimes I
like
go with the emotional flow, but mostly there's a cognitive
right. But
procedure I'm
emotions,
doing.
You say emotions, right? So that means there's a mixture of them.
Yeah.
But let's just condense it down to a simplistic form that you're not going to experience every single emotion every single time of the day. So
Right.
it's usually just that's why an emotional feel is always the hit on the radar for me, because let's just say all of a sudden I'm having a good time, and then all of a sudden somebody does something or says something or whatever, and now all of a sudden, you just feel like your mood change. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody knows what I'm talking
Yes.
about. And
I
then
do.
so that's what I'm talking about. So that little subtle emotion that oh geez, I got to get when you're talking in your head, yeah, I got to get away from this, and you do it, and you just stick with that. emotion,
No.
and
This is
you
what
get
I
that
do
emotion
because
out of the way.
this happened to me. This
You know
is
what I'm
fresh. This has happened. I notice what you're talking about, the shift, and then I analyze it. And so I might not change anything. I might continue to just play along or carry along or whatever, and analyze it until I figure out what's going on. That could take days sometimes. It could take weeks.
Okay.
So when I'm aware of the emotion is not necessarily when I'm going to take an action. But I know what you're talking about
So you're
that
going to hold
shift.
the emotion and go dive deeper for another emotion and just see what happens. But all
yeah, I
the while,
gotta-
you can pull the cord and float back.
But the emotion, like after I finish doing my analysis, the emotion's almost always going to turn out to have been right. Like that emotion was there for a reason. I just needed to know the reason before I did anything. But the emotion itself, if you're just going off of those little emotional shifts, they're
Yeah.
probably right. So that probably is one way to do
I
it.
look at
I'm
it
just a
too.
nerd and I need
I
all that
look at it.
extra.
I look at it too, like, you know, your emotions is like a cork, right? It's corks are meant to float on the surface of the fucking water. And so let's just say we're all fucking corks. A lot of people want to just try to go under the water, unnecessarily dive deep into shit that don't mean nothing to them, that has nothing to do with their fucking business or any other motherfucking bullshit, or they want to keep repeating the same fucking negative emotional fucking story for year after year, Thanksgiving after Thanksgiving dinners and shit. So what I say to that is you have to let that fucking cork go and float the fuck up. People that dwell down and stay and wallow in the muck and the mire, that's what they call it, like swamp shit, is because they're just stuck. They're too afraid to come to the surface and see
Or
the
they don't
fucking
know how to
ground.
get out. Like they are, it's like quicksand. They are stuck.
Yeah, in the muck, you know. But the thing is, Jeff, they're supposed to be, because not everybody makes it. And that's just the nature of life. I mean, it really is. But me, I do as much as I can to float. Here's another analogy. People get in a canoe and they want to fucking go have a good time. I've never
Yeah.
seen anybody go in a canoe and want to try to keep paddling up the fucking stream with a cooler full of beer and a barbecue attached to the side with a propane, fucking cooking hamburgers, trying to wrestle the fucking river current. No. Life is that fucking river, ladies and gentlemen. Put your fucking boat in there. Put your most important people in that little fucking raft. Put your fucking cooler down. Put all your fucking beverages in arm's reach. Everybody man a fucking position and get ready to ride this fucking river wherever it fucking takes you. And I'm gonna slap your fucking hands if you dare put a paddle in the water. Let this fucking thing take us for a while. If we want to pull off in this little thing we call life, let's go ahead and pull off to the side of the bank and let's have some sandwiches and chill and involved and smell the fucking roses and talking bullshit. Other than that, everybody back in, because we all got to get back to life. And that's the river. And so everybody goes home. But in a metaphor, we're all still in that nice, comfortable spot. Because you know, if you travel in that circle of friends and equate the life as the river, then if you circle yourself with the real best of people around you that emotionally and positively fucking charge your ass up, then you're going to be good to go in life. And now I get to take a union break.
Vanny, you are so healthy to have around. You really are. You're so healthy for me. I think I'm.
Vinny's
I think
toxically
my canoe
positive.
is stuck on this sandbar still.
Speakeasy can't handle Vinny. Everybody freaking like spurgs out whenever he's in, and I think he's
I
just
find Vinny
absolutely
is
awesome.
so. My stress levels just do this with Vinny's right. They just lock it to chill. I get so de. I get grounded when Vinny's here. I feel comfortable. It brings
When
my agitation down. I
I've
guess
just
if you're
met-
running a panel and trying to have a conversation, I could see why it would be a challenge. But for me, it's like comforting. It's a comforting energy.
the first time I
wish-
met Vinny was actually on Speakeasy, and everybody was like freaking out, like, "Who is this crazy retard freaking going off and shit?" And I was just laughing my ass off the entire time because if you actually listen to the words he says, it's just like he has a lot of truth behind him. He's just very expressive.
Oh, he's taking his union break. Okay.
Hey, did you think Vinny and I would not get along? What?
No, I meant the cat and the dog when I saw
Oh.
the two
Oh,
pictures.
gotcha.
His I forgot what he called it last night. His something pussy.
His hairy pussy.
Yeah, his hairy pussy. But your dog looks like he would get along around anyone. It's the cat I'm more worried about, actually.
So he would get along, but I don't think people would get along with him. He's very like mouthy, so if you don't know how to handle that with a dog, like he doesn't bite. It's just that how he shows his affection is he kind of like wraps his mouth around your like hand and stuff.
What do you
Like
mean?
he's
I own a
gonna-
cat. Isn't that what cats do? You don't get love bites from your cat? Not that you're
I
a
don't-
cat, I guess.
I have. It's my family's had cats, but I don't have cats because I'm allergic to them.
Oh, that's a good reason to not have one. Wow,
Yeah.
your family just didn't like you or something? Like what?
I was
He's
okay
allergic,
with
but fuck
cat.
him. Okay.
Yeah. I was okay with the cats. I just couldn't shove my face in them.
Uh,
Fair. Yeah, also same. I'm not allergic, but like, I don't know. Sometimes he just comes and like headbutts me in the face for like 20 minutes while I'm asleep, and I wake up like kind of stuffy, and it's like, oh, am I allergic or is this just I have a fur ball in my nose now? Fucking asshole. My cat is also like a sociopath. Like he'll just like one on your lap and he'll just stare at you, and if you like don't let him, like he'll just like go walk like 8 steps away and then just like look at you while throwing up on the ground. I'm like,
I
bro,
thought
I will
all
choke
cats
slam you.
were
Or what? Oh,
sociopaths. They seem
I
like
mean-
it to me. We're just their like cats and dogs. We're like their alternative to hunting. We're food, like we're their food source. And that's the primary role we have for them.
Cats show their affection by bringing dead rats into the house and smearing them on the floor.
They're trying
That's
to
not
teach
true.
you how to hunt.
My cat's an indoor cat and brings me, the occasional dead like bat or mouse. Well, like by occasional I mean
Any
like
lizard?
twice ever.
Any lizards?
No, I mean he's indoor. We don't have any lizards getting inside. But like a bat got into our house and the cat just like ran in and
You
just,
say that like it's a crazy thing.
What? Or I mean I
Liz-
live
we-
in the Midwest. Like what?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
never-
yeah. Usually
Everybody
doesn't
out there
work
had
for-
lizards in their house all the time. There was every animal that could be in a house.
Usually
was
doesn't
in a
work out
house.
for me, gentlemen. A lot of times, a lot of people get offended. I show my gratitude by bringing them dead rats for the, for my offerings. It's a
mean,
terrible
hey.
cat joke.
Oh,
It's all-
because the cat. All right.
Listen, if
We
gifting
need
is
the
your love
prices
language,
right.
that's you, dog.
You need the prices right.
Bum,
Like,
bum, bum, bum.
boom, boom.
Classic.
It went over like a lead balloon, ticky tack.
Sweet. Dead air.
I know. Is it ending so early?
I like it.
Oh.
I like it. It's comfortable air.
Hey, weird personal question, Vinny. Are you also Jewish?
Oy vey. Oy. Listen, hold my matzo soup here. Hold on, I gotta talk to this guy here. This mustache. Hold my matzo soup. No, I could be. I don't know. I don't know. Anybody could be anything at this day and age. I'm a
That's
Heinz.
true. That's
I'm a
true.
Heinz 57 bottle. You can find me in your fucking condiment aisle. It says Heinz 57 on it. It has 57 different ingredients. I kind of equate to that bottle.
Listen,
No more.
if I go look for you in my local grocery store and you're not there,
Hey now. Well, first of all, I don't want anybody looking for me with a mustache like that because you mean business, pal. Looks like you mean business. Like I'm on, you got to twist it on the side. I'm on Vinny's Love. I'm right around the corner. And he rides around, Jeff, on those bicycles with the front wheel that's like gigantic and that little fucking midget wheel behind. Like one of those real old school.
a tricycle?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. I'm on the WB. Shit like that.
Vinny, are you sober right now?
Yes.
Oh, this is you.
I don't drink.
Yeah,
I
what?
don't drink. I don't drink. I did some
I mean, he
gummies.
sounds very coherent. Like
Gummies,
what?
but, nothing crazy.
Why do you
It's
think he's
nothing
not
Why,
sober?
does it sound like I'm fucking crazy like that? Mm-hmm.
You're the life of the party, man.
Dead air again.
Hey, peace, love.
Bye, peace, love.
A lot of people do ask me that, Jeff. They're like, Vinny, are you like that when you're home? Yes, because I'm like this and I'm home right now. It's a funny question. It's like, I don't know. I view a lot of this
Well,
YouTube
it's
app.
Friday night.
Yeah. If I'm too much here, Jeff, just let me know.
No. This is the one place you're probably not too much.
Yeah.
No, stick around.
Yeah, and I brain fart a lot. Thank God they don't smell.
What did
Hey,
you do
you
tonight?
share?
Oh, go ahead, Jack.
All right. Do you live in Europe, or are you just?
No, I live
or-
in New York. I'm upstate New York here.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Sorry. Okay, so I asked if you were Jewish because I have a friend on Discord who
I
sounds
don't
just
know.
like you, but he's like a Jewish, like Italian New Yorker, and that's the.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
I just
strange.
listen. All I know is I popped up my mom's pussy, and here I am on Jeff's show. That's all I
Well,
know.
That's
Oh.
all you know?
That's all I know. That's how fast life goes by. One minute I was held
One,
looking at a nurse with big tits, and now I'm on this
here
fucking
you are.
panel.
Selective memory, I assume.
No, I have a memory like an elephant. And well, I'm not even.
All good Italians do, don't they?
Wait, does
Yeah,
that
what
mean
was
you
big
only think
one?
about
We
peanuts?
like big cars. We like big cars with tinted windows. And a lot of trunk space, Jeff. Trunk space is very important to us, Italian spectrum.
Oh, well.
I feel kind of weird because most of my family is like literally like second or third generation Italian immigrants, and it's like what you just describes all of them.
Oh,
Right. And when the car gets a little stale, you throw in one of those fucking green apple lamp fresheners.
stop.
And you put on some freestyle music too, ticky tack. That'll get me calm. Driving around, I'll stick my sneakers out the window.
What's freestyle?
I know you're trying to get a reaction out of me, but I am just so brain dead right now. I don't know how to respond to you, Vinny.
That's how they used to cruise around, guys. There was this spot,
Oh, Latin electronic dance music.
86th Street in the 80s. We'd cruise up and down for chicks and shit in our cars, and spend all day getting them ready and shit. But with some of these guys, I never understood it.
Lisa, and Cult Jam.
They'd be behind the driver's seat, right? And they'd stick their fresh, brand new fucking sneakers too, like the left one, and they drive with their one foot. You know what I'm saying? They drink this one out the window. So, I don't know. I thought it was a little uncomfortable. They wouldn't do it the whole time. And me and my friends in the car, if we were behind them, we'd take bets to see how many blocks you'd be able to last, because that's a hard stretch to do when you drive the car a lot.
True Pets. Well, oh.
Yeah, 86th Street. That was the
Thanks.
place.
Oh, Pet. Okay, yeah. Pets,
You know what?
sure.
That's what they don't have anymore, gentlemen. They don't let the kids cruise anymore. They got to bring the cruising back. They got to let
They
these
don't
fucking kids
no, because
cruise.
they
It's
sit.
life,
They
man.
cruise on their computers like we're doing right now.
That's why I'm
You know,
saying.
that-
I
Yeah.
remember cruising. That was a big deal. You spent
Yeah,
your whole
man.
Friday
Fucking
or
get in the
Saturday
car,
getting ready to
any
go
of your
do
friends
that.
who had the nice car, you fucking everybody gets it all shined up, even if you had to put it in there.
I guess they don't need a cruise.
No,
They have
no,
Tinder.
the problem is the gas prices are insane now. It's like, what happened to the $1 a gallon gas? Seriously.
We didn't even have that.
Yeah. I remember we could probably scrounge up, like just what one of my friends is.
That's
fucking
true. I guess
his
no one's going to
floorboard
pay to
changed.
just drive
Like we
around
would just
anymore.
look at his floorboard.
That was a luxury.
We'd fill up. At least we could scrounge up.
what
At
do you
least
mean?
a gallon
Uber
of
is
gas.
everywhere.
We'd look at the bottom of his fucking Oldsmobile, his Cutlass. We'd find like $5 for the shit. He just fell out. Oh man. And well, anyway, that's what I would have been doing when I was a young and running around on a Friday night and
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
yeah. That was a big deal.
Gentlemen, that's how you gotta do it with the boys. You know, sometimes I'm the godfather. I like to chase people around with orange peels in my mouth. But
Is that like Italian Joker? Like what?
I learned to stop.
There's your. It is generational. You see,
Good for you, Ticky Tack. You broke it. You broke it. Oh,
everything
God.
I
love a
thought
good laugh
was
like that.
normal
Was a
is
good
going to
one.
end up in the old folks' home.
I always give applause to good jokes. He busted me out of my bed.
You're a funny one, man.
Oh,
Enjoy you
man.
being around.
You know, ticky tack. I find a lot of refreshment in walking around with that orange peel. And I think to just sit next to people on the benches. And I don't know where I'm going with the bit. But pretend. So then I stopped doing that because I started getting heart attacks and ripping down my tomato plant.
Italy, where you from?
And my grandson, he's not. Well, he's just to say he's not allowed to come over anymore.
I think they're all
I'm doing a
Sicilian.
scene out of The Godfather. I don't know.
Are you Sicilian? You, Mike, and Tommy? Are you all Sicilian?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm telling you, I don't know what the fuck I am.
I mean,
You're not Italian?
Listen, anybody who thinks Sicilian's cool will tell you this is. I mean, listen, not the ones who really are, but I really
You're
don't
confusing me.
I
See,
don't
see,
No,
not the only
I'm
one
not a wine
noticing.
drinker at all. Oh, I can't stand that stuff. The most I could do is like Michelob Ultra.
Oh yeah, I used to love
Because
that.
that's nice and light, and you
Yeah.
know, kind of watery, so you could stretch those out at a nice barbecue, refreshing.
Yeah, I really
You know what I mean?
like those. That was my
So-
beer.
And
I drink
then
the
if I'm gonna
opposite of
go,
that.
I call them foo-foo drinks. If I do that, I'll do. But usually it's got to be a beach scene, you know, like a nice big fucking margarita. I mean, like the oversized one, like the, you know, like Fred Flintstone style kind of fucking glasses that flip his car over when he gets a steak or something.
They have those now. That's
Yeah,
like the standard size at a lot of places.
but that's always like a beachy thing. I love the beach. Well, some people
Yeah.
don't. Some people don't like the beach, and hey, that's for them. You know.
I love my beach. She's the best beach.
Wah, wah. Wait. Boom, 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 boom. That's a bad dog joke. Hey, me, how you doing, Ticky Tack over there? See, dogs and cats living together. Now you know the end is here, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you're prepared. See,
Hey,
it's the end of the world. Dogs and cats. We're here. We're floating around with the reindeer Jeff. And we got, listen, everybody just grab
Oh,
on the
that's true. I
spectrum handlebar mustache and you'll be all right. Just everybody grab onto the sides of that mustache. We're going to start floating away soon.
I hear the harder you
like
twist
we're
him, the
already
more
there.
he screams.
Yeah, we're just missing a moose.
I, out of context, saw the AIDS and B vitamins, and I was like,
I did
wait.
too. Bishops. In fact, hang on, I'm gonna do that.
Oh, he means mouse because of the animals.
He means mouse because of these these drama videos that people are making about moose.
See, look, he's investigating me. Look,
Oh.
where's Ebony? I know he was just here. I'm gonna play with my mustache. Well, he's either
Are you a
twisting
moose
his
or a
mustache or his
mouse?
nose hairs. I can't tell at this point.
No, he's just trying to tune into the proper right channel, you know?
Yep,
I only joke. I kid because I kid, gentlemen.
very good. I'm unoffendable. I'm a
We
straight
need
white
our
male.
jokers.
You can't even hurt my feelings, okay?
Yeah, I don't just joke around with everybody.
That's fine. You can
I
not
don't
joke around
believe
with me.
Yeah, I'm glad. No, Jeff, really, I'm glad to see you're picking up business over here, and so to speak. You know, I think you're gaining some traction. I really do appreciate your styling of panel hosting. It's a refreshing. You know, it's like, listen, you'll get it down packed, but for someone handling a bunch of people, I know a lot of the history of where we all come from.
I don't actually. Hang on, let me get my notes. Which part of the panel verse are you from? I'm doing my math.
The verse of the panel, you know.
Is it Vegas Valley? That
I don't
sector?
usually like to talk to anybody who grabs a piece of paper and a pen.
I'm
My
just
boss
adding
was
you
like
to the
that.
map. I have my map. That's all I was doing.
No, I'm kidding, Jeff. I'm kidding. No, seriously, I really appreciate it because, you know, there's a lot of trolls, a lot of this, a lot of that, but I really appreciate it. It's a different style. It's familiar faces for me, which is a blessing, and new at the same time. So it's a good flux of like people I have never met before and people I've known for years. So it's a good mix.
Wow. Well, thanks.
Yeah. No, thank you.
So, thank you. That's what we're going for here.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, ticky tack. Well, I know he's listening. Look at his ears.
I hear everything.
What?
What?
So on the spectrum, what does that actually mean?
Oh, I did. Do you know verbal combat?
Yeah, I participated in that. I think
Yeah.
with you one time. Yeah, Speakeasy. That's where I know you from.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
so. Yeah,
yeah. It
but
was
it's not like I know you. I think I took a shot at you on stage.
fine. Listen, I have my camera on for a reason. All right, it's to invite the personal attacks because I think it's funny, and also it's an easy out for when like you've lost the argument when you just start like, not that you're doing this, but yeah, they stop responding to the argument and start just like attacking me
You
personally.
still do
Just like,
that? Do you do that on a regular, the verbal combat, or just it was like because I just did it that like I just happen to fall into Speakeasy schedule somehow sometimes. But that was a fun fucking night for me. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I experienced that verbal combat, Jeff. I was up this way.
Was that your first time?
Yeah, first
Yeah,
and only.
I think you'd
first
be
and
good
only
at that. How
verbal
did you
combat.
do?
I think the first panel appearance, I unfortunately went up on a verbal combat night. So I really can't count that night because that night was like really nuts on that panel. But then I was on not too long ago, and then because I couldn't tell on the first time because there was something like people kept paying to put me backstage, so I couldn't tell.
Why?
So it's like, I don't know, for money. I'm a great appreciative people like for support. And shame on anybody out there if they playing any kind of like kickoff games and shit like that. Now listen, it's not for everybody, but when money's introduced to a lot of different things, a lot of people get different opinions about shit. But fuck them, Jeff, is what I say. You just keep doing you, pal. You know what I mean?
yeah, I feel like I mean, I feel like the one lifeline I have to speak easy is that like I'm very hateable and like people will pay large sums of money to get like to have me shut the fuck up and like go away. So
Yeah.
like
No,
Yeah.
in fact I was
Moneymaker.
on there's the shit show, Jeff. I don't know if you ever heard that. I used to go on that show too. It was a lot of fun. But I don't know if he still does it. AC does these, like people can give $5. They put someone backstage for 5 fucking minutes. Is it a big deal? No. I always took that like, listen, if I'm having fun, and well, first of all, I'm emotionally stable enough to handle a mature move like that because I look at it like this: I'm making my friend some money, and I got 5 minutes to go take a piss, put some water on my face, go smoke a cigarette, and just stand the fuck up and realize that, hey, I got a 5-minute timeout. I'm a big believer in the timeout, ladies and gentlemen. And don't feel like you got to be moving at anybody else's fucking pace except your own. A lot of people want things instant gratification nowadays. I say, fuck it. Pump the brakes, savor the fucking flavor, and understand how things are. And just find the things that you enjoy to do and just keep doing that. Because when people force themselves to do negative things daily on a daily basis, especially doing stupid shit on this application of YouTube, it's not a healthy thing to do, ladies and gentlemen. Just an FYI. I got to take a break, Jeff. I'll be back, though.
Okay. Got it. He timed his own self out.
Yeah, so first time I was on Speakeasy, I actually won, or the verbal combat.
Wow, your very first time?
Yeah. I was, yeah, I think it's just because I was more entertaining than anything else. And that's kind of what stepped away from the allure of being on there is I want to get into some like real, like in-depth debates. Like I want to get in on a 1v1 and just duke it out for like 2 hours.
well, yeah, he has the UFC or UVC or whatever the fuck it's called too. That's all like 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. But yeah, it's like not a fucking battle royale thing. It's a 1v1 thing. If you don't
Well,
already know,
if
sorry.
anyone ever wants to debate on here, I'm always up for that. This channel can be used for that as well.
Yeah, I guess I just haven't really found any competitors yet.
I'll fight you on anything, even shit I
Oh,
don't
yeah?
believe in. Let's go.
I want it to be genuine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like we have it. Well, I don't know. We disagree on at least one thing, maybe more.
Yeah, and I'm not particularly sure if I really want to debate that particular subject.
Oh yeah.
I'll debate evolution.
Like
I'm a
evolution-
creationist.
Oh, okay.
You're a creationist?
Yeah.
Oh.
I work with one of those now, and it's actually I don't know. I love that guy actually.
You know, it would be
Uh,
funny if we could come up with an idea of a debate which has two ridiculously funny sides to it, and someone has to just go and defend that position for a goof. You know what I mean? Like you got to defend like a shopping cart wheel that fucking is at a whack, and then somebody who's got to defend, something funny. I don't know, just a thought.
I think, well, I think that's what maybe won verbal combat the first time around. Like, there was one subject that was, should internet be free? And my response was just like, it's already free. Go to McDonald's.
Seattle was going to do the Google Fiber, and then they pulled out. But they were going to pilot a free, like do it as a utility, a city utility that they provide. I think it should be. I think if we don't have it now, eventually we're going to have the technology to be able to provide it.
Yeah, I think there should be some free internet to a degree. But when I think about it, well, you have libraries. You know, you can get internet for free over
Well,
there.
they're not. They're homeless shelters now. They're not libraries. Have you been in one
Oh,
recently?
really? No, I
Well, at
haven't
least the ones up
actually.
here.
I think it's been about like 8 years since I've been in a library.
wow, do you not read books or something?
Generally no. So
What's the opposite of a
Nobody
nerd?
reads anymore. This generation doesn't read.
I
I read a
spend most of my
lot
time
of
reading.
Yeah, but
I
you're,
read a lot
you're
of
an outlier.
technical manuals actually. I'm a programmer by trade, and I
Oh,
build a lot of electronics. So
okay.
yeah, a lot of my reading is technical.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, also same. Sorry, I was trying to think of a funny joke and I got nothing.
All good.
Yeah, I think it's audiobooks and YouTube, mostly.
The thing is that I have a stack of books that have been recommended to me that I probably haven't even gone past the first chapter. Um, I just seem to lose interest very quickly.
Are they fiction?
They're a combination of fiction and nonfiction, like biographies. You know, it's a variety of different things. I just can't get into them.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, biographies and like fiction. Those are two categories of stuff I don't read anymore. Because I have a hard time.
You don't read fiction?
Not really anymore. I don't know. I just like it. It's generally like a big time investment.
Oh.
That's how I
don't
see
know.
it as well. It's a
Right,
big time
yeah.
investment.
Right. Like I read 3 papers this week about the mTOR pathway, because that's what I'm into this week. And like, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't imagine picking up like Stephen King's newest book and like, I don't know. I know he's good and he's interesting, but like, why would I read this whole ass like 1,000-page book about this fucking random shit in Maine when I could be learning more, I don't know, pragmatic stuff? Yeah, I don't know. It's a
Yeah,
struggle.
like last weekend, I spent most of my time trying to get some face swap software to work properly. Um, it's open source projects. Trying to make something that I could just run on my desktop, don't have to pay anything for, and I was very unsuccessful, but I learned a lot.
Right. That's real meme. Yeah, I'm trying to help. I know somebody who has like this Discord server that they've been using as like a database for like peer reviewed science and like debate prep stuff, which is like not a great format for that. He just has like these dozens of schizo channels of just like here's a study, here's some commentary on it. They're a doctor, so like but yeah, I'm helping them transform that into a markdown format that's like indexable by a robot, so you can just kind of rather than have 24 schizo channels on Discord, you can just ask a bot about what you want to learn, and it can serve you the tagged articles and stuff, if that makes
But
sense.
no, it makes total sense, and that's actually a good project because that's one of the biggest issues when it comes to any sort of like studies or documentation is that it's really hard to search for what you need. Majority of the time, the information exists on how to do things. It's just there's no place where you can effectively search on it. You in the past you could effectively search it because it's like there weren't very many people on the internet, and Google, whenever you would search something technical or specific, it would be mostly like publications for universities and stuff, or hobbyists that have very strong technical mind that publish on their website. But now it's just all this like it's clips and media and entertainment, and you don't find anything. You may find a blog post that doesn't give you any information.
Right. Yeah. I guess like that's like, I don't know. This, something I appreciate about my field is that like I, at the end of the day, still have like scholar.google.com, and you have like Stack Overflow.
Yeah.
When it comes to like the nitty gritty of like, does anyone know how to do this?
Well, thankfully, I'm now in such a position and with so much experience that I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve that are not published, and that's why people call me on really complicated projects.
Yeah.
It's how I sell myself. You know, is there's very specific traits that are unique to myself that only I can do.
Right. Yeah, that's my struggle. Is fundamentally I want to do non-pragmatic research, like just stuff that just like, hey, we have literally no idea about anything of any of this, and like it's very not like marketable, I get, or like I don't know.
I can give
Not
you a
nec-
research idea. So how familiar are you with producing oil from algae?
Actually pretty familiar. I started on a research project in uni of fermenting algal biomass into biodiesel precursors, specifically like succinic acid.
Yeah. And fundamentally, there's two problems that exist with it. Is that the scale and the cost of nutrients? Is that right? And in order for it to be an effective alternative for fuel.
Kind of. So like, so I was specifically working with algal biomass generated from like waste cleanup facilities. So a lake would be shitty and gross, and they would go like pump algae over this grate with seed algae, and use that to clean the water. So but also just that whole like pathway of stuff is very energy intensive and like not well subsidized, and a lot of it ends up like needing to be powered by a lot of not green stuff. And sorry.
Oh, it's it's something that I was partly researching into as well, but it was to be a solution for the toxic algae blooms in Florida.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
and I found this is a common problem with just like any sort of industrialized country that is developing. Anywhere where you have a waterway that's hitting salt water generally has toxic algae blooms. Um, and part of my research was to figure out how could we essentially artificially generate the
No, you're
algae
not,
in a
Frobo.
controlled situation, and to produce a resource out of it, such as either like just burning as a biomass or a fish feed or even just a straight oil. What stopped me is that the scale, you would need a lot of land in order to essentially incubate the algae and get them growing effectively. And there was no land affordable enough to do that.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
This guy
a
says
great
he's
way
here to talk about algae too.
All right, what do you have to say about
I
seaweed?
suspect
Provo?
otherwise, but
You're muted. Also, I don't know if you have a unmute button.
I
Okay.
like that mic.
Can you
How did
hear
you
me?
get it to light
Yes.
up red?
Yep.
All
Looks
right, so I'm here to
demonic.
talk about algae. Absolutely.
Sweet.
Let's go.
What's your comments?
So algae became a big interest to me around 2019, 2020. In 2018, 17, I lived in Oregon, and we had an algae bloom outbreak in the Dallas Lake in Oregon, which contaminated our water supply and made a big problem. In fact, I worked in a school district where they didn't address the problem correctly or soon enough. And a lot of the students at the school I went to got sick. Early in the morning, they had vomiting and they got algae. They got sickness from the algae from the water from Dallas Lake. So I started to understand that algae blooms cause sicknesses, and a lot of the water supplies in the United States don't have the ability to detect contamination and also alert their population to poor water supply. So then it led me down to a larger rabbit hole, which helped me understand. Like, for example, another incident occurred in Africa where they had a large elephant mass die off. A lot of elephants died from eating algae, contaminated water. Well, they were drinking it, but pretty much eating it. So like, I love the topic of algae. I think it's very important. And this guy's on the spectrum, so am I. And he's almost laughing at me comically, which I find a little bit disrespectful. Because I can read your body language. I'm not super.
If you're on the spectrum, how do you know you're getting it right?
How do I know? Because I've worked on myself and I've had enough interpersonal interactions to know when someone.
Jeff, are you questioning their lived experience? How dare you?
Yeah, because I don't. I said I have autism, but I actually live with it. So I live with autism, and I am very neurodiverse, and I don't appreciate the
Divergent.
I don't appreciate Jack Darko's passive aggressive behavior to me talking about this subject. It's very disrespectful.
Well, I want to hear what he has to say about the algae thing first.
Go ahead.
The science side of it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, drinking water contaminated with algae is bad. Like, I don't know.
It
Like,
is.
I read my quarterly water quality report. I don't know. I also live like a few hours away from Flint, so like, yeah, like, you know, like there's some fuck shit going on in the water supply. And most people aren't willing to fix it. And like, I don't know. It's not that we don't have like, you know, measures in place to like check to see if shit's fucked up, but it's like, you know, it's a lot of money in taxes to, you know, dig up all the fucking pipes and replace them with, you know, not lead. And
That's right.
yeah, and
when
you
people
know,
get sick, right, and they can blame it on anything, but I experienced a situation where a lot of kids got sick, a lot of people got sick, and the government
Were they
actually in
black
Oregon,
kids?
yeah, many of them probably were, because it was to all the school systems in Salem, Oregon, that experienced this, and the government didn't actually issue a warning till after everybody got sick, because that's what prompted them to address the community. Was when all of a sudden in the morning, 11 kindergartners had to check out of school because of vomiting due to the algae bloom in the city's water. But so, you know, it's a very big deal to me to talk about algae, because I think it is one thing that's making the American population sicker than they realize, because most people and most cities don't have the abilities to test their water. And actually, so when Oregon tested their water, they had to send it to, I think it was Michigan or Ohio, and they had to wait a week or two to find back to when the water was clean. So Oregon didn't have their own internal system to even test their own water. They had to do it out of state. So it is a very big issue for most cities, most states. But what are your thoughts?
yeah. Also, sorry, just random personal thing. I like laughing is like my default reaction to stuff. It's just like, yeah, sorry, I wasn't like laughing at you. I just like, that's, I don't know, whatever. It's my coping mechanism for whenever I feel like
He's trolling you because he knows.
Is that a real brick wall behind you, Provo? If that's a real brick wall, I like it, man.
Oh, it's
Kudos to you.
100% real.
Yeah, I like that, man.
It's about as real as Talcott's fireplace. It looks even more real. I think it was made of the same brick.
It's real as hell.
Yeah.
No,
I like it.
yeah,
I
would
that.
wonder, is there some like weird like type of algae specifically that happened in Oregon? Like, you know, like I don't know, because I feel like, you know, like there's a lot of different flavors of algae. But I mean, like I don't know. There's a water quality page in the
Do
state
you guys
of
work in the
Oregon's-
water industry or something?
No, I'm just somebody who, during this algae bloom pandemic in Oregon, their response in Oregon was to wheel out construction. What are they called? Dump trucks, and then they put tarps over the dump trucks, and then they put water in those tarps, and then they use that water to give to the populace, because the water was so unsafe for drinking that they actually, you know, encouraged people to go get water from outside sources. And if you couldn't afford that, the city and state provided that. And I was curious. I was like, all right, I'm going to take this serious, because I was at the school. I saw the kids get sick. And then when I went to go get the water that they gave to everybody,
Was you for a second,
hold on.
Provo?
hold on, let me finish. It was a dump truck with a plastic blue tarp covering it with water inside of it. And I said, no fucking way.
Right. So that's how. So the
No
algae.
fucking way.
So the algae probe. I just wanted to clear up.
In
What-
Dallas Lake, in Oregon. You can look it up.
So it was growing on a water source for the community.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what. That's what I needed to know. Dump truck with what? So they were trying to scoop. They were just skimming the surface and throwing in dump trucks lined with plastic. So they
No. The alleged water they were giving to the people, I don't know where that came from, but once they notified the public of the water being contaminated, they provided dump trucks with a tarp covering them. These dump trucks used to carry whatever else, right? And then they put water in those dump
water or
trucks.
just usable like
It was supposed to be drinking water for the people and water you could use for cooking and potable water.
yeah,
Like
that's
it was
crazy.
complete bullshit though. Once you showed up and you looked at it and you said, no fucking way. Like this is insane.
I mean, it only takes 2 seconds to call. Like, they have different water trucks everywhere. And
yeah, this wasn't a water truck. It was a dump truck
How people
with a
come and,
blue tarp. This
if
was
I could say something without you interrupting me, I think that would be.
I think if you also would not
I
interrupt me
understand.
and would listen to me, I'd appreciate
See,
it.
so since I said you interrupt me, now you're just going to throw. I interrupt you right back.
Well,
at
you
me.
did though. It's just a matter.
Hey, what's going on? I just got back.
I don't know.
What?
Provo just doesn't let me want to say anything.
No, I'll let you talk, but don't
Like, he just
be
doesn't let me
Jesus
talk.
Christ.
don't be
for more than, like, 10
condescending and don't be passive
can't
aggressive.
be
We could be.
Well,
quiet.
let him talk, and then we can address however he is after. He
Go
gets
Jeff,
ahead.
I just told this guy, can I just speak and get out what I want to get out? And then he just gets out to me. Well, you don't let me get out. You keep interrupting.
I know
me.
that
is the
happens
most
with Spurs
immature
all the time. They come,
response I've ever heard from a man before who uses a lit microphone, who lights up like a light bright.
I know, but
Is this talking cat talking shit on my microphone? This guy won't show his face because he's so fucking insecure.
let me hear what he has
my
to Provo.
face.
I'm gonna
101. What a
Provo.
101.
Hang on, Vinny. Provo, I'm gonna put you in the back so he can say what he has to say, and then I'll take you back on. All right, Vinny.
Yeah, well, now I'm going to say a lot while he's in the back. No mook.
Well, just say what you were gonna say.
Well, now he made me forget. But here's the
Oh,
premise.
come on.
Well, listen, don't react. Hold on. Let me finish. See, this is the problem with YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody starts to say something, and nobody waits at least 10 fucking seconds in order to let the guy finish what he's saying.
Come on.
That's all I'm saying. You're
Come
reacting to something I just didn't even fucking got done saying. Right? That's all I'm saying. I told this guy Provolone, whatever the fuck he is back there. I told the guy I would like some time to respond and talk. He responded right back to me, Jeff, with, well, you keep interrupting me. I wanted to interrupt him one fucking time like 10 minutes ago about just clarifying where this fucking stupid algae grows. That I really don't even care about algae. But he made me curious to know where the fuck this algae was going on in Oregon, you see. Now, so he responded back to me like a baby. And then I know he's a fucking scumbag troll because he goes now right back to resorting before you threw him in the back like the scumbag he is. He goes, oh, let me show your face. He's a show your face.
You don't have to show your face.
No, Jeff, I'm here 5 fucking years, Jeff. 5 fucking years on YouTube. I understand how this works. Anyway. He goes right back to showing your face, so you're a troll out of the gate. At least Spectrum is actually defending a fucking position and not going after people. Looks on the face. What are you, so much of a mook? You want to see my face? And come all over that brick wall! You fucking
Vinny, you okay?
I'll take a break.
All right. I want to make sure you're okay.
Well,
All right, back to algae. Back to algae, people. Let's
I
keep
only
it on
have
what's
a quick
important.
comment. So maybe to respond to Vinny why I care about algae so much is because I lived in a boating and fishing town in Florida, right off the coast. And what ended up happening is that they cut off the flow of the Everglades from Okeechobee Lake and decided to create artificial inlets into the ocean and cause a toxic algae bloom and essentially killed off all the fish and killed the boating industry because nobody wanted to bring their boats in anymore. So that was my motivation to figure out what this problem is and how to solve it.
Oh, I mean, it's more complicated than that. A lot of causes and.
No, it was very specifically because they capped off the Everglades, or it capped off the Okeechobee Lake flow into the Everglades, because the Everglades was the natural filter for all the water, and instead they decided to cut artificial inlets from Okeechobee to Tampa and to my little town called Stewart. So they're just direct flows straight into the ocean. And
Oh,
yeah, and so it
unrelated.
caused,
Maybe we can hang out sometime. I have family down in that area.
oh, sweet.
I can meet your German Shepherd. No
I
homo.
live in Texas now.
Oh,
So,
well,
yeah.
I hear things are smaller there.
Yeah, we could say that, I guess. Maybe if you have, like, some weird ass glasses that are inverting your vision, sure. I'm wondering,
Yeah, it's
Hey,
called a
Spike.
microscope.
yeah, for those people who are like farsighted, you know how when you look in their glasses, their like face kind of squishes right in the glasses. I wonder if that's how they see the world. Is just that everything's a little bit more squished.
I
Good
can't imagine what it's like to be
evening,
farsighted, to be
people.
honest.
I can't either.
Like my vision ends like from the distance of my arm, where I could like hold a book to read something. I'm like, okay, it's probably on purpose.
Can
That's
I
all I
ask a
got.
question, please?
Always.
Yeah.
Howdy, gents.
Howdy.
Vinny, OG, Jeff, good to see you. Provo, are you a rapper? I have to know. Are you a rapper? My mic also lights up, by the way. Mine's purple right now.
I've actually produced a rap album with 17 tracks with 3 to 4 skits in between, and it went double aluminum. I sold out.
Double aluminum. That's hilarious.
Dope.
How do we hear
Wait,
it?
when you
Is
say
it
you
online anymore?
produced, like, do you mean like it's your rap album, or like you made, like
I
you produced
rapped
beats
in
for
the
someone
album.
else?
It was
Okay,
a rap
gotcha.
group. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
What was your rap name?
My rap name?
If you don't mind sharing.
It was called Lil Swampy.
I love it.
All right, I got to take a break. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, how do we hear it? How do we get a hold of it?
You Google Lil
don't-
Swampy and then listen to it.
No, you're not gonna find
what,
it.
What
We
the
did
fuck?
have a MySpace, and then MySpace, when they transitioned over to a new format, they actually didn't keep a lot of the old artist records on the website. So I believe the MySpace is probably still up, but there's no living documents of it. There's one album left, a signed album. My friend has it, and it's so Lonely Island.
Yes.
Right. Okay,
Yeah.
so we were Lonely Island before Lonely Island.
You were the
it was-
loneliest island, truly.
Yeah, we were the-
Dante.
We were actually very ahead of the time in 2006. So 2006 is when we started our rap group. Yep.
How are you compared to like Death Grips? I'm sorry.
Death Grips, some of our hit tracks are called Dim Boobies. Another hit track is called Sex Tricks. But it's hard to find those things.
Okay, but you're not currently a rapper. You've abandoned the rapper lifestyle
I have
to pursue.
Yeah, I
Okay.
no longer listen to rap either. I think it's demonic. And
Do they have Jesus rap?
Oh,
I'm
yes.
not. I don't
Lecrae
listen-
and Old Hobson.
Oh, I'll check that out. Thank you for
Oh
for
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Oh.
Lecrae specifically has
Osmonds?
that bopper, like riding with my top down, listening to that Jesus music. It's fucking dope. Well, Mattis Yahoo is Jewish, but it's
I love Jews. I love Matasayu.
yeah. Do you know? Well, I guess whatever. Toby Wigway. Wigway spelt with an N. Yeah, he's also a very spiritual rapper who does the braggadociousness, but like also like the if I can't bring my wife and my kids to my show, like I'm not gonna fucking be there. Like why?
Hell yeah, I'm
Um,
about that. If I can't bring my 6 kids, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, he I think is at 6 now.
Really? So he caught up to me. That's impressive.
He like I don't know. He was like in the running. He was a very famous college football person, and then got injured, and then he started some charities, and then he started rapping. So yeah, he's like
Could you put that in the back chat for me, please?
yeah.
Provo, you have kids?
6.
I don't believe you.
Well, that's not my problem.
I know. I'm just putting
I
on
really don't
record
get-
that
I
I
don't
don't
give a
believe
shit.
you for when you come out to not have 6 kids. It was here
Well,
first.
why do you think I'm not online?
Because first of all, you don't look old enough to have 6 kids unless you
I'm
started
Mormon.
very, very
Do you know
early.
I'm Mormon?
Do y'all
you
get
know
like
what- you
double
know when I
kids?
start-
Does he
you
have
know when I-
super sperm?
Do you know when I
No,
started
it just
my
has.
family?
You can have multiple at the same time.
Oh, okay.
No,
But you
I'm
don't
not-
though. You
I'm not
don't. Yeah, you're not
FLDS.
even real Mormon. They wouldn't even you don't even count according to that.
I do actually have 6 kids, and it's disrespectful for you to say that shit.
I don't care about your feelings. Biological kids.
My seed.
Do you know them all? Like, are they accounted for?
One wife.
I don't believe you.
That's fine. That doesn't bother me.
just
I'm
don't
not.
believe
I don't
you.
need to prove that.
No,
Why do
you
I
don't.
care? No,
You don't.
like
You
it
don't
means
even have to
nothing me.
care. I'm
Yeah, I
just
don't.
giving my
you-
opinion.
I got 6 kids, and it doesn't matter.
Did you say Mariashi was a football player or not Mariashi?
No, Toby Wigway
I
was
was
a.
gonna say Mariashi's tiny. Okay, that makes more sense.
No. Mattis Yahoo is a Jew, and his vocal warm-ups are amazing.
Oh, he's amazing. I love
I
Modest.
think I was having dysphaxia. I meant Mariashi.
Okay.
What was I saying? Mariashi? Zatiochi. Where's Zatiochi?
I don't know. I
Yoshimitsu, yeah,
haven't seen
yeah.
him today.
Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to ask because I can tell a rapper when I see him.
Yep. Hey, can we get back to algae? I'd like to hear on this.
Can you do a rap on algae for it? We can rap about algae.
put me on a beat?
I don't have a
All right,
soundboard. ready.
then let Spectrum talk about it.
Wait, I have some StreamYard beats. Maybe I can give you.
Don't worry about it. I don't feel like rapping.
Well, why just talk about it when you could rap about it?
Because
You're all about content.
I told you
he is
2000
doing that.
I told you
He's
2006.
freestyle acapellaing like algae lectures. Like what more are you asking for? Like more rhythmic?
Gonna make me dance, son.
Sounds like house music.
How many kids you got, Gen X?
I don't have any. 0.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah. That's the rap.
Can we get back to algae, please?
That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, Oregon has a water department. I don't know why you would say that it doesn't have a water department. I'm looking at their website. And
That's
it's their
crazy,
department.
isn't it? Isn't
Yeah.
it crazy? Because they have to outsource everything.
Do they? I couldn't find anything about that. I mean,
The algae outbreak, and so when was I there? Would have been about. When was I in my I was in a master's program for education because I'm an educated person. I'm not retarded. That would have been, what year is it? 2024. I don't even know what year I graduated from my master's program. Isn't that crazy? I should just go get my diploma and show everybody.
All right, that's all. I
I'd
need
rather
to
see
know.
6 kids personally, but
You like that's crazy.
I'm more
and weird.
skeptical about that
That's
than your
crazy and weird.
intelligence.
You want to see my 6 kids? That's
Well,
here's the thing.
I
My
don't need to
family
actually
or
see
my
your kids,
will
but
never
some
be
kind of
on-
evidence that you have 6 kids.
I got a wedding ring. Is that good enough? And I'm Mormon. That should be enough for you to understand that I do procreate, and I procreate with.
I'm not. I don't doubt that. I'm not doubting.
Yeah,
any of that.
I don't.
6
don't
just
believe in-
seems
I don't believe in
excessive
birth
for.
It does that, but the reality is
for what?
that's
Wait,
not.
wait,
That's
Jeff.
normal for my
wait,
culture.
Gen X has so many fucking kids. Everyone I know has so many aunts and uncles. Like, what are you like? Are you like baby boomers have hella siblings? Like,
We have baby boomers.
It's all right if you don't believe me, Jet. I really don't.
My
care.
my grandparents' generation had like 6 to 8. My parents had and our generation had about 4, and then my siblings, they all have 2 each. So I've watched the numbers
decline. But
half
are they,
each year.
Are they Mormon?
No,
Okay, well
they're Catholic.
there you go. Mormons have kids. Sorry, Jeff. They have lots of kids. We are the highest reproducing state in the country.
I just can't see you with 6 kids. You're like half a kid yourself.
Yeah, well, sorry I'm not online all the time. That's why I have 6 kids, Jeff.
You are online a lot.
Right
A
on town.
lot,
the
Jeff.
the fine
Jeff,
lines
that's a
away,
goddamn
the
lie,
was
and you know
smooth,
it
and
is.
MC so damn smooth.
I see you a lot.
Okay, when was the last time you saw me in a chat or on panel?
Before you took your break, like a week ago.
That would have been 2 weeks. You
Well, 2
struggle
weeks
with you
ago.
struggle with time, and
No,
you
it was-
seem to be an incredible source already because you don't even know what time is.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop down. Peace, y'all. Jeff,
Hey, peace, Spike. God
Jack.
bless you.
Vinny.
Yes,
Hi,
Mike.
little Swampy.
Yeah, you call me a little
All
swamp
right, peace out, bro.
because I be in that swamp. I like to get back
The
to
Mormon
algae.
swamp.
It's one of my big topics because I actually think is one of the biggest concerns to not only America but the world at large. Not only primarily because of agricultural runoff, and maybe on the spectrum could talk about that.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the
I
last
was
part
talking
again?
about agricultural runoff and creating algae and the big problem that
Yeah.
occurs.
I mean, yeah, like that's a problem. Contamination is a problem. Like if you live close to salt water and like, the, well that you have is leaking, that's bad. Yeah, bad infrastructure isn't good.
And maybe you could also talk about this regarding algae is also the effects on the breathing atmosphere. So if you have a large algae bloom, it actually is negative to your health impact to be breathing in that air. Is that true or not?
I don't know if I don't think that's,
Well, look it up.
Well, he's
Or,
a
I mean-
scientist.
Look it up.
well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know what I'm looking up here. Like if you're
So
like,
if
like,
you have a large algae bloom, is that going to be toxic to the air? Yes or no?
I mean, in what distance? Like at your house, like 40
So
miles away
within
from
a
the lake?
mile, so within a mile. So if you have a large population next to a lake, which Utah does, it's called Utah Lake. So we have a large. I think it's about 90% of Utah lives within the I-15 area, but within the I-15 area, you also have the Utah Lake, which is a large population of Utah County. So then you get in the problem of air quality. So I've seen concerns regarding air quality in those regards. Maybe you could shed some light on that.
I don't know. Everything I know about harmful algae blooms is it's not the cyanobacteria themselves. Like they like produce cytotoxins that that are in the water, and then you consume that water. I'm not super familiar with like.
Breathing the toxins in, right? Because the
Well, I
wind
mean-
might blow and carry that into the air, and you might breathe that in, right?
I mean, you could, but like
could, right?
even like again, I feel like the concentration. If
I
you were to
could-
breathe in like a handful
I
of
could-
water.
I could just let me just help you. I got to go off. Let me put a few links in the back panel. Might help you. But continue with your conversation.
What does Mike Shine mean? Mike Shine. It's
Doesn't wanna talk.
it's cool, Spike. However you want to hang out. I just didn't know what it meant. I've heard of camera shy.
Oh. Is it? So.
Okay. Vinny, you still there?
Okay. I think I found this. Okay, so when a bloom dies off, the decay process can burn
Yeah,
up
I'm
all the
still there,
oxygen in the water.
Okay.
And then without water or without oxygen in the water, things suffocate and then rot and die, and then they can release methane and hydrogen sulfide.
That's right. Thank
Um,
you.
For sure.
I came to talk about algae, Jeff.
It's very educational. How big of a at what scale of a crisis is this? Like, how worried should the average American be
well-
about this?
I think very worried if we can't resolve these problems.
Worse than racism, not
Absolutely.
less worse than racism. Which one should we
I don't know why we're
prioritize?
bringing. How does algae and racism connect?
I'm trying to get a sense of the priorities of the nation, like what they should be. So
Well, I
here's-
think
maybe I
air
can
quality and algae and water quality affects people more than racism does, because it's ubiquitous, and
well, so is
nobody.
racism.
No, so white people. You're right. White people are victim to racism. You're right, Jeff. So great point. But in general, though, everybody consumes water.
Okay, you have me convinced. I think this is way more
Thank
important,
you.
actually.
Thank you.
Here's how I would describe it. So You typically find toxic algae blooms around very heavily industrialized like cities that are near water, just bodies of water, which is practically every city is near a body of water for the most part. Um, and this is a worldwide phenomena with every single country that has like a large inlet and has a large spring of industrialization. They have toxic algae blooms, so it is a problem. Just it's such a massive, large-scale problem that costs a lot of money to fix that nobody's really putting effort into figuring out how to solve it.
Well, they're putting effort to all this other stuff. Just shift it to that.
And try convincing the government that wants to send all your money over to Africa and promote DEI programs.
I think Africa could benefit a lot from DEI programs.
Sweet. Why do you think that?
Because we need to export money to other countries, because that's America's job.
Seems like it now.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
Kane.
there's more diversity in Africa, like DNA wise, than anywhere else in the world. So, of course, they need DEI training.
Oh.
Diversity in DNA.
And they had apartheid.
Well, I mean, that's a very small section of Africa. Okay,
It was a
when we
big
talk
deal
about-
in the 80s. I know you don't
Yeah, it
believe
was.
in my generation, but it was a thing.
I mean, I believe in historical events.
But the significance and like to the like proportionalizing, I guess, those events. They had for years they had celebrities, rock bands do concert. Like apartheid was in the news for years about how bad it was, and all of the pop culture figures were rallying against it.
I mean, they also did that against AIDS, and I feel like
Yeah.
I remember the AIDS concert way more than the apartheid concert.
Well, the
I don't even
apartheid
know-
concerts happened. And,
I mean,
in
I'm sure they
fact,
happened.
they probably happened before the AIDS because it took a long time for AIDS to really get on the public's attention.
Yeah.
It's not something they wanted to face.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it happened first, but like I know Queen was at the AIDS concert. I didn't know there was an apartheid concert until literally like right now.
I was just about
Yeah.
to bring up Queen. It's like that's another generational thing
Sun
where
City
it's like
was one of 'em.
Queen, they're a bunch of cross dressers, you know. And so it's like the whole LGBTQ stuff was pretty acceptable then because of these influences.
Yeah, I've seen hair metal bands. Okay. Yeah, I also I don't like the hard shift to atomizing gender because I like tomboys. Those girls are kind of cute and they're
Hey,
just
I
not allowed to
completely
exist
agree.
anymore. Oh no,
I
you're
completely agree.
trans-mask. It's like no, you're just hot and think you want a dick.
What is that?
Tomboy? don't know,
That's
like-
what they call it. So, wait, I'm trying to get the categories. Trans mask is what? Somebody that's trans that leans masculine, like is on the masculine side.
Someone that's AFAB, so assigned female at birth, but like, I don't know, occupies like, somewhere around like 2 standard deviations away from femininity, closer to masculinity. Does that make sense?
No, but I'll go with it. I didn't know they had deviations of gender.
I don't.
I
know
mean,
these
I'm talking
terms
about-
either. Okay, it's
Sorry, I'm
he's
talking about
the
standard
outlier here.
deviation. Like, do you know like the bell curve and the normal distribution?
Yeah, I've taken plenty of IQ tests. I know
Yeah,
all
yeah.
that. I didn't know they had a comparable thing for gender, model for gender.
Or, I mean, I'm like making this up on the fly in order to express myself.
Okay. That's probably
Like,
the
yeah, I don't know.
confusion. There.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah,
Yeah, normalize tomboys again.
yeah. They're
They
cute.
were normal. They didn't go anywhere. They just changed. Like all the conceptualization of everything changed. The phenomena is still there.
Oh yeah. Whatever. Culture changes, and that's fine.
Yeah, organically. That's fine.
I mean, yeah. Or,
I have no problem with organic culture change. That's not the stuff I'm seeing. It doesn't look organic.
wait. I mean, does culture change have to be organic in order for it to be
For
acceptable
me,
to you?
yeah. Don't come and force like socially engineer force my culture to change, especially Cajuns, because they've been doing that. Like our whole history is people try to come and force our culture to change, and us trying to maintain our culture. So that's a particularly sensitive issue for my people.
So I'd like to bring up this random Supreme Court case called Brown versus Board of Education. Have you heard of it?
It's random. I'm not sure I have. Why don't you go ahead and explain it to me?
Yeah, it was not an organic change in culture, but it was an authoritarian decree handed
Well,
down
but
by
that the
Supreme
Supreme
Court.
Court is one of our three branches of government. So if you're talking about, was it in any way exceptional from any of the other cases that come out of the Supreme Court? Because I don't consider that imposed top down. That's part of our political process.
Okay. I mean, would you consider something that's part of the political process, like something that's been put into place by lawmakers? Like, is that necessarily organic?
We're talking about cultural change, though. Like, I don't think it's the job of government to change culture. I think that happens organically.
Well,
Especially America, like self-governing Americans, it's definitely not the job of the government to change our culture.
I mean,
'Cause
would you
we
consider
are
segregation part of culture?
Yeah, but we don't have that now. Where's the segregation other than in these DEI trainings? Where is the segregation?
You're not answering my question, Jeff.
Where is the segregation?
What are you talking about? Why are you asking about modern day segregation? I'm talking about
I'm talking about culture today. I'm talking about top down cultural change today versus organic cultural change.
Okay, the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
I agree with the overturning of it. I think it was bad law, and these are political controversies. It's not cultural change. I'm talking about.
Did the culture not radically shift as a result of the overturning of Roe versus Wade?
What
In the same
happened
way
to
that
it?
I mean, it used to be a federally protected right to have an abortion in a lot
I know,
of
but
places.
how did the culture change? Like my life and the people around me still seem to be living the same way they've lived before Roe versus Wade.
For sure. I mean, I guess.
So I didn't see I didn't see any material change in the culture. At least the culture around me.
Yeah.
That might be another thing we disagree on, abortion. I would say I'm pro-life. I wouldn't say I'm going to abolitionist side. I used to be an abolitionist, but frankly, I had to bite the bullet on the one simple fact that there are going to be scenarios where the baby is going to be a high risk of injuring the woman, and those are the cases that I'll bite the bullet on and say, okay, I'd be fine with abortions.
What about the meme ones, incest and the R word?
I don't believe that taking a human life is necessary.
Very good. Very
punishment.
good. It's a good answer. I like you. Yeah, I don't know. Are you a conception or implantation dude?
No, I don't believe in IVF.
Or no, I mean like, or never mind. Whatever. It's actually not really that relevant. We actually probably mostly agree. Like, I would like less abortions to happen. I would also consider myself pro-life, but like also my line for abortion is very immovable. And I kind of like waffle between like two different points that like it's probably shrinking.
Here's the part of like the pro-abortion side that I don't really like is that they are ignoring the biological fact that life begins at conception, and they're trying to build a subjective arbitrary standard as to drawing a line where it should be in their view. Like how many weeks should it be allowed? And that's my biggest gripe, is because we have an empirical standard to define when life starts, and they're trying to override it with a subjective standard.
I mean, okay, so I'm gonna do that exact thing you just said, basically. So yeah, I mean, life and personhood are two separate categories. One of them warrants more moral consideration than the other. I mean, like, I don't know, if someone's brain melts out of their fucking ears and the only way that they can breathe is through a machine and they're on fucking dialysis because their, kidneys don't work and, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Like how like, holy and alive is that person who's not conscious, like will never be conscious, like can't function, and like isn't doing anything beside and wouldn't be alive otherwise, like minus the machines.
But the problem with using personhood as a category is that every single person you ask about like what defines personhood, they all will have a different opinion.
I mean, yeah, sure, and I don't think that's. I mean, just because other people are wrong doesn't mean that I'm wrong. And I think my definition is better than theirs. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's where the subjectivism is a slippery slope, because it can, if everybody has a different opinion, then it could essentially mean anything and everything.
I don't think everyone has like a different opinion. Like I'm pretty sure like most people like are against like third trimester abortions. Like no one really gets those. Like when the mother's life is at risk and the baby is not going to be viable. Like that's like the most likely scenario for a third trimester abortion. And like most people aren't cool with that. But like
I agree with that.
within the first like 20 weeks, I don't know. I feel like it's a different conversation.
But the thing is that even in the situation where we're thinking about the health of the mother, and the risks that the baby has to affecting the mother, we're still putting a value to life, not personhood. So we're weighing the options of, okay, so the life of the baby versus the life of the woman. And life is a pretty objective standard in that we know life begins at conception.
Okay. I'm not gonna get super pedantic here.
I think this kind of subject does require pedantry just onto a certain scale, because we're talking about the delineation of using life versus personhood.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, we're rather pedantic about something else. By at conception, I presume you kind of mean implantation, or I guess I don't know.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
So fertilization happens, and like the fallopian tube, and then it comes down and like embeds itself into the uterus in order to like for a fertilized zygote to begin turning into a blast.
I would say that's a gray area, and I imagine the other side of it would be, should we allow like the Plan B pill or something like that, to prevent pregnancy? And I would probably lean towards yes.
For sure.
Yeah, it's so, and that would be against like abolitionist stuff, and that's why I'd be sitting in the pro-life category.
Yeah. I guess whatever. I'm sitting not too far away from you in the pro-life category, in that like I think it happens at implantation, because that way I can get away with like a lot of all the different types of birth control.
Can I add my 2 cents in on this conversation, gentlemen?
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Eddie?
And yeah, no, not much. Good conversation. Normally, I don't like to chime in on shit like this. It's an uncomfortable topic for most people.
Yes, it is.
Now,
I love dead babies.
Now this is just going to be obviously my opinion. There should be more emphasis on the responsibility of the 2 consenting adults having the act to even get in this fucking situation.
Right.
All right?
I agree with that too.
So just like what Spectrum says, at least I hold this position so I can get away with, or I do this so I can get, it's a gray area to this. I understand. But there is no gray area, ladies and gentlemen. There is no fucking gray area. We all know where human beings come from. We know the act that causes a human being to enter such realm, which we call this plane Earth. End of story. If you're responsible enough, and you're not fucking responsible enough to fucking hold back your dick or pussy to understand those, when the 2 of those fucking connect, it reverts back to all of us here in spiraling chaos, getting away with what we can't get away with, or what we feel good getting away with, and fucking extinguishing a human life. And I'll take a break.
I understand that position. I guess the only reason why that I would allow something like the Plan B is because of, you do have a meeting of the gametes to actually the egg and the sperm, so it has the formation of the DNA, but it's not attached to anything at the womb at that time. It's essentially running around on fluid. before it gets moved to a position where the the umbilical could actually attach, or whatever the terminology is in that stage.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Getting into the nitty gritty is just going to be like circling the drain forever. Yeah,
For
I
sure.
think the best way for less abortions to happen is more comprehensive sex education. For
Yeah.
people to not teach that, like, tampons are the white cotton fingers of the devil, and that, like, birth control or hormonal birth control for women should be banned because of all the negative health effects. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. When you keep, yeah, I feel like I agree with Vinny in that we should hold people responsible for when they make a decision with informed consent. But I feel like a lot of the major issues are areas, like poorer areas that like don't receive this comprehensive education where they fully understand the consequences of their actions. Because I feel weird.
I don't
holding
know
people accountable for
anybody that wasn't like by the time they reached 14 didn't know how babies were made. Like that, there's not that comprehensive of education that you need, or it wasn't needed before.
I think what's
People
going
know
on
how
is that-
babies are made.
Yeah, I think it's that people have been taught that abortion is pretty much the equivalent of birth control. And they haven't really been taught the aspects of, that it's actually a living thing in your body.
But people know that a baby is a living thing.
People
I
tend to
don't
be
know
naive.
anybody that gets pregnant and doesn't think they have a living thing in them. I'm confused at what you're, because the people you're talking about, I grew up around them. I've watched many pregnancies. I'm trying to figure out what it is that
Jeff,
you
do you
think
know
they
anyone?
don't know that
So-
they would need to know.
Jeff,
These
do you know
are ju-
anyone who's ever gotten pregnant because they wore 2 condoms because they thought they would be twice as protected?
I don't know the
I-
details of how they got pregnant. I
Okay,
wasn't there for
so
all the
you've never met. Okay,
pregnancies.
so I have a friend who, unironically, like while having sex with someone, wore 2 condoms because they thought it offered double the protection. I feel like you probably know why that's very funny.
Sounds like he has anxiety.
So if you wear 2 condoms, the friction will rub the condoms together and shred them, and so it becomes useless if you wear 2. But
So we need to we can't put out a little YouTube video and like, hey, don't use 2. We need a whole entire bureaucracy to educate people not to use 2 condoms.
I mean, yeah, because apparently, like, people have been fucking that up for many years.
I don't think we do. That seems like ridiculous
Okay, you're
amount
allowed
of
to think that.
overkill.
So, Jeff, I just want to bring back to the point of the reason why I said that younger people are growing up now thinking that there isn't a living thing in their body is these are the arguments that the pro-abortion feminists have been giving me whenever I would argue these things. It's they genuinely believe it's not actually a valuable life that is inside of them. They do not care about it. And this is what society is being taught right now.
They think it has to reach a certain threshold before it becomes something they consider life.
Yeah, it's they make arguments of like, it's the personhood argument, and it's based around, okay, when do they become conscious? Is consciousness based off your first memories? And it leads into this area where they start to believe that it's like, oh, abortion's okay all the way up until birth, or even to a point where a life doesn't even become valuable until they have the capability to have memories, and this is like,
Right. It's
this is the
ticky-tack.
strange rhetoric.
Ticky tack. It's almost like they make it so easy. Just go ahead, have the sex, no responsibilities, because we're gonna make it so fucking easy for you with all the different options for your irresponsibility, kids.
Oh
You know,
yeah, I've even heard the argument, this is crazy, that oh, it's the man's fault because he couldn't control his orgasm.
Based.
It's like I've
Absolutely
literally
based
heard
and
those
true.
arguments as well.
Yes,
I've known
actually,
men who's taken care of it on their end, like married couples. The
they
male
can
is the one
they
that
can
takes-
restrain their orgasm
They can have procedures.
to To restrain their orgasm?
to not impregnate the women, and women can have procedures too.
Oh, you mean tying the tubes or something?
Oh, yeah, I mean, like that's deciding to never
Isn't that
have
a funny
kids
term, though?
again.
Hey, I got to get my
like,
tubes
forever.
tied.
Also, right?
Hey,
That's
I'm
not
tying
just
my
like a
tubes.
temporary thing.
gonna
For
tie up my
women,
tubes.
it's reversible. For men, it is technically reversible, but much harder.
Hey,
That's kind of backwards.
I mean, nature's stacked against women, but that's nobody's
it's much
fault.
harder.
Like,
Say ticky tacky, missed you.
Well, it's
not
nature's
men's
fault. That's nature's fault. For
right.
sure,
So
though.
y'all need to take it on nature. Transgenderism is nature's fault too. It's not anything the rest of us created or are doing. So I think a lot of their quarrel is with nature,
know what
not
else?
with other people.
You know what else is nature's fault? YouTube.
It is a product of nature if you're a naturalist.
I am. It's just all emergent phenomena.
Yep.
It's a kaleidoscopic tapestry of this and that.
Yeah. Plus, she's Gen X. I don't know how well y'all would hit it off. She's one of us.
Yeah, well, I'm Gen X too. I like Gen X.
I do too. I just can't. Jack may not be representative, but it throws me how different they see our generation.
I would say I'm the oddball out of my generation, and Jack is probably a good representation of Gen Z.
Are you like they don't think apartheid concerts happened or were a big deal?
Like, what's the
yeah.
main difference though? And I'm not too
Like, what's the motive for even doubting that? Like, if someone from a generation told me, yeah, that for a while we had these certain concerts for this cause, I'd be, oh yeah, that sounds pretty cool. My thing wouldn't be, oh really, that happened. Like, that's just a weird reaction to have when somebody's telling you about their generation. Yes, we had apartheid concerts. There were several of them. There was Live Aid. There was Sun City.
Do you know
It was the political cause of the moment for about a year or two. All the celebrities were signaling their support against the anti-apartheid.
Jeff,
stuff
did you
going on.
know that all the singers of We Are the World have transitioned and moved on from this plane? Every single last one of the We Are the World singers.
Cyndi Lauper's still here. I don't believe everyone. Let's see.
Cyndi, she's still alive?
Yeah, she better be. I don't know how I didn't find out about it.
Well, okay, maybe 99%.
USA for Africa.
Just food for thought. Who knows?
Oh right, Band-Aid. That's another one. Do they know it's Christmas? That was for famine relief.
Band-Aid.
Hey, watch Jack smoke the pipe. Oh, nope, he didn't.
I wonder if it was sponsored by Band-Aid. Was Band-Aid sponsored by Band-Aid? If they weren't sponsoring that fucking concert, I don't know what was up their ass. Band-Aid sponsored by Band-Aid. I don't know.
Let's see. Wikipedia has a whole article on music in the movement against apartheid. Look at here. 1980s direct confrontation. 1980s saw increasing protest against apartheid. Protest music once again became directly critical.
Again,
like,
and who made
all
like, what
all
band?
those? Huh?
Who played there? Like I'm curious. Like I know Queen played the AIDS thing. Like I'm trying to find like
Here, I'll
Led
put the
Zeppelin at the anti-apartheid.
No, it was probably bands like U2 and stuff like that. It wasn't the classic rock bands. It was the more modern bands of the 80s.
Seen them twice. Pretty good show.
I remember Sun City was a big one, and they put out an album with all the artists that had performed at the Sun City. Look, Sun City and Aftermath. Let's see, Stevie Wonder did a song. Simple Minds, Eurythmics, Dire Straits, Sting, Whitney Houston, Salt and Pepper. Like I'm saying, all the celebrities were on this cause. This was like the woke of their day. Like nobody wanted to appear to be against it, and everybody wanted to appear to be supporting it. That's right. He's
Supporting
South
apartheid?
African. No, supporting anti-apartheid, supporting end of apartheid.
Sorry, I'm memeing.
Apartheid.
I mean, I if there's one thing I know about, and it's what was going on in the music world, because I was a music geek. That was my hobby. I spent all my time at record stores. I read the music magazines. Music was my entire escape. I knew the musical trends of my
Jeff, did you
generation.
buy a lot of the singles cassettes like I used to do?
I did if they had like extra songs on them that the albums didn't, because I was a big tape collector. I had to have if
Yeah.
there was a song I liked by an artist, I had to have the whole album
Oh,
because
yeah.
I had to hear all the other songs.
Yeah, I would just go and get the single, buy it for like $1 or $2.
Hang on, let me address clever girl here yet, because she's gaslighting. You came on here and you made the claim that white people were coordinating together to plan how to make school harder for black people so they wouldn't pass. And then you told me to do the research, and you're still making out like I'm the one that has to do the research for your ridiculous conspiracy claim. That's not how it works. Not around here and not in the real academic world.
I'll talk about race. I'll definitely debate somebody about race.
She can come up. She's
you
the one that
love-
she really thinks that white people have it out for black people.
Ticky Tacky, do you love black people?
No,
I do.
Okay.
I love black people.
Well, that's weird.
there's only so few people that I love.
Or any of them black.
Primarily
How
my
would you
family.
know? Like, how would you know if any of the white people you love what their genetic makeup is?
That's kind of my argument. It's how exactly do you define race? And it comes down to that, like, okay, well, if a white person has like 2% black genetics or something, are they black or are they white? People would say white, but it's like, okay,
Yeah,
then
Louisiana
where do you
dealt
draw
with
the
that
line?
years
Um,
ago.
And if you
Well, the not
really
one
want-
drop rule is where I draw the line.
Yeah, clever. I disagree with them as well because they were all wrong. They all believe it was Fatty. They all believed in this ridiculous conspiracy theory. Fatty claimed that he was actually in the schools and that he himself tried to keep black kids from learning, and
I
then he
mean-
couldn't really explain how.
I mean, to be fair, have you seen the DEI like math textbooks? Like they're pretty
so
rough.
I just find that funny.
I thought, do they even have Matthew? I thought it was all white. Math was white supremacy.
Can you imagine
you
being
not
a
read
teacher
the-
and doing everything you could possibly do not to teach the curriculum that you're supposed to?
Well, you have to not teach it to the
Right.
black people, but somehow teach it to all the other kids,
I would just
so
think,
that
Jeff,
the
like,
black
you're the
people don't get
principal.
all of it.
Like, Jeff, you're the principal, and I'm going against the curriculum. So I'm doing what we're doing, and then I got some kids, on the lookout on the doors for you walking down the hall, and then there's like a code signal. All right, get in place, everybody. And then we just the whole blackboard gets, uncovered. And, yeah, C equals MC square. And then you walk by. Then the kid goes, it's all clear. Bang, right back to fucking Yahtzee and fucking Twister. Whatever the fuck we're doing.
What's the theory behind why black people in particular, everyone, that's the people are trying to keep out of society? Like, why is that group the target group for why it's so necessary to divert our energy into this conspiracy to keep them down rather than just going about our jobs?
Because in the context of America, they represent 13% of the population, and have significantly worse outcomes.
So it's just the fact, and across all domains or enough domains for that to be
Yeah,
the group. But is there a theory as to what the motive for the rest of us wanting to keep them down is? Like psychologically, what is the emotional or mental motivation for us to expend the energy to do this? What are we threatened of, or what are we worried about? Why are we doing this?
Because we're evolutionarily programmed to fear the other.
So you think in 2024 we're scared of black people here in America? You have obviously have not watched MTV from the 80s at all, but you think in America we're scared of that
I don't know why you're jumping back to the 80s.
Americans have a secret fear of black people because of the racial harmony that I experienced firsthand. You think America has a secret fear of black people?
No, I think
Or maybe
people
an overt
intrinsically kind of
I think-
have a scaling distrust of people
I
they
think
perceive as other.
people-
I think that's an
You got to
assumption.
think of it more in terms of this, Jeff. One individual person got opinions up the wazoo. So 1 million, now times it by 6 billion opinions, 6 billion perspectives. So you just look at it in that aspect, just break it down to like that one person. What is that one person afraid of? And then if that one person is afraid of something and doesn't like something, they're the scumbag, because instead of just ignoring it and just moving on and trying to find happiness in their own life, they want to make it their life's fucking mission to go about changing policies and shit because they have the power to do so, whether by money or celebrity or what the fuck ever, just because they can. Because they're the ones that can't face the reality of living in a society where uncomfortability is really no fucking big deal. If you're uncomfortable about something, get the fuck away from it. Don't talk about it. Don't constantly gossip and hang around people who are all drenched up in it. You got to do something about it. If somebody hates or doesn't like something, I don't understand why they constantly look for something. So if there's this one person, such as you're discussing, who is claiming this claim, that's just one stupid little fucking person.
I know, but I still like to understand why.
No, but my
people-
understanding, well, my point is, maybe I'm not landing my plane. My point is, this is just one person who's just, whatever they're afraid of, because at the end of the day, the ruse is, you guys are talking about percentages and this and different, define for me what a fucking human is. And then anywhere in that fucking definition does it tell you about your skin tone? Of course it doesn't. We're all fucking human beings. Any scientist on this planet would agree that we're all the same. We're different colors, just like cats.
But Jack thinks we're genetically programmed to fight among each other as humans, and that we're
Evolutionary.
not
Well, Jack is
capable
a
of
fucking
transcending
weirdo.
that in
No, I'm
2024.
I
I'm
didn't
not
say
saying
any of that.
anybody's
You're
programmed, but
mischaracterizing
there has
me.
got to be.
You
there's gotta
didn't
be
say
example.
that we were genetically programmed to fear the other.
There
I
are
Would that not be
said that
humans
we were-
fighting among themselves?
I said that we were evolutionarily programmed to, and I had never made any claims about whether or not we were able to rise above it. You made that up entirely.
Well,
and I
DEI
would
is
appreciate
making
it.
that. DEI is making that.
Okay. Am I DEI?
And the whole thing I'm trying
Okay,
to
so the answer to that is
understand
no, and I would
from this
appreciate you if you wouldn't
conversation
attribute to
is
me
the motive.
whatever
What
nonsense.
the
like you
really?
think
It's
DEI
clever,
is.
girl. I should be asking this too. What the why you think white people would be doing all this? And Jack said it's fear of the other. Like we fear they're still the other to us. We haven't lived with black people long enough for them to not be the other. They are
And
somehow
whatever
still
other
the
fear they
other
have.
after all the centuries of living in this country together.
All we ever deal with the problems is because it's somebody else is fearful. That's it. That's why we say. And you know what? That stupid saying, fear, the only thing you gotta fear is fear itself. I say, you know what, Jeff? Lately this year, I've learned that he's wrong when he says that, and here's why, in my opinion. Well, if you only when he says the only thing you have to fear is fear itself, I say wrong, because you're not supposed to fear, period. So just tell fear to go fuck itself and don't fear fear. Tell fear to go fuck it, and you don't even fear fear. So he's basically saying you have to fear fear, but that's the only thing. No, fuck fear. No fear. That's my point. I don't know if anybody.
Isn't that what
I don't know.
JFK
I think
said?
he
Nothing to
thinks
fear
that
but
we're
fear
more
itself?
primitive than we are. I don't know that everybody's walking around living in this primal fear of the other in 2024 America. That doesn't track with my own experience of the people that I
Right, but
share
it's a
my
fear of
country
anything.
with.
Some
Yeah,
people are afraid
you
to
care
cross
more
the
about it.
street in this society, Jeff. Some people are afraid to drive a car. In
Yeah, but
society.
I don't think it's the
Whatever,
norm.
right?
I don't think that's the majority
I don't hate
of
'em.
people.
Hey, listen, I say get in where you fit in, right? But don't make. Hey, listen, since you can't get in my car and handle going over the George Washington Bridge to go into Manhattan for a good fucking time, that's not my problem. And don't hate me because you don't want to get in my car because you have fearfuls of crossing bridges.
I didn't get any I didn't get any videos, clever girl. Or if you did, I didn't. If you sent them, I didn't get. I didn't even. Where would they have come from? Discord or?
But you know what I mean? I'm not going to make it a
Twitter?
life's mission to go around and tell everybody, listen, I'm going to ban everybody.
No, personal experience is valid. We are all allowed to come on here and share our personal experience. If you don't want to hear it, you can get your ass to another channel. But nobody's going to tell me I can't share my personal experience.
Jeff, are you familiar with
If
standpoint
the answer
epistemology?
to why I always come from my personal experience is because I want to. I'm an empiricist. I ground things in experience.
How else can you come from and be
That's
talking
not
about a
empiricism,
plan? What's you
unless
know, I say fuck
you're doing
influences. I
standpoint
say bring on the
epistemology.
experiences. You right? Influence.
I know what
this.
empiricism is, Jack. I'm experiential and empiricist. It's all tied together for me. It's not a hard concept for most people to understand. That experience is an epistemology. It's a path to knowledge.
Yeah,
It
it's
gives me
standpoint
the
epistemology.
knowledge that I need to continue living my life. That is my requirement for knowledge. Like does it feed my model to help me live my life? I'm not trying to change the universe.
Okay, that's fine, and you're allowed to do
Oh,
that.
and hang on, Indiana, conflict happens a lot around here too because this is we're also Spurgs, most of us.
That's ableist.
Yeah, well, we do that here too, and we're racist. And everybody here is here voluntarily, and nobody's being forced to be here. So all people that complain
So-
it, you're voluntarily being here.
I still want to hang on this subject
Now,
just a little
Jet-
bit more.
Hey,
And,
Axis.
yeah, I just want to get this one thing out real quick. Let's just say that it is true that there is racism in America, and maybe there is like racial groups that are quote unquote oppressed. Is DEI programs where we actually try to use equity to spring up marginalized groups into a higher category, is that the correct move? Or is the correct move to just remove the systematic racist laws that may exist and just call
We
it a
did
day?
that. They're not happy. We did that. They still
I'm-
think that.
yeah, I'm just talking about a hypothetical right now.
Oh. It's the laws are not the problem because if we have this primal fear of the other, that's always going to be there. It has to be addressed at the root level. I just think they're wrong about the amount of primal fear that most Americans feel around black people after having shared a culture with them for as many years as we have. It seems like a
I have
poor
some things to
like a
weigh
poor
in.
read on human psychology.
Yeah, are you familiar with standpoint epistemology?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Axis, go ahead.
Oh, hey, Axis.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff. Yeah,
What's up?
I've got a lot of input on.
And did
this.
you bring your rat? We might need him.
Well, I have other things going on in my life at the moment. Rat are licking wounds. But anyhow, I'm a genetic separatist, and
Genetic what? I'm sorry.
a genetic separatist.
Separatist. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. It's not defined by necessarily a racial overtone, but more of a genetic, cultural, and heritage. Also, healthy genetics as opposed to what I would deem to be less than desirable genetics. But then I also hold a position where I see the human race as being something that should be discontinued.
Radical.
All right, bold move.
That's just the way I feel, man. And I've studied lineage, studied genetic heritages, even cultural lineages, to the point where I've come to a pretty profound conclusion with things. And I'm comfortable with the idea of being a genetic separatist. And sometimes people take that as being racist because there's certain cultures and certain genetic lines that aren't developed enough or have been polluted to the point where they've been abominated and bastardized and far removed from the origins of their original culture, that they truly have no culture, which is what I basically see the Western continent, the United States, and various other places falling into. They have no identification. They have no base of cultural fundamental is for them to be able to fall back on. They're lost. And then whenever you start a melting pot in an entire country, it, heritage is going to be lost. Genetics are going to start to decline. Um, Natural selection will eventually prevail.
Axis,
Because
they're
I
saying you're saying some racist shit. I can barely
well,
understand you, so I can't really tell
I
myself. But
I actually
Sorry.
understand exactly his position, and
c-
I'm
so
not
Axis
saying
can
anything racist.
I'm just saying
well
what the people in the comments are saying. So maybe he can reframe it for us, so we'll
um
understand.
so I understand the position Axis is in, but before I rebuttal, is there any thoughts you want to finish up, Axis?
Yeah, I'm not being racist. This is a genetic thing.
Okay.
This is a human species thing. Okay.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah. So,
eugenics meme more than racism.
um, well,
Or
whatever people may interpret it, what I
Well, I
kind of want
don't
to
go
get,
by people. Fuck them. But anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. So I just kind of want you to think a little bit more on these lines. And I understand that the argument is that if people kind of stick within like their lineage or what other people argue, what they're saying is fit in with your race, that it will also hold to your traditional culture and what is within that kind of like ethos. Um, but the thing, this is where I kind of came in with this dilemma of America specifically. That is like, does race entail or influence what your culture will be, or is culture something that's part of your community? And I've come to the conclusion that the culture is more about the community that you're surrounded by, because if you look at like for example, the difference between white and black people here in my town, there really isn't too much of a difference. They all hold on to the same American values of like gun-toting, farmers, very conservative nuclear families. They're all living under the same town, the same culture, the same idea, and we're all different races. And there is race mixing in the family, and everybody's cohesive with that. So I don't necessarily see where the importance comes in to kind of stick with your lineage of building up a family to preserve a culture.
Okay. Let's take it this way. We have, instead of retaining a fundamental balance with our environment, basically, not only with technology and with diversity, but also with kind of skewing the lines of what would be natural selection, and we've made the weak just as equal as the strong through technology. And with the same technology, we're building our own demise. And with that
Well,
same concept,
kind of the point, though, right, is that natural selection doesn't apply to us anymore. Once you control nature, you're no longer bidden to natural selection in the same way that animals are.
exactly, exactly. And
But that's
there's
a
going to
good
be a
thing, though.
point.
That's the definition of our ascent from the animal kingdom. We start controlling nature, therefore we're not under its thumb any longer. Right?
Well,
That's
we begin to create a new nature that we adapt to, like we once we discovered fire, we adapted to that reality. Once we discovered spears and tools, that created a new reality. So we keep modifying nature and then adapting to those new modifications of nature that we ourselves
I
create.
just want to jump back to the idea that mixing genetics is bad. No, that's the opposite. Anytime you have disparate populations of humans and they mix, it's always a good thing for our genetics. It is when we become insular, like the example I cited with royal families and their bloodlines. When you become insular on bloodlines and do not allow in outside genetic material is when shit starts breaking down. Like this idea
Now
that
that
you have to keep a heritage or a lineage, like it is the literal opposite of
I
how
don't
to
think he's
get good
talking about
genetics,
sticking
right?
with the family. I think he's just
no,
talking about sticking with a particular like lineage of like Irish or German or Polish or something like that.
I don't
right,
think.
and
I'm
I mean, if
taking-
people
broad.
want to, that's fine. But most people in the modern world are not going to worry much about that stuff.
Most of that is constructs anyway, because our
I completely
actual
agree.
yeah,
Right, and I
there's
believe
very
in
Everything
very
is
keeping
little
a
construct,
difference
healthy
in
really.
our
gene
skin,
pool.
and the skin difference is much broader than the differences in our ethnicity or our perceived ethnicity through nation states.
Well, just think about the kind of the disposition of people's attitudes, or particularly like white people's attitudes in America versus white people in Europe. We have two completely different cultures, so
There are
it's
no white people in Europe.
and so essentially, like a race is agnostic to culture. Culture is based around the country and the people that you live around.
Right, it's a learned behavior in a tribal setting.
Well, I would say they're becoming more disconnected in an interconnected world. Um, when countries
I
were
don't see that
completely
as
beholden
good.
to the culture that was emergent from a homogenous ethnicity population, then those links were extremely hard, which is why there are ethnic links today, because they usually trace back to those homogenous situations. But what we're seeing more now is we're starting to see the emergence of a more kind of worldwide culture, right? Um, really kind of taking heart from Americans spreading out, a kind of almost consumerist culture. There are people in China being like, look, I drink a Coca-Cola, starting from like the 80s and stuff like that. But there is that, and that's going to keep happening. The more interconnected we get, there's going to be a kind of layer of world culture built over all of these smaller compartmentalized areas.
I don't see that a melting of cultures, a, I'm even genetic manipulation, whether it be natural or whether it be done in a laboratory, and a removal from some type of base culture that has um, proven itself fundamentally capable of sustaining itself far longer than we're going to be able to.
What are these like arbitrary metrics you're trying to pull out of your butt, man?
So-
Like, I don't get what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Or can you
I-
like describe to me
Fun-
the like different haplogroups that like
Yeah,
lead to different
Hinduism,
cultures?
Native Americans, before the Spanish, the Mesoamericans.
Yeah, but
even-
like what genes like are we talking about here?
Well, take the Mesoamericans, for instance. They were a very impressive, highly developed culture. The Spaniards
the
came
flu.
over, introduced themselves into it with such as Native Americans, biological diseases, smallpox, such forth, depleted them, bow to our religion or die, and eventually you have what is modern day Mexican. But even
Well, like,
they,
to be fair-
most of them, yeah,
To be fair, we got over smallpox, but they brought back syphilis, and that's still killing thousands of European descendants to this day.
right. And that was, I blame a lot of that on the research that was done, especially the.
But you get though that
Uh,
every single thing you just listed, if I just shift your time scale a little bit, all of those people's change into something else too, right? Like you're just
Well,
picking
natural
arbitrary.
I have a quick
development,
question.
natural
So,
development.
Jeff, can we Juiceberg on here?
What does that mean?
Talk about Jews
Gold?
in more racist kind of way.
Oh. Jesus.
Yeah.
Who's asking this? Is this Tiki
I
or
am,
Effigy?
Yeah.
Tiki.
Yeah.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Oh,
Um,
spurg out about Jews.
Yeah, because
I mean, it's been done here before.
I want to ask Axis some questions. So
I mean, I think your motives are benign. Do you think my channel is going to be okay?
You'll be
I
fine.
honestly don't know.
You'll be fine, Jeff. I won't let it go too far.
Axis,
This is an entertainment channel.
do you believe in Jewish supremacy?
No, I'm an omnist, man.
Okay. So I guess then I won't go down that
I
dialogue.
am a complete omnist.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What are you saying?
I observe
Somniest?
all
Or what?
religions utilize omnist. I observe all
Omnius.
religions use the fundamental resources that serve me, and then I ascribe to none. You know, I ascribe to
listen.
no religion, but I utilize the best fundamental parts of them.
Hey, senior citizen Salt. No, he doesn't think he has superior genes. He's team like humankind should be extinct. So, what kind of a superior? He did
Axis,
mention
I
that
think
very
you're going to end
offhandedly.
up in a video in the next couple of days.
I
Keep an
don't
eye
give
out.
a fuck. You know, really, I don't care. I really don't. You know.
He's not too much
the
on the far
obvious
end. I
is
already
the
determined
obvious.
that.
My genes are superior. They're Gucci.
No one.
My genes fit very well.
See, and if you
This-
play on it, they are going to make a video out of it. But if you rationalize to them where I'm coming from, then maybe they'll understand it.
I wish
I
I
do not
actually
see
understood
it.
where you're coming from because your words are not getting me there.
He's
honestly,
a pessimistic nihilist ethnosupremacist. Are you not following? Like,
it's a lot of what he's saying reminds me of David Duke. I don't know if you guys ever
Oh,
heard
for
of
the
him.
love of evil!
oh, is that like a
trust
Duke of
me.
Ireland or Duke of
Me
England
and
or
Jeff
something?
definitely heard
Not
of
the
David
Duke of Bern.
Is that
This
Did
is
I
the
once
first
say
time
that
I've heard
my
him have this
genetics should be
conversation, honestly.
preserved? Really? Did I say at one point in time that my genetics should be preserved? When I'm talking about species annihilation, I'm talking about everyone. I'm not talking about preserving mine. I'm not talking about mine being any better or lesser than.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, for sure. I was just trying to correct people in
Really?
chat.
Is this
what the fuck
who
are you
being
talking
mean.
about, Willis?
talking about the
Please.
extermination of the human species completely?
Oh shit, Jack was right. Fuck.
Yeah, no, I pay attention. I listen to people, okay?
Way
Like, I'm
better
very
than
good
I
at
do,
this.
apparently.
But yeah, no, I mean,
All
yeah,
right, so
everything
why
kinda-
are we getting exterminated?
Spectrum, you're good.
Catch me up.
You're good. You are good.
So I mean, I would presume, so like human consciousness is something that like is created out of nature, outside of itself, right? It's removed itself from the food chain and from the natural processes. Like we've harnessed nature to like do our bidding, and like that is like cosmologically bad, and we should walk hand in hand into extinction. I believe, I'm presuming a lot. Axis, please correct me.
Well, I have a belief that there's a constant and a persistent. The constant is something that perpetuates itself without the hand of man. It's kind of set up in the design of how even Earth was set up. Life sustaining life, life feeding on life, life regenerating life. This is a cycle that is self-perpetuating and sustaining without any interference. The persistent would be the man or human diversifying any state of that and bringing in balance to that ecological sustainability. And that's even with their own species.
For sure. Yeah. I also watched the first season of True Detective, so I super feel you.
I don't see what's so fucking funny about this. Really?
Well, what do you want
know?
us to be mad and angry on a
I
Friday night?
think we've been in this place for a while as humans, and I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, Rat Blood. What do you expect us to
Well,
be? In a dead
no.
movie?
His point is
I
we should not be
expected
okay.
intelligent dialogue.
You guys aren't upset.
But that's
enough.
an odd. I'm just
I'm upset.
I'm concerned
Jeff,
with
but you're not
how
upset.
how things are likely to proceed, not
I'm
how they
upset,
should
Jeff.
proceed.
I'm upset, Jeff, that you're not upset enough. That's what rap blood.
No, I'm kind of detached from this whole conversation.
You
Actually,
guys aren't taking this
I don't really
serious.
have a lot to contribute to
You're
it.
not taking it
I always suspected I might be inbred myself.
Man, I'm not taking it seriously.
Well, my thing is that I'm a creationist, so I don't fit within the presuppositions that you have access to your conclusions.
Man, I'm out for rap blood.
God damn it. Hey, Ticky Tacky, I'm gonna go to the Ken Ham Museum next weekend just for you. Okay, it's like only a few hour drive, and I've always wanted to go there.
I'm not thoroughly convinced that Noah's Ark was real.
No, it was a riff.
It's a
It was
metaphor.
a riff. I'm telling
Yeah.
you, we're all on it right now. Going.
Pretty much
You
where
just
my
call it a
creation
YouTube panel. That's all. We're on it right now.
my creationist motto is that there is a God and He was the creator of life, and that's pretty much as far as it goes.
Life or the physical universe?
Life in the physical universe.
Oh, and physical use and life. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The
Well,
Earth
why did he do
started
such a
on-
bad job? It's a very uneven.
That's a very normative.
Product.
Yeah. Sorry, I stole your thunder.
You're good. No, I mean,
You're
listen,
gonna
I'm
eat lightning and crap thunder, Spectrum. Don't worry.
Personally, I think life is amazing. Like we're
do
able
too.
to frickin' terraform this Earth into like whatever the fuck we want.
I'm ready for the second half. I'm fresh out the fucking locker room. Let's go. 2 more quarters left. I'm in it. I'm halfway through. Let's go another 50. Let's go.
And I mean,
I
you know,
like the
it,
attitude.
it would be pretty awesome though if we could live in like the other 99.9999999% of the universe though. I mean, that'd be kind of cool too.
would it?
No, I
mean,
I
why?
I think it would be horrible because
Have more
like,
space, more
you'd be
stuff.
spending so much time inside of a cooped up spaceship that's all metal and shit just to get your destination. Where you find out that that planet's not habitable and it's actually it really sucks. And now we have to travel to the next freaking solar system where we think a planet is that we could go and hang out on.
Listen, if you want to go to another planet, ladies and gentlemen, go to San Francisco.
Listen, I'm praying every day for that San Andreas Fault to finally crack and go hang out with Hawaii, and then moving there. We're not going to Mars. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Listen,
my thought.
A
If
few
we can
more
spread
months. In a-
Get your ass to Mars. Get
Oh,
your
actually,
ass
I
to
did
Mars.
see that press conference from Elon. Like, we're so close. Like, Mars this year for sure, just like last year.
How long are you gonna be staying on Mars? 2 weeks.
Weeks. Are you bringing any vegetables? 2
Jeff
weeks.
finally gets my movie. I get 2 weeks.
Listen,
I'm a
I
big
love
fucking
Arnie.
Lady in the going through TSA.
True. Me with drugs up my butt going
Recall,
through
right?
TSA. 2 weeks.
I think Total Recall was the movie, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all about Mars. Listen. If you haven't seen that, I saw that lately. That's fucking funny to me.
I've seen it so many times. It's one of my
What's a
favorite
window
movies.
licker?
Listen, you gotta.
Someone who licks windows. What?
But well, I guess who's
Which
the
Total
what's
Recall,
the
the
window?
original or the remake?
The original.
Hey, what's a
Of course,
window?
the original.
Guy who licks windows. Okay.
Why
you
would
can't
you even
get
ask that
away
question?
from the nostalgia of Arnold. That's what makes the movie.
Oh, window licker. I rode the long bus, the really long bus.
Hey, it's liquor in the front and poker in the rear. Ooh.
Do you have Prince Albert in a can? Well, you better let him out.
Is your refrigerator running, Spectrum? Well, you better catch it.
Because I'm going to rape it.
Oh, damn. He took that on a whole different spectrum.
Yeah, I'm what's called a pansexual. I fuck stuff in the
Don't
kitchen.
My fridge. It's already frozen. My refrigerator's already half frozen. So don't R it, please.
Kane's Catharsis, you should... well, actually, Mr. Beast finished his trash cleanup, so good job, YouTube.
Jeff, don't worry. I cleaned up your backstage green room. It smells nice. I put some Febreze in there. And
Oh,
shit,
thanks. Consider
Yeah,
we
just
don't
in
even
case
have
if
one
any
yet.
fucking
So that
ladies-
don't help. Yeah, exactly. This.
Oh, how I love
Yes.
ladies. Ladies' voices calm the pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Indiana Mom, I only jelly. So if you can't jelly, then it's not good.
That's right. You know,
I think that's the
peanut
diff-
butter and
that's the
jelly. I'm ready to
divide.
fucking jam.
I'm jam at a jelly whirl.
You know the difference between jelly and jam?
I used to.
Schmuck it.
I can't jelly my fist up your asshole.
Oh wow.
Actually, that
Yo,
that's not
I
quite
think
true.
there's an yo. Listen, Spectrum, you want to all my fridge, now you want to fist it? Oh. It's already frozen. I
Pansexual
told
still.
you. It's Frozen. I sing the song Frozen from Disney every morning to it.
That's
But
better
it's
for
my
me.
Ice Cube, so I'm not mad at it.
I'm also
No,
known as
so
Jack Frost.
this channel is like just over a year. I've been streaming for 5 years, but this particular channel has not been 5 years. So
Whatever, Saul, you old fuck.
you'll have to get your Schadenfreude from somewhere else. I'm sorry your life is that miserable. By the way, are you the one that tried to make the video of me? I saw that it was posted. It got taken down. I was looking forward to watching it. My origin story or something.
Did you DMCA him? Them?
What is that?
It?
No, I want I want people to use
Oh.
my content. I don't mind.
Okay.
I
Oh,
like
yeah,
I like
sorry.
to I like creativity. I like to see what creative
For sure.
things people come up with to do with.
I like to see.
Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, you've been very clear about that, so my
You
bad.
got to have the creativity. Eh?
Oh, it may not have been you, so it was somebody else, but I saw a video about me and my origin story, and then I went to watch it. It said unavailable.
I like the microplastics in my balls. It makes it feel better.
Hey, yo.
Kinky.
I
Oh yeah, a
actually
record. I don't know if you.
Spectrum,
It's
do you
Friday
have
night
anything
here
else to
in the
say
U.S.,
besides
so the
anything
conversation
sexually
might
that's gonna keep facing the
might get a
fucking
little
real pussy
adult.
away from this panel. Are you gonna come on? Do you got anything else besides sexual innuendo?
Yeah, Effigy, did you go on VK? How was it?
Oh, great.
Uh,
That's what we want to
I
hear.
won a
All about
debate
Effigy's
and got
vacation.
thanked for it by getting fatalitied.
Oh, dope.
Oof.
That happened to me too.
Yeah. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I saw Doug was on Jeff's stream and was like, all right, I'll go talk to Doug.
And of course,
'Cause I would
that's
rather
my
talk to
subjective
Doug.
Opinion of what happened.
Go. What who ended up winning?
I'm not even sure if they're done yet.
Spectrum, do you put clamps on the end of your mustache when you go to sleep? Do you put like clothespins and shit to hold that shit up?
No, I should. No, that's why it's fucked up all the time, is because I go to sleep like face down and I wake up and it's all
women
fucked up.
do shit with their hair. They keep it in there when they sleep. I just wondered if you did that because you're always twisting it up while you're awake.
Yeah. No, there's that the newer version of the Murder on the Orient Express and the
Listen, I'm not
Inspector
looking
Jacques
for an
Cousteau.
explanation. It was either yes or no on the clothespin, please.
Whatever. There's a dude who has a mask who has like a two-tiered handlebar mustache that he sleeps in to like protect the shape of it. And I've thought about 3D printing one, and I haven't
A
followed through.
mask to protect the shape of your face. Now that's
Yeah, you know how like bitches will put like curling shit in their hair and go to sleep? Yeah, I'm talking about putting a thing on that like keeps my mustache in the proper shape when I go to bed. Yes.
Okay.
Literally
Oh,
what
that
you were
was
just
a-
asking about.
That was a long.
You fucking
winded out of a
dago.
joke.
Wop.
I'm gonna give you the prices right. Boom, boom, ba-dum. My
Hey,
favorite was the yodeler, Jeff. The guy, the yodeler, he'd go, yodeling, they'd rock this
Oh,
guy.
the mountain climber,
Yeah,
yodeling,
he go up the
yodeling,
mountain,
yodeling,
yodeling.
yodeling.
Like
And you'd
a-
stop him when he gets to the price, or and if you get the wrong price, he falls over.
Yep.
That was my favorite game.
Yep. The cliffhanger.
Hey Vinny, do you know what age Bob Barker died at?
1,000,005.
No, it was actually very fitting. He died at 99, you know, closest to $1 without going over.
Boom, boom, ba-dum, bum. I've heard that one before.
Oh my God! Are you? Well, if you want a different sensation, stick around here, because Indiana, that happened to me too. When I started doing this, I feel normal for once in my life. I feel like the normal one.
You know what, Spectrum? You need a microphone like Bob Barker had. He had that unique, thin little fucking microphone. That's what you need. That's what it was.
Then he'd be twirling the microphone instead of
Yeah,
his
it was like a
mustache.
baton.
Right.
Yeah, it was. It was like a baton. But you know what? He always fucking hand that shit over to show you his fucking golf putt. Well, I want my nice little big boob blobs. God bless you, Bob. Hold this microphone while I putt.
Oh my God, Jeff, have you seen the Onion's autistic reporter Michael Falk skits?
It's a satire.
I mean,
Like, is it a character, or it really is a guy named Michael Falk?
Sorry. It's on the Onion, so it is like a skit, and it is a dude acting autistic, but like it's not. I don't know. Like,
Autistic reporter Michael Falk.
yeah.
So he's it's a bit.
Maybe I don't know. He might actually just like be autistic and an actor, and like be able to like just be like, oh, I don't have to try for this. But yeah, the him interviewing the dude in jail is like.
I'm watching it now. He seems acting like, if he is autistic, he seems to be playing it up heavily.
Yeah. I mean, like I can't. Like, I don't know. I haven't Googled this dude and seen like I don't know, but he does it so well.
He's
just
cute,
like
but then so is that prison daddy.
Yeah. But yeah, I like Stack. Can you stack your family? Sorry, not to derail.
Here, I'll drop the link so people
sure.
can see what I'm watching.
But yeah, sorry. As I've shown this to every autist in my life, and they've just been like, I feel like attacked and seen simultaneously. But yeah, there's the prison one and the looking for hikers in the woods. They're both very good. The Iraq one is okay.
Here, I'm gonna drop it in the Discord.
Autism is nature's way of saying not so fast, B. What the fuck?
Not so fast, B. I like that. That was funny.
Right.
Not so fast.
Make sure the clerk is dead.
Hey, I do like your leopard print there on the back of your what is that? The jacket? That Spectrum. I like that.
Yeah.
Sheet.
Yeah, it's a blanket over a chair that's
Take a little
dissolving.
offense, it's a cat joke, stretch. I don't know. Boom, boom. I'll give myself the prices right. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there you go. Then. See, I give it to myself.
Well, I don't know. I feel like it's more of an episode of Beavis and Butthead.
I always like when they did try to spin that dollar wheel or something, Spectrum, and someone got caught up underneath it and shit. Like you always wondered. Like,
Yes, when it would drag him to the floor. Yes.
Going all the way down.
And just get chewed up and just be spit out as like gut, blood, and guts and viscera out the other side. Yeah, those are my favorite episodes too.
Super real of that shit. People are so excited to get caught up under the prices right. Oh no!
Listen, NASCAR is popular, okay, and I can't imagine anyone is watching that for any other reason than to like pray for a tire to go flying into the fucking audience. Like
I love NASCAR. I've been to the NASCAR track.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite sport, Jeff.
Yeah, I love the vibe when I was out there. I didn't care about the cars, the racing itself at all, but the vibe was,
a lot more
I don't know, it was
than
really
just
unique.
Going in the circle fucking thing, but
yeah.
each
So
is
is the Rainbow Gathering.
just listen.
I'm a
People
MotoGP
fucking
guy.
silently follow a guy who uses a fucking stick to whack this little fucking thing the size of his nut into a hole the size of a fucking quarter on the other side. It's called golf. Oh, go around in circles, they say. Oh, listen. Go left and right.
I'm making a left turn.
Basketball, go to the
Making a
left, and
left
let me move my
turn.
head to the right. Go to the left. Oh, tennis, left, right. Soccer, left, right. So
Pickleball.
When anybody out there goes NASCAR round and round, I say left, right.
Well,
And
NASCAR
baseball-
only goes left.
Oh, yawn.
Baseball is gay for sure.
Unless you're there, you got to be at the. For me, you have to be at the arena to watch the game. You know what I mean? Other than that, it's boring as fuck on television.
Well, yeah, I mean, crackheads are boring unless you're doing crack, but
How does that even apply to baseball? Spectrum? Come on.
Because yeah, if you're participating in the thing and just going along with the flow,
You
I'm
really
like,
know
yeah,
how
of
to
course.
derail some fun, don't you, pal? We'll get you back on track. No more.
Listen, baseball is boring as piss.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say earlier.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Unless you're there, you got to be at the stadium. You see, because then you could do some fun shit while you're at the game.
I feel like
Like
baseball
smoke
Yell at the
fans,
guy
like,
while he's on the
intentionally want a
mound and make
sport
him
that they
fucking
can,
sweat. And you know
not
what?
pay
That's
attention to
fucking
half
fun.
the time.
You could also
I
bring
can
a
go to the right fielder because he's got. I'm going to be there all day, and so was this person, right? So You know what I'm saying? So you get under their skin, you make them fucking think about when that fly ball comes flying out that way, and I say that same thing that gets under his fucking skin, and he drops the ball. I love it. Anybody else?
Nope. I'm
Well,
full.
that's what I do in the game. You know, you get some beers, a couple of dirty water dogs. You look at the broads' asses and make sure they have nice feet. That's what I like.
I don't think anybody
I
can
also
hear
like
me
feet.
at MotoGP.
Yeah,
Those
busted
bikes are
feet's
super
no
loud.
good. Pretty girls with busted feet is a tragedy to me.
Kane, I'm not. I don't know what this attaches to. I'm not sure.
Anyway, baseball, you got to be there. I guess that's the point. And ladies with no busted feet is sexy as fuck to me.
Jeff, what would you feel like if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I don't always eat breakfast. I should, but I don't always. Just
Did you have
depends on-
breakfast this morning?
I didn't actually. I had to go out and get stuff just before the stream, so I didn't eat
Sure.
till way later.
Did you have breakfast yesterday?
I think I did. I never know. I never remember. Breakfast is not a huge thing. When I have an actual job that I have to leave the house for, I made sure to get something in me before I started the workday. But doing this, I don't always fuel myself first thing in the morning.
I've never had breakfast in my life, so I don't know how to answer that question.
Yeah, I was pondering that myself.
I do feel better when I have it. I can tell you that. I do feel better when I have.
Like, what do you consider? Like,
But that's
what
only
is
because I don't wake up till noon.
4 a.m. is eating pasta bazoo.
Just fucking snorting
Oh, how
Mastertrolli
close
at
were
6
you?
a.m.
Let me tell you something though. Cold pasta, like baked ziti. or
No, we
some
weren't
shit,
that close.
The next day, I don't know. Italian food to me tastes better in the fridge after it all congeals and shit, and then you eat it like fucking right out, like 2 a.m. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I would take a cold lasagna over like a crispy one that comes out of the microwave.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought we were talking about the genetic basis for culture.
No, we're talking about something fun now, Spectrum. You're scaring all the girls. Come on. The one thing that ladies love to talk about is cooking. Get on them. Oh, well,
About the genetic basis for a good lasagna.
yeah,
Mamma mia. I got
Oh,
spaghetti on my
Indiana.
overalls.
Oh, the mamma mia. You got to put some emphasis in it with that mustache.
Have you ever seen
Abba did.
the Super Mario Brothers Super Show?
No.
Vinny?
No.
Okay. So it's a live action Super Mario Brothers TV show that happened in the 80s. And they just got two very drunk Italian dudes, or people who just, I don't know, they're really laying the Italian on thick.
Hey,
They, like,
hey,
unironically.
Captain Lou Albano isn't just some random dude, my friend.
That's right. It takes
He's
a lot of guts.
He's
to
a
put
former
band-aid.
pro wrestler.
It takes a lot of guts to put a band.
I feel like he was very drunk most of the time.
as a Christmas
He
tree.
most
ornament on
likely
the cheek.
was.
Lou
But
Albano.
listen, part of the
Speaking
Super
of
Mario
Cindy
Brothers
Lauper-
Super Show,
Speaking of
it
Cindy
literally
Lauper,
is the
you can
line,
video.
you have spaghetti on your overalls, which is like, I don't know, I don't think anyone has ever spoken before. Anyway, sorry. Just random check-in.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Indiana Mom and her sick ass motorcycle in the background.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, it's a crotch rocket. Keep seeing it when it pops
Kawasaki
up.
Ninja bike.
Maybe.
Look at that too. Senior
I think it might be a
Citizen Saul.
Suzuki.
Senior Citizen Saul says
Hey,
cricket
Indiana Mom, you're welcome to come up if you want.
at 322. Good one, Senior Citizen. See, he caught it. 322. That's
it's funny you
going
bring that
home.
show up, though. I still have childhood memories of that show. Every time I think of that show, I think about being a kid. before
Saul,
being
you
a kid.
too. You should come up and talk. You seem like you have a lot to say.
322. Very prevalent in gematria.
Oh, okay.
Spirituality.
Clever. I don't. Rat, you still? Yeah, I guess he is there. Clever has a question for you.
Oh. Yeah. Rat, do you love black people?
Spectrum, what's the deal with your race, man? You asking everybody if they're Jewish, the race, Italian.
I don't define people
millennial.
by race.
What's
A
the deal?
leftist.
For sure.
Why can't we
I'm
just all
quoting
be
it.
humans? Why do you got to go specific? Why can't we all just be humans?
Uh,
We're all in the same cage.
What's really
You agree?
concerning is that a majority of conversations when it comes to diversity on YouTube especially resorts to skin color or racial disposition. And that just shows the level of intelligence that you guys are dealing with. You know, there's something so far beyond flesh color, melanin, or the lack of that much more deeply affects the character and the demeanor of a person, a society, or even a type of culture. Jesus Christ, man. To look as superficially as melanin or non-melanin, why don't you find out the origins of why some have melanin, some don't have melanin, what the genetic traits and heritage mixed diversities of those have created, caused, or even the genetics that don't pair up, that don't create good outcomes. Fuck what somebody's skin color is, you know, really. That's so juvenile.
Word.
So what do you mean by the existence of melanin and non-melanin? What is your explanation for that?
There's an origin. There's a reason. There is a
right. Do you know what it is?
Species of human. Yes, I do. There's a reason. There's a species of human that does not have the melanin in their system, and I imagine as just passively stating, so that I don't have to sit here and defend myself all night, is probably lack of exposure to the sun, radiation, and ultraviolet rays.
Okay, I thought you were going to say it's because we were all Neanderthal babies for a
Oh,
second.
Jesus Christ!
For a second you said they were. For a second you were saying like another species of human, and you know, at least there's some kind of genetic argument there because non-sub-Saharan Africans do have some Neanderthal DNA in them.
That's a funny name, Neanderthal.
But yes, it's more to do with the fact that our planet is curved, and people in the northern parts of our planet do not receive sun at such a high intensity, so we don't have to develop those kind of mechanisms that
you're in the
allow us to absorb melanin, absorb sunlight through melanin.
All right. I think we have 6 white guys up here. How many people?
Hey,
have
don't make assumptions about me.
I identify as black.
Told you, I'm behind 57 bottle, and I'm sticking to it. I'm on aisle 3.
You got a Cajun, an Italian.
At best.
The claim is it's like 3 out of 4 of you get plastic surgery, Caucasian people. There's 6 of us on here right now. Anybody have plastic surgery?
Hell no.
I don't even have a tattoo.
And I'm not knocking anybody.
I had an ear piercing when I was younger. That's it.
Listen,
There's got to be one. It's got to be one person.
No plastic surgery from anybody? Axis?
I mean, so like teeth are considered cosmetic bones. Are we counting dentistry at all?
What about the surgery that you had your antlers?
Yeah, does dentistry count?
Jeff, your antlers, your antlers count.
Well, it didn't require surgery yet. I haven't taken it to that extreme. I do know there are people that have the spike implants and then they screw things onto them.
Do they really?
Yeah. They could
No
they could put horns on their head.
Than me. Fuck! I gotta get on board with my. It's
like orthodontics.
They are, so.
Like the antennas now.
A good amount of orthodontics could be considered like cosmetic. You know, like you don't need this. You know, it'll just make your teeth straighter and it'll make you look.
Some
nicer.
of it's vanity.
That's not plastic though. He has plastic surgery. That's cosmetic.
Or what? Okay, so I don't know what we mean by plastic surgery.
Actually, I have
inject plastic.
It wasn't plastic surgery, but I had this thing in my skin that I had to get removed. Like the type of surgeon that was best at it was plastic surgeon. So my medical doctor referred me to one so he could remove this thing because it required like this very fine, delicate like procedure. And so the plastic surgeon was able to remove that thing. And that was my only experience with plastic surgery. But I had to actually go into a plastic surgeon's office and have the procedure done there.
Yeah, it's a good point, Indiana Mom. You know what? So braces that's plastic surgery.
Oh yeah, we had the braces. Those things
I mean,
hurt.
braces are a cosmetic procedure that, like, surgery is cutting you open, but braces is
bless
like,
the tooth.
gluing fucking wires to your teeth to
Yeah.
change the shape of your fucking mouth. So, like,
say God
I mean,
bless the
I guess
tooth.
I would say that I feel like personally those are pretty comparable in like
All right, I'm glad
extremity.
you're telling us all your personal feelings. Great.
Ours was necessary. Like mine was necessary because the way my teeth were growing. In
I-
fact, they
like-
took a mold of your teeth before they put the braces on. Like all my teeth were on top of each other. It was obvious I needed the braces.
The tooth shall set you free.
I mean, yeah, you have a lot of crowding, but like, what was that going to do to you long term?
Listen, Spectrum, I just want the tooth, the whole fucking
Affect
tooth,
my
and nothing but
social
the fucking
status.
Okay, so
Especially
again,
Louisiana.
right? So it's cosmetic. Yeah, it's like,
It's cosmetic with a It's like getting a birth defect, like a mold removed for your face. It's cosmetic, but it's
cosmetic.
not vanity. It's cosmetic with a purpose to improve the quality of your life.
I'm sorry. So like when I think about the category of like plastic surgery, like I'm thinking about operations and procedures that you can go through to like modify some part of your body that isn't like treating a medical condition, and it is for like
Is your teeth growing on top of each other a medical condition or not?
I
Like
don't
the
think so.
orthodontist seemed to think it was.
I mean, yeah.
Like
it's-
I think
like, the
people have
orthodontist's
braces
business
for.
is to
I don't
So,
think
yeah,
everyone has braces
teeth
just out of
starting to grow
vanity.
together is actually a really recent evolutionary thing because our mouths used to be a lot larger to accommodate much larger jaws and jawbones because we had to do a lot harder chewing. And so one of the things that our mouths is having trouble with accommodating is that our smaller mouths that we are being born with now, all of the things that are in there are getting kind of squunched together.
Yeah, you have what's called crowding because of like a change in diet and some other things. But it's not going to kill you. It's not going. I mean, it'll negatively impact your life. If you care about if you care about what other people think about like how crooked your teeth are. But like that is to classify that as like a medical reason.
So
to
I
do
didn't
that.
say it was. I'm saying it wasn't cosmetic surgery for the purposes of vanity. It wasn't like
Sure,
getting
but it is
a boob-
cosmetic, like a cosmetic operation, right? Or like a cosmetic procedure.
I don't know if orthodontics is. Where are you going with this?
I mean, I'm asking
I
you,
mean,
like, was there
the
a
wisdom
medical
tooth
reason for you
aspect
to?
Isn't, I mean, that like if you're just having your
I
braces
don't
in
know.
just to
I
straighten your
don't
teeth.
know what the official like the paperwork, like the official chart, what they have in my chart. I was a kid. I wasn't aware of that
Okay.
part of it. I do know that I saw the mold of my teeth, and they look like some fucked up teeth that didn't look normal, and that like if I saw somebody with that teeth, I would probably say, oh, they should get some braces to correct that. So
Genetic
it was an
mutation.
obvious defect that needed correcting.
That's right, defect. Genetic mutation.
If you
Yeah,
want
who's
your
an
kids
orthodontist?
walking around with fucked up
No,
teeth, that's
I
fine.
mean-
But I don't think it was like vanity for my mom not to want me to have that teeth. We all, our whole family, every one of us had
There's
braces.
Do you
definitely
listen
a
to what
want
you're
for people that have
saying?
certain kinds of teeth, but I don't think you can classify it as like definitely not a genetic defect. No.
I didn't say it was genetic.
No,
I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about-
Like,
I'm talking
what,
about
what,
red
what
blood,
was?
red blood.
How could it not be genetic? You think somebody did that to my teeth? It had to
I
be
said that.
from within.
It's
Like that's the
a
natural
deformed
pattern that my
child.
teeth grew in, and would that not be genetic?
Not
Right.
necessarily. No. I mean, like like
Well, I mean,
what if you were
there's a lot
born
of
with
factors
the
that
genetics
change while
to?
you're growing, right? Like there may be a pattern, but you and the way you use your mouth also affect that kind of stuff. So
Well,
Yeah,
then I
like-
must have used my mouth in some very bizarre ways as a kid to get those teeth.
Well, I mean, you're an outlier, right?
That's almost Darwinism. Jesus God.
I don't know what the skepticism is being directed toward. Like, like
Everything.
maybe it's another Gen X thing, but in my generation, it was very common for kids to have braces, and it wasn't considered vanity.
Why not?
I think
Because I lived it. I lived and I know what it was considered. Like I know why people had it done.
What
Like,
was it
why?
considered?
Why are you so suspicious
What
that
was it
we weren't
considered? I'm
having?
sorry.
Most. Let me tell you something about braces. They fucking hurt. They were one of the most painful procedures I've ever had in my life. It's nothing I would voluntarily submit to just for out of vanity. It really is not. There's so many other things I could also submit to for vanity if I wanted to.
Okay, and what was the reason that
I
you were subjected to that?
I
Can you give
don't
me
know.
just-
It was that
But
we
it
were
definitely
kids.
wasn't vanity.
Our parents took. I
You
know
knew it was fucked up
mine
and
was
it
not.
definitely
I
wasn't
know from
vanity.
looking at my teeth that mine was not vanity.
Oh,
It
you're
was
an
not
orthodontist,
aesthetically
like classically trained,
pleasing
or
to the
Jack, what are you
visually
asking
behold.
here?
Well, no, look. Here's the thing. Like that's the thing. People have been born with crooked teeth forever, right? Like for as long as our living memory, way past beyond.
Okay, then
that.
why
I'm
why
talking-
don't people in society? Why don't middle class people in society walk around with crooked teeth? Why do we have orthodontists?
because of vanity.
Because there's an aesthetic reason that people do it. Why do people
So the
wanna look
entire
good? Why do
orthodontics
people-
industry is vanity. There's no other reason to have orthodontics.
No, there are definitely reasons in there. Like if you have impacted wisdom teeth and things like that, there are definitely ways that
That's not
crowding can
orthodontics.
hurt your mouth, right? Like there are different things that can go bad in your mouth. But if you are straightening your teeth simply and not for a functional reason, but if you're simply straightening them to straighten them, to have straighter teeth, which I was one of those people. My parents had braces for me when I was a child, and the reason was to have straight teeth because aesthetically it is better. And those teeth are
Also,
treated
it's
better,
not
like-
good for your teeth to grow on top of each other. Like I don't know
Sure.
how my
I
teeth
mean-
were growing. They might have done it because if the teeth had continued to grow that way, it would have caused issues. I don't know why we had braces. I just know that I had braces and they
Okay,
hurt.
so you don't know. They hurt, and like you can't say whether or not it was for vanity.
And you
or not.
can't say it was. And
Okay,
and
cool. So we're at a
I'm
neutral thing.
suspicious of your motives for wanting to default to vanity. I have a feeling you picture an entire generation of frivolous
I'm-
kids that were
I'm
just
obs-
getting their teeth wired to keep up with the Joneses.
I'm accepting neutrality here.
Well, the
I
kids
am
didn't choose it
skepticism
themselves,
of
the
your
parents chose
insistence
it.
that it definitely wasn't just vanity or just cosmetic. That it was
in my
definitely not
case,
that.
in my case, it was not. If you had seen my teeth, nobody would think it was done out of vanity.
Okay, and like
I still
I'm-
have the mold lying around somewhere.
Okay, and what kind of food were you not going to be able to eat? Like
I don't know.
what purpose did straightening your teeth serve?
It
Like, you
served
don't
to
know.
straighten them out so
Well,
that they
what-
wouldn't be growing
let's-
on top of each
let's
other.
take
I
it a
don't know
step
why
further.
that's so hard to. Teeth are not supposed to grow on top of each other. That's not normal. That could cause problems. I
If it
don't
could.
understand why that's so hard to understand. You think it's vanity to not want to have your teeth growing on top of each other?
Growing
That
on
seems
top of it? I don't know what-
functional.
I don't know what growing on top of each other means. Like we were talking about
Like your
crowding.
teeth are all on top of each other. Like teeth are supposed to hang like this. Mine were like this, all on top of each other.
Okay, so where are we getting the idea of teeth are supposed to look like this? Are we getting this
Can-
from a
can I-
cultural norm that we're trying to meet, or is it like an evolutionarily defined thing?
It's an
that's, like,
anatomical
rigid-
norm. It's an anatomical norm. I
Okay,
don't know
then I need
what
you
the
to show me that
orthodontist
using
findings
data.
are. No, I
because
don't
your
have to show
personal
you shit.
experience,
I don't
like,
have to
doesn't-
show you
like,
shit.
can't support that data or that.
It's not
that claim.
data. It's me telling you a story about me
Claim.
getting braces as a kid. I don't know why that's so hard for your spurred
Yeah.
brain to process personal stories without expecting some kind of data element to them. I think that is the disconnect. And it's so frustrating because it's dehumanizing when I'm trying to tell a personal story to illuminate the situation and I'm being subjected to this technocratic requirement to translate it into some relevant data. That's just not how I work. That's not how human beings that I know work. There is a disconnect here. I'm so confused as to what you're asking
Yeah.
of me.
Jeff, can I interlude here for a second, and then I'll leave your panel, and I'll leave all of you alone. Let's take somebody who has to have a prosthetic, and not for functional purposes, which generally it is, but let's just say somebody has a prosthetic, okay? Sometimes that is just to feel almost normal amongst your peer group. You know, there are certain aspects of the human body that when genetics are played into it, they don't always come out proper. Children born without a left arm, or, with facial deformities, and they use prosthetics just so that they can fit in and not be ridiculed, bastardized, and humiliated because of some abnormality that other people are going to take advantage of to make sport out of. Just like everyone in YouTube does with everyone else's intellect or lack of. You're all horrible people, man. Jeff, cool that you got braces, man. Cool that you had enough wisdom within your parents to not subject you to the horrible ridicule that can be given by your peer group. And for your own self-esteem, I believe that's a good thing. Now, how genetics played into that, it did play a role into it, just like a child being born without an arm. On that, you guys keep your sewing circle, man. I'm out of here.
Take care, Axis.
Later.
You know, I hate to say it, kind of like Axis. He's okay on at least 2 things.
I don't have any gripes.
Oh, I think I tried to watch it during COVID. Is that from it's like a comic book novel that was made into a TV series?
Or is that a newer one? Because I know they were making a live action Preacher a while ago. Is this a different one?
They had a series during COVID that a friend and I watched. I watched the first season, but I found it kind of slow.
No, there's another Preacher that was, I don't know, like 10 years ago, maybe like 8 or 7, but probably closer to 10 than 5.
Oh. Actually, now that I think of it, I watched it during COVID, but that doesn't necessarily mean it came out during COVID.
Oh, okay. I mean, they might have made another one. I don't know. I mean, you watched a live action one?
It was a series. There were episodes.
Yeah. It was actual people acting though. It wasn't animated.
Yeah, live. Yeah, it's live action.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is the 2016 one. Damn. Nailed it with 8. Hedge the fuck out of that. Yeah, actually I watched the first half a season of that and was like, this is kind of slow, then never picked it up. Also, does no one know who Jesse Lee Peterson is? Am I just alone here on an island?
No, I know who he is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then never
Wait,
mind.
so what happened? I'm just falling asleep, so I'm not catching everything.
Oh no, sorry. I've asked 4
Should we
people. Oh.
You asked us what?
Sorry, Jesse Lee Peterson is famous for asking random people on his podcast, do you love black people?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
the vibe I get from Jesse Lee Peterson is
has anyone said no yet?
1 IQ point away from not being able to tie his shoes.
Someone said no on
the
this
vibe I
panel.
get from him.
I mean, hey,
I
he is a black man who lived through Jim Crow, and he probably has authority to speak on whether or not it was better for black people during Jim Crow or not.
I don't even know who that is. Has anyone said no yet? That they don't like black people?
Someone said no on this panel. I forgot who.
In this panel?
Yeah. Yeah, they were like, no. Yeah.
Someone shared a video to me recently that conspires that Jesse Lee Peterson is gay.
Oh, yeah, that's old news. I mean, but probably though.
What's this guy's name? Jesse Lee?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Peterson.
Not to be confused with Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah, but,
Oh, no, I don't think I've ever seen him before in my life.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah, he has a great interview with Destiny. I don't know. Listen, that guy is crazy, and you should probably listen to another crazy person talk to him. I wouldn't recommend seeing you otherwise. But yeah, it is
amusing.
Yeah.
The only
Right.
word I could say for the people who have conversations for them, the conversations are stupefying.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beta.
But yeah, no, I like, I don't know. He believes in some wild stuff. Women can't receive God's love directly. It needs to be, reflected off of man onto woman. So if you're a single woman, you are incapable of receiving God's love entirely. Just like, wait.
But there's
full
probably a
claim and
a religious
interpretation.
basis for like a traditional basis for that in some denomination.
Yeah, I mean, but again, like this is an older black man who thinks black people were better off during like Jim Crow times, also, and like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's famous for asking people, "Do you love black people?" So, I don't know. He's,
And he's black.
yeah.
Yeah.
You think that he's getting accurate responses?
I mean, I think you should listen to him, and like, I don't know, like that's why I'm specifically recommending the Steven conversation, because I think it's like the funniest exchange. It's like, the unstoppable force meets immovable object.
I thought it was a shtick for the longest time, to tell you the truth. When I first encountered that dude, I thought it was a shtick.
I've consumed way more JLP content than I care to admit. But like, I don't know, like, it's a shtick in the same way that like Alex Jones is a shtick, and it's like they both have schizophrenia and are able to be very profitable from that. Jordan B. Yeah, okay.
Destroyed whose boy?
My boy Steven. Listen, we're Destiny simps on this panel, okay? Everyone here loves him, and some of us don't want to admit it.
Oh,
But-
I forgot it. If you're anywhere like near the left, you must worship Destiny. Yeah, I forgot that.
Listen, my profile picture on Facebook is me meeting Steven. So, I mean, don't dox me, bro, I guess.
Well, hey, clever girl, how did you have it then, but not now? Why couldn't you have it again?
That
Like, I thought one of the myths is how difficult it is for black people to succeed and amass wealth, but she's saying they already had all that during Jim Crow.
yeah, are you familiar with like the Rosewood Massacre or Black Wall Street?
The
Yeah,
thing
right.
is that bringing up the Jim Crow era as some sort of means that the wealth was unfairly distributed towards another race doesn't necessarily make sense to me, because have you ever heard of the statistic on family businesses that there is a 70% likelihood where the next generation of family will fail or tank the business? They'll go bankrupt. So it's like, from the Jim Crow era up until now, you've had multiple generations to be like working on this wealth, which are typically invested into businesses. There's a 70% over 70% over 70% likelihood 3 times over that the businesses would fail. The wealth would essentially degenerate to nothing at that point. So I just don't
Only for black people, or
generation
that's the
wealth.
trend for anybody with a business?
Anybody with a business, anybody with a high amount of wealth that gets handed down to the next generation.
I know
Yeah,
about the
that-
Tulsa race massacre, but does that explain is that what she's talking about, Tulsa specifically?
I'm just saying that she's trying to make the connection between the achieved wealth of previous generations are still benefiting the wealth of today's generation through a family line.
Okay, so listen, I'm
But
gonna
not for
counter
black
you.
people.
I'm gonna counter
So-
you, but say that like you're pretty much on track. Like, yes, the top 30% of businesses like probably go on to do super well, and yeah, like the bottom 70% who like can't compete. Like yeah, like you're literally describing like the
But now we're not talking about race anymore. We're just talking about a subset of rich people, which is a
Well,
very fine percent.
so yeah,
Well,
I think what Clever Girl was actually saying was that due to the segregated society, it forced them to have everything insular to their own community, including lending of money, holding of money, businesses. Everything was insular to only their community. Therefore, in that sense, they were not strictly speaking constantly in touch with uh, the white side of things, where they would have to be constantly fed upon by like predatory lending practices and other stuff, which they had to do once
So they were
integration
more
was starting to
autonomous.
happen. Yes, they actually had to be more autonomous because they weren't allowed to be in the systems that were around. And I think that's the point that Clever Girl was trying to make in one of the only senses that things were better. But as the example of Black Wall Street showed, as soon as that money amassed in any kind of sense to the level of being actual, like functional human beings in the society, it was destroyed.
But just in Tulsa, or was
No,
it Tulsa the only place it existed?
From 1865 all the way to probably like the late 1920s, early 1930s. There were large scale massacres and riots across the United States. It's probably one of the least known eras of our history. A lot of times when Black people would try to either register to vote or even run for office, there would be lynchings and riots or massacres. The Tulsa one is just one of the best examples. One, because it
So
died
Tulsa's
off for a
just
while and had to be
representative of
rediscovered in a
something that
way.
was happening all over the
well,
place.
it was a targeted destruction of wealth, like towards one particular race. So like imagine if we just like nuked all the banks and we're like we're just gonna like not like act
So,
like that doesn't
yeah,
impact.
The thing
moving
is,
forward.
though,
I think
I'm just trying
remembering
to
it
figure out how
correctly, but
localized it was, or how
so the whole thing
national
started
it was.
over from if I remember the whole story correctly, the whole thing started over an allegation that a Black man had said something to a white woman. The man had been arrested in the town and thrown in jail, and he was going to be lynched. The area is Black Wall Street is one of the wealthiest areas at this time in America. A bunch of men get together, get some guns. I believe they were veterans from the recent war, and they went and busted him out of jail because they didn't want to see an innocent man hung. And this act of aggression caused a backlash, which spilled over into basically destroying an entire town, free for all, murdering people. It's the first. It's the place
And it was
in
instigated by
America where
Wall
the
Street.
first
This was
aerial
like a
bomb was ever dropped. If that gives you some sense of how malicious the attacks on this area was, it is the first
and it was
place
Wall
in
Street.
America that a bomb was dropped from an
No,
airplane.
it was during segregation, so like blacks weren't allowed on Wall Street, so they went and made their own Wall Street, and it was like known as Black Wall Street.
I know, but I thought someone said that when they started to get the money, Wall Street came in to put a stop to it. Like Wall Street was behind. Wall Street didn't have anything to do with it.
No, this was Black Wall Street was a nickname the place had because it's where a lot of
So there,
black money was.
I misheard then. You didn't say anything about White Wall Street, New York Wall Street at all.
No,
Coming in
that
to
was
like
never
because they were
brought up.
competition. Okay, then I had that.
No, no,
that-
you made that up.
erase all of that. Erase all of
These
that.
are all local people doing this. Yeah.
So it was a local. My brain is so confused right now because I know about the Tulsa thing. I thought y'all were saying at some point during Jim Crow, there were two banking systems in the whole United States. One was white, one was black, and that Wall Street was trying to shut down the black one for amassing too much money. That's what I got out of the story somehow. It was only Tulsa? Is that the banking system that everyone's talking, this alternative banking system just for black people was only Tulsa? And it wasn't Wall Street, it was a local riot?
Is that like why are you so skeptical about like the motivation of this? Like, I don't
What are you
know. Like,
talking
are you like I don't know. Like they were.
I'm
we
trying
have
to get the
records of
story.
people
I
that
didn't
were-
say anything about Did I say anything about motivation? I'm trying to make sure I heard the story right. What you?
No,
I'm,
no,
I'm
No, you're
giving
being
you
skeptical
my
of,
account
like-
of what I got
Yeah,
out of the story,
which is-
because
which
I
is-
could tell it's very off. So I'm giving you what I heard, so that hopefully
Oh, you can
you
tell
can
it's very
correct it.
off?
I don't know why we got
How
to
can
fight
you tell
over
that it's
this.
very off? Sorry.
I'm
never mind,
telling you
ignore
what
me.
I heard. You can tell me if it's off or not. I'm telling you what I got out of the story, because it seems like I took a wrong turn somewhere if that's not what you're talking about. And all I'm doing is letting you know the picture in my head so somebody can walk me back and reorient me to what you were talking about. I'm not suspicious. I'm not imputing any kind of motive. All I'm doing is trying to reorient to the conversation.
So the
Hey,
bank,
Jeff and
the bank-
everybody,
the
thank
bank
you for
comment-
letting me hang out. Effigy, I'm
Thanks,
sorry to
Benny.
interrupt you. I'm going to
Go for it,
blast
Benny.
out of here. Guys, have a great
Take care.
night.
I'm gonna end soon too.
I really appreciate it. Had a great time, guys.
Yeah, the bank
Bye-bye.
comment was just
Yeah,
trying
have
to
a good
explain
night,
what
Benny.
Clever Girl was saying, and then Black Wall Street is just the nickname for the place in Tulsa. That's I think that's the only way it got linked to you.
I'll just research it myself. I'm still not sure about this alternative banking system and whatever Clever Girl was saying. If it's just
Yeah.
Tulsa, I know about Tulsa.
Yeah, this is what I've heard around.
But
the
she
Jim
made
Crow
it
era
sound
as
like,
well. I'm
look,
not
we
denying
had
that.
social economic wealth by owning our own businesses. So she makes it seem like just black people in general during Jim Crow had this, and then you tied it to a specific banking system that black people had to set up because they weren't allowed to use the white one. So I'm trying to figure out if what she's talking about was nationwide, or is Tulsa the one place where this alternate system happened, and that's what she's talking about.
I think it
And
was.
it makes it hard for people like me that do want to get educated, because when we ask questions, this is how we get treated. So even if I did sincerely want to learn, I don't want to learn anymore.
Okay, so
Like
again,
for
we're
people
talking
that are
about,
trying to
like-
educate the ignorant white people, y'all sure do suck at education.
Yeah, and you suck at listening. Okay, so like during, I don't know why you're just
I
like,
think
oh,
I
it's
listened just
the
fine.
Tulsa. Yeah, and you're free to think that. So like when
Well,
you
it's
say
all
just the Tulsa race massacre,
I
we're
said
talking about-
specifically where I don't like being gaslit like this. I said specifically what I heard, so that
Great.
y'all could correct me.
Okay, and I'm trying to correct you, and you're still talking. You're still reacting, and I can wait for that to be done if you would like if that would be best. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like you're listening, and like, you know.
Well, then tell me specifically, other than the story, because I don't want. If you're going to attack my listening, I'm going to defend it, because I think I listened very well. So, other than the part of the story I got wrong when I said what I thought I heard, where did I not hear well? What specifically did I not listen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you like run me through just like a very
No, just
macro
tell you.
level of the-
You said that I don't listen very well, so I assume when you said that you already had something in your mind as an example of where I don't listen very well. So
Sure,
just tell
you
me
said-
that thing.
You said you knew about the Tulsa race riots.
Right.
And like we were discussing it, you know, using its nickname Black Wall Street as it was known. So it seems like you have a pretty solid understanding of like what happened at Tulsa, and I'm like,
Right, and all I'm trying to figure
I'm
out
asking
is
for you
if
to
what
demonstrate
Clever
that.
Girl is talking about is Tulsa, or was it larger than just Tulsa? Was it more nationwide? Was there's this nationwide banking system or set of alternative banking systems that black people were creating, or is she only referring to Tulsa? That's the only thing I'm trying to figure out. I don't know why it's so hard to get that answered.
okay.
So
And we'll just wait for
generally,
Clever Girl.
generally, the Jim Crow laws mostly existed around the Confederate states that had slavery abolished at the time, but slowly inseminated laws in order to discriminate. Towards
No,
black
that's I will say that that's bullshit. Because the GI Bill, when it was introduced during the World Wars, black people who served their country by joining the military were not allowed the GI Bill. They did not get the same, school benefits. They did not get the same housing loan opportunities. The chance to live in certain areas, and this was all throughout New York. Like Bill O'Reilly grew up in one of these neighborhoods that was a white military people only neighborhoods, and that was not, like that was before Jim Crow ended. So no, it was not just in the Confederate States, and no, it was it is a way that we have treated vets in a fucked up way throughout our entire history. And I don't know, if you give a shit about homeless vets and you don't give a shit about how like black people got fucked on the GI Bill because they served or got drafted during World War II.
So is this revenge for that? Because the people today are not the ones that did the GI Bill.
yeah.
We just have to pay the price for what they did. All I'm trying to figure out is,
was it just Tulsa, or was it just the exclusion from the
all I'm
GI
trying to
Bill,
figure-
or
is
was
her,
it
if
just
her
the
comment, she
talk about
says right
specific
here,
times in
we, I'm
history,
trying to
we have
figure
to
out
talk
if the
about what
we
happened
is
then,
Tulsa, or if the we extends beyond Tulsa and is more national. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
You're right. The GI Bill is not very national.
So that kind
She
of
wasn't
thing had to
talking about
happen
the GI Bill.
everywhere,
That
right?
came
So
very recent in the
everywhere-
conversation, like the last
How do you
few
know
minutes.
she wasn't talking about that? We don't have an answer.
Well, how do
You're
you
repeating
know
the same
she
fucking
was?
question.
Like, you're bringing it up does nothing for the conversation.
I'm not insisting that she was. What I'm asking is, how do you know it wasn't that?
I'm not talking about the GI Bill. I'm talking about her comment and trying to find out what
Yes,
she was
and
talking
I'm talking about the GI Bill and what you think she might be talking
Well,
about.
then we're talking about two different things because I'm only talking about her comment.
Okay, so we don't know what she's talking about, so we should all just be quiet because apparently you're going to react stronger if we talk about anything else.
Anybody that can shed light on her comment. If it's not her, if somebody else thinks that they know what she's saying, that's all I'm trying to find. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I don't think I'm not listening. I'm trying to find out what her comment is referring to because it's rather vague.
And you're responding to it in a bad
You're
faith way.
gaslighting me like that's something weird. I don't think there's anything weird about what I'm trying to do with this comment. If you find it weird, that's your own spurgery. I don't think there's anything weird about what I'm trying to do here.
So the GI Bill wasn't implemented as.
But hang on, effigy, not the GI Bill yet. We're not there yet. I'm just talking about her comment and trying to figure out if Tulsa's what she was referring to or something larger. And now we're on the GI Bill. We're on all this. We're on all this other stuff.
He made a destiny move.
What is it? I need to learn this stuff because what is a destiny move?
Talking really fast and gish galloping.
And because this is how I would handle the cover. If I had some people that are having this conversation and it was really important for one of them to understand this comment, I would say, okay, well, why don't we take a pause and see? Let's see. She's saying this, and I would help. I don't understand why I had to suddenly defend everything about myself, including my listening and my motivations. Is that a destiny thing, a millennial thing, a Jack thing, a Spurg thing? It was not a normal conversation that I'm used to having. Hey, Dom.
What's going on?
Honestly, just that last moment just kind of felt like more of a Destiny characteristic more than anything. Because I don't know, it's
I think people who are not on the left are obsessed with Destiny way more than the people on the left are.
I think he's a psychopath. After what he said after Trump got assassinated, I have no interest in knowing anything about Destiny beyond that. He revealed the very depths of his soul to me that day. Hey, Leggy.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter what the fuck the GI Bill says.
No, I don't know if the GI Bill may have been what she's talking about. I don't know how he knows it was. It may have been, but
he was making
I wasn't asking about the GI Bill at all. That to me that was a totally separate conversation that got thrown in at the end that's now being tied into her comments somehow.
No, he was throwing that back at Ticky Tack to show that there was not too much of a difference between the way black people treated in the South and the North, even after slavery. Even though that Jim Crow was worse in the South, there was still a ton of rights that black people didn't have in the North. So it wasn't some kind of paradise. They didn't live as normal people. Like that's the kind of narrative that he was going up against simply because of one sentence. Ticky.
So we were having two different conversations then.
The thing, yeah, it was kind of all over the place, and I'm not denying the fact that there is discrimination against black people for a good amount of time up until the 60s, you know.
Well, that's the point of all the conversations, right? Whenever we talk about anything in the past or at a specific time period, we're talking about that time period. So sitting there trying to say like we're trying to make some kind of prognostic thing about current times because we're talking about the past, that needs to stop. No one is. We're just trying to pave the road to show you how we got here. Usually when people bring up the past.
The thing is, you're missing context. Before you were here...
No, that's the whole point about talking about the past.
No, you're missing context because you were not around when the context was around when I was making those points. Yeah, you didn't listen to the original conversation. So I'm going to explain to you what was happening. Clever Girl Reading, before you were on here, was trying to equate the past to the present systematic racism that exists.
She's the one that thinks that white people are colluding to make school harder for black people to pass so that they get filtered out of the earlier grades and don't advance with the rest of them.
And that white people are rich and 3 out of 4 have plastic surgery and so there was there's kind of a side conversation.
So the braces thing was a like white privilege. You had the white, you didn't need the braces. That was your white privilege.
Like I wasn't bringing it up for the conversation in this particular panel, but this is just what Clever Girl was fighting for beforehand.
All I was trying to do was understand her comment. I don't know how it led to whatever it led to.
Well, some of that's just sounds straight bad shit. So,
okay.
No, not for you. I mean, some of the things.
And there are people that are not keeping the past in the past. Because I agree when we're talking about
arguments to be had, but like people who go just as hyperbolic on the other side, it's like, no, just because some things happen at this doesn't mean you can like use hyperbole. I mean, there are real things to be discussed. And just like in any gender argument, when people go hyperbolic and try to like paint everything as one thing, then we never get to have the real conversations.
Dominus, you have anything?
Yeah, on the education front, I'd like to know how they justify the performance of someplace like the Chicago public school system, which is the political environment that runs the city is overwhelmingly African American.
Yeah.
The teachers in the school system are overwhelmingly black. The students themselves are overwhelmingly black. They have more resources when it comes to security, when it comes to special education, when it comes to certain things like that. But they're always in a deficit. They're always understaffed. They're always failing. They haven't graduated a decent amount of students in I don't know how long. How do you justify? Where does the white play into that at all? And it's an entire, I mean, I don't know the entire population of the Chicago school system, but, you know, there's over 3 million people in Chicago. So how can 3 million people that live in a city influence, the school system when it's majority black?
I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm not super smart on education, but I do feel, and I'm not trying to say this about you, Dominus, but I do feel that over the years, certain people have used Chicago as a knee-jerk, just kind of like, look at them, look at how bad they are. Aren't they so bad because they're them? Kind of example.
But let me stop you right there because I'm gonna go Jeff on you guys because this is from 100% personal experience. I have lived here my entire life. I've had my hometown completely 100% flipped over. The town that I lived in, the suburb that I lived in, when I grew up, was 98% white, and now is 98% black.
Dang, that's drastic.
So, you know, when I say I know what my family came from the south side of Chicago, steel mill industry. 5 different steel mills, all pumping out steel at the same time. They all had jobs. Everybody was working. Everybody mostly were more immigrants. And, you know, everything until they closed the steel mills. They closed the steel mills back in the 80s. They refused to help them out, and they allowed the Chinese steel to flow the market. They closed all the steel mills. The whites moved out, blacks moved in, and I'm thinking to myself, why didn't they preserve the steel industry for those blacks that were moving in anyways? Why did they allow them to move into a desolate industrial area when they knew there was no future for it? And once that happened, then the way they came
you
in.
just explained it, right? Though you just explained yourself. The area collapsed. Socioeconomically, it went downhill, which means all the properties went downhill, which meant the underclass could now afford to live in what was more of a middle class area. Like, I mean, you're explaining as you're going along. It just doesn't seem like you see that you're explaining it.
Okay, why did the mills close?
Why the mills close? I'd have to check for myself, but the 80s are pretty famous for union busting.
Because Nixon sent all the jobs over to China.
Well,
My mic working?
Yeah, no, Nixon wasn't president.
Oh, okay.
At the time. It was
or not Nixon, but Reagan. Or
it was
earlier.
Bush. It was mostly Bush. And
no,
then
Nixon had already outsourced all the jobs, which was the collapse of those manufacturing.
All right,
jobs.
we got a clever girl.
Hey, clever girl.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So was your comment Tulsa, or was there more than just Tulsa?
Of course, there's more than one.
Okay, that's what I wanted to learn.
Jeff,
exactly.
you talk about this subject 3 times I've been on here, and you
This
talk.
is only your second time that I know of that I can remember.
And so I came up the first time, and then I typed comments in the comment section 2 days ago, I believe, and then today as well. And
Oh yeah, so 2 times on the panel.
right, and so 3 times you had guests on your show that tell you that racism does exist, and you keep saying no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's gonna take more than just people on a show telling me something exists. People tell me all kind of things exist on their show. There's snake people living under the earth, controlling society. So just people telling me on a show is not enough for me to take something as fact.
You can literally look it up. I've put some videos in your comment section up there somewhere.
It sounds like you think if enough people come up and tell me something, then that's reason for me to believe it. And I just want to dispel that. That's not how logic or my brain works.
What was your point, clever girl? I missed it.
You also don't research anything. You're just like
I research a lot. I have in academia for a little while. I was in college. I've done plenty of research.
So
I've been doing research since I was in junior high school.
Okay, so but you seem not to have any facts on racism, and you say since it doesn't happen in life that you live, that it doesn't.
Well, I'm not making the claims about racism that you are. So I don't have to provide facts that white people are trying to make school harder for black people so they don't. That's your claim. I don't have to provide facts for something I don't even believe.
I think that makes sense.
In what ways are they making school harder for black folk as opposed to just white people?
There's systemic racism.
No, I mean what practices? How does it translate into the classroom?
I think you're muted, clever girl. You're muted. Clever girl, you're muted.
Let me see. Oh, we can't hear you.
Clever girl, you're muted. We can't hear you.
There's no sound. We can't hear you.
You're muted. Clever girl, you're muted.
We can't hear you. Can you hear us?
No, we don't hear you. No sound.
We can't hear you.
Read chat.
You're on mute.
I mean, I
Well,
asked
then.
for a specific.
Okay.
I asked her to get specific and I'm not saying. I'm just who knows. I don't know. It's just kinda weird.
What
I'm
research
asking.
am I supposed to be doing?
Well, Jeff, some people just expect.
I mean, I'm not up on all that, but that seems
Asking
like a
questions is part
outrageous
of
claim.
research, or at least it was in my day.
I'm very interested in talking with her. I just want a clarification of what she means by systematic racism.
All right.
Yeah.
We still can't hear you.
Nope. We,
we heard you for a while and you just cut out.
What software are you running?
Well, maybe we'll get her back.
Who knows?
Yeah, well, you must be watching a different stream, or mentally defective, or delusional, or poor. Because if you go watch my stream, any stream, just pick any random stream, you're gonna hear me ask probably at least 100 questions on any given stream. So this is just somebody that is not interested in reality whatsoever and just wants to live in their own version of it.
Can I get back to the education aspect of it as far as the reverse gentrification that I've experienced? I went through when after that happened, as far as the socioeconomic situation had changed and everyone failed to see what was going to happen, they decided to integrate the high school that is in the suburb and started busing inner city kids out to the suburbs in an effort to gentrify the area. And that's exactly what it was. They were gentrifying the area, and that started the white flight, which it was an actual thing.
Can't talk about that, Dank.
I'm sorry?
Can't talk about that.
Okay. But yeah, no, it's a real thing. I experienced it. My family, we didn't believe in that. We didn't follow through with that. But there were signs that were put up in the window. If you don't move, if you don't leave, they can't move in. Similar to that effect. That's all it was. But at the time, like the socioeconomics were changing of the region, and everybody was like, you know what? No, I'm going to head to greener pasture. My family decided, they were like, no, we set down roots here, 20 years ago. We're going to stick around.
Well, senior citizen Saul, all I'm saying is, where I work, over the past 15 years, it used to be 85, 90% Caucasian. Now it's 65, 70% Latino. And I wouldn't have a problem with that if they could speak English. But it's kind of messed up when you can't even talk to your coworker about how to get the job done.
Okay, well, then...
Oh, sorry. I was talking to senior citizens.
No, I understand.
In chat there. I mean, like it's not. There's no demographic change.
If most of the people at your job speak Spanish, what if you got fired for not being able to speak Spanish?
And the geography of where people are. I mean,
they're like, you're disrupting.
But it didn't start that way. Like, should he lose his job to demographic
I'm just
change?
saying, there's no official language in the United States. Like,
well, there should be.
But should someone lose their job because the coworker's language change? Like, there's.
I'm not saying someone should lose their job. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I'm asking Effigy if you should lose your job if your workplace suddenly becomes predominantly Spanish speaking, should the people that speak English suddenly lose their jobs because they're a linguistic minority now?
No.
Like
No.
I don't think
The
demographic
same way,
change should
the
cause
same way
someone to lose
the
their
other goes to
job.
the other way around. So if they can do their job while not being able to speak English, as long as there's some kind of be able to communicate with management, which I'm certainly that's what it is, right? Is that the people at management can speak both. I mean, I just don't see like I'm assuming that you live somewhere in the southwestern area of the United States.
Southeastern.
Southeastern. All right. Well, then that's a little more rare.
No, they're all over the South. Louisiana, like I went home last year, and there's a huge Mexican population now. They
Oh
came
yeah,
for the
we have a
construction
huge
after
Hispanic
the
population
hurricanes.
up here too.
I feel like I have to state that I don't have a problem with the Latinos or anything, because just making that point, everyone's going to assume I'm racist. I'm only saying it because there seems to be a forced demographic change taking place, but you can't talk about it.
I mean, really though,
What's the forced part?
The forced part is
I
letting
just
people.
explained it.
The forced part is letting people in the country that don't go through the process of citizenship.
Maybe I
And
didn't
then I have
explain it right.
then I have to work with someone who we both make the same per hour, but when they get their check cashed, they don't have to pay federal taxes, and they get the full amount back.
Right. It's like I'm okay with people
And
immigrating.
it's like,
here
what am I, a
and paying
stooge?
taxes.
I don't know if anybody here is talking about replacement.
Yeah, there we go. The Great White Fear.
Well, I mean,
Clown
really
on
though,
you.
the Latino
How dare you know?
population-
How dare you notice what's going on? You extremist.
But it sounds like your biggest difficulty is the language barrier more
Yeah,
than
that
anything
is.
else.
I mean, I'm just saying. if
Because it
people- I don't
affects
care who-
the ability to do the job. It's a practical
exactly,
thing.
Exactly. That's all it is. I don't care what color the people are coming here. I don't care, as long as they have decent standards, as long as they have American values and can communicate with Americans. I got no problem with who
Whatever
comes here.
those
Yeah, I
But
was gonna say,
that's
what
not
is your
what's happening.
definition of American value nowadays?
That's what it is.
Yeah, but
the
what
whole-
is your definition of American values, though?
What's outlined in the Constitution, pretty much. I think the first couple amendments are the first important American values: freedom of speech, to say what you want to say, and the freedom to have arms to back up what you say. And I think that's what the globalists who are pushing all this bullshit on us are trying to break down, so they can establish a new global order that doesn't
you
have
really
those two
free to
main
say what you
fundamental
wanna
rights.
say, though?
There we go.
Huh?
That's why we can't have serious conversations. We always go into la la land.
Well, what's la about that, though?
Actually,
Please
effigy, that's
tell me
pretty
why that's
normal around
la-la.
here. The globalist thing is pretty normal around here.
I don't care
I mean,
what
I
you
think
think
it's
globalist is code word for. If those are the people that represent it the most, then that's just how things are. But I'm talking about people that want to subvert American values and American liberties to institute.
The people that wanted to destroy the
I don't
steel
care what
industry.
I don't care the people who are doing it. I don't care what their religion is, what their race is. I don't care about none of that. I just care about
I
their
know.
values. Their
You
values.
don't seem to care whether or not they exist.
Look, I'm a proud American,
you mean
a
by
proud
that?
veteran.
If they
but
exist.
Who are
But
they?
America-
Who's subverting American values
Oh,
just by
God.
existing? Like immigrants coming into America just by existing and not speaking English, which is not an official language here. Like they're subverting your values.
How is
Let me ask
it
you,
not
at
an
one
official
time,
language here?
at one time was to get your citizenship was speaking English a requirement?
Yes.
At one time, I believe it was. Yeah.
So why was that changed? Don't you think that speaking for a nation to speak one language is
we don't have a national
very
language in the
necessary
US.
for
though.
Don't you think that speaking for a nation to speak one language is very cohesive for things to run
I think
smoothly?
it can be, but for whatever reason, America decided not to have a national language.
I think
so
the
that's
biggest
when was
countries in
that?
the world, the
That-
biggest
that's what
countries
I
in the
just
world,
asked.
all have multiple languages.
Yeah, you can
every
speak
single
it.
one of them. Every
What's
single one of the biggest countries
What's
in
the
the world.
national language?
We don't have
Yeah,
one.
I'm not saying you can't speak other languages, but you should at least be able to speak English.
I think the people who can speak both will have a distinct advantage, and they'll get on better than anyone else. So I think things will sort themselves out.
I agree
That's
with
true.
you there.
That's true.
I agree
I
with
don't
you
disagree with
100%.
that.
I mean, because the Hispanic population,
That's a good
Latino
point, Shelby.
population has the biggest increase in any other race in the United States over the last decade or so. Like slowly and
Because they've
slowly.
shown me their check. Because I was standing in line. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are you done? Am I allowed to speak? Am I
I
done?
Come on,
apologize.
y'all. Go.
I
Go.
apologize.
Leggy. Go ahead, Leggy.
Holy fuck, man! I'm just trying to get. If I could poor lobster guy up here,
No,
trying
I
to
was
get away with
responding
it.
to someone.
No, you do.
Holy
You've been
fuck!
trying to get in for a while, so let's let Leggy.
Holy hell!
Let's let
Well,
Leggy get in.
look. Everybody talks like the guy used Chicago as an example, right? So the reason the Chicago is so poor and all that shit, and the population's so high, and all these regions where you have a certain ethnic group that's so high, is because pretty much after World War II, when all the people were booming because of the Jim Crow laws that was in, and the people were deprived then, they weren't able to get out of the area and move into these suburbs like the white population was, right? But now that we went through the 60s and 70s with all the civil rights shit and we're still doing it, yes, their rights have got better, but they haven't moved themselves out of the poor sections of the country and the world in order to make a difference because of the shit that where they were oppressed for so long. What still pisses me off, and I've said this multiple times, is how they still whine and piss about them being in slavery, but they're the only race that still bitches and pisses and moans about it. Like, you know what I mean? Look at what the Irish and the Italians went through in this fucking country. And look at, eventually they got the fuck out of it. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's all about willpower, determination, your leadership that's in
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
If
The
you want
victimhood thing.
changes, you need to have leadership in position that will make the changes. That's not there to just collect a check. And there's too many people that's there just to collect a check and not to actually do anything or try to do anything.
Yeah, that's gonna be the norm, though. I think for a while. Clever girl, I wish you could get the sound to work because I really want to talk about that. Wait. What did we give? What did she talk? What did we give the Jews, Japanese? Well, the Indians, I think we did, and the Japanese because of the what is the World War II thing?
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're in, I do believe, the Southwest United States has a
What
lot.
what did
Clever
the, what
girl,
exactly?
clever girl,
Midwest.
if you can get
I mean-
money from the state, I welcome you to it. Good luck. Good luck.
I mean, be an
But I
immigrant.
hope you don't think.
I mean, she
owe
has
you.
a point. If other groups
I'm
got
from
it, that
Ireland,
makes
and I
a
don't feel like
stronger
I owe anybody
argument
shit.
for. But just how would you figure out who they go to? That would be the difficulty.
I want my reparations for all the families who died on the Mayflower.
I want my Cajun reparations
Yeah,
from the
same.
British.
I got a bone to pick with England.
I'm more concerned with
We
what's
finally got our apology
going
or
on now.
acknowledgement, rather.
You probably should be more concerned with what's going on now instead of ancient history.
I agree. And the future, like what kind of future we all want to create together? Because whatever the
History
past
should
was,
not
we
be
have the power to create whatever kind of future we want now.
The only use of us history is a guide not to do it again. I mean, that's it, literally. Nobody owes you nothing because of what
Yeah,
happened.
it
in the
doesn't
past.
define us. Or does it have to?
And it only took us like 230 years of being a country to get there.
That's pretty it's pretty
Rich
amazing.
white people are like 3% of the population. I don't know.
I
why
hate
you
fucking-
always
I
talk
hate
about
rich
rich white
people.
people. Most white people are struggling paycheck to paycheck, just like you
I
are.
don't give a fuck who you are and what race you are. If you have fucking money, I think a lot of you are fucking pricks.
I don't
All rich
begrudge
people?
anyone that has money either. I mean, they're just doing things a little better than other
I
people.
mean, I
so-
don't either
I
unless
mean-
they're dickheads. I'm just saying though, like people with fucking money usually have a whole different attitude amongst themselves
Yeah.
than people that work their ass off on a daily. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. The number one
That's what-
signifier in this country of whether or not you will be rich is whether or not your parents
like-
were rich.
Hey,
Welcome
Mike.
back, Mike.
What's up? What's
I
up?
don't
Even in
understand.
even in
Well,
the
you
in
know,
today's
actually,
age where there's like more opportunity for social mobility and like
exactly,
self
exactly.
actualization.
More time now than ever. So that was how it was always in the past. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on? Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
Mike.
What's going on, man?
Oh
Jeff, you're
Lord,
gonna.
we talked all over the place tonight.
I was kind of popping in and watching it. Jeff, you're gonna sleep good tonight. This is a stressful stream, man. Good lord. Holy
It
crap.
was. It's
Yeah,
yes. This
Yeah, he'll
stream
talk
definitely
about it.
challenged me tonight.
I know. I kept jumping. The one thing I want to
I
say
felt like I
is,
was in a struggle session for like I was telling sharing personal experience to shed light on the situation, and I kept feeling like I was in a struggle session every time I did that.
I mean, I
yeah,
think Clever Girl's struggling to come up with one fact. I mean,
I think she's struggling
I
to
asked
get her
her
mic to.
to name one thing, and then her sound just happened to cut
Well, the
out.
struggle is
And I'm
real, they
just
say.
saying,
That sounds like a
is that the same
conspiracy
girl?
theory, sir.
Yeah, probably.
the thing at the bottom line is this: I wish we had a time machine. I wish we could go back and right all the wrongs. I mean, we all wish that. All of us up here would love to go back and fix the stupidity and the bad decisions that were made with race, with gentrification, with education. We wish we could go back and change it, but we can't. We can't go back and change it. So I think someone said, let's focus on the now and not the past. Now you learn from the past. No doubt about you learn from the past, but you can't dwell on it. You have to create a new
But
future.
I
Does that make
I
sense?
think that they don't think the past is the past. I
They're
think they
using the
think it
past.
kind of just got masked or went underground, but that it's all still there, waiting to emerge at any second.
They're using it
It's
as a weapon.
it's kind
Yeah,
of like
I agree.
we all of us agree. All of us agree that horrible things happen. I'm not trying to repeat myself. Horrible things happen,
I mean,
and
to
we
be
want
honest, it's
to.
always been used as a weapon.
Clever girl, I've never denied
Probably.
racism. It's the
It's always
systemic
been
racism you're
manipulated.
talking about that I've
Yeah,
denied, not individual racism.
It's how
but
you can
there's.
take people out of the here and now.
I'll be right back.
Make
I'll
them
be right
think
back.
about other things instead of what you're actually facing.
Well, it certainly took me out of my here and now, so it worked.
What you're actually facing is that you should educate yourself on anything you can. And that's really all you can do in life. Find out the most things that you can. Sounds stupid, but what's I mean,
Because it hurts our feelings.
Yeah. So this is the easiest question I
critical
have.
race theory. I think Clever Girl is totally trolling at this point.
No, I think she's been up here before. I think she's the real deal. I
I, I,
just
I just don't
don't
understand where.
understand where she gets her belief. Well, I do know where they come from, but I don't know why she continues to hold them.
The thing is, my entire life being around white people, I've never heard any of them conspire to somehow oppress other races. Never. It's like, and these are
Me
people
neither.
who own businesses. These are people who actually work legitimate jobs. They're in government positions, and not a single one ever talks about coming up with an idea of pushing down Blackie or something.
Because it's a conspiracy
So,
theory, a
yeah.
state-sanctioned conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It really feels like that people like Clever Girl think that we're at these dinner tables and we turn off all our cell phones and we're just like, okay, how are we going to take all the money from black people and make sure that they never get houses, they never get a good education, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't happen. It
Jay-Z looks
doesn't.
like he's rolling.
Now,
Beyonce,
as
she's
far as
rolling.
on the
Oprah,
law
she's rolling.
enforcement side of things, I will not
Look at
disagree
their
with
wealth.
that. With law enforcement, at one point there was a lot of prejudice and a lot of looking at somebody and assessing whether or not what they were up to something nefarious based on the way they appeared. I mean, there's a lot of that happens, and still to this day, there's a lot of that happens with law enforcement. But once again, you have to look about regions, areas, the population, all that. When you look at percentage, yes, there's more whites in America, but when half of your population, when almost 50% of your population is committing crimes, there's something fucking wrong. People don't force other people. White people aren't forcing people of color to go commit crimes. They do that because that's a free fucking choice to do it. Just because you're in a particular situation does not justify the right for you to go steal,
Right.
rob,
So
murder people.
this kind of
kill-
argument is what shows people who actually delve into these subjects that you guys don't know what you're talking about, because you're actually ignoring.
just
I'll
to
explain.
No,
Let me
that's
explain.
that's what I
attack the
disagree.
argument
Let me
and
finish
show
my.
us.
Disagree. I disagree.
Let Effigy
Let me
explain.
finish my thought before you guys spurg the fuck out just because you're having a knee jerk reaction to what I'm saying.
Whoa, dude,
Let me
chill. Come on,
finish.
man. Talk normal. Come on.
All right. So, the point being, sorry, emotion got me off track. The whole point is that there are other mitigating factors, right? When you sit there and say that someone commits half the crime, well, what if cops in a specific area only patrol areas with certain people? What if the encounters are only with certain people? Statistics can lie, right?
So white people are also committing all these crimes,
no,
but only the
don't
black
jump,
people are
don't
getting.
jump,
Do you
don't
think the
jump.
black people are actually committing the crimes?
And what if 100% of the police force is black?
Wait,
Because
wait,
what
Effigy.
the
Are you
places
saying-
I've
No, I'm
lived,
just saying that
it does
there
look
are
like the black people are
reasons
committing a lot of crimes.
for these
Like
things,
even if
right?
you allow for all of that other stuff,
All
it's hard to get
the
around
studies
the
that we've
fact.
shown show that races commit crimes at pretty much the same rates.
Well, not in New Orleans.
Not violent.
Now, once again, I never said that there wasn't with law
Races
enforcement.
are
There
not
wasn't racism.
policed at the
I
same
did
rate.
not. I did not say that. I just said you had to look at the stats, and
Are
that's what the
places
stats said.
policed?
So
or
there's
or
entire
action
neighborhoods in New Orleans of white people that are so dangerous the police won't even go in.
Do you admit that places that have more crime have more police there?
Yes.
Areas and cities. So
Yes.
these
Makes
places
sense.
are policed more.
A society.
But there's
So
also
there's
a
crimes
when you
being
have a-
committed. There's murders, robberies, burglaries that are being committed that the police are just not noticing because they're not. But they're just noticing these other ones because they're
And the
in the
police be in
black
all
I
area.
mean,
places at all
let's face
times.
it. Today's 2024. 9 times out of 10, if you commit a crime, you're on camera.
Look, I'm
So-
not trying to make some kind of overarching grand statement. I'm trying to show you the nuance of when you try to make a look who makes all half the crime happen.
That's not what
But
I
it
said.
makes
I
it seem
said
like you're
all-
downplaying the fact
no,
that
I didn't
black
say
people
all
commit
of half of the crime. I
crime
said
at a
half
higher
of your
rate.
population. I didn't say blacks commit half
Not
of the
crime,
crime.
violent crime.
I said if you look at the statistics, when you have almost half of your population, because obviously there's way more white people in the United States than there is any other race. Am I wrong? So when you break it down to stats and percentages, there's a higher percentage of black people that commit crime because there's less population. Now, how many of them crimes are actual real crimes and or just fucking not petty ass shit that's been exaggerated? Who the fuck knows? That's a whole different study that needs to be done. But as far as what's being done and who's being charged and convicted is what you have to look at. But once again, it's 2024, and if you commit a crime, 9 times out of 10, there is photographic or video evidence of you committing that crime.
Clever girl, I grew up poor. None of us committed crimes. I know plenty of poor people. We don't commit crime. Poverty is not criminals choose to do crime. Poverty does not force somebody to commit a crime. Quit letting criminals off the hook. That's what this sounds like. This sounds like criminal apologetics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember living in this extended stay hotels with my family. Those like cheap ass freaking hotels where like hookers go into, and that we did that for about 2 years because my family just couldn't get a job.
I've been in a couple of those.
I can remember growing up when we lived in we lived in Charlotte. Fuck, man, we lived in a hotel room for about 6 months when we moved down there. Fuck, it happens.
Yeah, it's like poverty's
Can we
just
talk
an
about
issue
something
across
else
the
unless,
board.
like crazy girl comes back, clever girl comes back on or something.
But it said when
a
you
little
look
bit
at
of a little bit of representation would be
crime.
nice.
Poverty helps create crime. Like this is not even
It does.
a question.
What do you mean helps create? Like
Well,
crime is an
okay,
act
Are you-
committed
are
by an
you more
individual.
likely
How
to
does
steal
poverty?
something if you can't get it? If you need a loaf of bread and you have no money, are you more likely?
Is
to
that
steal
what
it?
these crimes are? Loaves of bread? They're not
Actually,
murders
what
and drug
Jeff-
deals and
technically-
robberies.
Actually-
Jeff, you just don't know how to take an example.
Actually, what poverty does.
Okay, well, help me. Let's learn then. Help me learn how to take an example, because I'm talking about the crime that people care about, the murders, the burglaries, the robbery. Nobody's talking about a family that needs to steal a loaf of bread to feed her kids. That's not the crime we're talking about. And if the impression you want to give us is that we're panicking over a bunch of crime that's not really happening, and the actual crimes that are happening are the loaf of bread type, then show me how I'm not understanding an example.
So if you can't pay your bills and you steal to pay your bills,
Did you understand my example of that's not the type of crime we're talking about?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just wanted to say,
Traveler. Hey,
theft in general, or
can I just say what? Can I say one thing? Can I butt in here for 2 seconds?
Go ahead.
There is a very big epidemic to where I don't know why they started putting Nike swooshes on the side of loaves of bread, but they've been getting stolen a whole lot since then.
Dude.
Oh, geez. No, but I think Jeff is trying to focus on violent crimes, not non-violent crimes. People commit.
Yeah, the crimes people care. This is not a systemic racism. Is not about all the black people stealing loaves of bread. It's about all the black people tearing up the city, shooting people, robbing people, stealing cars. It's that kind of crime.
Bad jokes.
Yeah, I mean that is the crime I was talking about more so than anything.
This is gaslight. They know what we're talking. They know that we're concerned that all this crime is being committed. They know we're not talking about loaf of bread crime. I don't know what the angle is here.
But I also feel that there's laws like they make laws that are fucking stupid. Because like South Carolina, right? It is illegal. And holy fuck, man, I'd go to jail, get arrested, get fucking rolled up, get fined. In South Carolina, it's illegal to pull into a store and leave your car unattended. Or pull into your house and leave it unattended running. What the fuck is that bullshit? Like, I understand the point behind the law of what they were trying to do, but the same sense is, that's just a bullshit law to try to harass people. You know? Like,
well, I think that might be
like,
that could be a sensical law, though, because I mean, if you don't have to, I'm guilty. I leave my car running all the time, and I walk into the gas station and do my things. But I mean, if that gives anybody the easy option, you know,
who wants to live in a society like that? You know,
I don't want to. I don't.
In response to Effigy's earlier response, you know, being poor, what that actually tests is your character. That's what being poor tests. You know, it doesn't make you commit crime. It tests your moral character. You can go out and get a job. It might not be glorious. Might not be making tons of money. You might not be able to afford those Nikes, but you can buy bread.
And half the rich people are probably committing crimes as well.
We're just talking.
It's just a different crime.
About poverty. So
I've said that many times. That white collar
are
crime.
Rich people to steal shit when they can just buy it. This is like simple stuff.
I think you're fixated on a different type of crime than I am. You're fixated on the type that keeps them innocent, and I'm fixated on the type that actually is impacting people in real ways.
Hey, Effigy, what if, let's say the scenario is that a family is in poverty and they aren't able to afford food, but they still have a good ethical and moral foundation as to not steal. Do you think that they're just going to go and become criminals?
I'm obviously not arguing for the morality of doing something because they're in poverty. I'm just telling you that there is a correlation. It is an obvious correlation, and it exists.
It's not so obvious to me.
I agree.
Do food stamps exist? Does that actually exist? Food stamps?
It's not the fiat version now. It's all digital.
Well, I'm old school, man, but you know what I mean. They're still giving people money, probably more than they were with food stamps. Now they give them debit cards or whatever. But does free money food or whatever still exist per child, per thing? If you're under, probably, I have no idea the income level, what that would be, but that still exists, correct?
Definitely it does. Because I don't think there's any
starving children in the United States. And if they are starving, it is probably because their parents are selling their food stamps for fucking crack or some shit like that. I think that all that is in place. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I don't want to see children die either. So I can sit there and I can support that, even though I don't
You
like
know
it.
how many
There's
times
the
I've heard somebody go, "What's the point of me going to apply? I'm just going to get denied anyways." Like, there's a lot of people that think that way instead of going to take the effort to go try. You know?
well, guess
I
where
got
else you can
denied.
get food? It Go to church. Literally, go to church. They'll feed you.
Food
Yeah,
bank.
Catholic said,
Go to,
yeah.
or you can go to work. I mean, there's
Is
that
it-
option too. I don't know if
is-
anybody ever forgot that
My
option.
wife,
This,
if
but
there's like
Yeah,
there
a,
is
I
the
if
option.
there's an event or something, she always makes like if there's a school event or a fundraising event or something, she always made if there's food there, she always goes, "There's food there," because she knows me. I'm always down for a free meal. I don't give a fuck.
So
One
what's
free
next?
meal.
but so I
Effigy.
just
What's
want to
keeping it from that generational trauma? Is that what's next?
the only point I was trying to make towards effigy is that poverty is not the direct cause to whether somebody goes on a criminal life or not, because you can show on like the two examples, ones who do hold up to like a moral code and ethics where parents can pass down their children, they won't be stealing. Whereas ones where are probably just single mothers that don't know how to handle their kids, and isn't teaching a moral foundation, that is a situation where you may see people get into crime more often.
So kids from good homes never steal, ever.
No, they
That's-
do. But the
He
thing
always goes to that
but the thing
1%.
is that you haven't demonstrated, you haven't demonstrated that poverty equals crime.
said
I
You know,
mean,
you-
there is
Okay,
some
okay.
I said
correlation
Can we
with
say
correlation the
that?
whole
poverty and
time.
Can we
Every
trafficking.
say
time you
that
guys don't
crime?
get stuck on things as though there is only black and white in the world.
Can we say that crime does though equal poverty, and two things can be true at once? It either way they work in a cycle. Once you get in that cycle, you have to
Exactly.
break that cycle.
Exactly.
Effigy, did you ever grow up in a bad neighborhood where you're always like well off your family?
No, man, I grew up in a trailer park in a small town in Louisiana.
Interesting. So you think that there's no
You ever been
correlation?
scalloping?
What's that?
I saw a Louisiana guy. You ever been
Oh.
scalloping?
Oh yeah, I mean,
There we go. I like it.
Yeah, but I think the
mostly
crime
crawfishing and crabbing though. But
Yeah, the crab is what we used to do with the chicken necks.
Yeah, crap.
sorry, Mike.
yeah.
Go ahead. What were you asking?
there's always going to be crime. There's always going to be crime. Not saying acceptable crimes, but there are crimes like shoplifting. There are crimes like petty theft. Where there's no victim. There's no victim being abused. Are those crimes right? No. But I think what we're focusing on here is the violent crimes, the assaults, the R words. All these terrible things. The shootings, and the drive-bys,
Yeah.
and the strong arm robberies where they'll rob you then beat you up anyway, which is kind of defeats the purpose. If you give up your goods, then just go. But I think that's what we're focusing on. But there's always going to be crime no matter where you go, whether it's good neighborhoods or bad neighborhoods. But what we're trying to say is I think we're trying to focus on in the bad neighborhoods, the crime is more violent. It's more of violent nature versus more of a lighter crime, like a stealing of a bread or, something, stupid, to do. But in a way, there really is no reason to steal bread because you have Catholic charities, you have food banks, you have places that will give out nonprofits, will give you food and clothing and things like that. But it's almost like people are too lazy to reach out to learn about these programs. And these programs are funded by the government because they're nonprofits.
Catholic charities are one of the most largest in the whole United States and in the whole world. So,
growing up, there was months we didn't have a whole lot of money, and my father did not want to go on food stamps, so we were never on welfare. But we would get food from the Catholic charities, and it would get us by. And we really leaned on the church.
Well, Mike, I can remember in '98 we had an ice storm up here, and everything froze over. We didn't have power for like 2 months. It was really, really bad. I was young. Well, my dad, I can remember he went to work, would make like $1, $14. You know, because he dug clams growing up, and there was nothing. He was going out there
I
with a
dug
fucking
clams
chisel.
growing up too. It was a lot
He
of
was
fun.
going out there with a chisel, chiseling the ice off of the flats to dig what he could just to make whatever, because it froze up so solid around here. Like, I mean, when I say solid, everything as far as the eye could see was iced up. It was bad. Look it up. The ice storm of '98 in Maine. It was horrible.
Yeah. But you know, there's people that go out and they go out and they forge ahead, and there's people that want to sit and wallow in the past and make excuses for not
Exactly.
going forward. Yep.
That's usually what I say. Like, I don't understand. Really, you go down the road, at least in my area. In my area, I can't speak for other people, but in my area, you go down the road. There's hiring signs everywhere. We're hiring for this, hiring for that, hiring nights, hiring truck drivers. Sign on bonus here. Like, there's jobs everywhere. And that's because people have got so accustomed to not working and having that free handout that now that it's gone, they don't want to go back to work.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
hey,
You know,
I know generational generational welfare hillbillies. You know, they teach their kids how to live off of welfare and not work.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, three, four
that
generations. You know, they
So
don't.
that's the future they plan for. They don't plan for any different of a
Right.
future
That's
than
just
that.
they plan on scamming the system, getting the most out of the government that they can without doing any work, with the least amount of work.
Well, it's like my kids.
You know,
I
it's a
tell them all the
mindset.
time, why sit upstairs on your phones and watch TV all day and do nothing while you could go do something and be a productive member of society? There's enough lazy people in the world that we don't need anymore. Like, it's like some of these people that legit, like even Jeff. I don't understand how Jeff has time to be on YouTube as much as he is. Like, you know what I mean?
Because
But
this
then there's
is my
some,
job. This is my full-time job.
but then there's some people that claim to have a job, but yet every time you turn around, they're on fucking YouTube. It's
Right.
like, what the
I
fuck?
haven't solved that mystery yet either.
Oh,
How you work
me.
50 hours a week and spend 80 hours on the Panelverse.
That's what I'm saying.
Jeff, I have to ask. Is the antlers? Is that like some Midsummer Night's Dream, like throwback right there?
That's a good one,
or
traveling.
I've always kind of wondered that. Is it like a puck thing or
It is now. I'm going to add that into it. It is
He's
now.
a furry.
It was original from my Satanism, but I'm going to add the puck to it.
All right. Well,
I thought you were a furry.
From
Jeff.
Catholic to Satanism, I'll say I'll go with puck. How about that?
And I have let's go with puck. Let me give Chris his shout out. Thank you, Chris.
This whole lower unemployment.
Let the guy do his shout out, man.
Well, no, just pretty much just read the comment. There's no reason for McDonald's to pay $20 an hour. I guess I don't. I was in Seattle when they did the minimum. They raised the minimum age, and so I went
Maybe
through.
for the
they went through all the arguments and debates during that process, but I don't remember much about it.
Well,
I do know they got their minimum wage, and everything seems to be fine.
This is a Gen X show, so can I tell a really funny story about McDonald's? So I mean, I walked into McDonald's the other day, and I'm going in there, and this is not a place I normally eat. I try not to eat there, and I'm not going to go into the fact that my wife and we spent $30-something eating lunch on the road at McDonald's, because that's ridiculous. So we won't even talk about that. But I walked through the door, and I go up there, and there's this line of people, and I'm like, what the hell? And they're all standing behind this kiosk. There's nobody at the goddamn counter. So I walk up to the counter and say, can I place more? And this little young girl, probably 17 years old, typical McDonald's girl, says, yeah, what would you like? And I order, and all these other people are standing in the goddamn kiosk. So here we are. That's how dumb
I agree with that
now.
statement full-heartedly. Full-heartedly.
Go
because
ahead,
they're
folks.
not afraid to work, and they value
Get
a
your super
dollar.
chat, brother. Go for it.
And then when you go to pay, the kiosk asks for a tip.
Wait, I want to finish hearing this story. Go ahead, fools.
No, that was basically it. Just the fact that all these people, I had my food. We were walking out the door back on the road, and there were still people standing there waiting to order the kiosk. they're just so trained sheep that they don't even realize. Like, we would have never waited. I will never wait. I'll never wait in line. You ever pull up to the drive-thru and they're like, you get to the first, they added the 2, and you get the first one, and they're like, oh, okay, you got to pull to the next one and get it. And then they're like, hey, would you mind pulling into this parking lot? Would you pull ahead and park? I'm like, fuck no. I'm sitting here to give me a goddamn Big Mac.
I worked at McDonald's for a month, and sometimes we have to park people when it's busy. You and I would have fought.
I'm that asshole, man. I'm going to be like that. Wait, you said we would have fucked
if you want your fries
in the old
better
playground
go
in the balls or something like that?
You're an entitled white man, sir.
I know I am, man. I know.
Tiki, thank you so much. Here, I feel like I owe you some.
I wish I could find the clip. I was on a panel and we were having a discussion like this, right? And the dude wasn't cammed up. And this woman come up here and started told him he was just a white dude with privilege and all that. Then this motherfucker cammed up. He was as dark could be. It was fucking hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious.
I'm putting my Al Jolson costume on right now. You better watch out.
Oh, that begs a question. By you saying that, it begs a question. If something that was socially acceptable at one point, as long as it's not practiced today, should we really bitch about something that somebody did when it was socially acceptable?
That's not going to stop them.
I don't bitch about.
I don't bitch about stuff like that, but it's not going to stop.
But there is people out there. Like, look at that Cabinet when he was doing that. They were stuck on the fact that back in the 1980s he did blackface for Halloween.
Oh, jeez.
Like,
it's for moral superiority.
No, I don't agree in all cases. Like, it was socially acceptable for Hollywood to write scripts for, like, Brooke Shields to get naked at 14 on camera. I don't consider that socially acceptable in any age. I mean, they were exploiting her no matter what. Just because nobody cared back then doesn't mean it wasn't still wrong.
Kentucky, though.
Wait a minute, though. Now, let's look at this aspect. What about the rest of the world? What about the rest of the world where there's still women being, but girls marrying at 14 years old, 15 years old? I'm not, like, supporting that in no way, shape, or form. I'm not a weirdo. But you have to look at things in different societies and different cultures.
I mean, the only ones doing it in America are Christians. Are you Christian?
Yes, I'm very Christian.
Doing what?
Those are the people marrying young girls in America. They're the ones getting the...
That's not true at all.
Yeah, there's no facts behind that. There's no
they weren't just trying to
make like below the legal age.
Well,
you can't just make up things. You can't just make up things.
Because it's the queer theorists that are trying to lower the age of consent and liberate children from the oppressive construct of childhood innocence.
Like Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if they've changed it, but at one point, as long as it didn't matter as long as there was parent consent. It didn't matter how old the child was.
That's not true.
I'm pretty sure it was.
That's not true. No matter how old.
My sister lives in Kentucky, and she has lived there for a long, long time, and she sends me shit.
She's been married for 77 years, and she's only 72.
What?
Is it a Muslim state?
It done married her off before they ever thought about her. God damn, Kentucky. No, those things aren't true like that. Like, one thing I hate. Let me say this. One thing I hate is when people just make up things and they just run with things. There's factual information and there's not factual information. Like, you can't just make things up and run along with it. I hate that now that Facebook and all these things like that, everybody just like they base their worlds off of memes and. Yeah, it's ridiculous on both sides. 100%. These people are idiots.
Like parrots.
See, I want clever. Please come up. Pay up. She wants her money. There are systems in place that try to victimize me. Like, in what way? It's interesting you use the word victimize.
I would say go to the people who are victimizing you and get the reparation money from them.
Or get the fuck away from them.
Nobody owes nobody no reparations. God damn it.
Okay, so
Nobody
clever
owed
girl,
none of that shit.
clever girl just accused me of making vague statements, and then she just said, "There are systems in place that victimize me, or try to anyway." So no, that's not a vague statement. What system?
Right.
What
So
system
I would just like
victimizes
to
you,
say,
clever girl?
even though we kind of moved on, California, no minimum. New Mexico, no minimum. Oklahoma, no minimum age. Mississippi, no minimum age. Kansas, 15.
This is for marriage.
Yeah.
So you're
But they're-
telling me in California
Wow.
somebody can marry a 2-year-old?
Most of the country is 16.
Yeah,
And
well, yes.
a few countries
With-
are 17, and yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
they
it's the
still-
Christians marrying 2-year-olds.
If anybody,
weird.
okay,
I
if-
didn't
if-
know. I had no idea. Wait, could you have a link? That's,
Yeah, I'm not
If
exactly.
someone married a
and also
2-year-old,
there's
really-
still like age of consent laws, though, right? Those have a floor.
That sounds like a
It
gas.
varies
No,
by
that one
state.
out. No, remember when they put that? Remember when they put, what is it? The pound symbol. Remember the pound symbol when they said those hashtags? I'm sorry, with the pound me
Yeah.
too thing. All that went out the door right then. It was pound me too, and all that went out the door. So
Systemic
none of them
racism,
matters.
another vague statement.
The
Vague-
education
vague
is the
statement,
white
vague
people trying to make it harder for black people to get past the grade. The banking
She can't
system is
point
white
at
people
anything
coordinating to keep
specific.
black people from getting loans. The justice people is white people coordinating to keep black people in prison. She's talked about this before. That's the kind
mean,
of
I
stuff she's
seem to
talking about.
remember
They're
in
all
2008
conspiracy theories.
I seem to remember in 2008, a lot of black folk got loans that they couldn't really even pay for, and then is that what led to the housing bubble?
Oh yeah, the subprime loan crash or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. So
So if there's
mean you
like,
can't
Wait,
get
you mean
loans?
all those predatory loans where the loan givers were the predators preying on other people?
Yeah.
exactly because they got pressured by people like her
Were
saying
you
black
trying to
folk can't get
blame the
loans.
victim there? Are you literally trying to blame the victim in this situation?
Who? Me?
No, just everybody got fucked
The
on
people
that.
the people who are getting the loans were the victims in the situation. You do get that, right?
Right. I'm
wait,
not
why
denying
were
that.
they the
But
victims?
they were getting
Wait.
the victim. They were getting loans that
Because
they
they were
couldn't
being
pay
given
for
the loans
based on
under
their
false
history.
pretenses.
No, under
Yeah.
false pretenses.
But that was
Wait, were they
because
given the
were
wait?
getting federal
Were
pressure.
they
That's
given the
because
loans?
Banks were getting federal pressure to make them do so, because people like her were saying black people can't get loans based on their credit history. So they had to change their loan giving practices, which you call predatory, but it was done in response to a social demand.
So they lowered the standards.
What year are you
Right,
talking
right.
about? What year are you talking about?
It was in the early
This
2000s.
is like a 07, 08.
Yeah, 07 was
the run
07
up
was
to
the
the
big,
2008.
Because it was right
Yeah,
around
I'm
the
making-
time
I'm making
Obama
sure
got
I'm-
elected, because he
Yep.
had to deal with it all.
It was right after
Yep,
Obama
yep.
got elected.
Just like
I
the
remember,
Chicago Police Department.
I'm making
and
sure we're talking
Chicago
about the
Fire
same
Department
event.
Yeah,
lowered
that's
their
the
standards.
one, the big housing collapse. And,
I remember a friend of mine. This is back.
There's
in
your
2007.
nuance.
This is back in 07. I had a friend of mine who was a real estate broker, and he's like, Mike. He goes, I'm making more money than I ever made in my entire career because they're approving loans. I'm sending the loan in, knowing damn well it's not going to get approved, and it's approved. He's like, I don't know how the hell these banks are taking these loans.
I
They were
worked.
putting-
I worked as a mortgage broker during that
Yeah.
time. I
Bro,
was
they
the
were
one
putting-
approving those loans.
They were putting-
Yeah, it was fun, man. But it was
Bro,
that was what they said we could do.
What was
They
your
were putting
directive that you
people.
were
They,
given?
they were putting people with 513s and $250,000
No,
houses.
we never did that. But
Yeah.
you know.
Because he was like a 513. They made good money. They made decent money, decent as in like 3,000 or 4,000 a month back then. No 7. And within, I remember this. I saw him again. He goes, "Oh yeah, they took that house away from them. No, they couldn't even pay. You know, the mortgage. The interest rate was so high that they couldn't pay the mortgage. So they approved these loans, gave people a home, then they couldn't pay the mortgage, and then just ended up taking the house back. And there was thousands of cases. Remember how big it was, how widespread it was, where people were just like they got these loans approved, and then they were getting the houses taken away, and then it flooded the market with vacancies, and it was just a freaking nightmare, man. But I remember him telling
they
me.
did
I mean,
make
wasn't
it
just
too
that,
easy.
though, that like the banks were taking the loans that they had made and repackaging them to falsely claim that they were better than they were, and yeah, it'd create a huge systemic problem.
Yeah, and it destroyed people's lives because now they have, basically an eviction on their record. So now they're going to try to get maybe a small apartment somewhere. Now they have a tainted record with, lending practices and.
Well, not now though. All those people would have been way past that. All that stuff only stays on 7 years. I mean, we're way past that. The thing was, what they did was, as long as you had good credit, that trumped the as far as how much money you actually made. And it made sense in a lot of ways, because a lot of self-employed people, I don't know if anybody else has ever been self-employed, it makes it really easy to not be able to get a loan because of the way your taxes are reported.
Yeah.
So the way
when I
now
go to try to get a loan, it's very, very, very fucking hard at times.
Well, if you're self-employed and run your own business, but what they were basing everything off of then was just the credit score. I mean, they were, if you could just show these things, it didn't matter what you were actually making. It was all based on the credit score then. And I mean, it was gravy train. It was great. And I didn't agree with it. I thought it was dumb, but at the same time, I made money off of it. So it was cool. But
yeah, but you know what you did to me? I lost my house.
I didn't do anything to you, sir. I just
not you personally. Please don't take it personally.
I know. I don't get my feelings. I don't have those things.
Obviously. But I lost my house in 2011 because my mortgage was sold 3 times within a year and a half. And every time it was sold, a payment was sent to the original owner of the loan or the mortgage. And then the new purchaser expected that same payment, and I couldn't get it back ask them to give me a payment back.
Yeah, and see, that's wrong. And that's wrong. I never did shit like that.
You didn't, obviously, but the practice did.
Thank you, Chris.
The practice.
See, that's where the government failed.
I ended up having to try to catch up on 3 mortgage payments within a year and a half, and it was impossible. And
and this was right after they bailed out all the banks and bailed out all the car companies and bailed out all everything and gave all this shit back to us, and it just fucked everybody right in the bum. This I say fucked everybody right in the bum. I was like, maybe I shouldn't cuss here. Yeah.
After tonight, I think it's.
No, I'm.
I think we can let that one.
I try to be respectful on people's panels. I really do, because I like I like good conversation and not being the trashy talking person. So.
Yeah, but I mean, this is. Yeah.
But it was after that when I ended up moving back to my original, my home area to take care of my mom, who never left the area, and I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact, Effigy, could you just please justify, and this is no BS, how can the same area go from 98% white to 98% black, the same infrastructure, the same school systems, the same everything. The only thing that changes is the race. With that brings,
but that literally can't be the only thing that changed.
Crime increased, the murder rates increased, home invasions increased, education went down, graduation rate went down.
So everything you're saying to me tells me poverty increased there. So therefore, there's no way on earth.
It couldn't be
just you're back to blaming it on poverty. Okay, thanks.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. There's no way on earth that the housing prices did not change from everything you're saying.
And racism causes poverty.
All those housing prices dropped, ushering in a change in demographic in the area.
What? Wait, let me ask this: what area is that? You don't have to I don't want to know the city you live in.
No, he's asking me a very simple question. How did this area change like this? And he knows the answer. It's right there.
What
housing
state?
prices changed. Different people walked in. It's really.
I want to know what state. There's more to this. What state?
Illinois.
All right, so up there now. There used to be a lot more manufacturing and a lot of more things like that going on up there that have changed over that rate at the same time. It's just like West Virginia or Pennsylvania. Oh my God, I used to spend so much time in Pennsylvania. Now you see that's goddamn tumbleweeds flowing across. I mean, you can see more tumbleweeds than you can see teeth. in that place sometimes when it flows across, because the quality of living was shut down by, sending things out to other countries, bringing in the steel, bringing in the other stuff. There's a lot more to do with it than just.
Well, I'll give you an
rape.
example of like things like that. Of something being there and then gone. Limestone, Maine, right? There used to be an Air Force base up there at that up there. Lauren Air Force Base used to be up there, right? Well, once that base closed down in the early '90s, the school went from having almost 1,000 kids in the school to less than 400 kids in the school on average. They went from having a big booming like town that was turning into that was rapidly developed to nothing. It's now, like you said, tumbleweeds. Well, this is potato fields now, but it's all it is, just potato fields. They've let the base go to hell. There's a few things up there, but there's nothing.
Well, 100%. I mean, it's the same thing. You look at Billy Joel, over living here in Allentown, and they're tearing all the factories down. What year did that come out?
That was late 70s, like 78, I think. Which album
No,
was
that
that
was
from?
80s. That was
77
more
or
80s.
78?
I think it was 82.
You think about it.
Allentown was later.
No, it's early 80s.
But he was hit the river. I think the river was the album that started all that, and that came out in 80, I believe.
No, I think it was on Nylon Curtain, if I'm not mistaken.
Was that 78?
No, I think it was early 80s, and it was like
no, it was before that. It was at least the river was the big one that kind of marked him in that genre.
I'm talking about Allentown.
Last Houses was always my favorite. But, whatever.
Oh, I'm thinking of Springsteen. Never mind. The river.
Yeah, y'all are singing this. I'm talking about Billy Joel singing about Pennsylvania and the downfall of the steel factories and everything going out. That's early 80s.
But Springsteen was singing about that type of stuff too around the same time.
Yeah, the working class, the hard-working worker.
Hardline rock. I just got through reading
that was
about
the time
today.
we were being told that cheap Chinese steel is okay. It's fine. Let the cheap Chinese steel come in. And the unions were saying, we want more. We want higher wages. We want more benefits. And the steel industry were going, what do? We can't do anything. In fact, they're just now talking about U.S. steel is going to be sold by Japan or sold to Japan. And everybody's, is Biden going to allow this? What the hell does it matter now? U.S. Steel used to employ over 20,000 people in the region. And so if they're owned by the Japanese, big deal. We're buying Chinese steel.
Wait, real quick. I have a question about Saul. Yes, what is a black bank? That's one of them. And second of all, so do you think that's part of the conspiracy? Like we found some way to reduce the amount of black banks, and how did we do that?
Look, I've never looked at a bank and looked and been like, is this a black bank?
I don't know.
Or
That
white
seems
bank?
racist. There's black banks.
I would
You
love
have
to
to
see
be
this.
black to
Anybody
bank
remember?
Like,
This is a Gen X panel, right? Do you remember the old Saturday Night Live skit where Eddie Murphy dressed up as Mr. White, and he went to the bank, and he was going there to the bank, and the old Saturday Night Live skit, and he was, "Hello, I'm Mr. White." He's like, "Here, have all the money you want, pay me back anytime, or don't pay us back at all." It was so great, man. What a great Saturday Night Live skit.
He goes, excuse me, is there any more banks like this in the area?
Oh, dude, I'm surprised they haven't tried to cancel Eddie Murphy for some of the shit he said back in the day. Like, Eddie Murphy Raw, man.
Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor.
Delirious, Raw. We grew up listening
so crazy. Did he throw Andrew
Richard
Dice
Pryor,
Clay
man,
into
he was
there?
fucking-
Hoo-ha!
Traveling Fool, remember the one part when he was on the bus and the one black guy's on the bus and he gets off and all of a sudden everybody gets up, starts dancing with champagne and stuff?
Right, yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, who's the party? Everybody starts partying in the bus. That was like great.
Oh, Jesus.
But that's what comedy was when we grew up.
It was funny.
It was funny as fuck, man. Everybody was laughing about it. The blacks were laughing about it. The whites were laughing about it. Hell, we all made fun of Latinos. They couldn't compete in the Olympics because everyone that could jump, swim, or fucking run were already here,
apparently,
so they didn't have any leg to stand on. But it was like good times.
It's kind of like, in a way, you know, racism existed, of course, but it's like they used comedy to kind of ease out of it, you know, and almost make fun of it. Yeah.
I mean, come on now. The Jeffersons, I mean, that was pretty fucking brutal at times. Some of the shit that was said
What
in
you
there.
talking about, honky?
That ain't brutal. That's fucking funny, man.
Well, I
Is what
mean,
that is. That ain't
it is
brutal.
funny, but you know what I mean. Like today's standards, it's quite brutal.
Oh yeah, it is. All of that
Like,
stuff would be.
I mean,
I don't live by it. I don't live by
Remember
it
Chico
to
and the Man?
today's standards. I don't live by today's standards. I live by the
Clever.
standards
We
I
did.
grew up on.
We did have the same education experience, more or less. If we all went to the same public schools,
Look, when I lived in Baltimore, I was one of only 2 white kids in the whole entire school. So there you go.
Who's denying black people
my
the ability
class,
to own banks?
not my school.
I went
my
to
class.
Catholic
My
school, so
class.
sorry about that.
How do
Senior
you
citizens
deny
called
people?
the-
How do you deny black people the right to own banks? I don't have any idea what this
That's what I was
person.
gonna say.
Oh, my
Senior
white, because
citizens-
I only have white eyes. That's why I don't have the special
Senior citizens
the
law
special
doesn't-
colored
doesn't
eyes
think-
that I need to see this stuff.
You just said you have white eyes. You're like a wolf.
She did. My own white eyes that deny reality.
Oh.
Betty Davis
That's
eyes.
part husky. If you're part husky, you got white eyes. Oh my
Senior
goodness.
citizen Saul, do you think the federal government would stop Oprah Winfrey from buying a bank?
Nope, I don't.
Thank you again, Chris. You're asking some good questions. I thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, man. Can we survive another one?
I
What do you guys
personally think yes, and probably even better than the first one since we have the experience.
Oh well, I don't know. Mike likes to buy all the shit paper up, so I don't know. We might have to go to Mike's house to steal some shit paper.
I don't have white. I love my white privilege. I embrace my white. I'm glad I have white privilege. I'm sorry everyone else doesn't have it, but I'm gonna embrace and be proud of mine.
Well, Mike, I mean,
There's plenty
Jeff,
of
I'd
privilege
like to
I
know-
don't have, so let me
I was gonna
have
say,
that
what
one little
privilege
bit
do
of
you
privilege.
have? Because I don't have no privilege being a white man. I still get.
I don't know what the privilege is.
I think it's more people with money.
Still gonna embrace it.
People with money have privilege. Let's get it right. The average white folk don't have no privileges. We're just like you. Now the richies or whatever. But you also have to think a lot of that's old money, family that's had money, passed it down from generation to generation. I don't believe there's really that many new money people. I mean, there's a lot more millionaires.
There's a lot of
today.
tech millionaires.
Wait. What you just touched on is me in a nutshell. I grew up in a really nice. I had it made in the fucking 80s, 90s, and growing up. But the old money, like oh, your grandparents are millionaires. You're blah 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 blah. Yeah, that went away really fucking fast when that shit got divided up amongst fucking 50 people. You know what I mean? Like you grow up nice and then,
Clever girl. Clever girl, you probably have more money than I do right now. So where's my reparations? We got super chats, we got memberships, I got a Ko-Fi link. Practice what you preach.
Hey, I really like your channel though here. And I have to say, how the hell did I find your channel?
I don't know. You showed up here drunk one night.
Did I really?
You were telling crazy stories.
Yeah. God damn it.
Only reason I found the
Imagine
channel is
that.
because of Mike. Everybody was making clips of Mike over here. So
Oh,
I was
really?
like-
Oh,
I was like, who the hell's
all
this
those
guy?
clips is what sent to people here. No wonder. Well, we've all agreed, kind of as a community, that this is going to be the drama light. This is going to be the sanctuary that people can come and kind of chill out when they need a break from the drama. And so if they keep the drama on all the other panels, I'll keep this space open as a little break from that.
I love it,
every
man.
once in a while, though,
I
we
love
get
it.
to slide in a little jab.
Yeah,
here
we
or
can do a
there.
little bit of drama. Just
Little jab here or there.
We could, yeah.
Oh yeah, you can
Drama
fuck with
light.
each other because we're
Like
Generation X,
Mike,
and we can
Mike
fuck
up
with
there.
each
He's
other.
getting ready for his morning milking this morning.
Leggy, go back over to Angels, bro. If you want to bring
See, he got
negativity,
so mad
get
at
it
me
out of here.
now.
Get it out of here, bro.
See,
Get it out of
I'm
here.
just joking with him and he got
Here
mad
you
at
go.
me.
So Jeff, here he goes. Now he wants to start poking and prodding, and this is what he
I'm
does. Get out of here,
joking,
my friend.
Mike. Mike, I'm joking. I'm laughing.
It's all right.
I
It's
am
okay. It's all
laughing,
right.
my
It's
guy.
okay. It's all right. So what else? What else we
I
talking
mean,
about?
it is pretty on the nose to use a lolcow joke, right? Like, it's pretty on the nose.
He's
dude.
provoking.
Yeah. It's all good.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, we don't do like on our channel. We don't do drama. If people bring drama, like
What do you
the
do
one
to
thing, nah, we just tell them to go play a game of hide and go fuck themselves, and that's exactly how that works.
I might get you to make a clip of that for me.
Yeah. You definitely come over there and cause some drama, and I'll tell you it again. But yeah,
Wait, I
it's
need my
exactly how it is.
How do you how does your trivia work? I stop by sometimes, but I can never really figure out what's going on.
Well, that's not my fault, sir. That's yours.
Well, so this is your chance to
All I can
tell
say
not just me and correct my little poor half retarded brain, but any viewers out there that might also be wondering. Trying to help you out here.
I'm going to explain this to Corky Thatcher exactly like it works. You go on there and you hit. There's 4 options: 1, 2, 3, or 4, and a question is asked, and you just type in the chat 1, 2, 3, or 4, and the computer program does the rest. You know, it's pretty.
Is it the audience that plays? The chat audience?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I thought it was panelists that go.
No, it's all chat based.
Okay,
the panel
that was
doesn't
part of the
play.
confusion right there.
There you go. Yeah, the panel don't play. It's chat.
Okay.
You know, I listened to this song earlier, and I'm going to bounce off of here and let y'all go this. But do you remember? Oh my God, who the hell was the band? Fuck.
Kind of vaguely.
No, you don't. Who originally did? I'm gonna be mad. Jesus, don't want me for a sundown. I hadn't heard that song in so many years.
Iggy Pop.
No, Jesus, don't want me for a sundown. Something right now. It like brought me back to like 1996, 1997, something like that. Nirvana covered it, but who was it? God damn it. Fuck. Australian people.
Air Supply.
He's
Minute
Hampson. Mbop.
Are y'all serious? Is this really a Generation X panel, or have I been duped?
I'm a millennial.
Oh, God damn it.
Well, if it's that late
I'm a
to the
Gen X.
90s, it might be
This is really
beyond
fucked
my range.
Yeah. Look it up. Jesus,
tell me
don't
what it's
want
called.
Jesus don't want me for a sundown. You don't remember the song? Jesus don't want
Sunbeam,
me
for a sunbeam.
Or Sunbeam. Sunbeam. Yeah. Yes, you're right.
From
that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Nirvana did cover it. Let's look at the the Vase Lines as a Scottish
No,
alternative.
the Vaseline.
Vaselines. Why did I say Vase Line? I should know that one. And then Nirvana covered it. You're right.
You can't even read. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love you guys. I'm gonna bounce out of here. I love what y'all are doing. I hope you have me back on some night.
Oh yeah, stop by anytime.
Y'all are great people. Good job.
Take
See you later, Puck.
Take
Appreciate
care,
you having me.
fools.
Pay the fool.
Yeah.
I pity the fool who don't.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So what else? Not to get somber. Did you see there was a second school shooting?
No.
Yeah, and it was 2 kids in the bathroom. I guess one pulled a gun. I think it wasn't like.
You mean at the same school, or this is a totally separate incident?
Totally separate incident.
What
I'm
state?
not seeing it in the news.
I'm not.
What state was it?
I want to say it was Georgia. Not Georgia. Georgia was the first one, right?
Yeah, Appalachia.
It would be on the news. I can't remember what it was. Like a podunk school, but apparently 2 kids were in the bathroom. They got into a fight, and I guess one pulled a gun. So I don't think it was a, so to speak.
So was it like pre-planned,
No, it was
premeditated?
just like yeah.
So should we have mandatory scanners in all schools?
We had them at our schools, but the ones I taught in had metal detectors.
Yeah.
They had to go through.
safe rooms.
It was like a Joe
Chicago
Clark
public
school.
system has them all.
We had them in our schools.
Bulletproof
That was back in the
safe
90s. In the 90s, we had
Yeah.
them in New York City schools. Yeah.
In fact,
Awesome.
the Chicago
So
public
how
school
is it
systems have a
then that
police
if a
officer
lot
that
of
sits
these
out in
big
front of their squad
schools
car.
in the inner cities have the metal detectors and shit like that? How are they still getting weapons into the school?
Because basically one person goes in, goes around the back, waits to see if it's clear, and then opens the side door where the stairway is, and they sneak it in the school that way. There's side
So you're
doors. or
telling
back
me
doors.
they all have accomplices? Is that what you're saying?
Usually. Yeah, usually.
So
Why can't we
in
just
this
put
case was it
bulletproof safe
only?
rooms in every classroom? I mean, we could send
Well, it's just-
billions to other countries, but we can't make the kids safe.
There's a few schools that actually did that.
Did what?
Bulletproof safe rooms in every
Yeah, like
classroom.
every classroom had bulletproof safe rooms. That it's almost like a dome shape, and it's built into like the dry erase, and they're able to like fold it over in the corner and have all the children in there, and it's like bulletproof.
That's
Let me look this up. What's it called?
I mean, that
Bulletproof
seems like a
safe rooms?
reasonable reaction to
I
what's
know,
taking
like
place.
around
It's all
here,
video. I don't know what it's called.
around here, the doors are locked. As soon as school starts in the morning, them doors are locked, and there's always staff standing outside.
Yeah, but that doesn't work with kids.
I mean, I
who are
know it
coming
doesn't
in with-
necessarily work, but I mean, the school is secured like that. All the classroom doors are locked from the outside, so nobody can get in without knocking. Like, there's a bunch of shit, so they do try. But of course, there's only 114, 115 kids in my kid's school, so. As I said, if something like that happens up here, we got some fucking major issues going on. The whole world's going to hell.
I think it's people doing what people have always done.
Well, I think it's social media because look
Yeah,
at this.
there is. It's being amplified by social media for
Well,
sure.
look at this. It's a panel of people from all over the country, maybe the world, because I don't know where everybody's from. And like-minded people. There's people that's not like-minded, but there's a lot of like-minded people that click up together and that do these panel verses and do these Discord servers and shit. And that's what creates a certain culture and a certain feeling is when you got all these people that feel the same way that come together. So then all these ideas can flourish. If that makes sense? You know?
It makes sense to me.
That is what a society is.
And society's changing because you have all these different groups with different different views and all that, and people can't have a conversation about their views most of the time without somebody getting heated.
Well, that was the
So-
main point I was making about not even being able to speak to your coworkers because they don't speak the same language as you do now. You grew up your entire life the same way. Everybody speaks the same language, then all of a sudden, within
Some
a
people
10-year
can't even
period-
understand me. My coworkers struggle with my language. I also think that's part of America. Different languages, accents, all of that we're going to encounter in the workplace. As long as there's a way to communicate enough to do the job.
I mean, let's face it. Yes, the United States does not have an official language, blah,
Nope.
blah, blah. But everybody knows that the majority of people speak fucking English and or Spanish in this country. Like, those are the two languages that obviously English, whatever, but I think Spanish. I think everybody should learn Spanish just because of the culture of the world. Like, the
I'm not
Latino
learning Spanish.
population is the highest growing population in the country. So why wouldn't you? So.
Because I don't want to. I have other things to do.
Well, it's not just because the population, right? America spans over a part of America proper that linguistically is Hispanic.
Yeah.
It's not just that these people just happen to be coming from somewhere. No, a section of America is ethnically Hispanic.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what
I
they
agree with
speak
that.
at school. So and when they go to school, the curriculum is taught in Spanish. I mean, I just remember
Some of them they have Spanish classes in
Spanish-speaking
ESL
schools
wish
schools.
Puffy was
existing
up
as
here
like
for-
if there are private
to-
schools that
for
just
this
were
one.
just for Spanish kids.
They have French immersion
So-
schools in Louisiana.
Right,
They could
like
have
they're-
Spanish schools.
When was
I mean, they got a
when
Chinese
was
school up
speaking
here.
English dropped as a requirement for citizenship?
And
And why
Shelby,
was
this is what I've been saying for like years now. Yes, why are we focusing on the barriers instead of coming together over solutions? It's
maybe
divisive.
they should start teaching Spanish in all schools then, so we can at least communicate, be on the same, you know.
Well, I
Most of
remember
the schools
before.
I've been in my life have had Spanish as an option. It wasn't
I rem-
mandated.
As an option, yeah, but man, I'm talking like grade school.
At
Hey y'all,
one
You know,
point
as,
in
I'm
my
as
They
part
life,
of
taught
the
us
curriculum.
French.
before I
I'm
got
heading
out of
out.
the Air Force, I contemplated
Yeah,
trying
but
to become a border patrol agent,
Thank
and,
you again, Chris.
and
Yeah,
they make
I'm
you
heading on out,
learn.
guys.
You
Oh,
have to
okay. Take care.
learn.
Have a
You
good
have
night.
to learn
You too.
Spanish, because and they give you this pamphlet with. It's not even a real language. It's like a. Well, I mean, it is, but it's not. Like it's not. It's a made up like type language, and you got to learn. You got to learn this to show that you have the ability to learn other languages in order to take the test to prove that you can speak Spanish. It's fucking weird. Either way, I did not do it because I was like, "Fuck that! I'm not learning some fucking weird ass language."
All languages are weird ass if you don't know them, and your language is weird ass to someone else.
Well,
English is one of the most weird ass languages in the world.
who? Okay, who's the biggest action star in the world right now?
Probably
Lord.
The Rock.
It,
The Rock.
the Rock, right? So it's fair to say that it's Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Do we know that while he was in WWE and he did a promo, an infamous promo, where I believe he was talking to Chris Jericho in this promo. It might have been Triple H. But he goes, oh no, it was Mick Foley. He was talking to Mick Foley. That's who it was. He goes, let The Rock tell you something in Chinese. And he went, ah, ching chong 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 chong. Like, you know what I mean? Like the stereotypical Chinese thing. Now, if he was to do that
What's
today,
that?
he would be fucking blackballed. You know what I mean? Like,
Dude, if wrestling from the years 1997 to 2004 took place today, they would all be kicked off of
blackballed.
television.
Yeah.
Like that,
Yeah,
that's
that is
the
true.
entirety of that time was about being offensive and pushing the boundaries.
Well,
Like
I
the literal
understand that. I was
opposite of
just
what's
trying to
going
use
on
it
now.
as an example. Like he's a big star, but like you got to look at some of the shit that you know what I mean. Like even him, he wouldn't do it today, but then look at the shit he did because it
What was
was
it called?
funny back then.
What
It
was it
was
called?
socially
Yeah.
acceptable and it was funny.
What was it
Now it's
called? The attitude.
harmful.
Attitude era, where they were just going ham and just saying, doing crazy stuff. It was called the attitude era. Is that what it was? Like they
Yeah.
just go nuts up there, just craziest, most misogynistic, racist
Like
stuff.
Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah, yeah, like, it's just everything just you went, But yeah, now these day and age now with all the theories and stuff, yeah, they probably eat them alive and people don't understand that that's an act. That's not really them. They're
Yeah.
acting. It's just like, and people will literally take
They
people that are
know.
playing characters as to being reality.
Even
And
Living Color. Like I'm surprised that's not banned.
yeah. But it is what it is. But Jeff, I gotta go. I gotta leave in 30 minutes. You guys have a great night, or morning, if you want to call it. But
Whatever
good to
it
see
is.
you.
It's panel time.
I'll see you later.
Take care, Mike. Have a good day.
Thanks, man. See you later.
I know. I went to bed and I've been to bed and sleep. The wife got up, left for work, and now and you're still here.
Oh yeah, it's over 8 hours. Yeah, Effigy, he does give thoughtful contributions. I think everyone tonight. I'm gotta say I'm very impressed with the quality of conversation that's been showing up. It's exactly what I've been looking for
Well, this
over
is
a
what I
year
come to
now.
YouTube to do originally. Somehow, when I first stepped into YouTube to do the panels and shit like that, I got into the drama verse, and I don't know how the fuck it
Oh, it's
happened.
so easy to do. We
I
all
don't know
do.
how. It was just like
It's like swimming through the swamp to get to the island.
the first panel I was ever on was Larry Blaze, and then Silly Rabbits, and then fucking it just
Did
snowballed
you
from
just
there.
randomly find them?
It just well, yeah. I just randomly found Larry, and then I said then fucking that led to Silly Rabbit, and then that led to fucking like Vegas Valley and Quick Vic and Latin Payne, and then Mike Cerrone, and all these fucking, then Hannah Banana, and then just it just leaves you in a circle. Fuck Banana made a video about me even before I knew who the fuck Banana was.
He makes videos about everybody.
Somebody was like, "Oh boy, you made it now." I was like, "Yeah."
Well, I don't know. Do y'all want
I
to
think
wrap up?
me and Effigy might have more because I grew up in a trailer park and shit too. So
I grew up in a shack. It wasn't a trailer park, but we grew up poor. We lived next door to a trailer park and a saloon. They had a saloon in their front yard.
So you can do a good so you know how to do a good jambalaya and a good fucking.
I know what one should taste like. I can't put it together myself, but I definitely can tell you if it tastes good.
A
He
good
can tell you if you're
gumbo.
wrong.
Yeah, the gumbo, all of that. Yes.
Oh, I love it. Po' boys, I love po' boys.
Oh man, I don't even know if they have those up here.
There's a place up here recently. They've started to make them, but they're not as good as the ones I used to get when I was down in Mississippi when I was in the Air Force. Not nearly as good. 'Cause I used to like a good shrimp po' boy, man.
It was called a saloon. Because you know why? That was back when you could turn your glass bottles in, and then they'd give you like a nickel. And that's where we turned our bottles in. We could turn them in next door at the saloon, and he was authorized to like take them and pay out. And so our parents would send us next door with the bottles to here. Go bring this next door and give them to Mr. So and So in the saloon.
Here they were called taverns. Every neighborhood had 2 or 3 taverns on the corner, the neighborhood type, and you'd send your kid down for a pack of cigarettes and a pail of beer. A pail of beer. They had their own pails that they just go fetch the beer, and they'd give it to the kids. Not anymore. Now they got a liquor store in every corner and a shootout in every alley.
Now, curious, down there in Louisiana and shit, what's the primary source of income for people?
Oil,
Like what's
petrochemicals, refineries.
Yeah.
That came about like really the
You
80s
live
is
in
where
New
it took
Orleans,
off.
and
That's where it
it's
kind of
tourism and shit like that. But for like statewide, it's petrochemical.
that's the one that I think
going
like
offshore
elevated.
oil rigs.
Yeah. But before the oil companies came, there wasn't much going on. That's the one that
I don't
kind
know
of
what
really
they do in the
elevated
northern
people out
part
of
of the
poverty.
state. We don't really consider them part of us. They're just like our hat that we wear.
Who? North Louisiana?
Yeah, North Louisiana. Like they're just there.
North Louisiana is weird.
It's really South Arkansas is what it is.
It's really the South.
I
I don't think they're going to do this, Chris, and I'll tell you why. Because they tried this kind of forced assimilation language stuff back. They tried it on my people. They tried it on the Mexicans, the Native Americans, and it didn't go so well. And so we already have history and data with trying that approach.
Well, to be fair, we sit here as Cajuns speaking English.
But that was our parents' decision because they saw the differences in social success, and French was so stigmatized as a result. Like that was one of the effects of having this forced assimilation.
My grandparents were the last ones in my family who spoke Cajun French enough to where it still gave them an accent when they spoke English.
That's what I was saying. I noticed you guys don't have when you think of especially South Louisiana, you usually think of that draw and shit. Because my landlord, she's from Louisiana, and she she has that.
There's a bunch of reasons for that for me.
He's urbanized.
I'm super urbanized, and plus I've worked in performing arts for 20 years, so I've had to
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, I've had to unlearn my own accents and stuff like that. And I actually teach accents in some cases.
What you mean? Yours was thicker than this,
Oh.
and you were actually
Oh, if I
able.
started talking like my papa talking like this.
Effigy. Oh my god! I have never heard someone erase an accent like that.
That's my entire
you
family
never-
talk like that from down in the swamp.
Have you never watched House? Like, I had not a fucking clue that guy was British at all.
That blew my mind seeing that for the first
Hugh
time.
Laurie,
I was like,
man.
what?
He's one of the greatest British comedians ever.
Dude, I love
That's
that
when I
show.
found out he was a British comedian before he was House. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
He's awesome. Great actor.
Well, then I watched. Then he was in Flight of the Phoenix, there, the remake of it, and not as said. And then I see that, I was like, oh no way! I go, okay. I put 2 and 2 together finally. I go, that's the same guy. But yeah, no, that blew my mind.
When my mom and dad were going to school, they our neighborhood was still changing from Polish to English. They actually went to school, half day was in English and the other half of the day was in Polish. So the kids who were born here in America actually learned Polish. And the philosophy, or at least the story goes, the idea was for the kids to take English back to the home to try to teach the grandparents the English and vice versa. So you ended up, but obviously now, that generation is no longer bilingual. They speak like I'm sure most of you guys, your ancestors of kitchen, they call it kitchen Polish. It's just a chopped up version of it. And I've asked before, well, how about giving me a lesson or two? And no, there's nothing there. I picked up 3 or 4 words and that's about it. And all of it refers to food.
Nice. Because that's what's necessary. Food.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what keeps the generation together is food.
Mm-hmm.
I feel, the traditions of holidays and what you cook for holidays and recipes that get passed down and whatnot. And that's a real strong tradition in our family.
I like good food from different cultures, man. Like, there's nothing like trying food from all over the world, like, especially if it's authentic. Because, authentic Mexican food is way different than American Mexican food. Or same thing with authentic Chinese food versus American Chinese.
Well, let's see, that's just it. The Polish food that I know how to cook is not authentic Polish. It's, Americanized depression version food. So a lot of it is cabbage, a lot of it is potatoes, a lot of it is, all the rations that were easily available pre and post World War. And so, with a hint of, you can tell that this is but all of them ended up blending together with Eastern Europeans. It all gets bastardized in the end.
Yep. It's like,
But
what's that German
change the
Jewish
fact that-
dialect?
It still doesn't change the fact that it's still a bond between generations, food, whether it's an Americanized version of a dish or whether it's an authentic dish. It's part of your own history, and that's important to keep that alive, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop the conversation again.
Oh, no, you're good.
I
You're
mean,
good.
technically, almost all American dishes do come from somewhere else.
What's indigenous to America? Did we invent the hot dog or
It would only
apple
be
pie? Is
things
any
that
of that?
Native Americans made, right? Everything else comes from.
There's got to be something Americans. Cotton candy. Did we do that?
I feel like,
The Big Mac.
Did hamburgers really come from Hamburg?
You're going to classify
they seem more
Big Mac as
American
an
than
actual
German.
hamburger?
That
We
seems
poisoned
very
the world
German.
with
the
McDonald's.
freezer foods is American.
Pizza. That's American.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, Italians.
it's
Italians. They didn't
had a
make pizza
version
that
of it.
way.
Actually,
Nah.
I think
I've had
The way we make pizza
I
is
think
totally
Italians
different.
created it in America, I believe. Like, they took but I think it was already kind of a dish, but over here, that's when they added the red sauce and shit
Yeah,
like that. There.
exactly. It was a
Right. In
dish
Italy,
over
it's
there, but
just
it
a
was
flat
totally
bread
different.
with oil. Yeah. It was very minimal in Italy.
America has taken all kinds of things all over the world and made it their own, which in itself becomes a culture after several hundred years.
Yeah.
Maybe French fries. Are
Well,
French fries an
well, it's
American
not.
thing?
It's
Yeah.
not just. It's
How
not like
about French
America
fries? Did we
taking
invent
things.
French
It's those
fries?
people come
fish
here,
and
bring
chips.
those
Okay,
things, and
so
then they
you
change.
take
But did we?
astronomy from
Because
the
chips are
Chinese, and
technically
then
a
I
fry.
think it seems like the
everything
Irish
comes
or
from a
somebody would
preceding
have.
culture. Everything comes from a preceding culture. It's
Hold
just
on,
when
I'm
people
gonna
talk
look this
about
up
America, they want to
about
talk
French
about
fries.
like we
Hold on.
can't have a culture. It seems like some American hate going on there.
I think we have a culture. We
How the
just
hell
don't
is
know
it
what it
American
is.
hate? We're just
But
saying
I
things
think
are
there's definitely
brought
an
over with
American culture.
immigration, right? Like when we're talking about like food specifically, it's obvious that it comes over with the people who bring it.
Yeah, but then it changes and becomes its own thing.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. I said that earlier.
Well, I mean, but you started by saying they don't have a culture or something. It's not American culture
Jeff,
or
I
something.
was wrong.
That's why
No,
I jumped
when
in.
we're in the
French
context
fries
of
has two
food,
origins.
every when he was
What
like,
does?
"What is American food?" I said that
French
nothing
fries.
is native to this land unless it was made by Native Americans. Everything else was brought here, and then once was here, then we
You know
made
what? Let me
things
ask
from
the
that.
AI. It'll tell
What?
us.
Yeah. I just did. It said it had two. It had two origins: France and Belgium.
Just a weird distinction.
Not America. What are some?
Well, some foods aren't like
I don't
that.
see the point.
Like our food, like Cajun food, ours is distinctly from what we had to work with when we got here.
Ours is a blend of other cultures. Like
I
Yeah,
we
mean,
take
Europe brought
little
all kinds
elements
of.
of other cultures and we
it's a
blend them into a cultural unity.
That's what all of history is for all countries. I mean, if you look at if you look 2,000 years ago in the Middle East, it was a trade hub. You know, there was people coming from north western Europe, all the way from Eastern China, all coming to the Middle East,
I
converging to
got it.
make its own unique culture.
Now,
Y'all
did
want?
the Cajun
Everything's an
culture?
evolution of that which precedes it.
Did the Cajun culture start because like the French come there and settled there, and then they started to intermingling with
No, it's
the
worse than
no,
that.
local?
yeah.
Is that
We started up in Nova Scotia and then we got ethnically cleansed and we regrouped down in Louisiana.
After a
that is
long trek
true?
through the states where
You
we were
guys started
kicked
They
as
out.
didn't
like the
expect it. They
Acadians or
thought that
something
was
like
the
that.
end. Like they didn't even the fact that we even were able to come back together and keep our culture going. They didn't see that coming. Here's the answer.
Well, they did let
American
some
foods,
back
and this is
too.
going to surprise all of you. Number one on the list. What's more American than a hamburger? The modern hamburger as we know it emerged in the United States. Hot dog, peanut butter, chocolate chip cookies. You could tell it's all the foods that sound like Americans would eat. Corn dogs, buffalo wings, jello,
But
and
buffalo wings,
s'mores.
I
There
mean,
we
buffalo
go.
buffalo,
There's our
wings.
American menu.
though, sadly, buffalo wings only was only was only
We didn't invent
created
chickens.
It was
that's
only
what.
we who learned how to shrink the buffalo
What
and
about
cut off
what
its
about
tiny wings.
No,
what about pepperoni
because
rolls?
they were the wings of the chicken at one point were considered garbage, so they just discarded it and gave it to the poorest of the poor, which happened to be the African American people. And then they turned around, and there was one particular guy that he elevated it, and he actually created the first buffalo sauce, and then everybody else just stole it from there.
Yeah, but did you see where the Supreme Court just ruled that boneless buffalo wings are allowed to have bones in them now?
Why not? The peanut butter can have rats in it.
Oh yeah, that's true. But I just it's another one of those semantics.
I
that
never understood
wrecked
the
your head.
boneless thing anyway.
It's just bowing down to the corporate structure that feeds the world. I mean, if we're
I
going
don't
to
know. I
feed
got some
8
pretty
billion
fucking good
people, we're
wings
going to have to
yesterday.
eat a little bit of roaches. I mean, that's just how it is.
And pink slime.
I, I,
Soiled
it's
meat.
not a future I'm planning for. I still have optimism.
Oh,
Oh my
yeah.
God, you're right, Vlad. That's one of my favorite cuisines.
Oh, yep.
Mediterranean, Italian, and Mediterranean, and Thai. That's my favorite.
But
Yeah.
it's
Asian, I
just
think.
like going back to the
I like a
cultural
good
thing.
curry.
It's like Who can claim? Who has claim to the numbering system we use?
To the what system?
The numbers that we use, the numeral system, the Arabic system, 1 through 10.
Who has claim to it?
Right. You call it culture. What culture what culture?
At
can
this
take
point,
it?
I would say it's like almost world culture, universal culture. Like I know other cultures have different numerals they use, but for the most part,
I mean, it's ironic
everybody in the
that
world
it's
probably
called
knows
the
what the number
Arabic.
3 is.
It's ironic that it's called the Arabic system, but they got it from the Chinese. It's just that when the Romans came in contact with the Arabs and learned it from them, or not the Romans, but the Europeans, then they started calling that system the Arabic system, the Arabic numeral system. But the Chinese developed, or the Indians developed it. I mean, not Chinese.
Oh, like the Hindu, the Hindu.
The Hindus, yeah, the Indians. They're the ones that developed it.
Are you
But
talking
they
about
don't
like,
even get credit for it.
like
Sanskrit.
counting?
Well, we
Like
think they
counting one,
developed
two,
it.
three,
I
four,
mean,
five.
culture
Everybody.
is a mix. It's all mixed up and garbled.
Yeah, in the modern world
People
for
can't just
sure.
lay
Yeah,
claim to shit.
yeah. I mean, it can have if it can have historical origins, but in the modern world, I'd say a lot of
Like I hear white and black people arguing about braids all the time. It's like, what the hell are y'all
nobody
arguing
owns
about?
braids. Nobody owns sweat lodges. Nobody owns cultural stuff. That like anybody can do the same stuff with something that another culture's doing.
I think it's the ultimate sign of respect. It's like
Yeah,
what y'all did is so sweet. We want to emulate it.
nobody owns culture and nobody owns language. That's not how culture or language works. There's cultural diffusion.
Didn't you see the movie Hairspray?
Yeah, with Ricky Lake.
Can't stop the beat.
So hey, Evity, last time we spoke, I couldn't hear a lot of what you were saying. But I just wanted to say that about our last topic, just by saying that, just bringing that whole bimodal thing up, just by bringing that argument, you are invoking a third category. You know what I'm saying? By saying it's you can't
Oh
just
shit, you're going back
classify
to
it.
that. Fuck,
Yeah,
took me a
yeah,
second away. I was like, what are you talking about?
yeah, about
Let me,
that. But you know what I'm saying? It's like
Been
by
thinking about
making
this a
that
lot, huh?
statement. I think that's the confusion that people are having here, but because it seems like the statement that you're making there invokes a third category. You know what I mean?
The overlap itself is a third category.
I mean, it seems to us like that's what you're
well,
trying to
that's
say.
what they keep saying too. There's a third gender or a
Is
third
that
sex
that overlap has to be
or
something
non-binary.
else, even though it's just basically an overlap of characteristics. It's never functional. It's just
Or
like if
functional in different ways.
well, yeah. I mean, it can be functional as far as pleasure and all that, but as far as reproduction, which is what sex about, it's never functional both ways. Is what I meant. But it'd be like a peacock growing the wrong type color feathers or something, or whatever. I don't know. But I mean,
Yeah,
it
'cause you
doesn't.
wouldn't have no birds to flock
Purple
together
peacock.
with.
It's just a characteristic of sex. It's not an actual.
Sure, but the idea is that because the two sets of characteristics are not distinctly unique, because they can form on the same person, there's no complete delineation. There's no complete differentiation, scientifically
is.
speaking. That was the whole
Scientifically,
thing.
but most humans
Like
don't live
as far as like
scientifically.
categorization, because there can be those who fit that description and have that label, who have those other traits as well. So you have to constantly shift the traits depending on which outlier you're talking about. And it might be outliers, sure, but that's the whole thing about arguing these kind of semantical things, is that if you get really specific on it, it's really just kind of throwing. There's not a perfect middle line that someone can be born into, but things get a little.
I mean, I
But
think
but didn't we
squidgy there
agree
in
that for
line in between.
80% of humanity that there is?
But wait, I think there is a middle line, but the middle line is shifting. It's like it's not a. There is a clear delineation between what is male and what is female, But when you're talking about characteristics that you can display, there is overlap and there is
But even that though, and that was I
crossing the
believe the point
line.
that was brought up last time, was like even that can be just based on like on outward appearance, right? So like in times gone by, intersex kids would come out, and then the doctors would simply look at their outward appearance and their outward genitalia and assign them sex by that.
Observe.
What if someone wasn't functional in what they looked like, but were functional in what they were internal, or something that didn't align like that? That is a possibility. You know,
Right.
those kind of things.
But for 98% of us, what does that mean for the rest of us? Most of us don't think scientifically. So when we go about our life, we basically experience the world in terms of male and female, with
Sure,
this small little group of people that don't neatly fall into one category, like the
You
androgynous.
experience it as a binary. Yes, I agree.
Right.
I mean, but even scientifically,
Or
I
a
don't
blend sometimes, but a
Can I
blend of
share
the
a
binary.
Can I share a cannabis fact that you might find interesting and relates to this topic?
Indica sativa?
No.
Oh.
Sensimilla versus
Hybrid exists.
with seed. No. The process, the reason why our generation, I mean, just a brief history. We grew up cleaning our weed. We had to peel out the seeds because everything came with seeds. Now nothing comes with seeds. How do we do
Oh,
that?
you're right. I haven't seen a seed. And
Fucking A.
The way we do
I
that.
forgot all about seeds.
Yeah, exactly. The way we do
How
that
long has
now.
it been since I've seen swag?
Yeah. No, but the way we do that is rather interesting, because what you can do through a chemical process by using a mixture of silver nitrate in a certain percentage, you can actually physically take a female and chemically treat her to produce pollen. That pollen, while is a male reproductive system, carries strictly an XX chromosome. So that female pollen with an XX chromosome that lands on another female, it eliminates the entire Y. So every one of those females are going to be, every one of those seeds are going to be females. You know that for a fact. So they use that process by eliminating the male. You never need the male in the mixture anymore, except for reproduction. I mean, you don't even need it in reproduction, because
No, you still do for reproduction.
Yeah.
If you find a
it's still-
cultivar that you like, you can take a female from that line, treat her.
Clone it. I mean, you can
Right.
clone it.
No, cloning is different. Cloning is taking a piece of one plant and making it a separate plant, but you're not changing the gender or anything. But when you change the
Well, I
sex,
understand that, but as long as you keep a male plant away from a female plant and don't stress it out, it's not gonna seed out. That's
it'll
the
never
biggest
seed
thing.
out.
Yeah.
But when you want
So
to
it has
breed
nothing to
that,
necessarily do with chemical, because like my uncle, well, my wife's uncle, he grows fucking. He is the weed man where he lives in. There, he goes out through and he prunes all males when when it's that time of the year. Prunes them all, gets rid of
What
them.
is this?
Gone.
and if you constantly do that, then we have no more
But
seeds
he
ever again.
does. But there is along the lines because he's got to the point now to create another strain. He's learned to graft a plant onto another plant and then hermaphrodite that plant out in order for it to become so that way there you can create the seeds.
But see, now I
Fertile
disagree with that,
seeds.
because when you a hermaphrodite plant, you do not want a hermaphrodite plant in your strains at all, because that hermaphrodite will come up down the line. That is a negative. That is a trait that is weeded out immediately. That's why I'm saying when you breed when you feminize, then you know every single one of those seeds, regardless, is going to come out a female. There's
Yeah,
gonna
but
be
he
a female.
creates
So
a
you
new
never have
strain
to-
though. When you
so you
graft a
never
different
have to
plant
go-
onto another plant, that's a way for him to create a new strain.
That's
'Cause it will-
grafting. That
'cause it'll-
doesn't create a new strain. It doesn't create a new. When you graft something, when we used to graft in the landscaping business, you take a branch from one tree, and then you wrap it up in a big package, and you put it onto another tree.
Yeah,
The root
I understand
system,
that.
so
But
root
if you take a
system-
sativa, and you
All right,
graft it
yeah.
onto an indica plant, the seeds, when that grows and starts to grow, what that will be, the seeds from that eventually will be a hybrid of that. That's
Yeah.
why he hermaphrodites that branch out, because that branch then will get whichever, how he explained it, whichever branch he does it to will take, it takes on it takes on the dominant properties of that branch with the hybrid of the other one. You know, that's how he explained it to me, and he's been doing it for 45 years. So
Okay. Hey, everybody has their way of doing it. It's a standard way of doing it now is you don't even use a male plant to reproduce. That's what I'm trying to say. There is no need for a male plant to reproduce any longer, because you can take a female and you can take her genetics and everything that's about her and change and force her to produce pollen that will only produce more female plants. That's what I'm trying to
That
say.
does sound like gender woo.
You can eliminate males altogether. You never have, unless you know.
see, Moose
wanna-
said this. See, the optics are high. That's Moose, ain't it?
Yeah, that's Moose. He used to
Yeah.
grow. He was a professional grower.
Yeah, he
Come
says
on,
the
Moose,
same
help
thing.
me
He's
out
saying
here.
the same thing I'm saying. Like
What?
about like that there's no chemicals to whatever you stress it out or whatever in order to get it to create the
Yeah, silver.
seeds.
Yeah, exactly what he's
But
saying.
it doesn't have to do with the that whatever the hell you're saying.
You don't graft anything. Like what he's saying right now, you only spray one branch, a few branches. If you spray, it can actually cross pollinate one plant. What he's saying is, if you spray one side of the plant, that side will produce pollen and cross with the other side of the plant. So you can technically have one plant produce your seeds for you, and those seeds will all be female. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Anybody
yeah.
else want to? Yeah, I mean that's. I'm sorry. that's the way it is.
No, I'm
You ain't
just
got
saying
to
when he
apologize.
creates a new strain. I mean, that's not always how you do it. I'm just saying when he creates a new strain, he'll grab on.
No, you just take a cultivar from this line and you take a cultivar from that line, and they're both females, and you say, well, this purple punch would go good with this grape ape, so I'm going to turn this female into a male and pollinate all those, and here we got female seeds from the two cultivars. That's how they do it in the industry. That's the way I was informed how they do it in the industry, but I may be misinformed. And cloning is just a matter of when you have
Yeah. It's just you have a mother
Nope.
plant that you like.
Right, you got a
Sorry,
mother
Dominus,
plant.
I
and
learned
you
nothing from
keep
that.
taking clippings off of that.
Exactly. In about 4 weeks, they become their own independent plant. But then you're just making carbon copies of the original. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get all this on the can, but I
That's
thought
okay,
it was
we
very
can use
useful.
something here.
Cloning
We
is
can-
not sustainable because it's not reproduction. You can only clone something so many times before
Right, there is a process of generational degradation, yeah, or what I call it generational shift, where genetic.
You're right. There is a lot of parallels with this weed analogy.
And like we talked about the other night,
I mean, is there really? I mean, I've never heard of a male developing breast because he got stressed out.
They are now.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, that's one of the tests that's usually one of the tests they perform on a strain when you're going from like F1, F2, F3s. They will keep an eye out for herms. They call them herms, and if there's a herm in the line, they will axe the entire line.
What's a herm?
That will destroy.
A hermaphrodite?
You can imagine if you got
hermaphrodite, yeah.
if you got a grow space with over 100 plants, and you got one in the middle that's going to herm on you, I mean, you won't even notice it. And that whole 100 plant is going to be back to the old days where you're sitting there with a tray in front of you,
Oh,
and a
yeah.
credit card, cleaning out all the seeds and everything.
But that's because
And
it's
that's not going to
releasing
sell in
pollen.
the dispensaries.
Y'all are so weird.
Yeah, nanners. They call them nanners.
Wait, what? There.
Yeah. When the
Man,
male part when the male parts start to show, They look like little bananas hanging down.
Oh, okay. I thought it was weed slang.
No. So when you can look at them through it, you can scope them, and the slang and you got nanners, and they get axed. But yeah, there's a lot of strains. That's why a lot of people confuse what we're doing in this is GMO, and there's absolutely nothing GMO about this.
What's that spider web silk stuff that you get sometimes in those real seedy type of buds?
Oh well, there's a pest that's notorious called spider mites.
Okay,
they're spider mites. Yeah.
So that is actual silk.
Yeah, spider mites form a real fine web, and the problem with that is that it gets stuck on those trichomes, because the trichomes are so sticky, which is exactly why the trichomes are sticky, is to protect the actual plant material itself. It's a protection barrier, like a sunscreen almost.
Right.
But a lot
of
dirt,
dust, it's like a moat.
Like a lot of stuff will get attached to that. And we were talking about that too with Moose. I told him they got a new process. I don't know if he was aware of it, at least here in Illinois, that there's a certain percentage that is acceptable now, as long as you send it through a remediation process. So where it used to be, 0.5 nanograms of mold material, now it can be almost up to 1%, as long as it's gone through a process of remediation. And that's what you're getting out of these dispensaries that everybody's just a little flocking to and praising the legalization of cannabis. It's destroying the product itself.
Yeah. What's up? How's
Hey,
everybody doing?
Lanza.
I don't know.
Hey,
I don't
guys.
know if I agree with that 100%. Because like here, I think it's created competition where people are trying to create the best bud they can, the best flower. I feel like
that's genetics.
I feel like as far as when it comes to concentrates and all that, though, up here, though, we have a lot to desire on concentrates, though.
May I say something to what's his name down the bottom left? Dominic or something?
DominusDank.
He's Dominus Dank. I like that. Yo, he's got a point. So like I have a buddy who he took a tour because he's like, I have a few friends who own dispensaries, okay, in like Michigan. And this dude's real cool. He got to take this golf cart tour of basically an Amazon size warehouse that produces, whatever, I guess like thousands of pounds of marijuana or whatever, cannabis. And he said, because like Michigan's testing and Oregon's testing are the harshest testings. And what he said to back up Dominus Dank is that during this visit to this massive facility where they even had robots that ran on underground tracks that would pick up thousands of plants at a time. Like, I'm talking big ass production shit. And he told me he saw so much mold that he was like nervous to ask the guy, like, what the fuck are you gonna do about this? Like, this doesn't fly where I'm from, And he asked him, nicely, better than what I just said. And the guy told him is what they do is they actually pack all the buds into semi-trucks and then run them through radiation machines that radiates the mold to those down to those levels, but it does hurt the bud. The shelf life of the flower is diminished, and I have also had confirmation that happens in Colorado. Does that help?
Yeah, it's a dirty little secret.
They do that?
They fill up semi-trucks.
I know don't they do that with fruit and like vegetables? They irradiate it.
Yeah, but you don't smoke fruit and vegetables. They're doing this. We're inhaling this. and it eliminates. I mean, everybody is flocking to the dispos for the prices, and let me tell you, hey man, I'll drive to Michigan, okay? But
Michigan's running huge deals right now, dude.
$60 an ounce. I don't know how they produce a 60. Trust me,
wax.
they're doing $60 ounces or two for $100.
So
how do you do that? And this is bud, not shake. This is bud.
Yeah. I know. First of all, you use LEDs. Second of all, you feed them 6 times a day. Third of all, you don't use perlite. Fourth of all, I don't know. You take care of them, and
right. I personally don't think there's any way you can get your prices down that low to make a profit without turning out junk.
Well, right. So like there's levels, right? Like that's kind of what you're saying.
Oh yeah, but
okay, cool.
Who's? Oh no, I understand the deli system, and you got your
like,
and all that other stuff.
Boutique strains and shit. You know what I mean?
Who does that? What?
20%.
80% of your sales are through the cheap stuff. Everybody walks out the door smiling and skipping away because they got legal cannabis.
Yeah, nobody's gonna buy the high. Like most people are not gonna buy the high end shit for no reason.
They don't really need it. You know what I mean? There's people who need the high end shit, and some of the high end shit costs extra money because it has like different processes that it goes through. Like it has more of these CBN, CBGs, I call it the CBN.
I don't notice that much of a difference to
Histamine.
justify the price.
Well, the market is insane if you think about it, because everything else in life has gone up literally 30%. And like the cannabis industry has kind of gone down like 50%.
It makes absolutely
more than that.
I still pay $25 to $30 per eighth, which is what I was paying when I was in high school.
Wow.
So
That's
marijuana
fine.
is the one thing that stayed pretty much the same.
Well, at an 8th level.
Yeah.
That's
right.
that's kind of high.
But like I'm talking about,
is that like what is that
talking about out on the
the
street.
mid grade stuff?
No, I'm talking about good quality.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just to show you a difference in markets, the market in Illinois.
Go on.
There, when you walk in that market, you don't even get to look at your product before you buy it.
What?
You don't get to open it. You don't get to smell it. You don't.
Really?
Wait, what?
You have to walk out of that door
and then open it.
Package.
Exactly. But and you can't return them once you open it.
Exactly. No.
Here they have like little magnifying glasses with light up that they could stick the weed under, and you can look in great detail at the
Colorado,
bud.
where they had the sample table where you could
jewelry rings, or
it's like shopping for jewelry. They let you look at it in so much
I know a lot of
detail.
medical places where you can go and smell the bud. And
Yeah.
look at the bud.
I like how they tell you the percentage.
I've never been to a medical place that you can't smell bud.
Do what?
Anybody shop in Illinois, please.
No, I was just saying, I like how that now when you go by it tells you exactly what the THC content is, like 27%.
Yeah, and the CBD.
Yeah, but so check this out. Check this out.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Those tests are plus or minus 5 up to 5 to 10% incorrect. Shut up, Simba. Come here.
It's still okay though. I mean,
but I'm sorry, I was talking to my cat. But yeah, anything 25% and up is your high grade.
Yeah.
And then but 20 anything most stuff right now is like that $60 ounce, like that's not over 18%.
I can't see that.
I mean, once you get up over 15, 20%,
yeah, it's hard to see. But
you're not going to
let me
get much
try something
higher.
different here.
The only thing it's going to do is last.
Put a light on it, dog. You got to put a light on it.
Yeah, hold on here.
It's just it's a testing sticker from what state?
Maine.
Oh, okay, cool. Never seen one of those.
Hold on, I gotta switch to the back.
No, here, no. Turn your phone sideways. If you turn your phone sideways, you actually get more pixels.
Well, I'll turn it to. I'm only using one of the cameras. I'll use the triple camera.
No, so yeah, but if you do it sideways, you literally get like way more quality. A lot of people don't know that. Sorry if I just.
What do you mean turn it sideways? Like don't hold it vertical?
Well, yeah, like you know how like the disposables used to be. And
I didn't know that either. I'm gonna start
Dude,
trying that.
Yeah, look at your phone will tell you too.
29.8%.
How much?
29.8%.
No.
That's on the
Oh,
THC.
Well, THC is 33. All right, what else you got?
That's THCA.
Yeah, well, that's active.
35%.
Oh, what's the regular THC?
Which means that he has.
Oh, is it breaking down?
It's a pre-roll, so the THCA is the crystals that it's rolled in, basically.
Hash infused.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's terrible.
All right, that's cool.
I hate that shit. And isolates, don't even get me started on distillates and that.
Yeah.
Well, are you talking about because of
take care, Effigy. Good hanging out, Shelby. You too.
No,
great to see.
I just think it's fake. It's all fake. When it's the difference when people say, "Well, I get a different feeling when I have a gummy versus when I have," well, that's because
so subjective.
Right. They're almost a version of imitation. I consider it imitation THC, but
well, that THCA, that's not the same. Or what do they call it?
THCA is THC active. It means it's already active. It means you can literally eat it.
Right. It's already been decarboxylized.
They legalized some version of THC. It's like they call it THC 8 or something.
Is it Delta 8?
Delta 8.
Yeah, Delta 8. Yeah, that's
listen, I've never.
That seems fake to me.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
No health advice is given here, but don't do that.
Yeah, this is an entertainment channel.
Well,
Entertainment,
entertainment by idiots for idiots.
My wife works at a convenience store, right? So she comes home the other day and she goes, "Look at this!" And there was 2 drinks, like them craft, THC drinks.
No.
And she goes, "This woman walked in with them and handed them to me and said, 'God told me you needed these.'"
Fuck
right?
yeah!
And
I
I'm
wish you would have done. Someone would do that with me.
And I'm like,
oh my god.
Yeah, but then I'm thinking like, do you
That has to be from God,
I go,
bro.
"Do you sell them at your store?" She goes, "No." I go, "So this lady walked out to her car, come back in with them, and gave them to you." I go, "That's fucking weird."
No, it would have been even weirder if the tops were already open.
The worst thing that I can see about them legalizing weed is like when you try to buy it on the street or whatever, they're trying to sell you that Delta 8 bullshit and pass it off as regular weed. It's like they'll go to the store and buy the shit and then sell it.
Okay, so that's
my
what
biggest
losers
fear-
do. I've seen them do it. They've told, like, I've had losers who, not. I don't want to be mean. Okay, I've had people who have low character tell me that people will take, like, I guess CBD buds or whatever, which are like $100 a pound or something, and then they'll spray it with that THC distillate shit or Delta 8 shit and like try to pass it off. But like, yeah, don't go to those guys.
These are all legally being sold at the dispensaries, and you're paying good tax money on it too, which is another topic I didn't bring up because Illinois taxes based on THC levels. So if you get the higher the THC level, the higher the taxes. The
more high you want to get, the more you got to pay for
It's
it.
ridiculous.
Well, I mean, listen, the state so like 10 years ago, we would have all been saying like they won't legalize it until they can get profits off of every grower. At least that's what I thought.
That was the argument. Yep.
Yeah, guys like me.
That's what everybody said. Yep.
But now things are so legalized. Like, I know Michigan made a huge change in 2019, like, because they were like the Wild West. I considered moving out there, like, when I was like young, because I was like, dude, I was like, maybe I could just move to Michigan and just grow weed or something, you know?
I remember it was Colorado and California.
Yeah, Michigan's closer.
Humboldt County.
Michigan came on fast. I mean, Colorado but when
Michigan
came on the
yeah.
scene, they dropped it. They hit the ground.
Bro, they had like they had like more dispensaries than health stores, bro. Like,
but they also had more craft growers. I remember sitting back same time period, watching more growers on YouTube. Red Grower.
Hey,
and,
so can you tell me something? Can you answer a question? Like, I don't understand. I just don't know what one thing is. What the fuck is CBG?
CBD.
No,
well, there's a CBG in there. It's another it's another cannabinoid that they list. It's does y'all know what the entourage effect is? That's what you get with all those different levels of different, THC, CBD, CBGA, CBGD. They all play now. And then you add in, that's what I was kind of explaining the other day, and you add in your terpenes, because your terpenes have a different entourage effect. The lemonol and the pinol are going to act differently on different levels and stuff. So when we say
So you're talking about a mixing effect.
Exactly. The entourage effect is how all of these things interact with your specific chemical makeup in your body. Because each plant, each makeup, there's hundreds of different factors that go into how a cannabis plant is going to make you feel. And that's where we can get into the whole indica sativa thing. That's subjective. That indica sativa now becomes
I've noticed terpenes play a big role. Actually.
A huge role.
In what?
In just how the buzz feels, like how it affects you.
They affect taste.
Like some of these terpenes, they leave me just like wired.
Really?
And some of them leave
I
me
need some of those.
Relaxed and chill. And it all has to do. I can tell exactly, like, each terpene tastes a certain way, and I can tell.
And those are when you hear somebody talking about it's gassy, it's fruity, it's lemon. Those are all the terpenes that you, and then we can only identify those through smell. But
I used to like my favorite ones were the bags where you'd open them up, and it would have like a stench to it, like a gassy stench to it, but then it had like an undertone as well. Those were I would always pick up the ones that had like that double smell. You know what I mean?
Nowadays, everybody's reminiscent of the skunks. The skunk seems to be the one that everybody's trying to get back because it's been so outbred. And that's another thing, like I said, with the dispensaries, you're not going to get that. They can spray whatever kind of terpene flavor. I mean, they can make the damn shit taste like bubble gum now.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm completely against I understand the concept of legalization, but it's not going to go down the way everybody expects it to.
All right. So like
you're in better things legal though.
You're in Illinois, right?
Maybe.
And you say you had no problem driving to Michigan, right?
Maybe.
You ever go to Ann Arbor?
That's too far.
Okay, that is far. Detroit?
That's way far. That's the opposite end of the state.
It's only like an hour drive or something but I would suggest, so my friend's friend owns this dispensary called it was the very first dispensary in Michigan that was all in-house, all organic. Everything produced there, everything sold there. It's called Winewood Organics. And they got they got deals and shit for like $10, like what do you call it, like diamonds and sauce. So I would check that out, because the reason why those bordering in Michigan, the reason why those bordering dispensaries are there is just for convenience, so people don't drive up to honestly the better ones.
Oh, it's the same process. It's the same idea of when Illinois and Indiana had
You know
competing
what?
gas taxes. Everybody would just drive over to Indiana, fill up your tank, and come back to. So I get it. The border is a hot spot, absolutely. And I don't, I go
Bro.
there as not I just go there to try, see what's out there. I don't have to go there, but so that's what I'm finding is, it's not
Well, we're talking about sources,
right.
and we're talking about caretaking, like you said, variables, and you probably already know every single room is different, and every strain's different, and every feeding's different, and
Oh yeah.
so how do you feel about your situation? Do you feel strong where you're at with the ways that you've been doing it, or are you trying to do something different?
I'm comfortable in my process. The question is, and this is where I need to get out more and be more active in the panel and more of an advocate for, because I tend to lean heavily on the medicinal side of it, and I really would like to find a network of medical patients that are Gen X, that are the next, even there's even some of the greatest generation that are still hanging around that could benefit.
Oh, well,
Hey, have you checked out Chris's channel
I'll give
in
you an
Australia?
I'm sorry,
Dom, have you checked out Chris's channel in Australia? Everyone, I'm putting Chris's channel in the chat. He's almost at 500, and we're trying to get him over. He has a group in Australia, and they're into that too. So you might check out their panels and
absolutely
hook up with them.
Dom, what's your
Because there's
opinion
got to
on-
be other panels like specifically devoted to
Right.
that topic, I'm sure.
I have a friend who's an idiot. Okay, his name is Sean. I'll just tell you.
Hey, Sean, if you're watching,
Yeah,
welcome,
Sean
fellow idiots.
Sean knows he's an idiot.
Yeah.
He's a lovable
I have a friend
idiot.
named Sean that's also an idiot.
SEAN like him?
No, he's
I don't even know his name.
SHAWN.
Oh, okay. Well, Sean's not that bad of a guy. He's actually real smart, but he used to work on the fire department with you guys. You guys might know Stipe Miocic. No, maybe not. Anyway, he was like the heavyweight champion of the UFC for like a year or two. But anyway, he used to work with him. But he tells me he just goes on Instagram and he says that like you could just buy weed from fucking Instagram somehow. I've never been on it, so I don't know what he's talking about. But he goes, yeah, they just send it right to your door, and it's good as fuck.
That is 100% illegal.
Oh, is it?
Approve of that.
That's what I thought. I was like, I don't understand how that's possible. Like,
I mean,
but-
we have
possible,
delivery
but it's not
services up
legal.
here.
Hey Dom, what's your opinion on recreational marijuana?
I think
it's fun.
Recreational, medical, it's all the same in my opinion.
Okay.
I think it's the same thing as
Like I smoke every day, but I don't need to. I mean, it's not relieving any medical.
Oh, did you mean
physical symptoms or
recreational
anything.
use?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the recreational stores.
No, I view recreational as still medicinal, even if you don't understand why you're using. As long as if it's benefiting you in some fashion, that's productive in your life.
Right.
Correct.
It's medicinal. Even if you're calling it recreational,
I hear that.
it's still productive. When it becomes unproductive, when you're couch locked, you can't get out of bed, when you're just
right.
That's all you got to do. Hey, bro, hit it. Then you got to question it. Now have you become addicted to it?
I don't really know too many stoners like that. Actually, I mean,
Bro, I get stoned like a canyon,
there are,
dude. I get
but-
stoned like a fossil.
But it's not how stoned you get. It's how productive you can still be. I mean, that's the one thing. See, you can't. The difference between using cannabis for recreational purposes and using alcohol for recreational purposes is alcohol is a poison. Alcohol
And also
will
mimics
kill you.
estrogen in your body.
Right. Alcohol will kill you. Alcohol will destroy you. Will destroy your life. We all
That's
know.
why. Yeah, made that legal real early.
It's so
Recreational
hypocritical. It's hypocritical. I mean, I'd rather have a society stoned out of their minds than drunk as shit.
That's why
Yeah,
I
I
always
don't.
say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Real quick. That's why I always say, don't drink and drive, smoke and fly.
No, we do not say that. We do not say that. We do not advocate operating heavy machinery on any kind of.
Yeah. It's like
Why
I
is
don't know. I
it?
don't smoke at work.
Why
I
is
mean,
an
some of the
interpretive definition? You guys use your imagination.
like I would never smoke at work. I mean, some of the things I have to do, I just wouldn't want to. Like I gotta climb a lot, to the top of buildings and stuff. I wouldn't want to do that high, just because it does change your perceptions. And
Oh, it
That's
does.
what I said about working on a offshore boat versus a bay boat. When I work on a bay boat, I can smoke all day, don't bother me, because it's a much different environment. On a trawl boat, there's anywhere from 20 to 30 traps on the stern at any given point, and there's over 1.5 miles of rope that's going out. So there's a lot of shit that can go wrong, a lot of shit that can get snarled up. You can get into the open stern
Here's
versus
something
a closed.
interesting.
Very, very different.
Something interesting is, do you guys know what distillate is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about that. That's why
Oh,
I
you
said
are.
same
You're.
stuff that they put in the gummies, and
I used to do it. They come in syringes.
It's a harsh.
Oil.
Yeah, they
Yeah, like a tube, like you smoke it, right?
Well, yeah, they have the vape. They have the cartridges, like the vape cartridges that you can vape, and then they also have the oil that comes in the syringe that you can.
You talking about
What color is the
You
oil?
can cook with it or put it under your
So
tongue.
you're talking about RSO?
You talking
No,
about this right
it's
here,
a
Brown?
distillate oil. It's not RSO specifically.
Huh.
You
Never
talking about
heard of
this
that.
stuff?
No. Oh, you never heard of
That looks
fecal?
like wax
Wait, what?
Well,
Is it?
it's sticky.
That's
It's
or
like,
resin.
That's a container.
yeah, it's like a resin sticky.
I had some of that at one point, but I could never figure out how to really use any of it, so it just
That's
sat
the
around.
concentrate. That's just it's either the concentrates are broke down into butters and
Wax, shatter.
I didn't really notice the turpentines until I started smoking
Stardust.
this. Once I
You got- then
started
you got
smoking this, that's when I
THCA.
could really
And there
tell
you
the
go. Back to the
difference in
distillates.
turpentines.
Back to the distillates. When you get the diamonds, that's the sauce, diamond sauce.
Yeah,
shit,
tell me about it.
That's those crystals are distillates. That's the
Right.
distillate. That's I consider it imitation. I think what they do, I've never really gotten that far, but I think what they do is they
Crack cones?
synthesize a different form of CBD, THC. Like I said, one of those chemical compounds, and they amplify it. They amplify it. It's a Frankenweed. It's not the way it was intended to be grown.
They just express a
like hot
spectrum
dogs.
of
You're
the
right
oil
about
from
that.
the plant, but
they
you
do
lose
it in
some of that
some-
entourage effect.
Right. But it's still not true, Well, the truest form, like you were saying, with RSO, Rick Simpson oil.
RSO.
That's
If there was one way to go for the rest of my life, I would have to choose RSO. It is the most beneficial for the human body.
Well, then you haven't had FICO.
I've never even heard of this.
What I make is, I shouldn't say what.
Hypothetically, in a legend, someone has something called FICO.
FICO stands for full cannabis extract oil. FICO, and that form.
Interesting.
That
Fukio?
Jeff, can we get a Google search on this or an AI
Fico?
search?
Is it Fukio?
Please
And
do
how do you
that.
get
Fool.
FICO? By smashing it?
Full
You
extract
smash it and
cannabis
get the
oil. Look it up.
So I got a question. What do you know about the CRC process?
So how do you get the FICO? Do you smash it, take the oil, and then
Fico.
distill it?
FECO.
Then
Okay,
distill it?
Fico. Full extract cannabis oil.
Yeah, bring that up. I need to learn about this. This is better than RSO, you're saying?
Absolutely.
Is it easier process to make than RSO?
Absolutely. RSO.
No
is
way.
made-
There's a ton
RSO
of sites, so I'll just drop the first one in the back. But
RSO. FICO.
Oh, I figured you'd share the screen so we could all see it.
Yeah, FICO, share.
oh,
that shit.
it's just an article. It's not really showing anything. They have some YouTube videos, but I don't want to risk.
I'm gonna remember, dude. How have I never heard of this? All I do is talk to people
One
who
of the
smoke weed.
recipes. One of the most common recipes for making FICO is using Everclear. a high, not just you can't use
Well,
vodka.
they do the same thing with RSO.
No, RSO is made through a chemical process by
Mhm.
freezing and removing the trichomes.
Why would you do that?
Are you
with
talking
No,
acid.
about
that's for hash.
tinctures?
That's for hash.
Is that what
Trichomes are
you're
the best
talking
part.
about? Tinctures?
Tincture.
Because that's
Well, now
that,
here you're right.
I think so. Yeah, tincture. I guess it would be a tincture.
that's what he's
Everclear.
talking about. Because we make one with Everclear up. I've heard people making tinctures up here, and that's what they do. They'll put Everclear over it.
Right. And then once you evaporate all of the Everclear, if you that's very good. There's another level of medicine that is used in this process. If you make yourself what they also call it a green dragon. If you look up green dragon, that's what it used to be called back in the day. That's a tincture.
Green dragon?
Right. That's a tincture made with alcohol, with rubbing alcohol. God, no.
Isopropyl.
No, not at all. Not Everclear. Use a food grade alcohol, please. If you're going to try this at home, don't.
I thought you were going to say the other option, which is isopropyl alcohol, which is the bad alcohol.
That's horrible. Yeah, no. But by using the Everclear, it's obviously food grade material. So you can stop that evaporation process anywhere you'd like. So a lot of people, like if you wanted just a little bit of, Everclear, but like a 50-50, you can do that, or you can evaporate it all the way down to where there's absolutely no more alcohol left. And what do you have left? You have all the oil from the plant, which trichomes are the oil. So that's why it's called full. I'm gonna mess it up again if I don't say, but you know what I'm saying. FICO. That's why we call it FICO. It's a full extract of a cannabis oil because it's everything. And
so how is that different than the resin? How's that different than the resin I just showed that I'm smoking? What's the difference in that?
Well, because this is already decarboxylated, so this is more for an edible product, is what I'm describing. What you're just the process what they usually do with that, you can make the same thing you're talking about. The hash,
same exact way, yeah. Well, no, I'm not. No, RSO, bro. You wash the buds multiple times, and then you press them through whatever that's called, cheese something, some sort of
cheesecloth. A press.
Yeah, and then you boil off like you said, and then you're left with what's left, and that's RSO.
No, that's
what I'm smoking.
That's bubble hash.
How is it bubble hash if I just described the process separate from now how you make bubble hash?
Not bubble hash. No, okay, bag hash. How about that? You take the bags. They got different size bags based on the microns, and you wash. You're absolutely right. You wash your weed. In fact, a lot of them use
I thought you got hash by shaking off the trichomes.
Right. Well, what he's talking about is you wash them off. You actually wash them in super cold water.
It's a cold water.
Right, ice cold water.
In fact,
no, you don't wash them over water. You wash them. No, you wash them in Everclear.
Well, like I said, you can do that. Now you're back into the full cannabis extract. When I make
but we call it RSO. We call it full spectrum RSO.
Well,
it's probably just different verbiage, honestly.
Right, RSO is not, and RSO itself, it cannot be full spectrum. But I understand what you're saying.
Or maybe the company is called Full Spectrum.
Might be. I don't know. But the hash process we were talking about, when you wash your hash, a lot of them get you can get the tabletop washing machines like you see from Japan, and you set that up, ice cold water. You get different size bags with different microns, the size, so the trichomes can fall through. So obviously you start with the bigger ones, and you let and then you get the first wash, the second wash, the third wash. Each wash is going to be a little better than the last one, because you're going to wash a little more impurities out. You are going to toss out some of the trichomes, but you're only going to, by the time you get to the third bag, you've got your top end, your top shelf, butter, wax, shatter. That's how you get, because it hasn't been decarboxylated yet. What I'm describing, and I left that step out, is basically after you process your cannabis, cut it down. In fact, you can start right after you cut it down. Just let it dehydrate for a few days so where it's a little damper. Then you decarboxylate it in your oven, bake it, and then you're activate. Decarboxylating means you're removing one of the carbons out of the element, and that's what activates.
It's like 200 degrees for like a certain amount of time or something, right? Or something like that.
245 for about 45 minutes is a good number.
Yeah, I don't know specifics.
Yeah.
You have to do that with edibles, right?
It's a recipe. It's a recipe. A lot of people I know use 245 for 45. I know a lot of people that'll do 190 for like 90 minutes. It's all on how you want to process it. But at the end of the day, when it comes out, it's edible. It's already ready to go. Then when you put it into the Everclear, like I'm talking about, and evaporate all the Everclear off, that oil that's left behind, that oil is already ready to go 100%.
Yeah, it's active.
Put a dab on a little Oreo cookie, and boom, you're good to go.
I usually just clip it off on my
Oreo cookies. Oh, I forgot. I bought Oreos
Oh.
last night. Shit, I never ate them.
Yo, dude, I got this story real quick.
I can tell I'm stoned this morning.
Hey, Spicoli.
I got this story real quick about my dad and RSO. So my dad, like he like the guy provided for his family. You know what I'm saying? He had a hard job and shit, and he at one point, around like 55 or some shit, ended up breaking some part of his back, and he deals with pain, and so I said, well, why don't you try this RSO? Because I go, first of all, you're going to go to sleep, and if you're not an idiot, you know that every time you sleep, that's the only time your body's actually repairing itself to the fullest ability. And you have the most melatonin, which, by the way, THC raises your natural levels of melatonin 4,000% your base value.
Yep.
Interesting, which is part of healing, by the way. And well, anyway, he calls me. I'm driving. I'm about to hit the freeway, and he's like, "What's up, man?" And I think he's fucking with me because he thinks I'm a stoner, and he always does that to me. Like, he'll always go like, "Oh man, far out, bro." Like he'll make
to
fun
mock you.
Yeah, he mocks me.
Yeah.
So I thought he's mocking me, right? Like he's on the phone and he's like, "What's up, man?" And I'm like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" And he's just like, "Not much, man." And I think he's keeping this bit going. So then I eventually say "Hey, you know what, man? I'm so thankful for you being my father." I was like, because I was like, you never got into drugs, you never drank, and stuff like that. Because he was acting so fucking weird, and I didn't know he took way too much of RSO. So he's sitting there in like la la land, and I'm trying. And then I go, I'm so glad you never got into drugs. He goes, and he's like, yeah, man. And then I was like, hey, put me on the phone with your wife. So, because I wanted to see if he was okay. Like I at that point, I was like, holy shit, this is early onset dementia. Like that's what I thought. So she was like, and she goes, and she's from Minnesota. So she goes, he's acting like a very old man. He's holding the walls while he's walking. And then I'm like, okay, cool. He's probably just fucking super high. I was like, he's probably just fucking super high.
Can you do that again? Could you do your Minnesota?
Your father is walking around like an old man, and he's holding the walls, and it's weird.
That's the fucking funniest thing I've heard in a while.
And so my brain is just like, okay, how do I figure out if he's high or not? I'm like, hey, I was like, do you have ice cream? And she's like, yeah, we have ice cream. And I'm like, go give him some ice cream. So she takes, she's like, all right, I'm getting it. She walks upstairs, and then all I hear, she goes, here, take this. All I hear is, So he was just high off his ass. And I'm sitting here thinking he has like early onset dementia.
And you were so proud of him too.
Yeah.
This. So when me and my wife got married, my fucking dad showed up. My dad's smoked for a long time, but he fucking I don't, and he hadn't drank forever, right? For some reason, my dad, while he was waiting, decided to go buy himself 2 cookies from the dispensary and go buy himself one of them 24-ounce cans of Heineken, right? Drank
Perfect.
that, ate both of them cookies. First time meeting my wife's dad and shit, he's up there. I looked at my dad, I go, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, and then he's all smiles and grinning. And like, I'm just
he's
like, what
he's
the
laughing
fuck?
at you like, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, pretty much. And that mom's like, your father, he went overboard. I go, I see that. I see that. I was like, holy fuck. Who knows how
But
many
yo,
joints he had smoked before that?
you know, if you take enough RSO, you'll just fall asleep for like days. Like,
I would. Not days, but yeah, no,
yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. So, like, it depends on your usage because your
Oh
tolerance
my
builds.
God. 2
absolutely.
bags.
You know those you should know in Michigan they call them darts. I don't know what they call them other
Oh,
places.
I never heard of these darts.
Like
At
the
the
Maybe I
game?
don't know as much as I thought I did.
Yeah, the RSO. That's how I've I've heard them referred to as RSO darts. They're just a little 1 gram syringes, you know.
Yeah, 1,000 milligram syringes with like 65%.
Right, that's the RSO. Right, that's RSO. Yeah, I understand it because they don't sell. They can't, do what
I don't
we
think
do.
it's the same as Apache Tears, but it might be.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. But anyways, I find it funny. They tell you on the package that to start out with a third of a grain of rice.
Oh yeah.
If you can imagine a grain of rice,
yeah,
and a third of that's how much you're supposed to try. That's where you're supposed to jump off at.
That's a smart first dose for someone who's never done it.
Absolutely.
But what I'm saying though is, if you take that whole tube, you're gonna go to sleep for like at least a day.
No, that's my daily dose.
Oh, you do a whole tube
every day.
What, a whole tube?
Every day.
Do you really?
Wow.
Fuck, I got to step my game up, man. Thank you you're impressing me here.
In fact, you'll be surprised to know that while this whole conversation is going on,
I was about to say,
I'm
you
on
sound
about
very
7
functional.
grams. 7 grams. I mean,
I
7
could
grams.
not.
What do you mean 7 grams?
You're one of the most
I'm
sober,
sorry,
stoned people.
not 7 grams of oil, 7 grams of flour. 7 grams of flour.
From the time you got on tonight?
No, that was this evening dose. I took 7 grams of decarboxylated flour and ground it up and put it in my bowl of oatmeal.
Oh, there you go.
Brown sugar, a little bit of raisins, and some cinnamon, and cook that up. And I
like this guy.
That is my daily. That is my tolerance level has gotten to that point. But see, you also don't realize, and I don't want to sound like but going back, yeah, I'm an opioid addict. Back when I was working, and I wasn't allowed because of my job to partake. Instead, they decided, and this was back in the early 2000s. I was one of the ones. I was doctor shopping before doctor shopping was a thing. I was getting 90 pill dose from 3 different doctors in a month, and I was going through all of them. Wow. So and
so
just
most.
I'm sorry.
What helped you most to get off of that?
This FICO. This FICO most replicates the same effect I was getting when I would take 6 or 7 Watsons. The 10 the what is it, 10.5s or something like that? The big ones. And the only reason I only took 6 was because I knew that the 7th one was going to trigger that chemical that makes you throw up.
Doesn't THC bind to opioid receptors?
Is it a chemical that makes you throw up?
Yeah, they're in those pills.
That was an antiemetic.
In those opioid pills, there's a chemical in there that if you take,
Oh, the
Take a whole
opioid.
hand.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I was
Oh,
just saying. You said
that's
that
why I threw up that one time. That makes sense.
Yeah.
you said
Now it
that
makes fucking sense.
you said that relieved your
100%.
symptoms the best. I was asking if that was because I've
Your
heard
mic's
that
a little low for me.
I've heard that THC binds to opioid receptors in the brain.
They don't bind to the opioid receptors, but they do cross the blood-brain barrier, which
That's
is a
interesting.
It's the cannabinoid receptors
exactly.
that
They
that
hit the
what's it called
cannabinoid,
anandamide.
which the body
Maybe I'm
in
mixing those up.
turn mimic the opioid receptors.
Yeah.
And I'll just say real quickly, just to back his story up, my brother had a friend, I guess he knew somebody who had an opioid addiction, and like someone just started giving him like gummies, like 50 milligram, 70 milligram gummies, and the guy got off the opiates, bro.
I'm telling you.
Now, now have we gone as far as yet to say that it's in the Bible?
It's the best
Oh
plant in the
yeah,
world.
it's in the Bible. It's in this plant is in the Bible.
Every herb and seed bearing plant.
Exactly. Every seed bearing plant. That's why I get so pissed. Yeah, even alcohol. Okay, alcohol does come from the earth. We process and all that. But
I'll look it up.
that's why I have such I'm so on a rampage of big pharma, because everything that comes out of big pharma can be replaced with cannabis. I shouldn't say everything. A large percentage of
75%.
everyday illnesses and aches and pains can be solved easily with cannabis. No signs of I mean, the only addiction is back when they used to say there's a difference between physical and mental addiction. That's the only addiction you have, but you can have a mental addiction to damn near anything now.
I think
So
there is a
that's
slight
not
physical
really an
addiction.
issue.
I think
So
there's a
that's
slight
why I
physical
hate big pharma. I hate big pharma. What they've done to me and in my family, it's reprehensible. So if I can find a substitute for every single medication out there by using this one plant in various forms, whether it's smoking, whether it's concentrates, whether it's edibles, that's like one of my goals, I guess. Not that I don't know. I really haven't considered it lately, having a goal. Jeff?
So I checked out whoever put out that the recipe for FICO or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saved that link because I'm gonna check that out. But Jeff, I put one in there that'll show you that cannabis is in the Bible. It's called cannabosum, and it's a holy anointing oil that's used. That's known for its healing fucking properties. It's in the Bible.
Well, I don't know about all
check
that.
it out.
Prism oil is, yeah.
Well, no, like you know how it is, man. Old languages and like if you say cannabis and you say cannabosum, I mean,
I don't know what that is, but we were just talking about
genetics.
them
Well, it's
finding.
like the way look at the way marijuana is spelt now versus the way it used to be spelled.
Well, it's cannabis technically. Marijuana is a legal term only.
Right, marijuana. I that's another one that a trigger word for me.
Marijuana.
Because marijuana was used as a disparaging form to basically they tried to lay it on the Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They gave a Mexican sounding word.
They don't charge you with cannabis.
Marijuana.
They charge you with marijuana.
Yep.
Dang, Derek.
So they could say, look at those lazy Mexicans smoking weed all day.
We don't want that marijuana around here.
I'll take that over a bunch of drunk rednecks breaking it.
Then there was reefer madness.
Oh yeah, you're talking about fucking propaganda.
You'll just swim out into the ocean and kill yourself for no reason just because you got high.
Jeff, have you ever seen that movie that they're talking about, Reefer Madness?
Yeah, like the original.
Do you remember that video that TML showed us where they were like eventually ended up making the nuns gay?
Yeah, the lesbian nuns.
Yeah, but do you remember like the scenes before that when those people were like basically pretending that they were possessed and shit?
Yeah.
Remember how? And you were like laughing at them. You're like, "Oh my god, these guys are crazy." Forgot how I was going to tie that into something, but
There were lesbians.
oh, because Reefer Madness, like the Reefer Madness is a lot like that. Those Esalen Institute videos, by the way. Like Reefer
You
Madness.
mean the
Have you ever
movie
seen
itself?
it? You seen it?
Yeah.
Dude, there's like people like
And
acting
they
like
did
they're
some
acting like,
musical of it too. I remember
yeah, there's
watching.
like people that are acting like they got like they took ayahuasca in that motherfucker. Like,
And that's another whole other topic that at some point I need to find a community for is psilocybin.
I mean,
Because
if you take a straight edge person and get them high for the first time at like 17 or 18, it kind of is like taking ayahuasca. I mean, if you
Well,
give them some potent weed, they can have some serious visual effects. I mean, they can
I
think
still remember
reality is coming
the
down.
first joint I ever smoked was
good for you. So do I.
Well, let him tell a
behind the
story.
school.
I will.
Okay.
On the way to school, I decided I was going to try this joint. I smoked the whole thing.
Uh-oh.
I'm on the bus now, laying in the back seat. Just I'm out of it. I mean, it was like everything was on TV, and
Yep.
the
It's like
entire
a movie,
day.
something.
Right, exactly. I couldn't process anything, and they were moved. I counted on my boys to get me to and from all these classes. They said, "What the hell were you trying?" I said, "I don't know what I'm doing. I think I was a freshman in high school. You know, I didn't know what I was doing. I knew now. I mean, I couldn't wait to do it again. But that's when I knew I had that addiction. I had that addiction bug or whatever they call it. They claim now. I never bought into that shit either. But
There's no
That has
there's
more to
no
do with your
record of
personality.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Do you have an addictive personality? You can turn anything into an addiction.
But I don't think it's genetic.
Yo, we were like 17 years old, and our buddy used to come pick us up. Like me and this other dude who ended up becoming like a really good lawyer. Yeah, but he also has 6 like marijuana possession charges. Like he's it's hilarious. He just loves smoking weed. He's a lawyer.
I had my first grow at 17.
But dude, listen, we used to this dude used to pick us up in his van. Like I would sneak out of my house, right? And then get in this van, and we used to call it the soccer mom van because it looked like a soccer mom van, and he had like we used to think that we were outsmarting the police by putting an actual soccer thing on where the rear view mirror is. Like, it was so stupid, 16-year-old idiots or whatever. And he had this place where we could go and play pool and watch TV, and we would just like play pool, smoke, watch TV, and drink. Well, one night we didn't do that. We just stayed in the van and we just stayed in this van and just smoked weed for like 2 hours out of this bong. And I remember thinking, like, if aliens were ever looking down at us, like, how weird would they think that we are by like opening up food out of our by opening up packages of food? I just remember that super high thought. Well, we go to leave, okay? We get pulled over. So apparently one of the 700 people that were in this apartment complex probably saw us smoking weed in the car for 2 fucking hours. So they called the cops, but we left. As soon as we pull out, we get pulled over. And the cop's like, yeah, I smoke weed. Where's that? Here it is. And then this other cop pulls up. He goes, "Are these the rocket scientists we got the call about?" And then I just remember, like, dude, so many other things. We eventually got
about this time,
16, 17. So like, there's no actual record because I did this diversion program bullcrap thing, and like, we get to the interrogation room, all 3 of us and the cop. Dude, I could not stop fucking laughing for the life of me. Like, I was laughing. It was making my friends laugh. We even made the cop laugh.
Well, 17 that's about the age when I first started medicating my son.
That's how you know you got
he
good
was
at.
getting stoned at the same time, but for completely other reasons. But he was laughing his ass off too. He'd laugh his ass off. We'd sit and watch Family Guy. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh, I used to love doing that.
He was the most open. I could read him like a book. He would share everything. He, when he was stoned, but when he was medicated, there's a difference. You were stoned. You were just out fucking around.
Just
But
curious.
Does anybody have
You
parents
keep
who weren't
using past
medicated?
tense. Is there a reason you keep using past tense phrases?
Does anybody have parents
Yeah.
that weren't medicated in
Me?
some form?
Yeah, you said he used to, we used to. Like, is he no longer with us? Like, if so, I'm sorry.
Like, it's.
yeah,
I don't know
no,
what you're
he,
asking.
yeah, no, he passed away.
Okay.
He passed away in 2020 of a grand mal seizure.
Okay.
He
Okay.
was
I was just
19.
curious. I was just curious because I
Sorry to hear
noticed.
that,
I
dog.
did pick up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he came up.
apologize.
He came up a
I
few days ago and told his story.
You know what? And that
I didn't even pick up on that.
That opens up a whole new topic that I need to make myself aware of, because I found myself for the first time in a social setting. My wife and I went to a cookout and meeting a stranger for the first time and them asking us if we have any kids. Now, is it easier to go into this whole thing, and how far do you want to go in, and do you want to even say, or do you just want to say, no, we don't have any kids? I had to do that. I had to do that for my own sanity, and it almost felt like I was denying him. So when I use a past tense, I don't recognize it. It's just comfortable for me, but I got to be more aware of that.
No, you don't.
No, no, that's not what I was saying. I just said I picked up on it, so I just was. I just.
No, I appreciate it. No, I
It wasn't
really,
bad.
And don't get me wrong, I really appreciate it because it forces me to make myself aware of it and to not overlook that. And
But you're doing what comes natural though, and I think that's part of the grief process. Anyway, just.
But I appreciate
not to
it.
be so caught up on how it comes out and not let other people throw you.
But yeah, he was one of my first test subjects. I mean, he really motivated me when I saw that. I read the whole story about.
It's Lanza. They're saying you're breathing into the mic.
It's not me.
Or eating the mic, or somebody is. Darth Vader. I guess they just you're you're the
Jeff,
one they
it's you.
assume it's. Is it me?
Yeah. So
Is this
Jeff,
better?
I've been wanting to tell. I wanted to tell you, like, I keep forgetting. Your mic picks up when you like laugh and shit, like through your nose, like you're like, if you put your mic like below your chin, it might be better.
Like that way.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to not clip. They said if I put it too close, it clips.
No, you're not cutting out.
Okay.
It sounds good. I never asked
I
for
think is that DeFreak who said that?
That's actually more than one person.
No,
But
it was optics.
it was me doing it.
DeFreak sounds like he's breathing hard to me.
Yes, sir. It was. It was most definitely you, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, have a good day, sir. It was you.
Well, since we're on this mic check, am I 10-2?
No, you sound fine.
Okay, I've never really asked. And I've never
Kane's
really
coming in
back.
a little low. Leggy
I haven't
sounds
been able to
fine.
go back and look at the streams yet, so I'm not.
Got a shitty $100 mic.
I'm just using my laptop.
Man.
And that's part of the. I would love to cam up at this point, but I don't even have a phone. I couldn't even get into my. I was going to share my Instagram. I can't even get into my Instagram account because the only way Google will unlock it is through the phone. That pissed me off. I'm like, do you see how Android has locked up the entire? Google has locked up the entire phone market. You can't even open up a simple app without getting the text message on the phone. So Google wants to make sure that your phone is your main source for what you're doing, not the
Of
laptop.
course, because the phone gives you the least amount of options to be a threat to a
Exactly.
system,
and it's
And
always
the
with
most
you.
amount of options to surveil it.
and the
Yeah,
hardest to put
surveil.
presentations together. To show it. For learning purposes. The phone, retarded,
Can you
obviously.
imagine if you went back to 1901 and tried to hand people a cell phone? They'd be like, "Get that crap out of here." They'd be like, "It tracks you everywhere you go."
Yeah. There's a lot of things that are nuts.
We're just
That's like those guys
creating these
over
Guys,
there
like
digital
that
my
prisons.
taking over all the street cameras.
chat.
They're all vigilantes, and they're destroying all the public cameras on the streets.
Who is?
In England, there's a big move to get rid of the surveillance, and so there's a big hack on the street
Oh, the
surveillance.
riots.
Well, the riots
Why?
were over that.
Who's doing this?
I'm taking
What
down
side?
cameras.
Street
England.
gangs taking out cameras because they don't want to
Oh,
be
the gangs.
surveilled.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like it was protesters that were not wanting cameras there, but these are criminals, so it doesn't really matter what they think.
It's the same.
Well, I mean, they're doing a criminal act.
Right?
but,
Yeah, that's
I mean,
what I.
just to
But they're
label them
protesting.
That's what I was
criminals. I
trying
don't
to
know.
figure out.
Sounds like people that don't want to be surveilled. I mean, for
So
whatever
here's the
reason.
thing. It's like
I mean, do you like being surveilled?
Nobody
No, I
should be.
It
don't.
doesn't.
surveilled.
I don't even notice when it's happening, so it doesn't
But
bother me.
I
I
mean,
get.
you only notice it if you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, which I.
people like to make that argument.
no,
Hey, why do
you
you
don't
care
know,
if you're
you
not doing
don't
anything
notice it if
wrong?
you're doing something wrong. You can clearly see there's a big blinking blue light up there. It has nothing to do with you being wrong.
Well, I understand that. I'm
Well,
just,
you
I'm
said
just.
that you
No,
only
no, no. I
recognize
mean, I
it.
understand
I
that,
mean,
but
I live in Vegas.
what
I'm
I'm
used to being
trying, my
surveyed
point
everywhere I go.
is,
You live in Vegas?
if you're just living everyday life, that shit just becomes part of normal life, and you forget
Yeah.
about it. The
Yeah.
only time
Exactly.
you're truly ever looking for a camera is if you're up to no good. That you know what I mean? Like,
No,
you get my point. Like, you might notice a
that's your
camera
opinion.
walking by, but you're not actually looking for that camera.
No,
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
because
depends on about where you
I'm
are.
looking for
I love
cameras, so I don't understand your opinion of them.
Lanza.
What? You wrote about it, buddy.
I'm
God damn.
saying I don't look like you're saying people look for cameras or something when they're I don't look for cameras.
I
Okay.
said they look for
They're just
cameras if
there.
they're up to no good. If
I
they're
know what
up
you're
to no
saying though.
good.
Like if you would
Is that why
accidentally
cops
run a
don't
red
like
light,
cameras pointed at them?
Yeah, there's a good chance of it. Well, listen,
some
when
cops
I
do
had
like
this
them.
neighbor dispute with my neighbor here, when the cop showed up, I could hear bits and pieces of the conversation that he was having with the person. So I was talking to him and asking him questions about it, and he lied to me about it. Point blank, lied to me about what was said. Like, he was saying like Maine doesn't have red flag laws. Well, why did she want to know about red flag laws? Oh well, that's not important. That's very important. Why was she asking you if the state of Maine had red flag laws? Like, it's kind of
Who was
very.
asking who?
The neighbor was asking the cop if the state of Maine
Hmm.
had red flag laws. Why? And the cop told me, "Oh, it's none of my pretty much none of my business." Type deal. It wasn't important. So then I was like, "Well, do you have body cam and or an audio and all that?" He goes, "No, we don't." He goes, "Nobody does." I go, "You don't even have cruiser cam with audio?" Nope. I go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, dude,
I go,
I wouldn't piss them off any further. I wouldn't swat the hornet's nest if you know what I'm
You
saying.
can
"Oh, they're
still
moving.
film with your
They're
phone, can't
moving
you?
anyways. They're moving." So.
Leggy, can you still film with your phone?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Unless they take it.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
it still would.
if they
Even
would
if I
take,
was filming with my phone, I don't think I'd still be able to necessarily hear the whole conversation of what
Oh.
they were saying. And that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to know what was being said as far as like why she was asking about the red flag law. Because I know he lied to me point fucking blank. Because I was like, well, Maine has yellow flag laws. because which is one when that dude shot up in Lewiston, Maine. There, when that dude went nuts and shot up there like last year or whatever, or earlier this year, whenever it was. Uh, that was a big thing because there was things that would have constituted the yellow flag laws to go into effect, and it never did. So I don't know. It's kind of
What are
weird.
yellow? What are yellow flag laws? That's new to me.
I don't know. I don't even understand them 100%, and I live here, so it's like
Yellow flag
Well,
laws.
that sounds convenient for the establishment.
it's
Making
like pretty
we're
much
kind of scared of
if
you.
a
So
if law enforcement, EMS, a medical professional, and or a family member calls and states that there's an immediate slash imminent threat of danger to self or others,
So
then
it's a
they'll
mental
come
health.
in and confiscate the weapons. But
that's
other than
so
that, so
that's
pretty
so
much you
easy to
unless you have a
That's a
abuse.
red
medical
flag.
eval, there's nothing to do to get your guns taken away.
So all it
Pretty much.
takes is an accusation from a close family member or something.
Is what it takes. Yeah, essentially.
That's kind of
And that
whack. I
triggers an
mean,
eval, it says.
Yeah,
you're
it has to be an eval done, and then they'll confiscate the weapons.
yeah, but what does the eval entail? Is that cop showing up armed to
No, it
your
looks like a
house
psych.
saying you
Like
have
a,
to
No, it has to
submit
be
to this
done by like
evaluation?
the cop has to determine if there's merit to the claim, and then there is, they have to take that person on pretty much a 5150 hold and have them taken for a psych eval to see if they're deemed safe or not safe. And that's what happened with the Lewiston thing. That never actually happened, I don't believe. And that was the big deal with the guy here that did that.
Hmm.
So, but it's really fucking weird gray area. I mean, I'm all for guns, but I feel like there is people that shouldn't have them at the same sense. So, very much so, there should not be people armed.
yeah,
Some
it's
people.
just
Well, some
figuring
people.
out how to identify those people.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's never going to be perfect, but we do the best we can.
Uh, I'll tell you how they did me when I separated from the job. Uh, it was a rough year period that it was really bad, and I decided I'm going to do what's right for me. Mental health. I checked myself in. They did a whole week, of inpatient. I jumped through all the hoops. I did all the things just for myself. I get out, and within a week, I get a letter from the state saying that everything's been revoked because of that visit, and it'll be 7 years before you can even apply for it. And at that point, that was the thing that separated me for good, was the fact that I would have to be dedeputized. And here I am thinking that I'm the one doing the right thing, checking myself in, getting the health I need. But instead, what I did is I put myself on that fucking list.
You're a cop?
What year was this?
11.
Were you
Oh,
police? Did you say you were a
2011.
cop?
I was, yes.
So
Yeah,
were
see,
you
that's
an
type of
addict? So
bullshit.
you were a pill? So you were an opiate pill addict while you were a cop?
I've lived a life, I tell you what.
So did you get busted for being dirty? Just
Never,
curious. Okay.
never.
Okay, because we just had a case of that actually happening here. There was a
I mean, that
cop.
don't necessarily mean he
There
was
was a
high on
cop.
the job. Just
There
because
was
he
a.
uses the pills don't mean he
What,
went to work high every day.
I'm
But
just saying, there was an incident where a cop here just got in trouble for he was busting people. He This is ironic. He was busting people, sending them to jail, and then he was going to, of all places, the local high school, and selling drugs to the 17-year-old girl and her mother. That's where they were meeting up at the high school, and they were exchanging bags, like duffel bags, and parents started to pick up on this and started videotaping. and then they sent it to the state police, and then they did their thing, and then boom, he got busted.
Yeah, well, the problem I had with opioids started from an injury. Basically, I destroyed my knee, and I had because of a fall that I had taken off of a tier. I had the sciatica issues, and I went through I did everything by the letter. That's what pisses me off. I did the therapy. I did the sessions. I did all that stuff. I did, and they just kept, and it was like, okay, fine. If this is going to be the solution, and it's not going to hold me back anymore, I don't have to go through the therapy. I can get off of FMLA. I can get off of short-term disability. Go back to work. Fine, I'll do it. And two extra one. A couple extras here, a couple extra there. Next thing you know, your tolerance is up, and you're using it just to get by, just to go to work every day. And that's the opioid thing. So, but it wasn't.
It's not right how they penalize you for doing the right thing. But that's how all the systems are always set up. If you,
but this is why the systems
they say they want you to have
because
integrity, but then when you actually act with integrity, they penalize you for it.
It seems to be my experience.
But if you want to get out here and lie and cheat people, you'll rise right to the top. If you want to lie and cheat people, you'll rise right to the top of this society. But if you treat people honestly,
as far as what I had to, as far as the job that I was doing, no, I was 100% on the ball. In fact, I was, I tried to maintain as high an ethics standard as I possibly could. Everyone's equal. Everyone gets the same shake. Nobody gets an extra whatever unless it's through the state. If the state says you get it, then you get it. Anything else, off limits. But I worked with a lot of dirty cops. I worked with a lot of gangbangers that were cops.
Yeah, at the highest level. Sorry, Jeff.
Oh no, go ahead. No, I wasn't saying anything.
At the highest level,
Oh, I hardly recognized you.
At the highest level, there's gangs and governments work together. Actually, it's been many documented cases.
Yeah.
Talking about like cops and corruption and shit. What story died down really, really quick? Was that Atlanta one where all them black cops chased and beat down that other black dude? Did anybody notice after like they arrested the people and then they like finally arrested like the white EMS dude and all that shit there? Like the story just died down. Like you don't see nothing on it on YouTube, like in news clips, like nothing. It was just a story that kind of like died off.
If I remember right, I believe they all got fired right on the spot. I believe, and then once they became fired, then it became all civil cases, and they're not gonna.
No, they all got charged. They all got charged.
Yeah, but once they're separated, and once they're fired, then they don't.
Yeah, basically, you still didn't hear nothing about the trial though.
Which incident?
They're not going to tell you. They're not going to publicize that.
Why
If it
not?
has
They
nothing to do
publicized
with the
all the
police
other ones.
department.
Why wouldn't they publicize that one? People
They're
gonna
gonna
want to know
bury
the outcome. So I'm saying that's exactly what I'm saying. They're burying it. It's quiet right down. It's that one in Atlanta where that Scorpion team they chased that fucking dude down and they fucking beat the holy fuck out of him. And it was a whole squad of fucking black dudes, undercover black dudes, and they chased this other black dude down and fucking beat the holy fuck out of him.
You know what?
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah.
You know the ones I want to know. I want to know where.
So I'm saying you don't remember it because they didn't make a big deal out
Well,
of it.
I also like since 2017, I've only used YouTube, and I don't watch mainstream news because.
Well, I'm saying YouTube. That's all I watch. Like
I probably missed
you
it
gotta
that
get
way.
on Twitter. Twitter's
No, I can't get on Twitter. No.
I mean I'm
I'm already unproductive enough. I gotta smoke weed. I'd rather smoke weed than be on Twitter.
Hey man, that's where they showed the videos of what's going on in America.
Well, yeah, Twitter's
Every other
there.
platform censors it.
I mean, At what level does it become fear porn, where you can't do anything about it?
Well, I mean that is an issue. That's why it's best to just hold your own and build your little castle and fortify.
That's why I
Don't
stopped
worry about
watching.
all this bullshit because you can't do anything about it.
I stopped
But
watching all those
don't hurt
scary.
to be aware, though. You want to know
I
which
want to
way
know
the
where
wind's
those
blowing.
two correctional officers are that were supposed to be watching Epstein. Why haven't we heard about that?
Well, I know all about them.
Okay, that's a good place to end. I'm at 10 hours, and
Oh
it's
shit!
4
I
in the
didn't even
morning
notice that,
here.
dude.
I got to get to sleep so I can wake up and do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow? So you're skipping Sunday? I
What's
mean,
today?
you're skipping
Later.
Saturday?
Peace
Leggy.
out, Jeff.
Again,
Thanks for
Jeff,
having
Don't
me on.
complicate
again
things.
All right, peace out.
Work with me. Yeah, sometime tomorrow, whatever your tomorrow is, after I wake up.
Take care, guys. Nice meeting you
I
guys, by the way.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks,
great
Jeff.
hanging out. Thanks, everybody. And I just got to take care of bodily needs for a while, and then I'll be back. All right, let's see. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's it. All right, thanks, everyone, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll probably go for a while tomorrow. All right, take care. Go to bed. Bye.